I absolutely will not disturb him, Bai Lian sighed softly. It is truly hard on her. She recalled Jin Yu's elegant demeanor from back then. At that time the eldest senior brother was known as Chu He. He walked the land sweeping away powerful enemies in all directions and flattening the prodigies of the southern border. He was indeed very popular. Back then he more or less made the hearts of the heavenly maidens flutter secretly. In the end, only heavenly venerable Dan Wu was qualified to follow by his side. However, due to his personality, the two could not be together. It was a pity that the eldest senior brother of those years was too proud. Clearly he had this junior sister from the Jade Lake sacred ground in his heart. Yet he stubbornly claimed that only a peerless heavenly venerable with hopes of ascending was qualified to possess someone like Chu. He ultimately forced senior sister Dan Wu, who was gentle on the outside but tough on the inside, to swear an oath not to seek him out until she became an immortal. Subsequently, eldest senior brother self-destructed his physical body to switch to cultivating the Tinder Sutra, causing both his luck and moral integrity to collapse together. Those fairies of the same generation who had originally admired him mostly turned from disappointment to disdain, pointing fingers at him. She frowned, thinking of that period. Only heavenly venerable Dan Wu never abandoned him. Aside from asking for news about eldest senior brother every day, she only stayed in seclusion to cultivate. Dan Wu's aptitude is extraordinary. Among the many soul transformation stage heavenly venerables in the Jade Lake sacred ground, heavenly venerable Dan Wu's cultivation can be considered the leader. It is said she is not far from undergoing tribulation to become an immortal. For such a peerless figure to pour her heart and effort toward heavenly venerable Bai Lian, most people in the eastern wilderness do not understand. Bai Lian sighed. Perhaps only I can empathize with heavenly venerable Dan Wu. Ending her thoughts, she spoke to comfort her. If there is any news of eldest senior brother in the future, I will tell senior sister Dan Wu. Dan Wu smiled gratefully. Then I will trouble junior sister. A thought suddenly occurred to her, and she gave Dan Wu a piece of news regarding Jin Yu and Long Yuan. Speaking of which, the contemporary divine firmament Saint Sun seems to have quite a connection with eldest senior brother. He also cultivates the Tinder Sutra, and recently while walking abroad, eldest senior brother has been publicizing that Shen Tian is a disciple taught jointly by him and the sacred leader. Facing the waiting crowd of thousands, a voice rang out urgently. The ancient battlefield trial held once every 5 years is here again. Dan Wu once again spoke loudly to admonish them. Presumably your elders have already spoken about the precautions on the battlefield. This seat will not say more here. In short, everyone must remember one sentence. The ancient battlefield is full of crises. Safety comes first. Speaking of this, Bai Lian also spoke up to remind them. Everyone has a teleportation jade talisman refined by the sect on them. Watching everyone demonstrate holding the green tokens in their hands. If your physical body is heavily injured and you lose the ability to continue training, you only need to inject magic power into the jade talisman to be teleported out. She then specifically warned in a deep voice. But you must remember first, if the teleportation jade talisman is activated, it is automatically regarded as ending this trial, and you may not enter again. Second, activating the teleportation jade talisman to return requires remaining stationary in place for 3 breaths of time. Therefore, if you encounter danger, remember to find a safe place first before activating the jade talisman. Immediately after, Dan Wu announced, according to custom, there are still rewards for this trial. Shen Tian, hearing this from below, asked in surprise, rewards? Standing on the high platform, Dan Wu raised her hand and circulated spiritual power to summon items, saying, items obtained from hunting monsters such as skulls, bone demons, blood demons, as well as spirit medicines, and treasures found can all be taken out to exchange with the sect. In addition, the 20 disciples who hunt the most monsters can obtain rewards provided by the major sacred grounds, cave heavens and blessed lands in order. Dan Wu displayed the items corresponding to each rank one by one. The first place in this trial can obtain the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds top-grade spiritual artifact, the Purple Cloud Shocking Jade. The second place in this trial can obtain the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds high-grade spiritual artifact, the Mystic Spirit Pearl. The third disciple can obtain the Danja Cave Heaven's low-grade spiritual artifact, the Amber Vermilion Silk. The fourth disciple can go to the Taibai Cave Heaven to follow Sword Sovereign Changhe to learn Peerless Sword Dao for 3 months. The fifth disciple. Several items made the cultivators endlessly excited and discussing animatedly. I heard from seniors that for so many years of ancient battlefield trials, usually the 2 great sacred grounds only take out mid-grade spiritual artifacts. This time, not only did the Jade Lake Sacred Ground take out a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Mystic Spirit Pearl, for the first time, but the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground actually took out a top-grade spiritual artifact. One person clenched his fist and shouted high. You must know that a top-grade spiritual artifact is an existence infinitely close to a saint artifact. The value of many top-grade spiritual artifacts is not even inferior to ordinary saint artifacts. The person behind nodded in agreement. That is right. In the hands of low-level disciples, the power a top-grade spiritual artifact can display is no weaker than an ordinary saint artifact. He sighed with emotion. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is actually willing to take out a top-grade spiritual artifact as a trial reward. One can see their emphasis on this ancient battlefield trial even at the Foundation establishment stage. immediately thinking that this generosity was due to Shen Tian. Could it be because the new Saint Sun Shen Tian is participating this time, or is it that? He immediately issued sharp words to the crowd. Do you gentlemen feel we have the ability to snatch the trial's first place from the Saint Sun's hands? It is obvious that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground has absolute confidence in Shen Tian taking the top spot. After all, only if Shen Tian wins the championship can this purple cloud shocking jade be taken back. Hearing this, everyone felt it made a lot of sense, sighing dejectedly. So it is just a routine. This reward is nothing more than moving from the left hand to the right hand. It seems we cannot underestimate this Divine Firmament Saint Sun's strength. A long-haired cultivator scratched his head in confusion. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is too decisive. They actually used a top-grade spiritual artifact directly as a reward. Playing for such high stakes, are not they afraid of accidents? He sneered. Accidents, brother, what's wrong with you? Just based on the ability he displayed earlier, what do we have to compete with him? After some discussion they changed their minds again. That is right, why fight for first place with the Divine Firmament Saint Sun? Let us fight for the second place Mystic Spirit Pearl, the person beside him reminded. I heard the third place Amber Vermilion Silk is also not bad. It can control the essence of Bing Fire. Although its power cannot compare to abnormal fire, it is also quite terrifying. Suddenly one person raised his hand to propose. Why does no one hope to get fourth place? He smiled, mentioning Kanglin. I heard that Sword Sovereign Changhe Li Kanglin is known as the #1 sword under the saints, right? Being able to go to the Taibai Cave Heaven to follow Sword Sovereign Changhe to study should be great, right? Hearing this, the others revealed treacherous smiles in unison, making his whole body go stiff. Brother, I suggest you go try it as long as you are not afraid of dying. The trial had not started yet, but it seemed all disciples had abandoned the fight for first place because Shen Tian's entrance just now was too high profile. It suppressed everyone. Everyone is at the foundation establishment stage. Your entrance is even more flashy than a nascent soul stage cultivators. How are people supposed to play with you? The ancient battlefield is filled with yin spirit creatures remaining after great wars, which are extremely sensitive to the aura of the living. Therefore, once a team has too many people, it is very easy to attract a siege of massive amounts of yin spirits, and there may even be powerful yin demons appearing. The ancient battlefield's laws are incomplete, and the unstable void suppresses the power of immortal cultivators. However, those strange demonic creatures bred from the combination of the corpses of ancient powerhouses and malevolent energy grow here without being affected. There are quite a few existences in the ancient battlefield with combat power not losing to the golden core stage, nascent soul stage, or even more terrifying ones. Those above the soul transformation stage, influenced by the ancient battlefield's laws, are completely dominated by bloodthirsty killing desires, constantly slaughtering and devouring each other. Although the demonic creatures have low intelligence, their combat power is definitely not comparable to human foundation establishment stage cultivators. To these demonic creatures, groups of traveling human immortal cultivators are absolutely excellent blood food. If these foundation establishment stage cultivators really travel in a group of 100, with young energy soaring to the sky, they would be eaten clean in less than half a day. Every 5 years, those terrifying existences above the nascent soul stage disappear from the periphery of the ancient battlefield. This time is the best opportunity for immortal cultivation forces to train. One must know that in that heaven-shaking war 10,000 years ago, even immortals who descended from the upper realm fell in significant numbers. As for those cultivators below the saint level, it goes without saying. They were like harvested leeks. When they were slain and fell, their essence, blood, malevolent energy, and divine souls were scattered on the battlefield and absorbed by it. After 10,000 years of gestation, blood demons, bone demons, and evil demons were bred. At the same time, spirit grasses and peerless treasures difficult to find in the outside world were also nurtured. Typical examples include the dragon blood fruit, which can only grow after being watered by the essence blood of pure-blooded dragon race. The sword heart grass, bred from the manifestation of sword intent after a supreme sword Tao powerhouse fell. After immortals from the upper realm were killed and fell, their remaining peerless divine thoughts and those items buried in the dust obscured themselves, turning into latent fire saint artifacts. Heaven-shaking inheritance spirit ores, Lianer's 7 treasure gourd seed, and Zhang Yunshi's divine firmament dragon tiger pendant were all excavated in the periphery of the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is absolutely one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the eastern wilderness. At the same time, it is also the treasure land with the most opportunities in the eastern wilderness. A supreme immortal artifact even once appeared. That was an invincible immortal artifact that autonomously derived an artifact spirit. Although sacred grounds also covet this kind of immortal artifact, it is a pity that this immortal artifact has not been collected by the people of the world. It hides in the ancient battlefield, its location moving with the flow, waiting for a fated person. Only by obtaining the artifact spirit's recognition can one truly master this immortal artifact. Unfortunately, over 10,000 years there have been many who encountered the immortal artifact, but not a single one has been recognized by it. This is also recognized as the greatest opportunity in the ancient battlefield. A group of people with red luck on their heads ran over excitedly to ask Shen Tian, "Can I join?" He looked at them, sighing with regret in his heart. My team currently has exceeded the quota, according to the battlefield precautions. It counts as overloaded. It is really a pity I cannot take so many people together. So many people is too much of a waste. Turning to look at the golden luck above Zhao Hao's head, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the opportunity above Zhao Hao's head is quite useful, as expected of an existence who sacrificed his master for things like opportunities. Quality is more important than quantity. Quality is always more important than quantity. Shen Tian took the lead, striding forward. Let us set off. Although everyone had different aspirations, some for Shen Tian, some for the immortal artifact at this moment, they worked together with one heart to fight side by side. Without hesitation, everyone stepped into the teleportation gate together to begin the trial. As the array activated, everyone only felt colorful lights before their eyes. When their vision returned to normal, they found themselves already situated in the vast battlefield. This was an incomparably silent and desolate domain. Heaven and earth were all dark red, even the sun was dark red. It was as if everything on the battlefield had been dyed red by fresh blood. There were no fresh flowers or wild grasses on this battlefield. No green could be seen for 1,000 miles. At this time, Shen Tian gazed silently at hundreds of moving objects under the hill. Looking carefully, they were actually moving withered bones. Every skeleton here had non-human traces. Most were birds, beasts, and spirits that had cultivated into human form. The demon race characteristics on their bodies had not yet been completely refined. This type of demon man is a cultivation direction of the demon race, cultivating and transforming the physical body towards humans. After succeeding, not only will aptitude improve, but they can even cultivate the golden core and chi refining methods of the human race. Shen Tian frowned. These undead skulls were precisely the main combat targets for the disciples of the major sacred grounds, 6 cave heavens and 12 blessed lands in this trial. They are the skeletons of victims of the ancient war, combined with malevolent energy to birth demonic creatures. Because a lot of divinity was lost, their combat power is weakened much compared to when they were alive. But for Foundation Establishment stage immortal cultivators, they are still full of challenges. A moment of carelessness could even lead to being killed. Yundi observed the surroundings with a face full of doubt. The air seemed to become tense. Why is the number of skeletons here so much higher than mentioned in the precautions? Unless we were teleported to the 700-mile region of the ancient battlefield. Shen Tian stood beside Lianer, recalling the map of the ancient battlefield, divided into the green safe zone and the red danger zone. Usually when immortal cultivation sects enter the ancient battlefield for trials, the range is within the 1,000-mile periphery. During the special period once every 5 years, this range is the safest. Once one steps beyond 1,000 miles, that is the true interior of the ancient battlefield. It is heard that great terrors left over from the ancient times are hidden inside. Cultivators who trespass almost no one can escape. The position of teleportation to the battlefield is random. Through the teleportation array usually results in being teleported to a range about 100 to 500 miles from the boundary. However, due to the chaotic battlefield laws, it is also very normal for small-scale teleportation deviations to occur. Yundi summoned 8 heavy machine guns, his mind restless, shouting anxiously, "Senior brother, we have trouble." Shen Tian, however, was as steady as Mount Tai. He sighed secretly in his heart. Qin Yundi is indeed a genius. Not only can he control so many yin-yang demon-breaking guns simultaneously, but he can also distract himself to talk to me. He looked at him, thinking secretly in his heart. This ability to distract himself to control things is truly breathtaking. He then led everyone to raise their weapons high to remind them. Everyone pay attention to alert. Danger may occur here at any time. At the same time, he glanced at the luck above Zhao Hao's head, secretly rejoicing in his heart. I originally thought that my joining would cause Zhao Hao and the others to experience a teleportation deviation due to the butterfly effect, missing the opportunity. But now it seems that the opportunity images above their heads are instead clearer, with clear directions. I, this Saint Son, am definitely going to exploit their opportunities. Facing the danger before them, everyone made up their minds. Only Shen Ao looked terrified, swallowing his saliva as he hurriedly asked for instructions. 13th brother, should we retreat? He looked calmly at the foot of the mountain, his gaze contemplative. There were over 100 skeletons down there, equivalent to over 100 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, and they looked like mere minions. Perhaps there were real bosses if they got closer. Hearing this, Shen Ao felt his heart being cut by a knife. He clutched his forehead, wailing in his heart. I truly regret coming with 13th brother. 13th brother's luck seems not to have improved at all. If we are discovered by that monster and hunted, would not we be completely done for? At this moment, Shen Tian frowned and proposed, "No rush, everyone wait on that mountain first. In such a danger-ridden place it is best not to make too much noise unless absolutely necessary." Saying this, he turned to instruct everyone in turn. Yundi, carve silencing arrays on your yin-yang demon-breaking guns first, otherwise you are not allowed to fire. The same applied to the yin-yang exploding talismans on shopkeeper Song and Zhen Zhuzha. They could not be used unless absolutely necessary. After arrangements were made properly, Shen Tian circulated his spiritual power, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, his figure rushing into the clouds like lightning. As for those skeletons at the foot of the mountain, Everyone wait first, I will go open up the battlefield. The laws of the ancient battlefield are chaotic and the speed of sword flight is fast and slow, unstable. More importantly, the void here is also unstable. There are spatial cracks everywhere. Sword flight makes it very easy to crash into a spatial crack and be teleported to an unknown place. If one is teleported to the depths of the battlefield, even perfected ones or venerables have only a dead end. Yundi looked worriedly at the diving figure. Senior brother Saint Sun just rushed down like that? Fugi beside him was also apprehensive. Although senior brother Saint Sun was the divine firmament Saint Sun and powerful, this was the ancient battlefield after all. Because this place restricted cultivation, he could not help but wonder. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Was it really okay for one person to rush into such a large group of skeletons? The people above were anxious like ants on a hot pan, but Shen Tian below was boiling with hot blood and high fighting spirit. He raised his weapon high, the hammer in his hand reflecting scarlet blood light, his body falling straight into the battlefield. His eyes were firm and fearless as he shouted loudly, "Since you are all gathered, why would Shen fear?" Thunder descended like heavenly punishment. Bolts of lightning exploded amidst the group of withered bones, sending bone fragments splashing. Shen Tian landed with bent knees, the hammer in his hand smashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up sky-filling dust, but this was not enough. Felt somewhat annoyed in his heart. There were just too many of these bones. Just after knocking down a batch, another batch came. He immediately squinted to observe their flames. With just one hammer strike earlier, the soul fires atop these skeletons' heads extinguished rapidly, and the bone demons turned back into withered bones. Usually buried underground for millions of years, they actually knew how to reignite their soul flames to recover. Thinking of this, he decided, "Since you encountered this Saint Sun, how can I give you a chance to be reborn? Recycle them all." In the next second, Shen Tian revealed a faint smile, calculating ceaselessly in his heart. These remnant bones are the bones of great demons from the immemorial era. Although the spiritual chi and divinity have mostly been lost, the residual spiritual chi and divinity are still very formidable, and the value is considerable. The purple gold hammer is attached with one essence heavy water and can even smash diamonds. It took so much effort to crack them open, which is enough to show their hardness. Countless uses for these bones flashed through his mind. Whether used for artifact refining or buried in the sect spirit medicine garden as fertilizer, these bones were top-grade raw materials. The more he thought, the more excited he became, waving his weapon without hesitation. In just a short moment, over 100 skeletons were smashed into pieces under Shen Tian's purple gold hammer. Yundi watched this scene with incomparable excitement. Is this senior brother Shen Tian's true strength? Fugi also chimed in. Even situated in the ancient battlefield with cultivation suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, senior brother Saint Sun is still invincible in the world. Just as he was killing happily, Shen Tian suddenly felt something was wrong and stopped. Wait, I used my full strength to exterminate demons just now and clearly felt the power of the Five Thunders divine beast armor drop. Could it be? His body went stiff, his brain seemingly petrified. Out of mana, I was only majestic for a few minutes and now I cannot hold on. I absolutely cannot accept a bad review like 3-second man. He immediately circulated spiritual power to convert. The Five Thunders divine beast armor consumed spiritual chi too fast, so he would switch to the Azure Dragon lightning armor. But before he could switch, the swarm of withered bones charged from all directions, roaring. He frowned calmly, spiritual power converging at his fingertips, concentrating to cast a spell from underground. The devouring immortal vine broke through the soil. Pitch-black vines shot out like lightning, penetrating the withered bones one by one. Every vine that whipped out caused several withered bones to disintegrate. Even the soul fires were swallowed and absorbed by the devouring immortal vine, accompanied by deafening explosions. Dust filled the air very quickly. This area of the eastern wilderness was completely cleared by Shen Tian. Lianer watched from the side, unable to hide her surprise. Shen Tian brother is indeed amazing, and he even has vine. It is too pretty. Zhao Hao also could not help praising. Is this brother Shen's true strength? Too strong, too domineering. On the other side, Yundi was so excited he could not help jumping up and praising ceaselessly. Senior brother's battle is also full of artistic color. Meanwhile, Uncle Gui and Qin Gao had tears streaming down their old faces, putting their palms together to reminisce. His Highness has finally grown up now. If Lady Concubine Lan could see His Highness being so powerful, she would definitely smile in the 9 springs. As for Fugi, Lu Tai and the others, they had long taken out photo crystals and started recording Shen Tian's heroic posture. Lu Tai opened one eye and closed the other, like a professional director. Are you kidding? Such an unparalleled battle scene, the Celestial Master's heroic posture must definitely be recorded. Fugi crossed his arms, nodding like a senior strategist. We can look up to and learn from it any time in the future. It will definitely be of great benefit to immortal cultivation. This is also a welfare benefit for the Brothers of the Heaven Blessed organization, especially those senior sisters and junior sisters. If they could see senior brothers' matchless fighting style, who knows how happy they would be. Ancient battlefield. At a place 500 miles from the edge, 5 alien cultivators stood by a cliff. They were strong experts at the Golden Core stage or above, entering the ancient battlefield with a special plan. Jin Yu crossed his arms and spoke first. I did not expect that after killing our way from the edge to here, we still have not encountered the disciples of the divine firmament sacred ground. The rules of the ancient battlefield are obscure, even my detection ability has been affected. Behind him, Bai Ling spoke slowly, no need to rush, Jinyu. For victory, the divine firmament Saint Sun will enter the depths of the battlefield sooner or later. She offered an opinion combined with the map. And this 500-mile point of the ancient battlefield is cut off by the Tianyuan Ridge. To enter the 1,000-mile depth, one must pass through the Blood Demon Valley. We just need to guard outside the Blood Demon Valley and wait for the divine firmament Saint Sun and his group to take the bait. Bai Ling lowered her head, the corners of her mouth curling into a sinister arc. At that time you can tear the divine firmament Saint Sun apart however you wish. Hearing this, a trace of excitement flashed in Jinyu's eyes. Bai Ling is right. The people of the divine firmament sacred ground bully others too much. My southern border feather race is not easy to mess with either. This time we will exterminate the divine firmament Saint Sun first, then bloodbath the other disciples of the divine firmament sacred ground. Let these human race people know that my feather race is not something just anyone can bully. After speaking, he turned to ask Kong Meng, Fairy Kong Meng, we will have to trouble you this time. She raised her chin slightly, saying confidently, easy as turning a hand. Thus, the young heavens chosen from the Southern Border Feather Race Alliance set an ambush at the Blood Demon Valley, 500 miles into the ancient battlefield. They watched indifferently as teams of human cultivators passed through the Blood Demon Valley, heading for the battlefield's depths. They firmly believed that the trial team of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would appear sooner or later. But at this time, Shen Tian and the others had already arrived before an abyss at the 800-mile mark. Shen Tian was currently using the devouring immortal vine's spiritual power to bind the withered bones in the air. Shen Ao stood quietly behind him, his eyes rounded and filled with shock. Is this really 13th brother Shen Tian? In an instant his expression changed, and figures of Shen Tian from the past emerged in his memory. Over a month ago, this guy was clearly still a mortal without any cultivation, unless 13th brother had been hiding deeply, concealing himself. Actually, he possessed supreme natural aptitude long ago. An indescribable emotion surged in his heart instantly. As expected of Lady Concubine Lan's son, indeed not comparable to ordinary people, Shen Ao realized that after letting go of the obsession to compare with Shen Tian, everything became lighter. Unknowingly, thinking of the 2 bottles of Nirvana holy liquid Shen Tian had given him, he could not help freezing. Mentioning such a peerless treasure as Nirvana holy liquid, 13th brother was actually willing to generously give 10 caddies to this prince. It seems he values our brotherly affection very much. In the future I must be closer to 13th brother and care for him like a real younger brother. He was immersed in his thoughts when suddenly a withered bone attacked with a long sword. Holy crap! But just then a verdant vine entangled it tightly like lightning. Shen Tian stood not far away, squinting his eyes and evaluating indifferently. This guy's strength is not too strong. 6th brother, you practice on it. Shen Ao was full of anger. What do you mean this guy's strength is not too strong, so you threw it to me to practice? Do you mean brother is too weak, right? He looked at the bone thrown in front of him with gnashed teeth and indignation. From childhood to adulthood I was the recognized cultivation genius. How can I suffer such extraordinary shame? He immediately shouted, I want to fight 10. Shen Ao thought he could catch it easily, but was hit flying like a sandbag. His landing posture was unbearable to look at, face hitting the ground first, rolling a few times before getting up. Shen Ao grimaced in pain and anger. Why are these ghostly things crisp as tofu residue when facing 13th brother? Tofu, once thrown to this prince's side. Every single one is like they are on drugs. This made him even more furious, fire spraying from his eyes, ghostly things that bully the soft and fear the hard. This prince will fight you to the end today. With the determination to win, he continuously displayed exquisite sword arts. Falling dust, mystic wind caressing Willow Tai Mountain, rising sun, white rainbow piercing the sun but cruelly. Surprise, after a flurry of his operations, that thing was actually unharmed. Is this damn guy really a minion of the ancient battlefield? Dead for so many years, why cannot this prince beat them? Is this prince's foundation establishment stage cultivation fake? Shen Ao was still doubting life when the withered bone suddenly raised its sword, black mist erupting and rolling. Since it is playing for real, do not ask who my dad is. He gritted his teeth and injected energy into his weapon, his heart full of despair. Is this prince going to die like this, humiliated to death by a minion? Too laughable, right? Just then a cold light flashed and the withered bone was cut off at the waist, falling in front of Shen Ao. It turned out to be Qin Gao. He sheathed his sword and turned back, asking calmly, 6th Prince Highness, are you alright? Shen Ao opened his mouth wide, his eyeballs almost popping out. Solved this monster with one sword? Qin Gao has actually become so powerful after following 13th brother for just over a month. He stared tightly at Qin Gao, thoughts churning in his heart. Qin Gao's move just now was definitely not as simple as a sneak attack. A month ago, Qin Gao did not have any cultivation yet. 13th brother, what magic does he exactly have to be able to turn rot into magic? Seeing Shen Ao still dazed, Qin Gao reminded kindly, 6th Highness's sword art is very exquisite, only your cultivation is still slightly weaker. 13th Highness gave 6th Highness 10 caddies of Nirvana holy liquid. Highness had better refine it, he took over enthusiastically. After cultivation improves, these withered bones will be nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs to Highness, solvable in one move. He stared at the Nirvana holy liquid bottle in his hand, stormy waves rising in his heart. So Qin Gao and eunuch Wei's strength advanced by leaps and bounds because of the Nirvana holy liquid's credit? A picture of Qin Gao's burly figure and muscles like sculpture emerged in his mind. True, after all, it is a wonder treasure left by a peerless saint. Having such efficacy is indeed reasonable. The image Shen Tian saw above Qin Gao's head belonged to a red ring with gold spots of one with great luck. Under the guidance of the image, Shen Tian soon found the entrance to the abyss. The moment everyone truly stepped into the abyss, a powerful pressure descended instantly. Everyone's ears seemed to ring with a deafening dragon roar. Lianer hid in his arms fearfully. Shen Tian, brother, this sound is so scary. Beside them, little spirit frowned vigilantly. Senior brother Saint Sun, this is, Shen Tian observed for a while and asserted, this roar is emitted from that giant dragon skeleton, let us go in. They saw that under the giant dragon's feet grew dense red spirit grass. This kind of spirit grass was named dragon blood grass, appearing only where the dragon race's essence blood spilled and soaked a large area of land. This kind of spirit grass was invaluable. It can be used to assist cultivators in alchemy and body tempering, with immense effects. Especially for those melee cultivators practicing godfiend body tempering. If they can obtain dragon blood grass and refine it, they might even have a chance to gain the power of dragon blood within. For example, every movement would be accompanied by the might of the dragon race. Both strength and speed would receive a massive boost. After all, the physique of the dragon race is universally recognized as unparalleled. This kind of dragon blood grass has the greatest effect on golden core stage chi refining cultivators and transcendent stage godfiend body tempering cultivators. After baptizing the physical body with dragon blood grass, one can cast the strongest foundation, which is of great benefit to a cultivator's future development. Even throughout the ancient battlefield, this spirit medicine is regarded as an extremely precious opportunity. Yet in this valley, dragon blood grass seems to be everywhere. At this moment, Yun Di said excitedly, Senior brother Shen Tian is indeed a child of providence favored by destiny. We found such a treasure land just half a day after entering the ancient battlefield. However, Shen Tian did not react much. He just coldly scanned the battlefield in front of him. It is not time to be happy yet. We have to deal with these ancient undead first. He observed the skeletal group before him. The death energy was dense. These skeletons were stronger than those outside the valley. The aura of each one had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and there were even a dozen deep red skeletons emitting auras stronger than human race golden core stage powerhouses. Clearly, nourished by the dragon chi in the valley, they weren't easy to deal with. He pondered immediately, a trace of calculation flashing in his eyes. In the opportunity image above Qin Gao's head, Shen Tian saw that about 2 days later, a group of undead knights would charge into the Bone Valley, and the dragon blood skeletons would fight with these dragon blood remains. At that time, relying on his super-fast speed, Qin Gao took advantage of the chaos to pull up a dozen stalks of dragon blood grass, then fled desperately. He stroked his chin in deep thought. In other words, if Qin Gao and the others had not followed me, they would have been scattered by monsters in the time following, with others encountering their own opportunities. While Qin Gao came to this valley, he calculated quickly in his mind. In the ancient battlefield trial, no one could guarantee staying together with members from start to finish. When truly encountering terrifying danger, the survival rate of splitting up to flee is always higher than staying together. Shen Tian crossed his arms, looking at the treasures before him. In Qin Gao's original opportunity, he only secretly snatched a dozen stalks of dragon blood grass and ran. What must this Saint Sun do to take all this dragon blood grass away? This stuff is very useful, whether leaves or roots. In the immortal cultivation market, it is really valuable. After observing for a long time, he reached a conclusion. Although these dragon blood skeletons inside the valley are powerful, their intelligence is far inferior to the human race. They have no goals and even show no reaction when bumping into other skeletons, seeming to lack any thinking or judgment ability. Without saying a word, he formed seals with both hands to cast a concealment illusion array. With the blessing of the array, Shen Tian's group concealed their auras and successfully deceived the dragon blood skeletons. With no distractions, Shen Tian turned to order junior brother Yun Di to distribute yin-yang demon-breaking guns to everyone, assign shooting standards, and strengthen the silencing arrays, ensuring absolutely no sound was made. Next, he frowned and instructed, "These dragon blood skeletons are strong, but they have a fatal weakness, which is that they cannot cast defensive spells. We are calculating against the unsuspecting. Seize their weakness, which is attacking the soul fire, and strive for a one-hit kill." Shouldering the gun to confirm again, "Solve those weak ones first, then deal with those strong ones. Does everyone understand?" Everyone answered in unison. Understood. At this moment, Yun Di could not stop praising in his heart. Long-range shooting. With no aura and sound, these guys cannot find the accurate direction of the attack either. Brilliant. As expected of senior brother Saint Sun, coming up with such a brilliant method instantly. The time had arrived. Shen Tian turned to remind everyone prepare to start the operation. Only Shen Ao held the weapon in his hand, expressing doubt. Could this seemingly ordinary shotgun take an enemy's head from 1,000 steps away? Wasn't this a joke? Seeing his confusion, Fugi stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, Sixth Prince, this old one will demonstrate for you." He began guiding on how to inject spiritual power into the yin-yang demon-breaking gun, then closed one eye to find the center of gravity, using divine sense to lock onto a pale red dragon horn skeleton on the valley's periphery. Fugi's hand gripped the gun barrel tightly, index finger on the trigger, activating the exploding lightning talisman inside the gun, while the silencing array activated simultaneously. Pulling the trigger, as long as the aim was true, a high-intensity sneak attack, a headshot with one shot. Just like that, the skeleton would fall directly. Fugi asked happily, "Has your Highness Sixth Prince learned it?" Shanao opened his mouth wide in surprise and rolled his eyes. "Oh my god, so magical. I practiced sword arts bitterly for so many days, yet could not even beat the ordinary skeleton minions outside the abyss. These in the valley are clearly super dragonhorn skeletons enhanced by dragon chi, yet were taken down by this small yin-yang demon-breaking gun. Greatly blow," he shouted, losing composure. "What is the use of me practicing the sword?" Under Shen Tian's lead, the crowd hid within the array and launched a fierce strike on the dragonhorn skeletons. But the other dragonhorn skeletons seemed to completely not sense their companions being killed. In other words, their intelligence was too low. They simply did not know what a companion suddenly losing its head meant. They only heard the sound of the spirit gold bullet impacting the skull, took a look and then turned their heads back. Seeing their reaction so sluggish, Shen Tian felt somewhat relieved and continued shooting crazily. In fact, these dragonhorn skeletons were not the masters of the valley. There were even more powerful existences in the giant dragon valley. Only because of the special period once every 5 years, the terrifying existences above the nascent soul stage rushed to the deeper parts of the ancient battlefield. So the giant dragon valley was left with only these idiots just happening to be bumped into by Shen Tian's group. Otherwise their array might not necessarily have deceived high-level undead. In short, the crowd just played like this, hiding on the mountain and attacking these dragonhorn skeletons crazily. After a fierce battle, Shen Tian breathed a sigh of relief and reminded, "All red dragonhorn skeletons have been eliminated. Next are those golden core stage dragonhorn skeletons." But in the next second he frowned with concern again. The strength of golden core stage dragonhorn skeletons was much stronger than ordinary skeletons. Even the shooting trajectory of the spirit gold bullets they can vaguely judge through the sound of breaking wind to block or dodge. After calculating, Shen Tian began to command, "Sixth brother Song Fugi, Lu Tai, Zhen Zhuzha, Shang Meng, you 5 aim at that skeleton scratching its head in the east. Jiao Hao, little spirit, Lianer, Qin Gao, Uncle Gui, you 5 aim at that skeleton beating its chest and looking around in the west." Then he guided the next person. "Junior brother Yun Di, you aim at that skeleton sitting on the ground playing with bones in the south." He answered quickly, reporting to senior brother, target locked. After everyone was in position, he shouted loudly, "Fire!" Under Shen Tian's lead, even those golden core stage dragonhorn skeletons that dodged extremely fast fell one by one. At this time Shenao grinned and laughed excitedly. "Cannot see me, right? No choice, I am just this strong. Senior brother Song, where can this magic treasure be bought?" Hearing this, Fugi explained happily. "This yin-yang demon-breaking gun was invented by senior brother Saint Sun and senior brother Yun Di together. If your Highness Sixth Prince wants it, you just need to ask senior brother Saint Sun and it surely will not be a problem." He looked at the weapon in his hand with a heart full of joy. The dragonhorn skeleton's strength was not weaker than a golden core stage cultivator. A Foundation establishment stage cultivator could kill a dragonhorn skeleton using this yin-yang demon-breaking gun instantly. Since he had become a golden core stage cultivator, the difference probably would not be too big. 13th brother actually invented such a powerful magical artifact. Truly too amazing. The battle officially ended, and Shen Tian gathered everyone, praising, "Everyone did very well. This was a perfect team battle. This time we borrowed junior brother Yun Di's yin-yang demon-breaking guns to completely wipe out these skeletons. Therefore junior brother Yun Di takes half of these bones. Does anyone have an objection?" Unexpectedly, Yun Di hurriedly refused. "How can that be? How can senior brother distribute so much to me? If not for senior brother Saint Sun bearing great luck and being favored by the heavenly Tao, how could we find this giant dragon valley?" He expressed his opinion endlessly. Moreover, it was also due to senior brother's proper command that we could solve all dragonhorn skeletons unharmed. I think senior brother should take half of these bones and dragon blood grass and we split the rest equally. What does everyone think? Hearing this, everyone responded in succession. Little Spirit and Lianer raised their hands in approval. Jiao Hao thinks senior brother Shen need not be polite. This is what you deserve. Fugi beside them also said, "This old one feels that for this harvest, senior brother Saint Sun's contribution is the greatest, just accept this half. No need to feel apologetic." Only these two people, no matter what he said, it was correct. They never missed a beat, still scrambling to express their stance. Lianer agrees, Linger agrees, this old slave agrees, me too. Seeing everyone so united in will moved Shen Tian to tears. He sighed in his heart. This is the trouble of a leader with too much charm. This Saint Sun wanted to try his best to distribute the good stuff, but everyone refused. Really annoying. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Shen Tian took out a shovel and said happily, "Fine, since everyone is so polite, I will not stand on ceremony. Everyone gather the dragon blood grass together. Remember not to use too much force and damage the roots and leaves. Intact dragon blood grass has higher value." Subsequently, grabbing a handful of red soil in his hand, he proposed, "In addition, the soil here is soaked with the aura and essence blood of the dragon corpse and has also turned into top-grade spirit soil. Everyone can collect more to take away." As soon as the voice fell, Yundi said excitedly, "That is right, that is right. If not for senior brother Saint Sun's reminder, we almost missed this spirit soil." Beside him, Shen Ao stroked his chin with great interest. "Soil that can grow dragon blood grass is definitely top-grade spirit soil. It is the best choice for cultivating rare treasures and exotic herbs." Everyone began to divide the work and cooperate, working in full swing. Some went to pick up the dragon horn skeletons on the ground. Some went to pick dragon blood grass, and some used iron shovels to dig the soil under the dragon blood grass desperately. Everyone was very busy. Only the remaining two were still arguing. Everyone was digging very hard. Shen Ao and Fugi also happily held a large bundle of dragon blood grass each, storing it into their storage rings. The harvest of this trial completely exceeded my imagination. For the vast majority of cultivators, 3 to 5 stalks of dragon blood grass are usually enough to strengthen the physical body to the limit. Even for those geniuses, basically 8 to 10 stalks of dragon blood grass are definitely enough, perhaps even with surplus. And the dragon blood grass I have harvested now is at least 180 stalks, enough for me to strengthen my physical body to the extreme, and I estimate there will be plenty left. This is absolutely an unimaginable fortune. Following 13th brother is truly awesome here. Fugi excitedly recalled Shen Tian's deed, sighing endlessly. Have to admit it. Senior brother Saint Sun set up a stall in the Myriad Spirits Garden to tell fortunes and earn some small money, and could get the 7 treasure Immortal Gourd and the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Pendant. Went for a stroll in the Mist Plain and could get several tons of Nirvana Holy Liquid for bathing. Now running to this ancient battlefield for just a short while, and dragon blood grass is like wholesale. With senior brother Saint Sun in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, why worry about not dominating the eastern wilderness? Meanwhile, Zhezhou was streaming tears, hurriedly writing a diary. Remember once a talented, strong woman doubted and questioned us, asking if following behind the Celestial Master to suck up could make one stronger? Now I can tell her with facts, I am sorry. Of course one can become stronger, and also get rich, running toward the path of becoming immortal together, they shouted in unison with emotion. The most correct choice we made in this life was to trust and admire the Celestial Master. Seeing everyone like this, Shen Tian happily took a mirror to look at the halo above his head. Oh my, this feeling is coming again. As happiness doubled, the azure halo above his head turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Red matching green looks really good. Then looking at the excited Qin Gao, he nodded. The luck halos above their heads are also brighter, especially Qin Gao. According to the initial opportunity image display, Qin Gao only snatched dozens of stalks of dragon blood grass amidst the chaos, but now he was distributed 180 stalks. The harvest is huge. He put his hands on his hips and secretly rejoiced. Qin Gao earned, I earned, and the teammates also earned. So who exactly lost? If one must say, it is this valley. This guy lost. The dragon race is indeed one of the most powerful races in the world, even after being dead for 10,000 years with the source seemingly exhausted. It can still emit such powerful pressure. Shen Tian looked at his trembling arm. Just getting close to this giant dragon skeleton, he could feel a heavy burden of dozens of caddies pressing on his body. If not for us all having cultivation above the foundation establishment stage, we might not necessarily be able to withstand this pressure. Immediately, he frowned and calculated, wanting to boil them. Wonder if these dragon bones can be taken away. After all, it is a pure-blooded dragon race. If stewed into soup, the taste would probably be not bad, right? Sigh, why would this Saint Sun associate it with eating bones from over 10,000 years ago? It probably spoiled long ago. Subsequently, they ventured deeper and saw a giant sword inserted into the dragon skeleton. This sword was ancient, its blade covered in dark red lightning, and a small tree grew upon the blade. Approaching to observe carefully, he recognized it as the sword Heartfruit, which usually only grew where peerless sword immortals had fallen. He could not help but stare wide-eyed in shock. Although no peerless sword immortal had fallen here, this peerless divine sword, which had once slain a divine blood giant dragon under the nourishment of sword intent, could indeed nurture sword heart fruits. He looked at it and could not help falling into deep thought, only that this giant sword had the dragon's skull pinned firmly to the ground. To pick the sword heart fruits, one must endure the immense dragon might and climb up the body of this giant dragon. Just getting close to the dragon skeleton, one could feel dozens of caddies of pressure, and breathing became difficult. To climb up the dragon head to pick the sword heart fruits, the pressure would naturally increase several times or even dozens of times. After some weighing, he decided to gamble. Shen Tian began to climb up alone from the dragon's tail. At this time, no one paid attention to him, as everyone was immersed in the joy of harvesting dragon blood grass. After a while, Shen Tian had already climbed to the position of the dragon's back. He was somewhat awkward and alarmed, feeling the aura becoming increasingly dense. Miscalculation. Besides the massive dragon might, there was also fierce sword intent rushing at his face. With every step, the pressure was heavy as Mount Tai, feeling as if his body would explode in the next second. No longer hesitating, Shen Tian immediately summoned the 5 Thunders Divine Beast Armor, manifesting Crimson Divine Might to resist. Under the blessing of the 5 Directions Divine Beasts phenomenon, the suppression of the sword intent and dragon might clearly weakened a lot. He immediately circulated his cultivation to rush forward. He must end the battle quickly. Time passed, and at this moment, Shen Tian had reached the position of the dragon's neck. He gritted his teeth, looking wretched. Bastard, reached the limit? It feels like I am carrying 1,000 catty burden on my back. To replenish spiritual power and energy, he took out the Nirvana holy liquid and drank it in one gulp, seemingly gaining strength, erupting with aura and roaring. You dragon, this saint son is definitely going to mount you. He was like he had a rocket installed on his butt, dashing away as fast as lightning. Charge, charge. After replenishing his stamina, Shen Tian rushed up to the dragon head in one breath. After a difficult run, he finally reached the destination. After observing for a moment, he suddenly discovered something strange. This dragon's body was full of dragon might and sword intent, so why was there no pressure at all on the dragon head? Looking at the huge weapon before him, he judged, was it because this sword was stuck in the head, causing the head to be broken? Those weren't important. What was needed now were the sword heart fruits. He raised his hand to touch them lightly. These were sword heart fruits. One could feel the sword chi even with a light touch, truly extraordinary. If one could use the sword heart fruits for refining, it would definitely allow one's cultivation and sword Dao talent to improve drastically. Shen Tian quickly released vines to entangle them. There were 9 sword heart fruit trees growing on this giant sword, with a total of 35 sword heart fruits. With the help of the devouring immortal vine, the collection was completed in a moment. He muttered to himself, I wonder if these sword heart fruits are edible and how the taste and medicinal efficacy are. Although there was the devouring immortal vine to help, the picking process was also quite cumbersome, making Shen Tian sigh with emotion. These trees looked frail, but unexpectedly, growing on the sword, they were quite firm. Just as he was muttering and calculating, a strange voice suddenly came from high above. Young man, do you desire me? It gave him a jump, terrifying him almost to the point of petrification. Holy crap, what the hell? Shen Tian clenched his hands tightly, circulating cultivation to let the devouring immortal vine break through the soil, shouting loudly, Who is it? He thought secretly. Listening to the voice, it seems to be a woman. That voice continued to echo from high above. Do not be excited, it is me. I am the sword spirit of this heaven-executing sword. Young man, that you could find this place shows you are destined to have a fate with me. He found these words hard to believe. Heaven-executing sword? Fate with me? Are you serious? The name of this sword does not sound like a good sword. He stepped forward to confirm again. You are the sword spirit of this heaven-executing sword? It answered very crisply. Correct. This sword received Master's order to suppress and kill the evil dragon for 10,000 years. It explained the reason and gave a hint. Nowadays I can feel that Master has passed away for many years. You possess a bloodline and soul from the same lineage as Master. Young man, do you want to obtain me? Then drip your blood onto the sword body. If you have peerless natural talent, this sword will follow you into battle. Shen Tian crossed his arms, doubting. Drip blood, how much blood? This voice full of temptation, he felt something was wrong somewhere. It seemed someone wanted to harm this saint's son. It hemmed and hawed, answering immediately, Your physique is special and your aptitude is extraordinary. You should be able to gain the heaven-executing sword's recognition. 1 drop is enough, but he still did not believe the woman's words. He continued to question to be safe. Drip blood and I can get the heaven-executing sword's recognition? It continued to tempt. Young man, you are very talented, you must have confidence in yourself. Shen Tian smiled slightly, shrugging with conceit. Of course I have confidence in myself. Speaking of this, he stared wide-eyed, saying in a deep voice full of anger, But I have no confidence in your identity. Immediately, spiritual power erupted as he summoned dual weapons. You are not a sword spirit at all, are you? It did not speak, leaving only a deathly silence, making Shen Tian freeze there like he was performing a monologue with no one laughing. Seeming unable to hide anymore, it revealed the truth. This princess believed I controlled the sword glare and Dao rhyme without revealing a flaw. How did you see through it? The identity was exposed simply because of the address Heaven-executing sword and Heaven-punishing sword. He explained very simply. Because when this saint's son addressed this sword, I deliberately read it backward, calling it the Heaven-punishing sword. A sword spirit values its object of entrustment very much. The weapon's name is like its second name. I read it wrong several times, yet you actually did not notice at all and did not care at all. It was dumbfounded. Just based on this point, that is too funny, is not it? This sentence made Shen Tian reveal a mocking smile, making it shut its mouth in anger. Relying on this point alone is naturally not enough to be certain. So I was just bluffing you, did not expect you to admit it so crisply. Seeing it did not answer, he continued to tease. What do you have to say? Confused by this move, so you stopped talking. If this saint's son did not guess wrong, you are not a sword spirit, but the giant dragon remnant soul sealed by this sword, right? Shen Tian looked at the sword and the dragon skeleton, probing. Before entering the ancient battlefield, Fairy Little Spirit gave me a copy of the Peering Heaven Spirit Vein record. Although my current level is still low, I can vaguely see that this valley is not simple. It must be a special terrain formed by the giant sword seal. At this time he analyzed and explained like a textbook. Some monsters cultivate godfiend body tempering arts, possessing extremely strong vitality, even an undying physical body. Therefore, immortal cultivators mostly carve special arrays in their attacks to seal and weaken them. This giant dragon was suddenly pierced by the divine sword seal, falling into the ancient battlefield. But 10,000 years have passed and its divine soul actually has not dissipated yet. Speaking of this, he really realized that this giant dragon was indeed not simple. Shen Tian's words seemed to touch its emotions. A circle of red light lit up, accompanied by a mocking voice echoing, "Oh ho, quite amazing." In the next second, a blurred figure appeared in the smoke with a tone of blame. "You bad boy are too cunning. This princess actually could not fool you. Truly not a decent thing." Ao Bing appeared with a peerlessly beautiful figure, scanned his appearance and also gave a compliment. "Human kid looks pretty good." At this time she raised her hand to tempt directly. "How about it? Want to sign a contract and become an honorary dragon knight?" He nodded, thinking secretly in his heart, "Is this the legendary mother dragon?" She preened and posed, radiating charm to tempt. "As long as you nod and successfully release this princess can consider agreeing to you. This is very great, you know." Shen Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart watching her approach and could not help blushing. Confused in his heart, heard that the dragon race is the strongest race in the world and also one of the proudest races. Becoming a noble dragon knight. Why do I always feel this mother dragon is joking? Pity there is no evidence. To verify the truth, he looked at her with a dark face. Senior, suddenly giving this junior such a promise indeed makes this junior feel both pleasantly surprised and worried. Dare not believe. What if this junior truly has good luck and gets the divine sword to recognize its master? Releasing Senior, and you backhandedly kill me to silence the witness? She crossed her arms, introducing loudly. "This princess is the eldest princess of the North Sea Black Dragon Island from 10,000 years ago, Ao Bing. My North Sea Black Dragon clan has always kept its promises. Would we go back on our word? If you can truly help this princess break free, this princess can sign a dragon god contract with you, granting you dragon god power." Ao Bing emphasized every word in a deep voice. "You must know that for hundreds of thousands of years the powerhouses and heavens chosen able to sign a dragon god contract with my clan are very few." Hearing this, he associated it with the image of majestically riding a dragon, his body going stiff. Saving a life allows signing a dragon god contract? Doubting in his heart, if just saving one life allows signing a dragon god contract, there is no reason that in hundreds of thousands of years only a handful of people could become legendary dragon knights. Seeing Shen Tian seem to misunderstand, she retorted, "Of course not. The North Sea Black Dragon Island has countless treasures. If one just saves a clansman of my clan will naturally be grateful and repay with rare treasures. Only those who are fated to save a clansman of my clan and whose appearance, temperament, talent, and moral character are all top-notch, are qualified to receive my clan's recognition and sign a dragon god contract." Ao Bing turned her head away, yet one could still see the corner of her mouth rising to point out the merits. "This princess observed that you could withstand the dragon might to climb up the dragon head with foundation establishment stage cultivation, proving your root bone and talent are not bad. Moreover, with so many people protecting you, presumably your moral character will not be bad either." Then she secretly stole a glance at his gentle and blushing face. "So this princess is willing to give you a chance to become this princess's human race contractor, bestowing upon you the glory of a dragon knight. Conversely, if it were someone ugly and with improper talent and conduct, it would be impossible to sign a contract. Hooligan pretending to be an intellectual, bastard acting cute, huh?" Shen Tian was very speechless hearing this, too lazy to roast. "What do you mean, Saul? My talent is not bad, character not bad, so willing to give me a chance? Could it be that it definitely is not because this saint's son looks matchless and has refined temperament that you got lustful ideas and wanted to sign a contract with this saint's son?" Although shaken by this reason. After all, human beauties are all like this after being saved. The handsome ones get a proposal of marriage, the ugly ones get a promise to work like an ox or horse in the next life. From ancient times to the present, demons and humans follow the same virtue and external rules. Finally he still sighed, scratched his head and proposed conditions to her. "Then you swear first, regardless of whether I can successfully become the master of the divine sword and save you, you cannot take anger out on me and my companions." Ao Bing actually agreed without even thinking, saying hurriedly, "Rest assured, this princess has no interest in making things difficult for those weak humans." Shen Tian was indeed suspicious as Cao Cao. He still could not believe it, shaking his head and saying in a deep voice, "Please, senior, swear seriously." She stared at him deadly hard, if not for seeing that he looks handsome. She raised 3 fingers to the sky and said casually, "I swear." Okay, he still did not accept, guiding. "This makes senior very annoyed. Please, senior, swear regardless of whether I can successfully become the master of the divine sword and save you, you cannot take anger out on me and my companions. Willing or not, you must be willing." This made her freeze on the spot. Stiff as if sprayed with hairspray, getting along with a neurotic person in this world sometimes requires silent endurance, but Ao Bing was not one to endure. "This young miss is beautiful, but I am not stupid." She pointed at his face in exasperation. "You are doubting and questioning this princess and the dignity of the Black Dragon Princess. If not for seeing that you also look handsome, this princess would have long cut you directly without talking nonsense." Shen Tian confirmed with Ao Bing again. "Does senior mean you resolutely will not swear?" Looking at her firm attitude, he thought with a headache. "I have not even resolved that tigress Zhang Yanxi yet, and now I have provoked a black mother dragon. If she does not swear, this saint's son will not dare release her even if beaten to death. After all, she is a saint-level existence. Even a wisp of remnant soul is not something I can contend with." Ao Bing finally took the initiative to raise her hand and do it, swearing in the name of the dragon god that regardless of whether this kid could successfully save this princess would not take anger out on him and his friends. Shen Tian just happened to have a quick mouth and asked, "What if you violate it?" It directly made her feel unhappy, roaring in anger, "If I violate it, let this princess never be able to break free from imprisonment. Is that okay?" "Is that okay?" Just with this one sentence from her, he prepared to act. Shen Tian asked quickly, "Is not this very good? Senior, how to refine this sword? Just dripping blood will do." Ao Bing then guided carefully. This sword was a quasi-immortal artifact and had already birthed a weak spiritual wisdom. It had been pinned here sealing this princess for 10,000 years. The master died long ago, and this princess could feel this sword was also very thirsty. Although you possess the Yang 5 elements lightning god physique, your cultivation is too weak. If it were 10,000 years ago, you might not necessarily have been able to obtain this quasi-immortal artifact's recognition. But now you just need to drip blood. I estimate it cannot wait to recognize a master immediately. Hearing this, he looked dull, secretly worrying if this is the so-called supply and demand relationship affecting market price. When geniuses pursuing this quasi-immortal artifact are as many as ox hairs, it can wait for the right price to sell. When it cannot contact better existences, it can only find an honest master to recognize. But thinking carefully, after all, swords also have their own needs. They also need stroking, wiping, maintenance, and always need collision and combat. After deep consideration, Shen Tian immediately cut his finger, letting bright red blood drip down. The seal also absorbed his blood. Unfortunately, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. There was absolutely no reaction. Seeing this, Shen Tian turned his head angrily to complain to Ao Bing. "Senior, it refuses to recognize me as master. Help me vent my anger. This broken sword actually still puts on airs. Does it insist on wasting time here with me until death?" "Kid, try dripping a bit more blood. I do not believe this sword can keep holding back from recognizing a master. Missing a master like you in this god-forsaken place is enough to make it wait another 100,000 years. This guy whose spiritual wisdom is not considered perfect yet. Try one more time." Shen Tian was somewhat conflicted about her proposal, thinking with a dark face, "Drip more blood? Is this Saint Sun's essence blood not valuable?" He wanted to give up before he even started. "Senior, we agreed before I would only drip one drop of blood to attempt recognizing the master. Now this junior's essence blood has also been dripped, but this immortal sword refuses to recognize a master. Shen also has no way. How about this? After Shen leaves here, I will find a peerless heavens chosen with stronger talent to save you. How about it?" As soon as the voice fell, Shen Tian did not give her any chance to speak, turning directly to leave. "Hey, do not go." It turned out he had calculated long ago. Taking advantage of the fact that Ao Bing had just been unsealed and could not cause trouble yet, he should hurry up and leave here. Otherwise, if she found some loophole in the oath, not that be done for. Just as he came down, he saw Yun Di and Zhao Hao waiting to question him. "Senior brother, what is that woman's background?" Shen Tian hurriedly urged the others. "That is the remnant soul of this giant dragon. We must leave here quickly." But before they had time to leave, they saw an extremely strong light flying from the distance carrying a pile of swords. This scene not only startled Zhao Hao and the others but also Shen Tian. "What does this mean? Unwilling to recognize a master is fine. Still want to chop me?" Unexpectedly, those swords simply lined up in front of him, quickly forming stairs to guide Shen Tian to the highest point. This rare script made Yun Di and the others endlessly excited, laughing and cheering. "What is going on? This peerless divine weapon from 10,000 years ago actually took the initiative to welcome senior brother Saint Sun." Fugi also did not spare words of praise. Did it not hesitate to consume supreme myriad sword chi to transform into stairs just to let senior brother Saint Sun step onto its blade body and conquer it? Yet senior brother Saint Sun actually looks down on it, turning to leave the valley, as expected of senior brother Saint Sun. So domineering and free-spirited, Qin Gao stood beside Uncle Gui and was also happy for him. Such a powerful peerless divine weapon actually took the initiative to offer itself to His Highness. Lady Concubine Land's spirit in heaven can also smile in the 9 springs. Yun Di and Fugi worked hard on both sides to encourage Shen Tian to step forward and accept it. This sword has unparalleled power, exactly worthy of senior brother. Although this sword is still unworthy of senior brother Saint Sun's status for the sake of its sincerity, senior brother Saint Sun should accept it. Shen Tian still could not figure out what was going on for the time being. Doubts rose in his heart. What the hell is it that this Saint Sun looks down on this immortal sword? Clearly it did not accept me just now. Now that this Saint Sun is preparing to leave, it turns back and shamelessly begs to recognize me as master. Do you think this Saint Sun will still want you, this broken sword? He was still holding a grudge over the matter just now. I, the dignified divine firmament Saint Sun, do not need face. Ao Bing above also took the opportunity to mock it. Still putting on airs, regret it now. Little sword spirit whose spiritual wisdom has not fully matured yet, wanting to learn to jack up the price like your flat-chested master. Deserve to be rejected. Mentioning the word flat-chested made it blow its top. This was too sensitive. Hey, getting angry just after saying a few words. As time passed, the light it emitted became more and more dazzling. finally converging into a resplendent giant sword, making Shen Tian and his group have to open their mouths wide in surprise. Just a few seconds later, he saw it release a powerful spiritual energy pressing downwards, and its target was precisely Shen Tian. Watching the sword tip falling at extreme speed, everyone's expressions appeared incomparably nervous. The moment the long sword passed through his body, they all shouted in horror. "Senior Brother, Highness, this sword was not to end Shen Tian's life but rather seemed to resonate with Shen Tian's body. This energy was sword qi." The Tinder Sutra frantically plundered and refined this sword qi, simultaneously flooding into his limbs and bones. He very quickly felt the changes in his body. "I feel my understanding of the sword is improving at flying speed. Every inch of my skin seems able to spew out sharp sword qi and sword light." Shen Tian quickly put his palms together, gathering spiritual energy at one point. His action was to let the sword and himself merge into one. "At this moment the sword is me, I am the sword, man and sword united just like a sword immortal." Shen Ao witnessed this scene from the side and remembered that sentence. This phenomenon was the 10,000 swords soaring the 9 heavens that Master had spoken of. Only a supreme sword body or extreme understanding of the sword Tao could condense such a phenomenon. He became more surprised the more he looked because, from ancient times to the present, existences possessing this phenomenon could all become supreme sword immortals. In the Tai-Bai cave heaven, how many people cultivate bitterly for a lifetime yet cannot cultivate 1% of this phenomenon's might? But 13th brother just barged into the valley, and could receive such preferential treatment from a quasi-immortal artifact, using the sword heart nourished by sword intent for 10,000 years to help him achieve the supreme sword body. Sure enough, without comparison there is no harm. Is this the gap between people? This cultivation world is too cruel. Ao Bing above paid no less attention to this phenomenon than they did. Dragon God above, what kind of thing is this kid? The legendary supreme sword Tao physique was achieved just like that. If those sword Tao monsters from 10,000 years ago saw this kid, they would probably doubt life, right? This made her even more curious about Shen Tian's true identity. What exactly is this guy's background? It seems it is not just as simple as looking handsome. Thinking of this, a meaningful smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth. Fine, this way, if I sign a Dragon God contract with him, the opposition within the clan should be much smaller. No, 10,000 years have already passed. I estimate those old immortals of Black Dragon Island are almost all dead now. In other words, when this princess escapes, Black Dragon Island will be ruled by this princess. The more she spoke, the more interesting she found it, expecting that her 10,000 years were not in vain. Below, Shen Tian did not know what he experienced, his expression looking so serious. Then after 5 seconds, the moment he formally opened his eyes subsequently released 2 extremely strong beams of spiritual power. Their destructive power seemed to show no sign of weakening, instead becoming stronger and stronger as if wanting to blow up everything it passes. This pleasure made Shen Tian feel incomparably excited, feeling that everywhere in his whole body could release decent sword qi, especially his eyes. Shen Tian therefore became even more unbridled. Before anything happened, he had already imagined such a scene. When fighting a strong enemy, suddenly staring wide-eyed and shooting a beam of sword qi, the enemy would definitely be scared to pee. At this time, Yundi finally noticed that sword trembling incessantly. Look quickly, the giant sword moved. The giant sword stabbed down fiercely just like that, directly penetrating that huge skeleton. Watching the speed and force of its stab, he seemed to be able to feel that such a big sword, even a nascent soul stage cultivator, would be smashed to death instantly. That giant sword finally transformed into a sparkling, incomparably sharp sword, inserting directly into the ground in front of him. The appearance let Shen Tian see that this was a good sword. Indeed, it was a good sword. When approaching it, what came into view was that constantly burning crimson flame. This forced Shen Tian to suspect, what is going on with the desire of the Tinder Sutra in my body for this immortal sword? This hellish cultivation method even wants to devour a quasi-immortal artifact immortal sword. Is not it afraid of the stomach being pierced? The moment he touched it, a pile of illusory sword shadows subsequently surrounded Shen Tian's body. Moreover, when holding the sword, he felt he merged into one with this sword. Shen Tian could not help trying to slash once. The force was indeed very strong. Just this one sword slashed off the mountaintop ahead, making Yundi and Zhao Hao almost go into shock on the spot. The power is too terrifying. This sword is probably enough to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, right? This sword is really too terrifying, as expected of a quasi-immortal artifact. Is this the terrifying sword intent of the heavenly sword god physique? Brother Shen clearly did not display sword arts just now, yet had such terrifying power. Lianer admired him even more after this event. Too strong. Is this 13th brother's sword Tao? Meanwhile, Shen Ao beside them felt even more heartache at this gap. What use is it for me to practice the sword? Shen brother's sword arts are too powerful, as expected of the person Lianer took a fancy to, completely ignoring their expressions. Shen Tian just stared deadly at the sword in his hand, feeling incomparably satisfied to possess it. With that sword just now, I did not display the true power of the Crimson Sword and the Heavenly Sword divine physique, but even just activating a small part of the might was enough to slay an ordinary nascent soul stage venerable. Is this the power of a quasi-immortal artifact? Loved it, loved it. If I practice a few more powerful sword techniques, this Saint Sun will be the handsomest swordsman in the eastern wilderness. At this moment he also gave it a name. I am Shen Tian. From today onwards your name is the Heaven Executing Sword. Hope that if there is a chance in the future, I can successfully upgrade you to the immortal artifact level, letting you shake the 5 regions. Unexpectedly, as soon as the voice fell, the sword flew out of his hand, making Shen Tian awkward again, and he saw it turn the sword tip to point at himself. It scared Shen Tian's heart into a jump. What does this mean? Dissatisfied with the name this saint's son changed for you, planning to kill me first? It turned out it did not want to eliminate him, but wanted to be absorbed into his body. Seeing this, Shen Tian also immediately accepted it. Crimson Sword transforms into Source Sword Chi, tempering my lungs, letting me truly experience the realm of man and sword united. If there is a need, I can shoot the Heaven Executing Sword from my body to kill the enemy at any time. Mentioning this, he could not help laughing secretly. Is this too insidious? No, this is the best trump card for saving a life. But the smile on his lips disappeared instantly because he heard Ao Bing's urgent shout, "Kid, this princess is about to break the seal and come out. You guys hide far away." Listening to her words, he and the remaining people immediately hid to the side. This far is not enough. Farther, when looking back, they only saw a blinding blue light flash past, accompanied by Ao Bing's excited voice. 10,000 years, this princess finally got rid of this imprisonment. Damn flat-chested, actually sealed this princess for 10,000 years. Does heaven know how this princess endured these 10,000 years? Today, this princess regains freedom. Tremble 5 regions. This volume made Shen Ao and Yun Di almost lose their souls on the spot. This mother dragon was sealed too long and went crazy. This commotion is too big. I estimate countless human race cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles can also sense it. He only worried that those heavens chosen possessing strong confidence were definitely rushing here urgently at this moment. Hearing this, Shen Ao's face was scared bloodless, shouting in horror, "What did you say? All coming this way?" After Ao Bing unsealed, she finally entered the transformation stage. At the same time, after signing the Dragon God contract, the human race and dragon race would have extremely high tacit understanding and could cultivate special combined strike techniques. Once both sides cooperated in combat, their human race or dragon race power will generate a massive boost. Shen Tian almost dropped his chin when he saw that mother dragon turn into a black egg. No wonder for true powerful dragon knights, fighting across levels is simply as simple as eating and drinking. She charged at him just like that and proclaimed loudly, "Count yourself sensible, kid. From now on you are the man this princess covers. If you encounter any trouble you cannot solve, just say this princess's name. No one dares not to give this princess face." Did not see the blessing, only saw the disaster. Watching her roll down, Shen Tian desperately searched for a place to escape. Is this mother dragon trying to crash this saint's son to death? Should I dodge or not? What if I dodge and the dragon egg breaks? Will the mother dragon's divine soul strangle me to death? At that speed he feared it was too late to run, thus he hurriedly used this method to block temporarily. Wonder if the devouring immortal vine can block this posture? In an instant a large net was subsequently generated, acting as a defensive shield. Ao Bing crashed into that large net. Its elasticity successfully cushioned her downward momentum. In the next second she drifted slowly toward Shen Tian, satisfied. Very good, this princess indeed did not misjudge you. You not only did not dodge but were even trembling with a bit of excitement. Congratulations, young man, you passed this princess's second assessment. Next, drip a drop of essence blood on the dragon egg, then recite after this princess. Hearing this, Shen Tian could only barely comply. Drip blood again, cannot we change the method? A moment later, the instant Shen Tian's blood touched the surface of the eggshell, a layer of rune-like light instantly shrouded her. Ao Bing did not forget to exhort him. Next, whatever this princess recites you recite, understand? Okay. Following Ao Bing's words, he also repeated her content just now. The dragon god is above. Today, I, Ao Bing, and Shen Tian voluntarily enter into a contract to become comrades fighting side by side. The dragon god is above. Today, I, Ao Bing, and Shen Tian voluntarily enter into a contract to become comrades fighting side by side. Hereafter, whether in prosperity or adversity, whether wealthy or poor, we shall support each other and cherish one another, until death separates us. Reading to this point, Shen Tian immediately felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What the hell, Miss Black Dragon? Are you sure this is a formal Dragon Knight contract?" Seeing her silence, he deliberately emphasized again, "Senior, is not this contract a bit inappropriate?" Having her petty thoughts exposed caused Ao Bing to blush so hard steam was about to rise from the top of her head. "Inappropriate? Are you questioning the dragon god right now? Believe it or not, this princess will sneeze and spray you to death." Watching her mutter there, Shen Tian thought this was, "Oh my," spewing profanities just after escaping. "This dragon's quality is not great. Has menopause arrived? Before getting beaten innocently, I must speak up to stop it. Senior, you swore just now that you would not take your anger out on me." Ao Bing's next sentence directly made him stiffen on the spot. This princess indeed swore that if you could not save this princess would not take anger out on you and your friends, but now you have already saved this princess. So the precondition of the oath no longer exists. Is the oath still valid? This is forcing Shen Tian to be a sucker. Even if you are the proud dragon race, is it really appropriate to be such a rogue? Really want to smash this egg to let you know the price of being a rogue. It turned out she was just teasing him. Ao Bing explained unhurriedly, "Rest assured, this princess is the dignified eldest princess of the dragon race. I would not go so far as to lie to you. Hurry up and make the vow to the dragon god. After making the vow, you will become a dragon knight rarely seen in 1,000 years, at that time with this princess and Black Dragon Island covering you. No one in these 5 regions will dare to bully you. How many people would not dare to dream of this treatment? Shen Tian just raised his hand to ask, but the word senior was directly interrupted by Ao Bing, who scolded him. We are about to form a contract, still calling me senior, call me Sister Bing. He however felt this form of address was a bit unreasonable. Sister Bing, you are at least 10,000 years older than me, right? Not ashamed to let me call you sister? Is she actually this obsessed? What, have an opinion, although this princess was sealed for 10,000 years. But I have always been in a dormant state and simultaneously cast a secret technique to enter a state of sitting nirvana. Still narcissistically saying that in these 10,000 years this princess's lifespan only flowed away by a mere 1,000 years. In other words, this princess's true age is still very young. Hearing this, Shen Tian could not help roasting. A sister several thousand years old? This was clearly deliberately angering her. Stinky brat, you are going too far, forget it. Since the contract is not formed yet anyway, this old lady will exterminate you, this brat, right now. As soon as Ao Bing's voice fell, he immediately slid to his knees to surrender, repeating her words just now as fast as the wind. Hereafter, whether in prosperity or adversity, whether wealthy or poor, we shall support each other and cherish one another, until death separates us. When Shen Tian finished speaking, a stream of golden liquid subsequently floated out slowly. Watching it wrap around his own body, Shen Tian immediately understood the contract was reached. He then immediately climbed onto her. A quick science lesson. The so-called dragon god contract is actually a symbiotic relationship in nature similar to bees and flowers. Mutual benefit and symbiosis. Humans who sign the dragon god contract can obtain part of the dragon race's origin dragon power, and can even cultivate the true dragon imperial sutra. Ao Bing had just been released and could not help trying out this majestic fire-breathing move. At the same time, after signing the dragon god contract, the human race and dragon race will have extremely high tacit understanding and can cultivate special combined strike techniques. Once both sides cooperate in combat, whether human race or dragon race, power will generate a massive boost. Therefore, for truly powerful dragon knights, fighting across levels is simply as simple as eating and drinking. Shen Tian's affirmation just now also satisfied her. Count yourself sensible, kid. From now on, you are the man this princess covers. If you encounter any trouble you cannot solve, just say this princess's name. No one dares not to give this princess face. Now Ao Bing stayed obediently on his hand. It was about time. This princess is preparing to undergo nirvana for the coming period. You must protect the dragon egg that this princess transforms into for nirvana. Before leaving, she also left a sentence as a guarantee. Rest assured, when this princess succeeds in nirvana rebirth, I definitely will not treat you unfairly. You first cultivate this true dragon imperial sutra. This is an extremely precious cultivation method, and only those who receive the recognition of the Black Dragon royal family are qualified to cultivate it. The true dragon imperial sutra is the dragon race's supreme inheritance. This is a purely supreme body tempering technique. The content inside is all about how to hammer and refine a supreme war dragon body, accompanied by the dragon race's modeling and dazzling golden light. It also records many of the dragon race's strongest ancient battle techniques such as the Heaven's Claw, Ao Dragon 9 Steps, Grotto Heaven Dragon Strike, and Red Dragon Breath. If every ancient battle technique can be cultivated to the highest realm, they can all evolve into a great divine power, causing the entire 5 regions to tremble. He naturally harbored absolute respect for her. Shen Tian took out a piece of exquisite brocade cloth from his spatial ring, wrapped the dragon egg well, and carried it on his back, moving forward while carrying it cautiously. Did not we agree on letting me be a dragon knight? Why have not I had time to ride the dragon yet? But instead am being ridden by this dragon first, truly a blood loss. For the sake of the complete true dragon imperial sutra, this saint son will suffer the grievance a bit, and figure out a way to ride back later. After settling her, Shen Tian still had to care about the safety of others. Shen Tian hurriedly turned to remind everyone that the commotion Ao Bing made breaking the seal just now was too big and would definitely attract the attention of many people and monsters. Now we must find a safe place. Things were naturally not that easy. On the way to find a safe place, Shen Tian's team experienced wave after wave of monster attacks. To him, this was not only a challenge but also an opportunity. The ancient battlefield is indeed a treasure land for grinding monsters and leveling up. Shen Tian's gaze stopped on the sunset about to go down the mountain. This reminded them that they must speed up their pace. It is getting dark, let us hurry up and find a relatively safe valley to rest for the night. Time passed. It was currently the Shu hour. Shen Tian and the others sat around a large basin of water, on which dragon blood grass was also floating. Yun Di and Zhao Hao also just happened to return. Senior brother Shen, the undead in the valley have been cleaned up. The valley entrance has also been sealed with an array. Shen Tian heard their voices and turned his head calmly to instruct, "You 2 junior brothers have worked hard, everyone can rest at ease." Subsequently, he concentrated his energy on the serious matter before him. "I signed the dragon god contract, and already have the dragon race's origin power in my body, and the dragon blood grass was originally birthed by the origin power emitted by Ao Bing, so these stalks of dragon blood grass are my only choice to strengthen my origin power. While thinking, he manipulated the leaves of the dragon blood grass to line up in a row, convenient for refining. Dragon knights have always possessed both the wisdom of the human race and the invincible physique of the dragon race. This is also the main reason they can become legends. I have already successfully obtained the dragon race's power, so of course I must cultivate this ability to the extreme. It was Zhao Hao's first time seeing such a massive amount of dragon blood grass. Saint Sun's senior brother put at least 100 stalks of dragon blood grass into this bathtub, right? Shen Ao on the side also could not help speaking up. Ordinary people refining 8 to 10 stalks of dragon blood grass is already the limit. Any more and it is easy for the body to explode. Will 13th brother be alright? Yun Di, on the contrary, believed firmly in his ability, laughing loudly. If it is senior brother Saint Sun, there is definitely no problem. Before entering the most critical stage, Shen Tian also spoke, "Trouble everyone to protect me." Yun Di naturally exerted his full effort. Senior brother, rest assured. After instructing everyone, he walked step by step into that basin of water. Just sitting down, he felt that although this spiritual spring water looks boiling hot when this Saint Sun steps into it, there is no pain at all. Instead, I feel warm all over. Now it arrived at the stage of starting absorption. Just at the start, a mutation phenomenon appeared on the shoulder, making Shen Tian endlessly curious. The moment he saw it clearly, he felt incomparable surprise. This is the dragon race's godfiend body tempering ancient battle technique, 10,000 dragon divine armor. Great, now this Saint Sun's defensive skills have increased by one more. My life-saving ability is stronger. At the same time, a stream of light flew from the distance carrying anger. Vile spawn, actually daring to snatch the treasure in my hands. Tired of living? Its styling was quickly revealed, ivory white throughout, growing sharp teeth, eyes sharp and fierce. Its speed indeed made people fearful. Looking at the appearance, it came personally to ask for the thing Shen Tian just obtained. Just relying on you few ugly little brats, you also dare to chase and kill this emperor? Back when this emperor roamed the 5 regions, your ancestors were all appetizers in my bowl. Although there was no meaning of accusation, did not expect a hero to reach a dead end. Now these little brats dare to be rude to this emperor. Wait until this emperor's cultivation recovers. I will definitely stew you, group of lowly animals. Jin Yu was right above, preparing to draw his sword, yet his mouth spoke arrogant words. Scared? If you are scared, retreat immediately and obediently scram. It knew what this guy wanted to do, and hurriedly spoke to compromise. In the future, after this emperor proves the Tao, I will spare your life. Only it could not stop him from slashing down with one sword. Damn old turtle. The white turtle just went to the west together with other turtles like this. That strike from Jin Yu just now left only a ground full of flying fragments at the position where it stood. After finishing the matter, he turned and left indifferently. Accompanying Jin Yu were also Bai Ling and Kong Meng. As heaven's chosen of the southern border golden-winged great Peng clan, Jin Yu secretly invited close friends to enter the ancient battlefield this time. He originally wanted to settle accounts with the divine firmament's sacred ground while enduring the sullen anger in his heart, only things did not go that smoothly for them. As a result, they waited a whole day at Blood Demon Ridge. They did not wait for the divine firmament Saint Sun, but instead waited for a powerful blood demon. The strength of this blood demon could not be underestimated. It was formed from the fusion of the essence blood of immemorial strong experts and malevolent energy. Its strength seemed to far exceed nascent soul stage cultivators. The blood demon's strength was extremely terrifying, so although the 5 were all outstanding geniuses at the golden core stage, and could easily slay ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators in the outside world, this caused Jin Yu and the others to encounter quite a few difficulties. But in the ancient battlefield, cultivation is restricted. Single combat is not the blood demon's match at all. Fortunately, they finally passed this ordeal. The 5 people consumed a massive amount of vitality and had a hard time killing this blood demon. They obtained the blood essence pearl inside the blood demon, which was the blood demon's life source and contained extremely strong life force. The blood essence pearl is very useful. After demons refine it, they can extract their own bloodline to enhance strength. If luck is good, they even have a chance to undergo atavism and awaken the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Just as they walked forward exhausted and were preparing to distribute the spoils of war, suddenly a bolt of electric light flashed past and a white turtle suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him. What was more infuriating was that under the gaze of the crowd it swallowed the blood essence pearl. Witnessing this scene, Jin Yu was naturally incomparably furious. The fat meat at his mouth actually flew away. Looking at the white turtle fleeing desperately, he certainly would not let the matter drop. He had fought the monster half dead for so long, thus the 5 of them immediately chased closely after the white turtle. A treasure that dropped with great difficulty was snatched by someone who could swallow this bad breath. His eyes instantly became crimson from anger, roaring, "Damn animal." After a game of cat and mouse, he finally caught up with the white turtle. He even proclaimed shamelessly, "Damn stupid turtle, today if I, Jin Yu, do not kill you, I swear not to be a human." Unexpectedly, the white turtle not only did not know fear but instead turned its head to humiliate him about swearing not to be human. "You are too shameless. Are you a human? Nothing more than a bird animal growing feathers." Hearing these words, the white turtle was so angry it wanted to kick him a few times. "By the way, the meat of your golden-winged great Peng clan is really delicious. The old ones for stewing soup, the young ones for barbecue." Recalling those extraordinary years was simply terrifying. Wait until this emperor ascends to the emperor position again. The first one I stew will be you." By this point, Jinyu was truly driven mad by anger at it, directly drawing his dual swords to slash over. Damn it, his attack speed was still a notch slower than its escape speed, making Jinyu doubt life a little. Is this still a turtle? It was Kong Meng who had sharp eyes and discovered the clue. "I see it. This is the legendary lightning flash spirit shadow step." Hearing this, he froze instantly. "Wasn't that footwork technique lost long ago?" She then explained. "The so-called lost technique means there are no longer inheritors in the world. Do not forget, this is the ancient battlefield. Specifically, the lightning flash spirit shadow step was created by the divine firmament sacred leader 10,000 years ago. Known as the extreme speed of heaven and earth, mastering this footwork allows one to transform into lightning and shuttle between heaven and earth. Its speed is so fast that almost no one can capture it. This divine firmament sacred leader also successfully cultivated the great five elements mixed primordial lightning god physique and wielded the Thunder Emperor divine firmament flag. He was one of the strongest sacred leaders in the eastern wilderness. At his peak, he stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, relying on the lightning flash spirit shadow step to enter the ancient battlefield and slaughter extraterrestrial demons. Often there was only a flash of golden light before those extraterrestrial powerhouses were beheaded, blood flowing like rivers. In that campaign, the Golden Light sacred leader of the divine firmament sacred ground established a deeply renowned reputation. During the confrontation, the extraterrestrial demons worried that the Golden Light sacred leader would truly prove the Tao and become an emperor in the war, which would have a subversive impact on the battle situation. Therefore, they plotted to bloodbath the divine firmament sacred ground. And regarding the outcome of that war back then, the Golden Light sacred leader also fell in that targeted encirclement conspiracy. The lightning flash spirit shadow step was thus lost, but now they actually witnessed this legendary scene with their own eyes. Unexpectedly, in this ancient battlefield today, they actually encountered an old white turtle displaying the lightning flash spirit shadow step. Hearing Kong Meng finish speaking, Jinyu became even more angry. "Divine firmament sacred ground again. You divine firmament sacred ground are simply bullying people too much." This time he wanted to play big. His hands immediately formed a triangle to accumulate power. This was the starting stance of the Heavenly Pung Weeping Blood technique. The Heavenly Pung Weeping Blood technique is a spell of the golden-winged Great Pung clan that burns essence blood to improve power. With the blessing of this technique, his speed was not inferior to the white turtle at all. "I do not believe I cannot catch up to you even using the Heavenly Pung Weeping Blood technique." Jinyu chased relentlessly from behind with full resentment like this. "Let us see where you can run." He and it ran in two parallel lines, neither yielding to the other. Seeing him chasing and killing so fiercely, it finally began to feel afraid. "You bastard, did not I just eat one of your beads? Is a plague-stricken chicken like you getting so angry?" it shouted while running. "Help, this chick with chicken plague has gone crazy. Are there any juniors from the human race or ghost race to help this emperor?" It stole a glance back only to see Jinyu flying over driving dual swords, instantly frightened out of its wits. "Stop chasing, little plague chicken. A man should not be too fast or he'll be laughed at." He naturally would not let it go easily. "Undying hatred, damn bastard, when I catch you I will definitely skin you, pull your tendons and stew you into soup." The current scene was it hiding and him attacking, making a very big commotion. After running for another stretch, the white turtle suddenly smelled a scent. Oh my, the aura of human race cultivators. Without thinking much, it immediately accelerated, running rapidly toward that side. When it recognized that the valley entrance was actually arranged with the divine firmament sacred ground's lightning array, a look of joy appeared on its face. Great. The more the white turtle wanted to run, the more excitedly Jinyu chased behind. "Want to run? If I let you run away today, I'll write my name backward." Just like that, a stream of fiery red light traversed across, accompanied by his roar full of anger. "Let us see where you can run." At this time, on Yundi and the others' side, they were guarding Shen Tian's cultivation when suddenly his intuition felt a burst of discomfort. Someone barged into the valley. Realizing this, Yundi hurriedly stood up, preparing defensive weapons. Zhao Hao was also awakened upon hearing this, walking step by step toward Yundi, asking who dared to trespass in the valley. In the basin, senior brother Saint Sun was absorbing the essence of the dragon blood grass. Precisely because of this, they absolutely could not let anyone interrupt. Jinyu finally showed his face here. "Bastard, come out for me." Just as he arrived, he saw Yundi standing at the cave entrance and immediately recognized this was a southern border demon race member. Seeing him, doubts rose in his heart. 10,000 years ago, the southern border demon race had always followed the rules under the Undying Empress's orders. Why would the demon race suddenly appear in this eastern wilderness ancient battlefield, and with extraordinary bloodline density? Learning of this matter, Yundi also hurriedly instructed the others. "Everyone protect senior brother Saint Sun here. Junior brother Zhao Hao and I will go take a look." The crowd responded in unison. "Good. A gentleman uses words, not hands." He struck up a conversation with Jinyu. "This humble one is divine firmament sacred ground true disciple Qin Yundi," still greeting politely. "May I know how to address this brother?" Jinyu did not seem to have any good intentions, waving his hand directly to interrupt. "Roll aside, it has nothing to do with you. I am looking for that bastard." Speaking of this, he realized something was wrong, asking back in surprise, "What did you say just now? You are a divine firmament true disciple?" Yundi smiled and confirmed, "Precisely. Does this fellow Taoist have any advice? Who knew that what responded to his kindness was the other party's face full of hostility? The hatred also shifted from the White Turtle to Yundi's group. Interesting. Did not catch that bastard, but encountered a divine firmament sacred ground true disciple. Speaking of which, you are fellow disciples. If this young master captures you, this kid, your saint son, should come knocking if he knows, right? Jin Yu's words made his face change instantly, becoming extremely cold. Does fellow Taoist mean you want to be detrimental to senior brother saint son? Jin Yu pushed his luck, bullying others with his power. So what if I am detrimental to him? Your sacred grounds. Bai Lian dared to take action against my clan's elder. She deserves death. Entering the ancient battlefield this time, I am paying an eye for an eye, killing all the so-called saint's son and the group of divine firmament sacred ground disciples. You people. After speaking, he charged toward him. I'll also let you arrogant humans know that the dignity of my southern border feather race cannot be trampled. Yundi was also angered by him, pointing at his nose and shouting, You scolded senior brother as a bastard just now. You seem to be spitting blood on people, making false accusations, right? What? When did I scold the divine firmament saint son as a bastard? This thought was quickly thrown to the back of his mind, replaced by an ambitious smile. But it does not matter. A mere tiny true disciple of the divine firmament sacred ground, and only at the foundation establishment stage within 3 moves this young master can send you to the Yellow Springs. Jin Yu actually boasted shamelessly and ordered them. Kneel and beg for mercy. If you can cooperate with me to lure the divine firmament saint son out, I can still leave you with an intact corpse. These words and deeds were simply summoning the demon within him. Dream on. Yundi's attitude instead made Jin Yu even more excited, even more interesting. Since you are obsessed with not realizing your error, he wielded his dual swords to kill again, then let you witness the great Peng clan's supreme learning. This time he used the first slash of the heavenly Peng 9 slashes, severing mountains and rivers. Facing this strike, Yundi not only did not panic, but his expression was incomparably calm. Just with this level of power you dare to be rude to senior brother? A row of guns and cannons emerged around him, formally warning him. Those who are rude to senior brother. Finally, there was a chance to witness the final firing scene. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by his mighty voice. Die! With just a gentle push, Yundi ordered fire. Jin Yu opposite saw this and also hurriedly sacrificed a shield to block. He still seemed very confident now, thinking the speed of these hidden weapons was decent. Pity that was all, but he seemed to rejoice too early because for Yundi, that just now was only the beginning. Not until this moment did Jin Yu's face change drastically, showing a few points of panic. Holy crap, there is more? As if sensing how terrifying Yundi's subsequent attacks would be, he hurriedly sacrificed a thicker shield. Under the impact of the rain of bullets, Jin Yu's endurance was gradually exhausted. Damn it, is it not over yet? Even worse was that he discovered, my golden shield actually cracked. It wasn't just as simple as cracking. In the next second it shattered directly, watching the fragments fly everywhere. Jin Yu seemed to freeze in place, his body also falling backward due to inertia. Immediately following under this destructive power, Jin Yu mistakenly thought Yundi was. Bastard actually dared to deceive me. Actually, you are the divine firmament saint son, right? Too insidious. Fortunately, he still had that pair of golden wings, so he did not fall. Only that this pair of wings could not salvage the situation either, gradually dissipating amidst miserable screams. The ending was that Jin Yu was still beaten by Yundi until he rolled on the ground, coughing violently. Until this time, he still could not accept that he was defeated so quickly. Damn it, did not expect the divine firmament saint son would actually use this kind of evil and insidious magical artifact. At this point, Jin Yu still shouted provocatively, if you have the guts, do not use this kind of magical artifact. Fight me with real swords and spears. Seeing him constantly misunderstanding, Yundi also kindly explained to him, you mistook the person. This little skill of mine compared to senior brother saint son is like a firefly competing with the bright moon. Just based on you, you are also worthy of being rude to senior brother saint son. In the next life, open your eyes and see clearly. As soon as his voice fell, a voice suddenly came from the shadows behind him. Oh really? Yundi looked back curiously. It turned out to be the other 4 members of Jin Yu's team. Seeing them, Jin Yu also gained a bit more confidence. My people are here. Jin Yu tried his best to remind Kong Meng and the others. Everyone be careful. This guy is the divine firmament saint son. He is very insidious, especially those insidious magical artifacts behind him. Their speed is extremely fast. Everyone can injure the golden core stage. Yundi himself also felt something was wrong, hurriedly saying to Zhao Hao, the auras of these few people are not weak. The 2 of us are not their match. Junior brother Zhao Hao, I'll block them first. You and the others think of a way to wake up senior brother. Only senior brother can deal with them. Hearing his words, Zhao Hao acted immediately. Good, senior brother Yundi, be careful. Bai Ling developed some interest in him hearing this. Letting junior brother go first, quite a divine firmament saint son, looks introverted and gentle but actually has some masculinity. Wu Shuang took the opportunity to mock him. Jin Yu, a mere foundation establishment stage, actually made you suffer such a big loss, flying into a rage out of shame? Jin Yu retorted loudly. He Wu Shuang, you damn girl, if you have the guts, go up yourself, be careful of being shot to death. She did not hesitate, accepting the challenge immediately. Try then try, just stepping forward like this, not forgetting to exhort the other 3. Everyone hold the line for me, do not interfere. As soon as her voice fell, her long hair danced instantly. Seeing this, Yundi was still wondering about He Wushwang's move. It turned out this wasn't ordinary hair. Its covering speed was amazing. Facing this scene, Yundi calmly sacrificed a handful of talismans and charged up. Paltry trick, watch me break you. The moment the two sides collided, earth-shaking explosions erupted. The scene before his eyes suddenly reminded him of Shen Tian. Senior brother once said that art is an explosion, and Bai Ling at this time also developed admiration for Yundi. Actually all top-grade lightning exploding talismans as expected of the divine firmament Saint Sun. Truly spending money like dirt, He Wushuang attacked holding that giant special writing brush, responding confidently. So what, in the face of absolute power, these are all flowers in the mirror and moon in the water, unable to withstand a single blow. Instantly, the giant brush enlarged and stabbed down, penetrating Yundi's body in one strike. Watching his painful expression, she thought she succeeded. Pity, Yundi's body changed instantly. What was left on the brush was just a pile of mud. At this time you should change your expression. It seems it should be him instead. What happened? How did he turn into a mudman? Not finished yet. Yundi had unknowingly already released the talismans on his body to counterattack. Reaction is quite fast. Pity, it is already late. Qin Yundi is one of the contemporary true disciples of the divine firmament sacred ground, the only foundation establishment stage disciple, had cultivation far inferior to other true disciples, but his combat experience did not lose to anyone at all. When she realized this point, her expression froze instantly. It is over. In less than 3 seconds a big explosion occurred here again. Before inventing the yin-yang lightning exploding talisman, he had once used ordinary lightning exploding talismans to directly and forcefully bomb a golden core late-stage monster beast to death. His understanding of explosion tactics could be said to be quite profound. Next step, Yundi just needed to point one finger to the sky, and the guns and cannons obeyed, waiting only for his command to attack immediately. Now with the yin-yang demon breaking guns and yin-yang lightning exploding talismans, Qin Yundi's explosion tactics sublimated instantly. This made He Wushuang not only get bombed by lightning talismans but also eat this pile of bullets. Although facing the top heavens chosen of the southern border feather race, Qin Yundi did not panic in the slightest. On the contrary, the battle was very relaxed. A deserter like Jin Yu was frightened by Yundi again. Holy crap, this squinty eyes strikes even harder than when he hit me just now. He Wushuang was blasted black, falling freely like a broken doll. Yundi emphasized to them again, I am not senior brother Saint Sun. If senior brother were here, he could turn you to ashes in an instant. The divine firmament sacred ground never actively causes trouble, but if jackals and wolves invade, the divine gun in my hand will absolutely not fear. If you do not want your companions to die, it is best not to act rashly. He finally stopped before that pair of pure white jade-like feet, looking up to recognize her. He shouted excitedly, Fairy Kongmeng, save me. Kongmeng also immediately agreed to his request and praised, Your combat talent is not bad, I appreciate it very much, I have to admit. The divine firmament Saint Sun whom you revere and worship so much has successfully aroused my interest. Her eyes changed instantly, looking at Yundi filled with anger. I suggest you release He Wushuang. As long as you help me find the divine firmament Saint Sun, I can refrain from killing you. Kongmeng's threat had no effect. He replied indifferently, Do you think I would believe that? After speaking, a peerlessly beautiful phenomenon of a peacock spreading its tail suddenly appeared behind her. Whether he believed it or not made no difference. It made Yundi daze for a moment, feeling curious. Even her teammate He Wushuang was surprised by this. Fairy Kongmeng, the representative of high intelligence in the peacock race, not only possessing the peacock plume but she also equipped a gun in her hand. The 5-colored divine light. You actually mastered it. Let us talk briefly about Kongmeng's background. In the southern border, the Phoenix race is the absolute ruler. Beneath the Phoenix there are several illustrious great clans with foundations comparable to sacred grounds. Among them, the Peacock race and the Golden-Winged Great Peng race are full of talents, their foundations not losing to sacred grounds at all. Compared to the Golden-Winged Great Pengs who kill enemies with extreme speed and extremely strong attack power, the Peacock race is more adept at 5 elements type divine powers, and the 5-colored divine light is the supreme inheritance. It is said that only peacocks with extremely high bloodline purity, possessing the innate 5 elements divine body are qualified to cultivate this divine power. Mastering this divine power allows one to brush away all people and objects within the 5 elements. It can be said that there is nothing it cannot brush, and mentioning her, Kongmeng is a pure-blooded, peerless heavens chosen of the peacock race seen only once in 1,000 years. On the day she was born, the sky above the southern border Peacock Mountain Villa was paved with 5-colored divine clouds interwoven with tens of millions of divine lights. The peacock's glowing dragon feathers were exactly what everyone dreamed of. The peacock divine statue in the deepest part of the villa revived, manifesting its spirit across endless years to transmit the technique, passing this supreme divine power to Kongmeng. From then on, Kongmeng became the absolute princess of the peacock race. The hope for the peacock race's rise. Her status is even higher than the elders. Mentioning Kongmeng, people think of that dazzlingly talented woman. After all, the 5-colored peacock of 10 million years ago even slaughtered true immortals. Nowadays, although Kongmeng is only 20 years old, she has already revealed an invincible demeanor. Sweeping through the southern border without a rival, relying on the 5-colored divine light, Even the imperial princess, little princess of the Phoenix race, admitted defeat. Occupying a high position, she herself also faces quite a few doubts from others. Kong Meng's position at the top of the southern border Golden Core list was once questioned by Feather Race Heavens Chosen. Later, 7 Heavens Chosen of the Golden Core list joined hands to challenge Kong Meng but were defeated instantly. In this battle, Kong Meng's fame rose greatly, and even the Undying Empress intended to accept her as an adopted daughter. One can see that Kong Meng's status in the southern border demon race is absolutely transcendent. Yundi finally recognized her. You are the young lord of the peacock race. The gun in his hand turned directly into flying ash as soon as it touched Kong Meng's hand. This magical artifact is a bit interesting. Kong Meng seemingly sensed something, her eyes suddenly becoming surprised. Unknown why, the place where she was suddenly exploded as if the heavens were falling and the earth rending. Fortunately, Kong Meng's ancestors protected her, so she escaped the calamity. Seeing her bombed, Yundi felt incomparably satisfied, but the satisfied smile quickly disappeared, turning into extreme panic. Kong Meng was actually unharmed and smiled with great interest. The self-destruct array is very exquisite. It seems to come from the hands of an expert. I like this magical artifact very much. Give me a few and I will not kill you. Listening to this was extremely ear-piercing. Yundi absolutely would not let it go, firing at her again. Do not dream. She had completely no trace of fear, standing there plainly to answer, you cannot hurt me. The bullets seemed to not even have a chance to touch her. This was the first time Yundi encountered such a situation, and he could not help feeling surprised. How is this possible? These are spirit gold bullets, even capable of penetrating the Golden Core Dharma domain. His words unintentionally angered Kong Meng. She waved her hand fiercely to strike out a feather. Rude. Seeing this, Yundi hurriedly used bullets for cover, having to admit that Kong Meng was too strong. His face also gradually turned to worry because of this. This Heavens Chosen is definitely not something I can deal with. I am afraid only senior brother can cure this vixen. Seeing him at a disadvantage, He Wushuang was very satisfied, laughing secretly. Human brat, now you know the immensity of heaven and earth, right? The injured Jin Yu at the side was equally relieved. If not for the ancient battlefield restricting cultivation, I alone could kill you. He Wushuang proposed loudly, wanting to join forces to exterminate him. Fairy Kong Meng, stop this kid's weird magical artifacts, we will tear him to shreds. Kong Meng was still reasonable, distinguishing clearly between public and private matters. This person let his companion go first, having a few points of loyalty. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. The one we're looking for this time is the divine firmament Saint Sun. It has nothing to do with him. She truly wanted to deal with Shen Tian. From birth until now, the so-called peers of the same generation cannot even handle 10 moves of mine. Having been bored for so many years, I really hope his senior brother is a powerhouse so I can also have a satisfying fight. So Kong Meng did not mind telling Yundi, do not resist, let your senior brother come to save you. I really look forward to how strong that senior brother you worship is. Speaking of which, Kong Meng traveling far to the eastern wilderness this time, holding the line for Jin Yu was only incidental. The main thing was that she heard a peerless Heavens Chosen rarely seen in 1,000 years had appeared in the eastern wilderness. That purple mansion Saint Sun was born with great luck, valued by the North Sea Black Dragon Island. Seeming to have the capital of a great emperor, Kong Meng hoped to fight with this purple mansion Saint Sun, thereby feeling enough pressure. If she could use this to let the 5-colored divine light advance further, that would be even better. The collision with him made her look forward to the final battle even more. Unexpectedly, she did not see the purple mansion Saint Sun but instead encountered Qin Yundi in the ancient battlefield. His combat power actually crushed Jin Yu and He Wushuang, 2 Heavens Chosen of the southern border Golden Core list's top 10, and such an existence actually revered an unknown divine firmament Saint Sun. Therefore she developed a huge interest in this Saint Sun. Shen Tian finally entered Kong Meng's field of vision. Would she defeat him or be defeated by him? If Kong Meng really wanted to exchange blows, Yundi also intended to fulfill her wish. He smiled and said, I have already transmitted a message to senior brother. If you really have ability, wait a moment at the valley entrance. Defeating Qin is nothing. When senior brother descends, your meager strength will not be able to block one move of his. Jin Yu fought poorly, but his mouth was tough, shouting guidance. Fairy Kong Meng, why waste breath with this kid? Just exterminate him first. As soon as the voice fell, he was directly met with Kong Meng's cold-eyed warning. Are you teaching me how to do things? The overwhelming aura made Jin Yu shut up instantly, hurriedly kneeling and bowing his head to correct himself. Dare not, no need for Yundi to notify. Kong Meng also sensed it. I sensed it. A power is awakening. With Kong Meng's current sensing, she felt incomparably excited. Very strong power. It makes me feel a long-lost trepidation and nervousness. Is that the divine firmament Saint Sun? Very good. Anxiety made Kong Meng unable to resist flying over, disregarding Yundi's shouts behind her. At this time the two suddenly heard Shen Tian's voice coming from inside. Junior brother Yundi has worked hard. Let them come in. Just listening to Shen Tian's voice was enough to make them stop their steps. Yundi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Senior brother is awake. As long as senior brother wakes up, what southern border Heavens Chosen, what peacock goddess, hurry back to his side. Before the peerless and matchless divine martial Saint Sun senior brother, they are simply unable to withstand a single blow. Yundi walked together of course with Kong Meng. This peacock is very arrogant, wait to be suppressed and conquered by senior brother. She just arrived and was shocked by the scene before her again. Kong Meng's attention turned to the crowd but stopped on the man at the very end. That person possessing the beauty of a male god was precisely Shen Tian. Not only Kong Meng, the expressions of the other four also became sluggish instantly. It turned out Kong Meng was captivated by his appearance, instantly turning on the maiden shyness mode, thinking secretly, he is the divine firmament Saint Sun, did not expect there to be such a handsome and refined beautiful man in the world, like a banished immortal descending to earth. Jin Yu, however, was not shrewd at all, speaking to him with an extremely terrible attitude. You are the divine firmament Saint Sun, roll over and die, damn it, actually so handsome. Completely crushing this young master, and letting Kong Meng beat Shen Tian together with me. Fairy Kong Meng, please help me catch this guy, I want to tear him into fragments. Pity. Kong Meng was already addicted to his beauty now. Ignoring those things, blushing, she turned back to answer. Jin Yu, the one who took action against your clan's elder, was heavenly venerable Bai Lian. What does it have to do with the divine firmament Saint Sun? Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I came today only to have a friendly exchange with the divine firmament Saint Sun. If you bully the kind and virtuous, bullying the soft and fearing the hard, taking anger out on him, naturally loses the face of my southern border feather race. Therefore, compared to the madness just now, she proposed to Shen Tian incomparably amicably. Is your excellency really the divine firmament Saint Sun? Can you fight a match with me? It made Jin Yu incredibly awkward, petrified instantly. Fairy, you have to uphold justice for us. You cannot go back on your word. Did not we agree before setting off that it would be as easy as turning a hand? Why is Fairy Kong Meng speaking for the divine firmament Saint Sun now? Is there still a stance? Jin Yu knew deeply that he could not fight him. The only one capable here was her who was addicted to him. The damn ancient battlefield suppressed strong experts above the golden core stage. I cannot even beat the squinty eyes firing with full power. To catch the divine firmament Saint Sun can only rely on Kong Meng. Pity Kong Meng only had Shen Tian in her eyes, not caring about these at all. A mere foundation establishment stage godfiend body tempering has also only reached the transcendent realm, yet can actually emit such momentum. If you succeed in forming the golden core, I might not necessarily be your match. Divine firmament Saint Sun, can you tell me your name? I can feel extremely fierce and scorching essence energy within this strange man's body. 100 details were imagined by her. I seem to be looking at a volcano that could erupt with lava at any time. Drown me. Kong Meng stared at him affectionately. It really made Shen Tian a bit scared. Shen Tian was silent for a long time before finally opening his mouth. Expressionless, he walked forward, asking closely, "Who are you? Is this name male or female? Did not they say only male peacocks spread their tails? Why have not things started yet and she is already harboring bad thoughts? Why did a peacock spreading its tail phenomenon appear behind this peacock race young girl? Could this young girl be a big shot cross-dressing as a man?" Kong Meng answered solemnly. "It was my rudeness. Let me introduce myself first. I am the incumbent young lord of the southern border peacock race, Kong Meng. I heard there are many heavens chosen in the eastern wilderness and hope to compare notes with the eastern wilderness heavens chosen." Looking at Shen Tian, her eyes were very expectant. "Saint Sun, your power is very strong. Now everyone's cultivation in the ancient battlefield is suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Kong Meng hopes to fight a battle with you to experience the power of the eastern wilderness heavens chosen." Based on rich experience, he felt this proposal was not simple. Journey to the West said, "It seems peacocks love eating people extremely much. Even the Tathagata Buddha was swallowed. This girl's eyes are full of aggression. Are you sure she just wants to fight a match? No matter what, decline first." Shen Tian gave a polite greeting. Could she be using the name of comparing notes to eat this Saint Sun? Fairy is a heavens chosen of the southern border, coming to the eastern wilderness from thousands of miles away. As the divine firmament Saint Sun, Shen should have entertained you well. How can I take advantage of Fairy's travel fatigue to compare notes with you? Taking advantage of people's precarious position is too unkind. Let us forget about this arranged battle. Although Kong Meng was obsessed with male beauty, she was not blind and was determined to fight, as expected of the divine firmament Saint Sun. But Kong Meng had looked forward to a hardy and dripping battle for a long time. Sure enough, she could not wait. Not only that, she even volunteered. "Divine firmament Saint Sun, make your move. I look forward to a true opponent." Kong Meng leaned forward and waved her hand to launch an attack. Thousands of feathers surged toward Shen Tian. Shen Tian quickly sacrificed a talisman with one hand blocking her attack. The two heavy weapons collided, erupting in an earth-shaking explosion. Seeing this from below, Zhao Hao exclaimed in wonder, "The sword technique is too exquisite. Great skill, looks like clumsiness fast to the extreme." As expected of senior brother, truly fast, Uncle Gui said joyfully upon seeing this. "His Highness has become stronger again. To actually be able to use lightning exploding talismans to display sword arts, unless this is the supreme realm recorded in the Sunflower Demon Sutra. Grass, wood, bamboo, stones, all things can be swords." Shen Ao looked at the scene before him and hesitated. Compared to 13th brother, what use is it for me to practice the sword? At this time, Shen Tian stepped forward to explain, "Why must Fairy engage in this kind of meaningless struggle?" He thought speechlessly in his heart, "Really do not get it. Is not cultivating immortality for the sake of living a bit longer, living a bit better? Why do these heavens chosen like finding people to fight so much? Winning makes one happy. Losing might lead to death. Conversely, regardless of winning or losing, there is no benefit. Why bother? Hearing them say this, she answered. This is not a meaningless struggle. Among the monster race, the strong are revered. Only the strong can win respect. Divine Firmament Saint Sun, although your appearance is peerless, if you want to win my respect, please use your strength to defeat me head-on. Kong Meng immediately launched a feather attack, rushing toward him. She shouted loudly, I crave a battle with an evenly matched opponent, preferably a defeat. Shen Tian, do not let me down. Hearing these words, Shen Tian sighed, helpless to the extreme. Why force me, he thought secretly in his heart. Really, if it were an ordinary monster race member, this Saint Sun would have long ago drawn the heaven-executing sword, chopped off the head with one sword and taken it back to stew into soup. It was only because Kong Meng had special points that interested Shen Tian. The problem was that there was a pure golden halo above this girl's head, and the color was even more brilliant than Zhang Yunqi's, even birthing a trace of purple. Kong Meng's naive image emerged in his mind. This kind of existence was obviously a person bearing great luck, one of the key figures of the monster race in this era. Looking at her, he said in his heart, Moreover, she holds no hostility toward me, only her Chunibyo soul burning, bent on determining who is superior with this Saint Sun. Shen Tian immediately set up a fighting stance, bending his knees to gather power, calculating in his heart, no need to make enemies casually, especially facing a strong enemy with luck obviously higher than mine, but not courting death does not mean being cowardly. Thus he immediately launched an attack high into the sky, shooting out magical artifacts. The flying swords in the air immediately intercepted the feathers she shot over. Just like that, dozens of explosions erupted in succession in the air. Seeing this scene, Yundi and the others cheered in their hearts. I could not shoot through this 5-colored divine light even using 60 demon-breaking guns simultaneously. Yet Senior Brother Saint Sun can break the divine light continuously. It can be seen that Senior Brother Saint Sun has already elevated the power of the lightning-exploding talismans and Jaw Wood divine lightning to a terrifying degree. Shanao also wept from feeling inferior upon seeing this. The sword is too strong. Shen Tian held a horse stance and swung his sword upward, a bolt of lightning shooting from it into the high sky. Seeing this, Yundi below thought to himself, Senior Brother Saint Sun still has the heavenly sword divine physique in hand. This seemingly ordinary attack has already been sublimated to a level that the vast majority of Foundation establishment stage cultivators can only look up to. Seeing him release such an attack, Kong Meng said proudly, You indeed can satisfy me. This level of attack is not enough. Harder, harder. In reality, she thought secretly, among the peers in the southern border there is not even anyone who can tear apart my protective divine light. To be able to meet the Saint Sun on this journey to the ancient battlefield is worth it. Sensing the cracks in the 5-colored divine light broken by Shen Tian, Kong Meng knew her 5-colored divine light still had omissions and deficiencies. In battle, Kong Meng's control and understanding of the 5-colored divine light were improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shen Tian quickly injected internal energy into the sword. Massive power converged on the sword body as he shouted, No moves beat moves, no sword beats sword, all things can be swords, all martial arts in the world are breakable, only speed is unbreakable. And at this moment, Shen Tian's understanding of the sword also became increasingly profound. Many Chunibyo sword Dao theories read in his past life were actually absorbed by Shen Tian, transformed and displayed through sword Dao details. Clearly he had not learned any sword techniques, yet his understanding of the sword Dao was constantly improving. Kong Meng said proudly upon seeing this, Very happy to meet you, fellow Daoist Shen Tian, but if you only have this much power then you will definitely lose today. Draw your sword. Possessing such exquisite sword Dao cultivation, I do not believe you do not have a peerless divine sword in your hand. Subsequently, a giant energy ball formed above her. Kong Meng shouted, Use your sword to conquer me or let me conquer your sword. Come on, satisfy me. If you can defeat me, you will obtain the Peacock clan's respect and friendship. Shen Tian resisted her attacks from below. Heart filled with some worry. Too strong, this divine light circular screen defeated my sword chi. Immediately using the second move, he quickly cast the devouring immortal vine, Dao arts and one essence heavy water. Pitch-black vines charged toward the light ball in front like lightning. A dazzling light shot out. They hit the core of the light ball. Immediately following was another big explosion, the power not to be underestimated, shaking earth and stones to fly everywhere. Seeing this scene, Kong Meng was completely shocked, daring not believe what she saw. How is it possible? This is the 5-colored divine light I gathered with full strength. Even with cultivation suppressed to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, it can easily block a golden core peak attack. But under fellow Taoist Shen Tian's attack, the 5-colored divine light actually shattered. The power of that vine of fellow Taoist Shen Tian has obviously reached the critical point of the nascent soul stage. She could not help praising him endlessly. Too strong, is this the true heavens chosen of the eastern wilderness? Indeed did not let me down. A burst of strong light erupted from her body. A peacock phantom emerged behind her, and Kong Meng then said, Seems I also have to show my true skills. The mixed primordial immortal metal is a supreme treasure of the southern border Peacock clan, always enshrined in the deepest ancestral hall of the Peacock Mountain Villa. It is the clan guarding treasure, Yundi and the others exclaimed in wonder. She actually already refined the mixed primordial immortal metal. Although it only ranks 12th on the immortal metal list, it can fuse the power of the 5 elements, doubling the power of the Peacock clan's 5-colored divine light. It is the immortal metal most suitable for the Peacock clan. Kang Meng opened her arms. Power converging on both sides. They thought originally she would have to wait until at least achieving the venerable realm before the Peacock clan would pass this supreme treasure to her. Did not expect the Peacock clan to value Kang Meng so much. Actually dared to take such a risk, passing such a supreme treasure to her while still at the golden core stage. Kang Meng's power quickly penetrated his attack. Kang Meng flew high in the sky, asking proudly, "Fellow Taoist Shen Tian, you could not be spent already, right?" She stared at Shen Tian, her tone somewhat dissatisfied. "I can see you definitely still have spare strength. Release all restraints and respect this collision." Kang Meng released her own power, saying, "I crave to witness the divine firmament sacred ground's true invincible lightning law, the mixed primordial divine lightning. After all, 10 million years ago your noble sacred ground tried its best to suppress my Peacock clan." She extended her hand to point at him, saying proudly, "I look forward to the collision of the strongest spear and the strongest shield." Hearing these words, Shen Tian gritted his teeth somewhat angrily, calculating in his heart, "No way, how can a man say he cannot? The five-colored divine light fused with mixed primordial immortal metal is indeed very strong, but to trap this saint sun, it is still not enough." Shen Tian pointed at her and said, "Fine, since Fairy is so persistent you will not be disappointed." He summoned the spiritual qi within his body, his palm filled with spiritual power. Merely one kind of heaven and earth wonder wants to challenge this saint sun who possesses 4 kinds of heaven and earth wonders in his body: HMPH, South Ming Vermilion Fire, Zhang Metal Sword Qi, 1 Essence Heavy Water Devouring Immortal Vine. Shen Tian's body instantly filled with spiritual power, powerful strength wrapping his whole body. Jin Yu and the others were somewhat panicked seeing this. They deduced, Foundation establishment stage cultivation can actually erupt with such terrifying pressure. Exactly how terrifying is this divine firmament sacred ground human race, heaven's chosen? Strong light illuminated the entire area. In the bushes, the white turtle slowly poked its head out, looking at the emitted light and judging, "What a handsome young lad. At such a young age actually cultivated the Yang 5 elements lightning god physique, indeed a good seedling," it thought secretly in its heart. Speaking of which, this emperor finally woke up with great difficulty and needs to find a human pet to serve me. This kid is strong enough, barely qualified to follow this emperor. Observe a bit more. At this time, Shen Tian injected full strength into both hands, preparing to attack Kang Meng. Mixed primordial palm lightning. Although Shen Tian did not have a earth attribute wonder in his body, possessing 4 kinds of heaven and earth wonders in one body was already defying heaven, the palm filled with spiritual power. Under the blessing of the 4 great heaven and earth wonders, Shen Tian's mixed primordial palm lightning at this moment was even more powerful. Shen Tian immediately launched an attack forward, shouting, "Lightning, come." Shen Tian's power instantly hit her light ball. Kang Meng was quite interested, rejoicing. "This kind of supreme yang and supreme gang attack is exactly what I expected. You cannot break my defense." His power constantly increased, red light quickly wrapping Kang Meng's light ball. Seeing this scene, Jin Yu screamed with lingering fear. Is this still a foundation establishment stage battle? This kind of power has already far exceeded nascent soul stage battles. Immediately following was a loud bang, blowing up her light ball. Smoke and dust danced in the sky, surging toward Kang Meng and Jin Yu. He was covered in smoke and dust, coughing incessantly, looking exactly like a roasted peacock with added spice. But in the next second she smiled brilliantly, shouting with a face full of excitement, "So strong, so numbing, this electric feeling is too cool, actually broke it. As expected of the divine firmament, Saint Sun actually breached my 5-colored divine light." She looked at Shen Tian, jumping up excitedly. "That strike of yours just now, if not for my 5-colored divine clothes protecting my body, I would definitely have lost my life. You are very strong. I am very satisfied." Shen Tian was helpless to the extreme seeing this. Hurriedly drank a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid to calm his nerves, his heart in a mess. What joke is this? Do you really treat the mixed primordial palm lightning as a skill that can be thrown around casually? My monobar is empty. If we continue fighting, I am definitely finished. He quickly wiped the sweat from his cheek. Although this girl Kang Meng looks wretched now, she is obviously still very hyper, but in a short time it is hard for this Saint Sun to strike a second mixed primordial palm lightning. Seeing Shen Tian silent, Kang Meng pointed at him again, saying in a tough tone, "Shen Tian, I remember you. Are you interested in becoming a walking companion of my clan? If you agree, my clan might impart to you the art of 5-colored divine light. From then on, signing a friendly alliance treaty between my clan and your noble sacred ground." Hearing what she said made him open his mouth wide speechlessly again, wiping the sweat from his face, his heart in disarray. "What? Interested in becoming a walking companion of the Peacock clan, and signing a friendly alliance treaty between the Peacock God clan and the divine firmament sacred ground? Speechless, damn, does the Peacock clan find partners so casually?" The Peacock clan's walking companion and the Dragon Knights, recognized and cultivated by the East Sea Black Dragon Island, actually have different tunes played with equal skill. Both involve concurrently cultivating the supreme methods of the human race and monster race. Signing a contract with the monster race, this kind of heaven's chosen is the link connecting the human race and monster race, a bit like a diplomat in the cultivation world. In fact, the human race being the spirit of all things, Major monster race clans actually all once had similar walking companions, especially when extraterrestrial demons invaded 10,000 years ago. Various human-monster cooperative partnerships were even more common. Human race Heaven's Chosen and monster race Heaven's Chosen cooperated, signing contracts to cultivate combined strike skills, and even many cross-species divine couples were born because of this. It is just that after the extraterrestrial evil spirits were driven away, the human race and monster race had no external enemies and began killing each other again. As time passed, the contracts between major monster race clans and the human race also became fewer and fewer. At this time, Jinyu opened his mouth to question, "Fairy Kong Meng, how is this possible?" That guy gritted his teeth in anger. "Fairy, I invited you to kill him just because this saint son is strong enough. You were directly bewitched and conquered by him to become a fan," cursed Kong Meng's ancestors in his heart. "Are you serious? Is there still any affection for monster race compatriots?" And on Shen Tian's side he calculated proudly in his heart, "Go with the peacock. Can I learn the art of five-colored divine light? This saint son is indeed a bit shaken. That five-colored divine light screen has extremely strong defensive power. This kind of supreme life-saving divine art is this saint son's favorite." Suddenly an egg hovered in the air and Ao Bing's voice followed. "Kid, this princess forbids you from signing a contract with that bitch." As soon as the voice fell, purple light condensed within the egg. Ao Bing appeared in a rage, black chi radiating a terrifying aura. She walked directly out to challenge Kong Meng to a duel. Pointing at Kong Meng's hand, her tone was scornful. "Little girl of the peacock race, Shen Tian is this princess's S. This princess has already signed a contract with him, and he is now the human walking companion of Black Dragon Island. My Black Dragon Island cannot possibly let your peacock race sign a contract again." Seeing this, Kong Meng opened her mouth to respond. "Dragon Maiden of the North Sea, Black Dragon Island, what a coincidence. However, Brother Shen Taoist signing a Dragon God cooperative contract with your Black Dragon clan does not affect my clan. You should know that in that great war 10,000 years ago, quite a few peerless Heaven's Chosen signed contracts with multiple races and even wore the divine seals of 6 races." She looked at Shen Tian's fighting posture and continued, "Brother Shen possesses various heaven and earth wonders, most suitable for cultivating 5 elements Tao arts and 5 elements divine powers. I can assert that apart from the divine firmament, sacred grounds, 5 thunders orthodox heaven art, there is no second immortal art in the world more suitable for Brother Shen than the 5-colored divine light." Hearing these words, Ao Bing glared at Shen Tian, but at this moment his face was also covered in black lines, at a loss for what to do. Only able to pretend not to see Ao Bing's murderous gaze, Kong Meng continued to speak calmly and happily. "If Brother Shen is willing, I am confident in relying on my strength to persuade the clan elders to make an exception, letting Brother Shen become my clan's second contract partner. With Brother Taoist's natural talent and demeanor, I do not mind sharing the contract with the dragon race." Shen Tian broke Kong Meng's mixed primordial 5-colored divine light screen with foundation establishment stage cultivation, having already completely gained Kong Meng's recognition. If not for this, no matter how handsome Shen Tian was, Kong Meng would not be willing to share a contract with Ao Bing. After all, the monster race also needs face. She crossed her arms, her face full of anger as she said, "This princess absolutely disagrees to share the contract with you." "Not convinced," Kong Meng interjected calmly and unhurriedly. "If Dragon Sister is unwilling, just dissolve the contract with Brother Shen. The human-monster contract is entirely voluntary. Who can force you?" Hearing these words, Ao Bing exploded with rage and roared, "Do you treat a tiger not showing its might as Hello Kitty?" She pointed out directly. "You have not even broken your shell, yet you imitate others signing a Dragon God cooperation, Dragon Sister. You must be crazy for a man, right? Careful your family finds out you signed a contract behind the elders' backs and spanks your butt when you go back." By nature she did not like fighting, but since the scolding started she could not tolerate it. Ao Bing said softly, "I say, are the women of your peacock race all underdeveloped? You look like an adult, so why is your chest still so flat? Those in the know realize you are the peacock goddess, those who do not would think you are the peacock young master." Hearing this, Kong Meng hated that she could not tear her into 5 pieces, but this wasn't over yet. Speaking of Ao Bing, although her looks had no upper limit, this princess's methods were even more boundless. "Damn peacock girl. If you were cross-dressing as a man, you would not even need to bind your chest, right? Even if this princess undergoes nirvana and turns into a child, I am still bigger than you." These words were like sharp arrows piercing the heart, causing tons of critical damage. Mocking occasionally is very happy. Mocking continuously is always refreshing. This black dragon's mouth was too poisonous. The peacock was angry as a bull, blood pressure soaring. If not for Bai Ling holding her back, she would have long rushed up to tear her apart. I am going to kill you, Sister Meng, do not be impulsive." Bai Ling felt fear in her heart, voicing a warning. She is from the Black Dragon race. The southern border is led by the Phoenix race, and the North Sea honors the Black Dragon race. These are the 2 greatest forces of the monster race. Although the peacock race Kong Meng belongs to is also a top-tier monster race clan, compared to the dragon and phoenix races, it is still slightly inferior. Hearing these words, Ao Bing became even more smug, speaking confidently. "What? Angry just like that? What this princess said is nothing but the truth. This princess became famous 10,000 years ago. Even if your father saw this princess, he would have to call me senior." Then pointing at Kong Meng arrogantly, "Just relying on you, you are also worthy to be presumptuous in front of this princess? Truly no sense of hierarchy." Listening to everyone's words, Kong Meng began to ponder in her brain. Nirvana, could it be that this mother dragon is not a black dragon race dragon egg waiting to hatch, but a senior who was heavily injured and cast a Nirvana secret technique, which is why she became smaller? Chi refining system. Chi refining foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, tribulation transcending Mahayana, godfiend body tempering system. Body forging, transcendent, golden body, nirvana, divine power, life and death, tribulation, deity realm. The situation of nirvana turning into a child appears very frequently in the cultivation world, because the fourth realm of godfiend body tempering is the so-called nirvana realm. The golden body realm will elevate the physical body's intensity to complete purity, refining an unsullied godfiend golden body, and then condensing true divine power from the godfiend golden body, using this to deify the key acupoints in the body, storing the life origin in the acupoints. After reaching this realm, as long as there are enough deified acupoints, the connection between the physical body parts will be incomparably tight. If a nascent soul stage powerhouse's physical body is destroyed, they can let the nascent soul escape the body to survive, seizing another's body to borrow a corpse to resurrect the soul, whereas if a nirvana realm powerhouse's physical body is severed, they can rely on enough deified acupoints to directly and forcibly piece the physical body back together. Recalling the scene of Ao Bing transforming out of the egg, only then did Kong Meng vaguely realize, could the black dragon egg before her be a dragon race nirvana powerhouse from 10,000 years ago? Her gaze stared tightly at the two people, Shen Tian and Ao Bing. If she really was a dragon race powerhouse from the ancient era, then she definitely could not let her monopolize brother Shen Taoist, although the North Sea monster race and Southern Border monster race were both monster race. But their relationship wasn't that good. This also made her somewhat worried. If the North Sea Black Dragon Island obtained a human walking companion like Shen Tian and befriended a human race sacred ground, their strength would inevitably skyrocket in the future. No, absolutely cannot let the dragon race take such a big advantage. Unwilling to let Shen Tian go easily, Kong Meng continued to ridicule. So it turns out to be a black dragon race senior sealed in the ancient battlefield for 10,000 years. Brother Shen is still so young and you are over 10,000 years old. How are you embarrassed to let him ride? An old dragon eating tender grass? These words directly made Ao Bing go crazy with anger, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. Actually dare to call this princess old? This princess is clearly in the prime of life now. You wait for this princess to succeed in nirvana. I will definitely kill my way to the peacock race and beat you, this damn girl, flat. Regardless of whether she was angry or not, Kong Meng pointed at Shen Tian, acting as a matchmaker for the whole world. Brother Shen, you are so outstanding, possessing the 5 elements lightning god physique most suitable for cultivating 5-colored divine light. I will not stop you from serving as the walking companion of other feather races. I can even help introduce you. For example, how about the little princess of the phoenix race, and also the little princess of the golden-winged great pung race? Hearing her mention the little princess of the golden-winged great pung race, Jin Yu rushed out from somewhere and roared, "Shut up!" This also made Kong Meng shut up for a few seconds. Everything happening at this time completely deviated from Jin Yu's initial plan. He thought uneasily in the dark. I invited Kong Meng to the eastern wilderness to kidnap the divine firmament Saint Sun, but now it is great. Not only did we fail to kidnap the divine firmament Saint Sun to the southern border to force heavenly venerable Bai Lian to walk into the trap. On the contrary, even the peacock race heaven's chosen Kong Meng has completely fallen into enemy hands, clamoring to sign a contract with Shen Tian. Kong Meng is the dream lover of countless southern border feather races. Unable to stand this grievance, he roared angrily at Kong Meng. Kong Meng, you are going too far. Is this buy one get two free? He thought of another beauty in his brain, thinking secretly. Countless feather race heavens chosen confessed to Kong Meng without response, but in front of Shen Tian she can actually endure signing a human monster contract together with another mother dragon. It is one thing for Kong Meng herself to fall. She actually intends to introduce Shen Tian to the phoenix race little princess and also the golden-winged great pung race little princess. That is my own sister. Then he turned his head to roar at Shen Tian again. Divine firmament Saint Sun, I am irreconcilable with you. Today in the ancient battlefield I cannot display my cultivation, so I'll spare your life. You'd better not fall into my hands in the future. Harboring a chest full of rage, Jin Yu flew away quickly, not forgetting to provoke, otherwise I will definitely tear you into fragments. Shen Tian swore he absolutely would not let him escape. Shen Tian leapt up to warn, released harsh words wanting to deal with me and still want to leave? Shen Tian chased into the high sky and shouted loudly, "Take your life while you are sick." Shen Tian rushed toward Jin Yu to launch an attack, scaring Jin Yu into screaming, "Bastard, you want to sneak attack from behind again? What kind of hero are you?" Ignoring his words, Shen Tian quickly sacrificed hundreds of flying swords. "Obediently stay here for me." 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Jin Yu parried in a sorry state, struggling to withstand Shen Tian's attack. "Bastard, you bully people too much." The golden long blade in his hand lit up, although it shattered the 5 elements lightning sword chi. The lightning spread throughout Jin Yu's whole body along the golden blade. His body trembled more and more. Jin Yu was electrocuted until his hair stood up, his face pitch black, smoke rising from his whole body, twitching incessantly. Just like that, Jin Yu fell slowly from the sky like a deflated ball. At this time, Kong Meng spoke up to resolve the situation. Brother Shen Taoist, the golden-winged great Peng race and peacock race are family friends after all. Could you spare his life for the sake of my face? Shen Tian returned to the ground. Since the fairy has spoken, I will give you face. He quickly sacrificed a golden lightning net full of power, shrouding Jin Yu's whole person within it. All sword chi flew toward Jin Yu, aggregating into a large net interwoven with 5 elements lightning, shrouding Jin Yu's whole person within it. Jin Yu was electrocuted until his whole body twitched, howling in pain like a cow. Shen Tian hovered in the air. The others watched with gnashed teeth but dared not act rashly. Kong Meng stood there in deep thought. Bai Ling wanted very much to speak but dared not. Could I ask Sister Kong Meng to help be a middleman? The white spirit race is also willing to accept the fate of becoming a human walking companion. Above, Shen Tian landed beside Jin Yu and explained, Jin Yu, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Jin Yu did not say a word, staring at him deadly. Although saying it was an explanation, his face was full of gloom, eyes red like a homicidal maniac staring at Jin Yu. Jin Yu just looked up, then lowered his eyelids, giving up resistance as if resigned to fate. Answering feebly, that is right, it is all a misunderstanding. Hearing these words, Shen Tian said happily, since it is a misunderstanding, how about we discuss reconciliation? Jin Yu asked in horror. How to reconcile? Shen Tian quickly cracked his knuckles, staring at Jin Yu with a crafty look. Shen was originally in seclusion. Brother Jin, you guys barged into the valley aggressively, almost causing Shen to go into chi deviation. This mental damage fee has to be compensated, right? Brother Jin attacked Qin Yundi indiscriminately, causing junior brother to consume a massive amount of lightning talismans, and also damaged the origin. This medical fee and talisman crafting fee have to be compensated too, right? In the next second he pointed at the list that looked like a memorial to the throne to speak, adding that Brother Jin was disrespectful to this sacred ground before, causing this sacred ground's reputation to be damaged. This reputation maintenance fee has to be compensated too, right? Not finished yet. Shen Tian continued to list, plus appearance fee, nutrition fee, magical artifact maintenance fee, medicinal recovery fee, Shen's reconciliation fee added together, giving Brother Jin a discount. I'll only charge Brother Jin 50 million spirit stones. This calculation was too detailed, making Jin Yu's jaw drop from shock. I have not seen this kind of scene even at over 60 years old. Eyes filled with kindness, holding up 2 QR codes for Jin Yu to scan. Priority payment in spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit marrow. Can also use protective battle armors, weapons, saint medicines to offset the debt. Price estimated by Shen, guaranteed fair, and there is also pawn service. If Brother Jin really does not have so many spirit stones on you, you can also write an IOU in the name of the golden-winged great Peng race and pay it back later. As long as Brother Jin hands over enough spirit stones, Shen guarantees not to make things difficult for you. Jin Yu was so angry he saw stars, racking his brains to calculate. 50 million spirit stones, why do not you go rob? No, this guy is robbing. Only when in trouble do you know who is a friend and who is a dog. Having no other way, Jin Yu turned to Kong Meng to beg, Fairy Kong Meng, will you just watch the feather race suffer this humiliation? Hearing this, Kong Meng feigned blindness and closed her eyes, warning coldly, you saw very clearly just now, even if I take action at this time, I am not Brother Shen's match. Moreover, Brother Shen is about to become my clan's walking companion, is my clan's intimate partner. If not for this, Jin Yu, I am afraid you would not just get off with compensation, money or life, weigh it well in your own heart. Hearing these words, Jin Yu was even more angry enough to flip the table. He held his head and collapsed. Agreed that the peacock race and great Peng race are connected by branches and leaves, never abandoning each other in adversity. How can you look on coldly while I get bullied? Truly, parents worked hard to raise me. Bad friends pit me to death. I have noted down this debt. Shen Tian shoved the QR code into his face, but Jin Yu was powerless at this time. Paralyzed on the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling, crying a river. Shen Tian, today I am unlucky. Picked up leaves in the morning, no food at noon, and have to rack my brains at night. Where is the money to offset the debt? But he felt somewhat guilty in his heart, more or less. However, what Kong Meng said wasn't wrong either. Even her 5-colored divine light was broken by Shen Tian, and the person was also conquered by Shen Tian into a fan. What was left to fight Shen Tian with? Seeing his look of wanting to renege on the debt, Shen Tian smiled smugly with the corners of his mouth rising. I refuse to accept this, just you wait and see how I deal with you. You cannot escape, son. To be continued. No sooner thought than done. Shen Tian held a writing brush and spoke, very well, let us start the valuation. He listed the prices one by one, making Jin Yu unable to even lie still. He jumped straight up. This blade looks pretty decent. Valuation, 1,000 spirit stones. Does Brother Jin think this is reasonable? Hearing this price, he stared at the sword in panic, calculating, what, 1,000 spirit stones? This is what you call a fair valuation? This is a top-grade spiritual artifact. No matter how cheap you sell it, it could fetch at least 10 million spirit stones. Being lowballed like this made him so angry he just wanted to jump up and beat Shen Tian. Stinky brat, you value it at 1,000 spirit stones for me? I'll give you 100,000 spirit stones. Can you wholesale 100 of them to me? Shen Tian merely frowned to express his displeasure. Seeing this, Jin Yu hurriedly appeased him. This price is very fair. Brother Shen really knows how to bid. I admit it. I have to admit it. At this moment he felt Jin Yu still had valuable things on him, since this was a matter of course. Oh right, there is also this golden feather vest on Brother Jin. If Shen is not mistaken, it should be a limited edition. Shen values it at 10,000 spirit stones. I wonder what Brother Jin thinks hearing this. He calculated in his heart with annoyance. What, 10,000 spirit stones? This is the Golden Pung Feather Vest. It is a top-grade spiritual artifact refined from the feathers shed by a golden-winged great pung at the soul transformation stage. The price was suppressed so ruthlessly that Jin Yu was about to vomit blood and die. You value it at 10,000 spirit stones for me? Will not your conscience hurt? Stinky brat, do you even have a conscience? I think you, this brat, are not the disciple of the divine firmament sacred leader, but the successor of heavenly venerable Bai Lian. Endure, where there is life there is hope. Endure humiliation to be a bird above birds. With a flash of wit in his desperation he hurriedly proposed a condition. Brother Shen's valuation is no problem, but can I write an IOU directly? Hearing this he frowned in displeasure, questioning sternly. An IOU is for the part you cannot afford to pay. Why write an IOU for things that can be used to offset the debt? Unless your Pung race wants to renege on the debt. Hearing about reneging, Jin Yu was flustered and hurriedly explained. Brother Shen, do not misunderstand. My Pung race has a big family and big business. We can still afford to pay back 50 million spirit stones. Please do not get agitated. Begging on the surface but putting up defenses in his heart. This guy is obviously birds of a feather with heavenly venerable Bai Lian. What if greed goes to his head and he learns from heavenly venerable Bai Lian to stew me? Listening to his words, Shen Tian calculated in his heart. Big family and big business, right? Then let us make it 52 million spirit stones. Jin Yu was dumbfounded and petrified on the spot, cursing loudly in his heart. This guy is actually price gouging on the spot. Is he reasonable or not? Thinking of those numbers, his heart was about to stop. 52 million spirit stones were enough to buy many top-grade spiritual artifacts. Even a heavens chosen of the golden-winged great Pung race could not take out so much wealth. Even if he successfully escaped this time, he would inevitably be punished upon returning to the clan. Before he could recover his senses, Shen Tian held Jin Yu's hand tightly again, his gaze never leaving his ring. Oh, my brother Jin is truly wealthy. There are actually over 1 million spirit stones in the ring, indeed a rich bird. He still had the mind to calculate other treasures. There are also so many southern border rare treasures and exotic fruits which can also offset 1,000 spirit stones. The Pung race ancient battle technique inheritance heavenly Pung dragon wrestling art offsets 1,000 spirit stones. The Pung race health preserving treasure, the golden tonic pill, offsets 500 spirit stones. At this time he had successfully stripped Jin Yu's ring, even applying the rules. Although words did not cost money to buy, choosing the right words could squeeze out money. This saint's son is not an unreasonable person either. This ring and the treasures inside combined are valued at 15 million spirit stones. Adding your warblade and battle armor, I'll count it as 20 million spirit stones in total. Generous enough, right? Not finished yet. Shen Tian took out an IOU, grinning from ear to ear. For the remaining 50 million spirit stones we'll write an IOU, guaranteed by the credit of your golden-winged great Pung race. When the time comes I will let Marshal Aunt Bai Lian go to collect the debt. If Brother Jin has no objection then sign it. Jin Yu took the pen with trembling hands, forcing himself to say, good, I'll sign. He would rather be robbed openly than look at this disgusting hypocrisy, giving him no chance to go back on his word. Shen Tian shoved the IOU into his face, smiling but with a hooligan tone. Come. Jin Yu held the pen and paper, saying aggrievedly, good, I'll sign, but in his heart he was cursing. As long as that old thief Bai Lian dares to come to the southern border's heavenly Pung ridge to collect the debt, the entire heavenly Pung race will dare to pay it back. Is not it just 50 million spirit stones? The heavenly Pung race has not reached the point where they cannot afford to pay it back. A picture of heavenly venerable Bai Lian being besieged by countless great pangs emerged in his mind, and he laughed gloatingly. But after taking the money, can you walk out of the southern border? That depends on your sacred ground's ability. As long as you two, master and disciple, dare to come, I will definitely let you know that the prestige of the Pung race cannot be violated. The debt offsetting ended, and that heavy golden Pung feather vest battle armor was finally stripped off. Jin Yu was stark naked at this moment, with only a pair of underpants left. Seeing this, Shen Tian put away the precious sword, smiling with a face full of pride. If Brother Jin is free, you are welcome to come to the divine firmament sacred ground as a guest at any time. Looking at the two of them, Kong Meng pondered slightly. The golden-winged great Pung race is, after all, an ally of the peacock race, and the relationship is quite good. With Brother Shen squeezing Jin Yu like this, it is very difficult for me to handle too. Too difficult. After thinking about it, she gave up. Forget it. After all, it was Jin Yu who looked for trouble with the divine firmament sacred ground first. That I could plead for Jin Yu to keep his life is already the utmost benevolence. I cannot possibly fight to the death with Brother Shen for Jin Yu and get myself involved. After thinking this, Kong Meng walked up to Shen Tian and took out a jade pendant. Brother Shen, giving face like this, I am endlessly grateful. This divine light jade pendant records most of my clan's spells. Although there are no cultivation method chapters or taboo chapters, spells like the 5 elements divine light art and 5 elements divine light screen are basically all recorded. The jade pendant passed into his hand. Jin Yu stared wide-eyed, looking at this scene in surprise. Kong Meng said, this is also the maximum authority I can impart. If Brother Shen gains some understanding after cultivating, you are welcome to come to the southern border peacock race as a guest at any time. she said to Shen Tian with a face full of shyness. At that time I will definitely do my best to persuade the elders in the clan to pass the complete Peacock Imperial Sutra to Brother Shen. Shen Tian held the jade pendant, looking delighted. Fairy Kong Meng is too polite. Shen accepts it with respect. Holding the jade pendant, he was calculating something else in his heart. This 5-colored divine light art is a top-grade defensive spell. Even this Saint Sun's mixed primordial palm lightning almost could not break it open. Courtesy demands reciprocity. At this time, Shen Tian quickly took out a wooden box and explained, "This bottle contains 50 caddies of Nirvana Holy Liquid. It is created by the Nirvana-devouring immortal vine, ranked 9th on the Spirit Wood list, and has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. It can heal Dao injuries. I am not stingy. Today I give it to Fairy Kong Meng, considering it a testimony of the alliance between the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and the Peacock race. I hope the fairy does not disdain it." Seeing this, the people on Kong Meng's side exclaimed in surprise. The devouring immortal vine ranked 9th on the Spirit Wood list, and it is even saint-level Nirvana Holy Liquid. The value of the holy liquid produced by this existence is indeed rare in the world. Bai Ling cried out secretly in her heart. Originally, seeing Shen Tian extort 50 million spirit stones from Jin Yu as a fellow member of the Feather Race, I was a bit angry. But looking at it now, the Divine Firmament Saint Sun simply did not put those 50 million spirit stones in his eyes. Staring at that box, He Wushuang beside her explained, "That is right, giving away 50 caddies of Nirvana Holy Liquid with a wave of his hand. How can this value be measured by spirit stones? For many mighty figures whose lifespans are nearing the end, no amount of spirit stones has as great a temptation as these 50 caddies of Nirvana Holy Liquid." Hearing this, Bai Ling stroked her chin and said enviously, This is truly a supreme treasure capable of exchanging for a peerless immortal sutra. Its value does not lose to the divine light jade pendant. As expected of the divine firmament Saint Sun, his generosity is truly forthright." Here Kong Meng held the box, unable to conceal her shyness, and said softly, This is too embarrassing." Looking at the box, she began to fantasize in her mind. As expected of Brother Shen, truly generous. No, it should be that the person is truly handsome. Seeing this, Shen Tian cupped his hands and said sincerely, "Fairy Kong Meng represents your noble race in forming an alliance with this sacred ground. This sacred ground has never been stingy with heavy gifts for friends. I hope that after the fairy returns to the southern border, you will promote the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's concept of mutual aid, fraternity, and harmony between humans and demons." He also cleverly mediated between the two sides. "My Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and the Peacock race both excel in 5 elements divine arts. We should have learned from each other's strong points to offset weaknesses. Communicate more." Speaking nicely on his lips, in fact, he had ulterior motives from the start. Actually, this Saint Sun just wants to see the complete 5-colored divine light. Seeing her face full of shyness, cheeks crimson, Shen Tian also saw very clearly. Furthermore, the purple luck light on the golden ring above Kong Meng's head was definitely an unprecedentedly robust leak. Being on good terms with Kong Meng would have huge benefits for long-term development in the future. Just as he was immersed in observing the halo above Kong Meng's head, Ao Bing beside him roared in anger, "Shen Tian, you unconscionable brat. This princess signed a dragon god contract with you and passed all the true dragon imperial sutra to you except for the taboo chapters, yet you did not give me a single drop of nirvana liquid." The more she spoke, the angrier she got. She put her hands on her hips and roared, "Now this flat-chested lass only passed you half of the Peacock Sutra, and you gave her so much holy liquid. How can you treat this princess like this? You are humiliating the dragon race's dignity. This princess does not care. This princess wants it too. This princess wants more than that lass." Seeing her so angry, Shen Tian spoke up to appease her. "Senior, you have not broken out of the shell yet. How can I give it to you?" But she was still relentless, pointing at the egg and roaring at him, "Dig a pit and pour the Nirvana holy liquid in, then soak this princess in it. You must soak this princess comfortably. Give this princess a bit more holy liquid so this princess can absorb enough and break the shell faster." Ao Bing patted Shen Tian's shoulder proudly. "Wait until this princess breaks the shell, I'll cover you. You can roam the 5 regions as you please, also did not I tell you?" "What, senior? Call me sister Bing." Seeing this, Shen Tian was very speechless toward her, struggling internally. Is this fellow really a dragon race saint from 10,000 years ago? Could it be that after the monster race undergoes nirvana the brain also becomes silly? Or is it because the heaven-executing sword was stuck in Ao Bing's head for 10,000 years and damaged her brain? Shen Tian quickly cast a spell to control the shovel, digging while calculating. Others passed the dragon race, supreme inheritance, true dragon imperial sutra to this Saint Sun except for the taboo chapters that only elders can learn. All other parts were passed to this Saint Sun. Emotionally and rationally, this Saint Sun should not favor one over the other and be too biased. He slowly poured the golden liquid into the pit, the liquid surging out continuously. Seeing this, Bai Ling exclaimed in surprise, "He actually has so much left, I really want some too." Being poured a pool of nirvana holy liquid by Shen Tian, Ao Bing and the egg absorbed it ceaselessly. After a while Ao Bing sat on the egg, hiccuped and said, "Too much, too pure." So satisfied. "Forget it. For the sake of so much nirvana holy liquid, this princess forgives you. This princess is sleepy and wants to sleep now, kid. Do not disturb this princess if there is nothing important." After speaking, she suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Shen Tian was speechless and choked with emotion, thinking secretly in his heart, Sleeping right after drinking, are you sure you are a dragon and not a pig? He could only resign himself to fate, wrapping the egg well and carrying it on his back, then turned to say to Kong Meng, Fairy Kong Meng, Shen unintentionally saw a wondrous sight in the ancient battlefield a few days ago. It seemed to be related to the peacock race's virtuous predecessors. I wonder if the fairy is interested in going with Shen to investigate it. Kong Meng stared at him, saying somewhat shyly, Since it is a wondrous sight related to my clan's virtuous predecessors, I am willing to go. Her face was full of shyness, her thoughts already flown to the 9 heavens. Is the divine firmament Saint Sun asking me out? He turned to say to Zhao Hao and the others, Junior brothers, everyone wait in the valley for a moment, I will go and return shortly. Yun Di seemed to understand, giving a thumbs up and promising, Senior brother, go ahead. Yun Di will set up arrays to protect the junior brothers well. Uncle Gui cried until he was a sobbing mess. He instructed softly, His Highness's happiness is the most important, no need to worry about this old slave. Shen Tian's majestic image emerged in his mind. His Highness finally learned to take the initiative to ask a fairy out. Too good it should be like this. With His Highness's current status, position, natural talent and appearance, as long as he is willing to take the initiative, why worry about not being able to find a princess consort soon? The figures of Kong Meng and Ao Bing emerged in his mind one after another. Uncle Gui put his palms together, sighing with emotion. First it was the eldest princess of the dragon race, and now the little princess of the peacock race. They all value His Highness so much. If Lady Concubine Land's spirit in heaven could see this scene, she would surely smile in the 9 springs. On the other side, Little Spirit stared angrily at Shen Dian, who was walking side by side with Kong Meng, thinking to herself, why is it that only the monster race can sign contracts with Shen Tian brother and become his closest partners? The figure of Ao Bing emerged in her mind again, and she began to reason. If it were that dragon, fine, after all, her figure is indeed better than Linger's. And Shen Tian brother being forced to become a dragon knight was also out of helplessness. Then she thought of Kong Meng biting her handkerchief in anger, her face full of jealousy. But what moral character or ability does this 5-colored peacock have? Why is Shen Tian brother willing to go alone with her to admire the scenery? Is it because Linger cannot satisfy him? It must be because my cultivation and strength are not strong enough. Thinking of this, Little Spirit immediately sat down to concentrate on cultivation. She sat there cultivating immortality, but thousands of thoughts churned in her mind. In this cultivation world where the weak are prey to the strong, I am not strong enough. Only by becoming stronger can I gain others' recognition and block those vixens pouncing on Shen Tian brother. The more she thought, the angrier she got. At this moment sparks of hatred burst from Little Spirit's eyes. I must become stronger. Some time later, inside the ancient battlefield, Shen Tian and Kong Meng left the valley. Relying on the positioning of the opportunity image above Kong Meng's head, they flew several hundred miles away, coordinating with the 5-colored divine light and the 5 thunders orthodox heaven art. The 2 killed gods if they blocked gods and Buddhas if they blocked Buddhas, unstoppable. Whenever they encountered powerful undead creatures, Kong Meng would first cast the 5-colored divine light to restrict them, and then Shen Tian would directly wave his whip to smash them. Even powerful undead at the peak of the Golden Core stage were like clay chickens and pottery dogs before Shen Tian and Kong Meng, left to be slaughtered. Shen Tian possessed multiple heaven and earth wonders, making him extremely suitable for cultivating the 5 elements divine light art. In just over 2 hours, Shen Tian had already grasped the rudiments of 4 types of divine light. This speed forced even Kong Meng to be surprised. It was simply faster than a pure-blooded peacock. This human race, divine firmament Saint Sun's cultivation talent was simply shocking to the world. Indeed, being handsome, his natural talent was also not inferior in the slightest. The 2 slowly ventured deep into a cave, and a giant peacock appeared before them, surrounded by subtle light. Seeing this, Kong Meng spoke to explain, this should be a seal placed by a powerhouse of my clan using their last strength before dying, transforming into the void. She stole a glance at Shen Tian and added, perhaps through the 5-colored divine light we can enter that space. Kong Meng's whole body erupted with the radiance of the 5-colored divine light. The divine light on the 5-colored wall before them also became more dazzling. 5-colored wall rippled with 5-colored concentric circles like a lake surface, the light fluctuating constantly, magnificent and beautiful. Just at that instant their hands suddenly clasped tightly together. Kong Meng pretended to be nonchalant, turning her head to guide him. We should be able to enter now. The 2 held hands like this, cautiously and slowly entering inside. After moving forward for a while, 2 blurred figures of light appeared before them at this time. Kong Meng recounted the story here to him in a deep voice. If I did not guess wrong, this should be a pair of senior companions from my clan and the Peng race from 10,000 years ago. In that war, the Peng race senior was killed by a strong enemy. My clan's senior fought to exhaustion, casting the 5-colored divine light forbidden technique to seal herself in the void. After speaking, the power around Kong Meng exploded accordingly, her eyes sorrowful as if about to shed tears. Only every few thousand years will they reappear in this ancient battlefield to be discovered by us. But just as her voice fell, the power within the skeleton suddenly diffused. It shot rapidly toward Kong Meng and merged into her body. She accepted this power and sensed. This is the origin 5-colored divine light condensed by my clan's ancestor through 1,000 years of cultivation. Did you sense that my bloodline is connected to yours, so you are helping me achieve fulfillment? At this moment, a fan flew high into the sky. Kong Meng pointed at it and explained, "There is also the five-colored divine light fan. That was the ancestor's weapon. That is one of the exquisite saint artifacts lost by the peacock race on the battlefield 10,000 years ago." Kong Meng turned to request him with a face full of fervor. "The five-colored divine light fan is very important. Brother Shen gave my clan the Nirvana holy liquid and helped my clan recover this fan. Please rest assured, Brother Shen, Kong Meng is absolutely not an ungrateful person. If Brother Shen has any need in the future, I will definitely do my best to help." Hearing this, Shen Tian quickly cupped his hands and replied, "Fairy Kong Meng need not be like this. Win-win cooperation is enough." Daring not delay, he immediately forced out a drop of essence blood. The essence blood flew rapidly toward the other skeleton, quickly being absorbed by it. After absorption was complete, a burning raging fire phoenix subsequently manifested. It flapped its wings violently, releasing massive magical power. Seeing this scene, Kong Meng exclaimed in some panic. "This is," looking at the glowing feather before her eyes, Kong Meng said with incomparable delight, "This is the feathered immortal gold, ranked 8th on the immortal metal list. Feathered immortal gold is the sharpest, fastest, and lightest immortal metal in the world. Once this kind of immortal metal takes shape, it will appear in the shape of a feather. It is inevitable that laws are carved upon it. If one wears a battle armor refined from feathered immortal gold, even a mortal can attain the Tao and become an immortal." That feather flew in front of him, radiating resplendent golden light. "If the mixed primordial immortal metal is the clan-guarding treasure of the peacock race, then the feathered immortal gold is the clan-guarding treasure of the great Peng race. With the feathered immortal gold, the golden-winged great Peng race's extreme speed of heaven and earth can be utilized to the fullest, and combat power will also multiply," Kong Meng explained happily. "I originally thought my luck was already considered top tier in the southern border. Did not expect there to be people beyond people. Compared to Brother Shen, my bit of luck counts as nothing at all." She looked at Shen Tian, giving a thumbs up to express admiration, and had to admit in her heart, as the divine firmament saint's son, Brother Shen, just by participating in a tiny foundation establishment stage trial, casually strolling around, could discover such a supreme treasure. Brother Shen is indeed a child of providence. Her thoughts connected to the image of Shen Tian agreeing to sign. "After returning, I must persuade the clan elders to sign a contract with Brother Shen. If we miss this child of providence, the peacock race will not know how many years they will regret it." Just as she was immersed in fantasy, Shen Tian had already quickly shot a golden light pointing at the box in front. Shen Tian slowly stepped forward to collect the skeleton, placing it into a coffin. He calculated in his heart, cannot take others' things for free. After all, having obtained the senior's legacy just now, better to collect the remains properly. Kong Meng stared at him somewhat obsessively, her eyes full of admiration. According to Kong Meng's understanding, the Peng race and Brother Shen clearly have a misunderstanding. Brother Shen actually disregarded past grievances to help the Peng race collect the remains, indeed broad-minded. Loved it, but Shen Tian here had eyes full of calculation, planning a genius scheme in his mind. If the Peng race keeps their promise, and is willing to repay the owed 50 million spirit stones, I will return the remains and battle armor to Jin Yu and the Peng race. If they swear to deny the debt, I will find a place to bury the remains heavily myself. The figures of others emerged in his mind. The feathered immortal gold should have belonged to Jin Yu, but now it has fallen into my hands. His luck will definitely plummet, becoming the fourth extraordinary lab rat after Qin Gao. Opposing this saint's son requires mental preparation to be a lab rat. In the Blood Demon Valley of the ancient battlefield, mist filled the air. Zhang San and his group appeared here. He opened his mouth to order, "Everyone be careful. This Blood Demon Valley is the only way to the depths of the battlefield. There might be evil things lying in ambush." Zhang San, Divine Firmament Sacred Ground Intersect Disciple, 10th on the Foundation Establishment stage list, extremely strong among the same rank. Actually, before Shen Tian, Uncle Gui and the others joined the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, his ranking was even higher. It can be said that besides Qin Yundi, who could create some accidents, there really weren't many other Foundation Establishment stage disciples who could contend with him. After Shen Tian joined the Sacred Ground, those who joined with him included Uncle Gui, Qin Gao, Shopkeeper Song and others. These were all immortal seedlings possessing the mixed primordial divine lightning. After obtaining the 5 thunders orthodox heaven art taught by the Sacred Ground, relying on the mixed primordial divine lightning to enhance lightning techniques, the strength of these immortal seedlings ranked among the best in the Foundation Establishment stage. They seemed to have nothing special beside Shen Tian, just dim foils, even somewhat servile and flattering, but placed in the entire Sacred Ground in the eyes of other Foundation Establishment stage disciples. Every one was an incomparably powerful heaven's chosen immortal seedling. Zhao Hao and others with profound internal cultivation floated in Zhang San's mind, especially Qin Gao, Uncle Gui and Zhao Hao. These three who joined later, they also possessed the inheritance of the Sun Imperial Sutra. Relying on the South Ming Vermilion Fire and Dry Yang 9-turn sword art in his body, Zhao Hao almost swept through the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's Foundation Establishment stage, his strength second only to Shen Tian and Qin Yundi, and Qin Gao had cultivated the Sunflower Demon Sutra to nearly the Great Accomplishment realm. with his fast sword traversing among the true disciples of the same rank could hardly block 3 of his swords as for shopkeeper Song and the others. Lu Tai, Zhen Zhujia, and Shang Meng also increased their strength greatly, relying on the Nirvana Holy Liquid and 5 Thunders Orthodox Heaven Art, firmly ranking in the top 30 of the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds Foundation Establishment stage list. Although the addition of these people squeezed the disciples originally in this position to the back, no Divine Firmament disciple held a grudge because their treatment was much better than before. Since the new Saint Sun appeared, the price of lightning exploding talismans in the sacred ground dropped directly, cheaper than outside by more than half 50 off. Disciples relied on these lightning exploding talismans to go out for trials, having greater guarantee of safety. Some disciples even made quite a lot helping friends buy lightning exploding talismans. Toward this new Saint Sun senior brother, all disciples supported and admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Shen Tian's image became increasingly clear in Zhang San's mind. He smiled and sighed lightly. Do not know how senior brother Yundi and senior brother Zhao are doing following the Saint Sun now. The Saint Sun is a child of providence favored by the heavenly Tao. Just walking around randomly can encounter huge opportunities. His face suddenly showed some worry. Only a pity that whether in strength or the skill of flattery, I am not as good as senior brother Qin and senior brother Song. Otherwise perhaps the Saint Sun would also consider taking me along for the trial. Figures of other disciples also emerged in memory. During the time joining this heaven-blessed organization, the Saint Sun's influence and unique personality charm have deeply conquered all disciples. After all, no female disciple can resist the Saint Sun's smile, and no male disciple can refuse the 60 off discount on lightning exploding talismans. Zhang San suddenly thought of an interesting matter, blushing. Just joining the heaven-blessed organization has unexpected discounts. How wonderful it would be to follow by the Saint Sun's side. In this ancient battlefield, opportunities are infinite. Surely the Saint Sun and the senior brothers have already earned a full pot, right? He secretly envied again in his heart. Really envy senior brother Song and the others coaxing the Saint Sun so well. Opportunities run everywhere and cannot escape, winning even while lying down. At this time, Zhang San ordered his subordinates. All disciples strengthen vigilance. If there is danger, coordinate closely with teammates immediately. Saint Liquid saves lives. According to past experience, the Blood Demon Valley definitely has 1 or 2 Golden Core stage evil spirits guarding it. They continued forward, the group walking in the gloomy and terrifying environment like this. Zhang San held a talisman in his hand, suddenly stopping, warning vigilantly. Blood scent. He quickly sensed the danger before his eyes, turning to say to other junior brothers, Blood Demon, everyone be careful. The junior brothers quickly drew their swords ready for defense and offense. Zhang San shouted the order, fellow junior brothers, deploy the Divine Firmament Evil Sweeping Sword Array. In the canyon crack, a huge black shadow slowly appeared. The huge monster was staring deadly at the few of them. The monster approached Zhang San rapidly, the intense killing intent emitted making him feel fear, trembling as he spoke. This is simply not the pressure of a Golden Core stage undead. This undead is even more terrifying than the nascent soul stage. He immediately turned to warn the junior brothers, we are not its match. Take out all lightning talismans to drive it away and split up to flee. Hearing this, the others responded in unison as if they had a plan long ago. Zhang San's group quickly took out yellow talismans and threw them at the monster. The attack quickly hit that huge monster, triggering small explosions, but the damage was not weak. However, the monster was not only unharmed but instead enraged. It revealed its fangs to threaten. Seeing this, Zhang San took the lead, the crowd shouting in panic, run, run, run. The monster was determined not to let the prey go. It roared in angry madness, immediately waving its hand to smash heavily onto the ground, triggering an earthquake as if wanting to shake everything down. The monster quickly erupted with power, smashing heavily onto the ground. Cracks spread. The surrounding people were in a mess, shouting in panic and helplessness. Oh no, cannot run away. Zhang San stared at the monster, trembling, muttering to himself, damn it, why would a nascent soul stage level monster appear in the Blood Demon Valley? Is not this a trial ground for the Foundation establishment stage? For such a strong undead to appear is too excessive. He suddenly straightened his body, looking at the monster roaring logically during the special period once every 5 years. Monsters above the nascent soul stage like this should be in the central area of the battlefield. So Zhang San shouted loudly to the people behind him, Senior brother, right, senior brother, everyone quickly use your tokens to ask senior brother Saint Sun for help. The others quickly took out their tokens to do so, but they were soon submerged by the red liquid emitted by the monster. They held their tokens high and shouted in unison, Senior brother Saint Sun, the heavens chosen, is matchless in the world. He definitely has a way to eliminate this vile beast. The tokens glowed Saint Sun. However, the monster's liquid did not recede. A moment later they vanished without a trace, even though they were still holding the Saint Sun tokens. Meanwhile, a group of mysterious people suddenly appeared from nowhere. That group was wrapped up tight, wearing masks on their faces. In the gloomy blood-colored valley, 6 black-robed figures walked out. Everyone wore a special mask on their face, concealing their aura, embroidered with words like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yuan, etc. respectively. One of them spoke, guarding this valley entrance is indeed the best hunting spot, Your Highness. Your Highness's schemes are godlike. Blackwood admires. Blackwood clenched his palm, expressing his determination. Counting this batch, we should have already captured 7 trial teams, right? Your Highness is divinely martial and matchless. Hearing this, Blackfire beside him continued, "But your highness, why did we allow these people to send out distress signals without stopping them?" Listening to the two arguing, Black Yuan then spoke to explain, "This prince has my own plans." The figures of that group of people emerged in his mind as he explained, "I have already investigated. There are several core members in this trial, namely Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian, Jade Lake Sacred Ground True Disciple Little Spirit, as well as Qin Yun Di and Zhao Hao, who are all true disciples of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground," Black Yuan said with a few degrees of smugness in his tone. "Although they are only at the foundation establishment stage, the treasures on them are stronger than those of many nascent soul stage cultivators, especially Shen Tian. Heard that he has a massive amount of Nirvana holy liquid on him. One person can equal 100,000 heavens chosen." A look of determination flashed in his eyes. "If we can catch him, the success rate of our plan will increase significantly." Immediately he turned to look at that huge monster. The reason this prince only released one blood demon to attack was to make those sacred ground heavens chosen feel there was a chance to save people. This way, Shen Tian will definitely call his companions to walk right into the trap. That will be the time to close the net. Thinking of Kong Meng's group, he was somewhat displeased. If not for fear of alerting the enemy, none of those feather race heavens chosen from before would have been able to run. Then he turned to his fellow sect members. "Everyone is the right-hand man of the sacred cult. As long as you are loyal to this prince, your benefits will naturally not be lacking in the future." Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Black Yuan said smugly, "Oh, someone is coming." At this time, Jin Yu was carrying his golden wings flying over at extremely fast speed. Seeing him, Black Yuan showed a trace of interest. "So it is this kid actually still left alone. Who told you to kill my beast pet? You are finished." At this time, Jin Yu pondered in his mind while flying. Running from the southern border 10,000 miles away to the eastern wilderness, this time he originally wanted to wipe away the shame for the Peng race but ended up being snatched clean by Shen Tian. His eyes were full of hatred. "Hateful Divine Firmament Saint Sun actually treated me like this. I, a dignified southern border heavenly Peng race heavens chosen, have been the bird among birds since childhood. I receive preferential treatment wherever I go." His voice was sour and angry as he roared, "Damn it, Shen Tian, you bully people too much. One day I will trample you flat." Just flying, a sense of unease struck, making Jin Yu stagnate. Feeling something was wrong looking at the monster before him, he stared wide-eyed, screaming in panic in his heart, "Holy crap, nascent soul stage blood demon, even in my prime I absolutely cannot rely on my own strength. Win against this blood demon, better to save my life first." Jin Yu immediately turned to flee. Truly unlucky. Once a bird is unlucky, even drinking cold water gets stuck in the teeth, just like the trial battlefield before. In the past, Blood Demon Valley did not even have a single nascent soul stage undead. Why did they appear one after another this time? But just running a few steps, Jin Yu faced another blood demon, roaring frantically in his heart, "There is another one, too late to run now." Jin Yu gripped the blade in his hand tightly, charging straight up. Damn it, risking it all. Heavenly Peng 9 slashes first slash, severing mountains and rivers. The blood demon's body was unharmed under that strike. Instead, it quickly returned a blow to Jin Yu, hitting him heavily. With just one palm, he was knocked flying high into the sky. A miserable scream rang out. "Ouch, where not to fly? Why fly right into the arms of another blood demon?" That blood demon quickly grabbed his body and lifted him high. Jin Yu begged for mercy and fear. Spare me, bastard, kill if you want to kill. Do not touch my armpit, tickling this old one to death. Too ticklish, take your dirty hand away." At this time he stared deadly at the blood demon, heart filled with unwillingness and grievance. What sin did this eagle commit to actually die in the hands of this filthy blood demon undead? At this time Black Yuan suddenly appeared behind him, his voice full of sarcasm. "Heavens chosen of the golden-winged great Peng race, possessing near pure-blooded golden-winged great Peng bloodline, indeed rare." But the tone quickly became mysterious, full of threat. "You will be the best sacrifice. Together with countless heavens chosen, you will become the cornerstone for this prince to ascend to the peak. Feel honored." Hearing this, Jin Yu was panic-stricken, screaming, "Bastard, kill if you want to kill. Why humiliate this eagle so smelly? Do not stuff inside. Just kill me directly, give me a quick death." No matter how he roared, it was useless. At this moment his body was quickly swallowed. Jin Yu shouted with disgust, "Cannot breathe, so smelly." After swallowing Jin Yu, the blood demon moved behind Black Yuan. At this time he said to the others, "Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian, come quickly. You will become the most perfect sacrifice in this prince's grand sacrifice." His eyes revealed mystery. "Come quickly. This prince misses you to death." In the depths of a cliff, a teleportation portal emitted strong light. Kong Meng walked out slowly from it. Behind her was Shen Tian being led out by her hand. Meanwhile, the mountain peak behind them collapsed rapidly. Kong Meng's body seemed somewhat exhausted, swaying. Obtaining the saint-level pure-blooded peacock's origin divine light this time is an unparalleled benefit for Kong Meng. As long as she thoroughly refines and absorbs this wisp of origin divine light, becoming a saint will have no obstacles. She looked at that divine fan with somewhat sorrowful eyes, falling into deep thought. Moreover, she also harvested the saint artifact 5-colored divine light fan. Even in the hands of a soul transformation stage heavenly venerable, possessing this saint artifact is absolutely a rare existence. Kong Meng was already ranked first on the southern border golden core list. Now having obtained the 5-colored divine light fan, it is even more like a tiger with added wings. Her gaze glanced at Shen Tian. His lungs subsequently emitted light. As for Shen Tian's harvest, to some extent it is not inferior to Kong Meng's at all. After all, the feathered immortal gold ranks 8th on the immortal metal list. One side is a sword. One side is a peacock plume. Although the heaven executing sword is powerful, the material of the sword itself is only quasi-immortal metal, not comparable to feathered immortal gold. Now with feathered immortal gold on the left and heaven executing sword on the right, simultaneously emitting Zheng metal aura, tempering Shen Tian's lungs. Just observing, the token in Shen Tian's hand suddenly flashed. Junior brother Yun Di has already called me 8 times, seems very anxious. Yun Di and the others quickly surrounded them, saying in unison, "Senior brother, why did not you reply? We were all very worried about you." Everyone noticed Little Spirit's anger. Damn it, this 5-colored peacock is indeed not a good thing. What exactly did this Kong Ming do with Shen Tian brother? 2 people sneaking around not listening when called and now being together so happily. Hearing them say this, Shen Tian was somewhat awkward. So he spoke to explain, "Just now Fairy Kong Ming and I encountered a special secret realm, a self-contained independent space which might have blocked spiritual sense transmission." Yun Di was surprised by these words, thinking secretly in his heart, encountered a special secret realm and even a self-contained independent space? Senior brother and Kong Ming have not left for long, right? To actually encounter a great opportunity again in such a short time? Zhao Hao behind him also secretly affirmed, "Sure enough, the rumors in the sacred ground are not baseless winds. Senior brother Saint Sun is the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao, luck is too good." Shen Tian stopped beating around the bush, asking directly about business. "Junior brother Yun Di, what exactly happened that is so urgent?" Hearing this, he raised the token in his hand to answer. "Senior brother, it is our sect's disciples who encountered danger in the Blood Demon Valley and asked us for help. Every divine firmament sacred ground disciple has a disciple token symbolizing identity, as well as the corresponding disciple number. Injecting mana can connect to other disciples for short-distance spiritual sense sound transmission. Zhang San's group did not have Shen Tian's number, so when encountering danger they could only contact the most familiar Qin Yun Di." He frowned and stated his view. "Senior brother Saint Sun, according to what Yun Di knows, blood demons usually have rules for feeding. They will store food and will not kill everyone at once, so if we rescue them in time, perhaps we can still save the junior brothers." Hearing this, Kong Meng behind him was somewhat surprised, opening her mouth to ask. A new blood demon appeared in the Blood Demon Valley. Shen Tian was equally surprised, turning his head to confirm. "Why did the fairy say new? Is there some hidden story?" Kong Meng explained. "When Bai Ling, He Wushuang and I passed by the Blood Demon Valley, we encountered a nascent soul stage blood demon. Only under the attack of the 5 of us that blood demon had already died. How could another one appear?" Hearing her say this, he fell into deep thought. According to past patterns, nascent soul stage undead monsters would not appear in the Blood Demon Valley. This time not only did one appear, but even more than one. Such abnormality, there must be something strange. The figures of several people emerged in his mind, thereby realizing that there was absolutely something fishy about this Blood Demon Valley. Sure enough, as long as a protagonist with great luck participates, no matter how simple the trial is, variables will definitely appear. Thinking of this, Shen Tian also guessed the truth behind it. Now in this ancient battlefield, people with great luck like Kong Meng, Zhao Hao, Little Spirit and Li Lianer are gathered together like bees in a hive. In this situation, it is not strange for any variable to occur. Retracting his thoughts, he held the token in his hand and said loudly, "Junior brother Yun Di, immediately notify all disciples of this sect to stay away from the Blood Demon Valley." Hearing this, Yun Di answered with a face full of confidence, "Senior brother, rest assured." Yun Di already reminded all junior brothers at that time. Yun Di's words hit him like thunder. Really did not expect this step. "So fast, junior brother Yun Di, when did you become so smart? Does your mom know?" He quickly recovered his composure, his attitude serious. "Now is not the time for wild thoughts, after all human lives are at stake. Must hurry up and think of a suitable rescue plan. This Saint Sun seems not to be an intelligent type leader, not suitable for this kind of headache-inducing strategizing. Forget it. I'll still go with the Zhonghu reckless man flow. Treat life and death lightly, do it if not convinced. Since the hot blood has rushed to the head, do not ask who I am, do it if I thought of it. Strike while the iron is hot." Shen Tian raised his arm high and shouted, "For blood demons above the nascent soul stage among the people present, only I can deal with them. I will go to the Blood Demon Valley alone. If I successfully rescue the junior brothers, I will quickly contact everyone to assemble. If no contact is received within 1 day, junior brother Yun Di, if you do not wait for my news, immediately notify all disciples to evacuate the battlefield. Not only disciples of this sect, but remember to remind disciples of other sects too. After evacuating the battlefield, report to Marshal Ant Bai Lian and let them decide." He made the decision without hesitation. Fugi immediately appeared, announcing loudly, "Senior brother Saint Sun cannot take the risk. Since changes and danger occurred in the Blood Demon Valley, we cannot let you take the risk alone even more. Zhen Zhejia is absolutely not a person greedy for life and afraid of death. willing to fight side by side with senior brother Saint Sun. Waving flags and shouting battle cries, immediately following, Xiang Meng and Tai Yi also spoke up to join the fun. I am willing to fight side by side with senior brother Saint Sun. And me too. Here, Shen Ao and Zhao Hao coincidentally felt anger surging up, also speaking. 13th brother, asking brother to watch you go to die. Brother cannot do it. Shen implies, Zhao implies, willing to fight side by side with you, dying without regret. Shen Tian had already refined the sword Heartfruit, achieving the heavenly sword Divine Physique. The sword Heartfruit was useless to him, so he distributed it to everyone. At the same time, Foundation Establishment stage cultivators who refined sword Heartfruits and dragon bloodgrass, everyone can be counted as a peerless heavens chosen. The scene of Yun Di and the others cultivating together emerged. Following Shen Tian, not only do they not have to suffer, but they can also become strong quickly. It was fine not saying it, but once said, Shen Tian had a face full of worry, helpless and speechless in his heart. Sounds very touching, but why does it feel like these two guys are cursing this Saint Sun? Not finished yet. Uncle Gui also spoke. This old slave swore absolutely will not let anyone hurt your highness unless they step over this old slave's corpse. Qin Gao beside him also contributed. Slave's life was saved by your highness. Even if I die, I hope to protect your highness. Hearing these words, Shen Tian froze, not knowing what to say. Is it necessary? This Saint Sun is just going to farm a monster, kill a nascent soul stage blood demon, that is all. Why does it feel like in your eyes this Saint Sun is going to send himself to death? His eyes widened even more in panic. Foundation Establishment beating nascent soul, is not this a basic operation? Can you people stop being blindly melodramatic? Shen Tian's body was filled with scorching hot blood. If this Saint Sun were alone and truly encountered an enemy I could not handle, would not it be delightful to just put on the full set of battle armor and use the earth escape to run away? His mood quickly became sorrowful and anxious. You all want to follow. If we truly encounter some great danger, how am I supposed to save you? How should I tell these people without hurting their self-esteem? Suddenly, Kang Meng stepped forward and said to everyone present, everyone need not worry. With Brother Shen Taoist strength, even if we truly encounter a few strong enemies at the nascent soul stage, he can certainly retreat unscathed. On the contrary, if everyone goes along, it will instead distract Brother Taoist when the time comes, she stated with a face full of confidence. If everyone truly wants to share Brother Taoist's burden, then do as Brother Taoist instructed. He listened to these words behind her and froze. At this moment, Shen Tian's eyes shone with surprise like searchlights, secretly rejoicing in his heart. She actually spoke my heartfelt thoughts, indeed a good tool person. Uncle Gui advised somewhat helplessly, this old slave is old and indeed can no longer shelter your highness from the wind and rain. Hope your highness will be sure to be careful on this trip, prioritizing your own safety and do not take risks. Saying this, his eyes contained hot tears as he cupped his hands to Miss Shen Tian's mother. This old slave will pray to Lady Concubine Lan in this holy dragon valley, hoping the lady's spirit in heaven can bless your highness. Kang Meng was moved upon hearing this and promised, truly a loyal old servant, really rare. Rest assured I will accompany your highness. Shen Tian immediately asked back in shock, you want to go with me? She answered indifferently. What is Brother Taoist doubting my strength? Subsequently, Kang Meng released the spiritual power within her body, saying with brimming confidence, if it is just a nascent soul stage undead, what can it do to me? Hearing this, he did not want to argue further, so he thanked her. Fine, since it is so, Shen thanks the fairy on behalf of the sect's junior brothers. At this time he half squinted his eyes to observe and ponder. Kang Meng's strength at this time was indeed very strong, a capable assistant. Thinking this, he transmitted his voice into the token to tell them, Junior brother Yun Di, remember my instructions well. If I have not contacted you after 12 hours, immediately contact everyone who can be contacted and let them evacuate the battlefield. Hearing this, he answered with some guilt, Yun Di understands. Wish senior brother a safe journey. It is still because Yun Di's strength is not strong enough that I cannot fight side by side with senior brother Saint Sun. On the other end of the token, everyone was listening to the situation on Shen Tian's side with full concentration. She stood to the side frowning, thinking secretly in her heart, little spirit, if only I were strong enough I could fight side by side with Shen Tian brother. Then she imagined the scene of fighting with Shen Tian instead of watching a peacock from the southern border fight with Shen Tian brother. Thinking of being able to fight side by side with Shen Tian in the future, she made up her mind, I must become stronger and return to Shen Tian brother's side. At this time the space was gloomy and cold, blending with red mist appearing incomparably eerie. Kang Meng opened her mouth to introduce, this is the Blood Demon Valley. She also recounted the past situation to Shen Tian. When we passed through this canyon before, we encountered a nascent soul stage blood demon, but with the cooperation of the 5 of us, that blood demon was already killed. Did not expect there to still be one. Shen Tian raised his vigilance at this time to remind, when things go wrong there must be a demon. Shen has life-saving means. I will go to scout the path first. Trouble the fairy to hide in the dark to hold the line for Shen. Be sure to pay attention to your own safety. If things cannot be done, fairy leave immediately. Absolutely do not take action casually to save me. Kang Meng was somewhat stunned seeing him like this, while Shen Tian just stared deadly at the halo above her head, muttering to himself in his heart, "After all, it is the first time seeing a person with great luck possessing purple chi. Such supreme value is immeasurable, must protect carefully. Cannot let accidents happen." Just because of that glance, Kang Meng stood stiffly for a while, then blushed, thinking secretly, "Is brother Taoist caring about me? Only a human race heavens chosen so heroic and gentle is qualified to become the peacock race's human walking companion. Brother Shen, if you encounter danger, I absolutely will not stand idly by." Thinking this, she voiced a guarantee, "Brother Taoist, rest assured, I will take good care of myself." Shen Tian smiled slightly upon hearing the answer, picked up that familiar mask in his hand and put on the mask to move forward in disguise. Two continued to explore. Inside the Blood Demon Valley, the crimson blood mist showed no sign of dispersing. After walking for a long time, they finally reached a cave that looked incomparably dark. Inside, a huge monster was sleeping. Shen Tian asked softly, "Is this the blood demon?" Immediately, he suddenly discovered its belly was abnormal, secretly deducing, "There seems to be someone in the belly." He did not hesitate, immediately approaching that sleeping monster holding his sword. In the next second, Shen Tian waved his blade, making up his mind. Must kill with one blow, cannot attract other blood demons. While slashing down with one blade, he shouted loudly, "Watch my heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique." The blood demon woke up immediately upon hearing the commotion. Its eyes red and bright like car headlights, it turned backward nimbly, causing his move to slash onto its back. The attack slashed down but left the blood demon unscathed, making him somewhat surprised. The defense is actually so strong. Black Yuan appeared in the darkness at this time to tease. Finally here, playing a sneak attack, there were many people wearing masks behind him. He seemed a few degrees more confident and continued, "Only a pity that although the blood demon looks like it is composed of blood water, its defensive power is astonishing, not so easily breached." On the Blood Demon Valley side, Shen Tian's aura exploded again all over his body. The blood-colored sword chi slashed down forcefully, quickly severing the blood demon's head. After severing the blood demon's head, he stabbed continuously into its abdomen, wondering, "Inside the belly this is." As the slash passed, the human figures inside were revealed. He immediately exploded with power, the white tiger spirit manifesting accompanied by intense lightning. In an instant, the move was thrown straight at the blood demon, triggering a huge explosion. Subsequently, everyone inside its belly was also released. Jin Yu, trapped in the blood demon's belly, also gradually woke up in a daze. "What happened? I remember being stuffed into the belly by the blood demon." After waking up and seeing Shen Tian smiling, he felt incomparable surprise. Jin Yu opened his mouth wide, thinking secretly, "Holy crap, do not tell me the divine firmament Saint Sun saved me. Why is the person who saved me him? Now I owe him a life-saving grace. How do I face him in the future?" Then he dazedly imagined the scene of himself stepping on Shen Tian, somewhat worried. Suffering such extraordinary shame in the ancient battlefield this time. This eagle had originally regarded Shen Tian as a nemesis, always thinking that one day I could surpass Shen Tian and step on him under my feet, but did not expect to be saved by Shen Tian. This is too awkward. But when Jin Yu looked back and saw the divine firmament sacred grounds disciples, he understood. In the next second, Jin Yu scanned the row of victims just like him behind him. Although I know this guy was mainly trying to save the divine firmament sacred grounds junior brothers, and saving me was just incidental. After pondering for a moment, he also accepted it, closing his eyes in deep thought. But this cannot become an excuse for me to repay kindness with enmity. Black Yuan was standing in a cave not far away at this time. He was panicked and confused. The divine firmament Saint Sun beheaded that blood demon with 2 swords? How is it possible? That was a nascent soul stage blood demon. Recalling the process of refining the blood demon, he felt regret. The sacred cult paid a not small price to let me subdue these few golden core stage blood demons in the ancient battlefield and then promote them to the nascent soul stage. Even facing nascent soul stage cultivators, the blood demon's defense is not easily breached, let alone having its head severed, but in front of the divine firmament Saint Sun, the blood demon's defense was actually broken instantly. Black Yuan rummaged for something in his pocket, but his brain was still analyzing constantly. In other words, the power of that sword of Shen Tian has already surpassed the nascent soul. Wasn't it agreed that in the ancient battlefield the cultivation of trial takers is suppressed to the foundation establishment stage? He calls this the foundation establishment stage. What foundation establishment stage cultivator can take the life of a nascent soul stage blood demon with 1 sword? FCK. Then he took out a talisman and began to cast a spell. His state also became a few degrees more confident as he thought, "Do not rush, the blood demon is not that easily solved. The sacred cult's things are not that easily defeated by this kid, the divine firmament Saint Sun." Zhang San also woke up at this time, shouting with emotion, "It was Senior Brother Saint Sun who saved us. I knew that in Senior Brother Saint Sun's eyes, this beast is nothing but a clay chicken and pottery dog, unable to last a single blow." Several junior brothers behind him also immediately echoed, "Too touched, did not expect Senior Brother to really take the risk to come for us." Zhang San still could not help continuing to admire. That was a nascent soul stage blood demon. To kill it, Senior Brother must have experienced an unimaginably arduous bloody battle. Really makes one touched. Several disciples at this moment, some even with tears in their eyes, said loudly, "It is Senior Brother Shen. The divine firmament Saint Sun killed this monster and saved us. Senior Brother Shen is too handsome." being saved by senior brother Shen. This life-threatening danger was really worth it. Not only male disciples, female disciples also screamed excitedly, "Senior brother Shen, I am Lan He, the new true disciple of Danja Cave. The life-saving grace is unrepayable. I wish to repay senior brother with my body." Several female disciples beside her listened and began to argue. "Repaying with the body, are you worthy? Senior brother's life-saving grace is unrepayable. I am willing to follow senior brother as a slave, working like an ox or horse to repay senior brother." Finally everyone knelt down to beg. "And me, senior brother Shen, although I am male, as long as senior brother says the word, I am willing to go up a mountain of knives or down a sea of fire for senior brother to repay senior brother's life-saving grace." "Me too." Jinyu stood behind them, immediately surprised. "Even these treacherous humans know to repay kindness with kindness. I, a dignified, golden-winged great Peng race heaven's chosen. How can I repay kindness with enmity?" Seeing Shen Tian scrambling to deal with this group of junior brothers, Jinyu finally accepted giving up this mission. Fine, Fairy Kongming was right. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. The sin was created by heavenly venerable Bai Lian. It should not be counted on Shen Tian's head. I owe Shen Tian a life. If I truly defeat Shen Tian in the future, at worst I'll spare his life. Thinking this, he walked over and pointed at Shen Tian's face, roaring to make him dazed. "Surname Shen, do not think I will be grateful to you just because you saved me. When I succeed in cultivation in the future, I definitely will defeat." Speaking of this, Jinyu suddenly stopped, looking in shock at the blood demon's squirming neck. Thus he stared wide-eyed to remind, "Careful behind you." Just at the moment Shen Tian turned his head, tentacles were gradually revealed. Jinyu gritted his teeth, transforming his arm into a blade. He leaped up from behind Shen Tian, making Shen Tian somewhat surprised too. Next, Jinyu's attack slashed straight at the blood demon. But suddenly the tentacles on its body entangled his arm, and gradually more and more tentacles rushed toward Jinyu. Finally, hands, feet, and abdomen were all bound tightly by tentacles hanging in the air. He shouted in panic, "Holy crap, not again, tying me up!" The blood demon's head also remerged with the body at this time. In the next second the head recovered to its original state as if nothing happened. Watching Jinyu being bound all over, Shen Tian thought somewhat flusteredly, "What exactly is this monster? Head cut off and it does not die. Does this thing not lose HP?" At this time Jinyu was trying hard to break free from the tentacles. Seeing this, Shen Tian had some sympathy. This Peng race heaven's chosen is really unlucky, just got saved and got caught again. Speaking of which, now all human race cultivators have been saved, leaving only him. Should I still take the risk to save him? Subsequently he turned his head to order the disciples, "Everyone retreat behind me, pay attention to your own safety." After arranging properly, Shen Tian set up an array, preparing to fight, weighing the blood demon in his heart. "Fine, this guy got caught again because of me after all, better save him one more time." This blood demon does not die after decapitation and disembowelment, instead becoming lively again so quickly. Fighting this kind of monster is indeed very hard to handle. Just when Shen Tian was ready, the monster also jumped high into the sky and pounced on him. It used violent heavy punches to attack Shen Tian continuously, but all were blocked by him. Subsequently, Shen Tian slashed out a sharp strike, cutting off the blood demon's arm. The blood demon was unharmed and continued to attack Shen Tian, but he dodged nimbly. Subsequently, Shen Tian slashed heavily at it with force, a move with massive power hitting the blood demon's body directly. In an instant, the tentacles were severed in front of Jinyu. Looking at that glittering battle armor, his eyeballs were about to pop out from surprise. Then he looked at Shen Tian sluggishly, puzzled. "Shen Tian, this is..." Shen Tian was trying hard to block the blood demon at this time, but still answered quickly, "Jinyu, this set of battle armor and warblade are lent to you temporarily. Hold it off, I'll take my junior brothers and other sect disciples to leave first." Hearing this, he was still immersed in shock, and only after a moment did he feel shocked in his heart. "What do you mean lend me? Damn it, this was originally my stuff. Can the stuff this eagle took back be robbed by you again?" Thinking this, he also put on the battle armor unhappily, took out the dual swords and shouted, "I am not your subordinate. Stop issuing orders. This thing dares to make this old one feel disgusted." Now with the warblade in hand, combat power recovered, "I definitely have to chop this thing into pieces." Saying this, Jinyu charged straight at the blood demon, slashing repeatedly. Seeing Jinyu incomparably excited, Shen Tian gently gave a thumbs up and said, "You fight with it here. I'll take the junior brothers and leave first." Hearing this, he felt like he was splashed with a basin of cold water, thinking, "Holy crap, can you, this guy, follow the routine when fighting monsters? Now I have also recovered combat power. Should not we join forces to kill him?" Jinyu could not help but freeze at this moment. He actually let the junior brothers go first. What kind of stupid behavior is this? Suddenly the blood demon attacked continuously, forcing him to dodge and shout, "Holy crap, how did it suddenly become stronger?" Seeing himself gradually falling into a disadvantage, and Shen Tian also preparing to go far away, Jinyu hurriedly shouted, "Do not, Shen, brother Shen, help me." Shen Tian sighed while supporting a disciple who called for help. "Truly troublesome. Zhang San, you take the junior brothers and leave the valley first." He immediately accepted the order. "Yes, senior brother." Shen Tian's expression became serious at this moment as he demanded, "Everyone run quickly." Hearing this, everyone took to their heels, no one daring to look back. Black Yuan and a group of subordinates gathered together at this time. He spoke up, "Want to run in your dreams." As soon as the voice fell, blood flows suddenly rose into the sky, causing the crowd here to turn pale with fright. Immediately afterward, more blood demons appeared, making everyone scream in terror. Heavens, where did so many blood demons come from? In a short time, all disciples were surrounded by blood demons. The crowd shouted in panic. There were also 5 blood demons behind. This, is there any justice left? Zhang San's face was pale with disbelief. Heard that nascent soul stage undead are rare in the ancient battlefield. 5 blood demons actually appeared in one blood demon valley. Did we not check the almanac before entering the battlefield? Jin Yu, who was fighting the blood demon here, also detected the suspicious situation. Originally wanted to borrow Shen Tian's advantage to solve the blood demon by bullying the few with the many, but how did the current situation change? Did this blood demon's siblings also start a gang fight? 5 against 2. No matter how powerful Shen Tian is, could he withstand 5 nascent soul stage blood demons? After pondering for a moment, he blasted all remaining power toward that blood demon. Thought there were only 2, did not expect there to be 5, far exceeding the limit. Truly ridiculous. I am actually fighting side by side with him, rather than being stuffed into that disgusting belly again. Better to fight to the death. Fighting with all his might while laughing loudly, he affirmed. Looks like you will not have the life to collect that IOU. Let us risk it. As soon as the voice fell, he recited the move. Heavenly Pung 9 slashes second slash, severing void, slashing fiercely toward that monster's chest. A gradually shattering light ball immediately appeared on its chest. Shen Tian seized the opportunity at this time to rush toward it at extreme speed. In the next second, he decisively stabbed into the blood demon's chest. Subsequently, Shen Tian pulled out the sword, which also carried something else. Looking at the spiritual pearl penetrated by the sword, he was incomparably surprised. This is a blood essence pearl. Moment later, the blood essence pearl subsequently dissipated in the air. Jin Yu in the rear gave a thumbs up to praise. Beautifully done, as expected of my opponent. Subsequently, Shen Tian saw him and immediately remembered an important matter, demanding loudly, "That blade is lent to you by this saint's son. Figure out a way to keep it safe for me, do not scratch it." Hearing this, Jin Yu ground his teeth in anger and cursed secretly. Shen Tian is truly vicious. This eagle was fighting side by side with you just now, yet you bastards still want to extort this eagle's warblade? Are you still human? Have not rested for long yet. The remaining 4 blood demons appeared in front of the 2, startling them greatly. In an instant, Shen Tian took out a strange purple hammer. Gripping the hammer in his hand tightly, he immediately smashed a blow toward the ground, shouting, "Get lost!" causing those blood demons to be shaken and scattered. Seeing his blood demons repelled, Black Yuan was instantly panic-stricken. This guy is too terrifying. Is this still human? The subordinates behind also stared wide-eyed in surprise. The power of one hammer is actually so terrifying. The Foundation establishment stage actually has such a heavens chosen. Subsequently, Black Yuan smiled cruelly and announced, "Since it is so, then I cannot let you go even more." Here a blood demon suddenly appeared from behind Shen Tian, startling him immediately. It smashed a heavy blow directly at Shen Tian. Those junior brothers screamed in panic upon seeing this. Senior brother Saint Sun, no, senior brother Shen. Seeing Shen Tian knocked down, Black Yuan immediately became excited. Such a terrifying monster today still has to die in my hands. Feeling excited just thinking about it, he and those subordinates stood there smugly. This battle is about to end. Ultimately, this prince won when the blood demon smashed down with one blow. Dust flew everywhere. Zhang San shouted with a pale face, "Senior brother Saint Sun." The disciples beside also shouted, "No, senior brother Shen." Suddenly, the monster was penetrated through the body by an attack, making it open its mouth as if in pain. The blood demon fell down immediately, and a figure emerged from the rear, whole body shrouded in golden spiritual energy. Kong Meng scolded coldly, "Vile beast, dare to hurt brother Shen Taoist." At this time, Black Yuan rested his chin on his hand, watching Kong Meng appear calmly, still smug. Did not expect just after finishing the divine firmament Saint Sun, this peacock race, pure-blooded heavens chosen, walked into the trap herself. He imagined the appearance of the 2 continuing to be arrogant side by side. If I can catch these people in one net, I can harvest all the fortunes and cultivate a supreme sovereign Tao foundation. After all, whether it is the 5-colored divine light or the South Ming vermilion fire, they are both rare wonders of heaven and earth, unique treasures. Speaking of this, suddenly he froze and wondered, wait, South Ming vermilion fire? Panic began to strike. No, the South Ming vermilion fire did not extinguish at all. Reasonably speaking, if Shen Tian died, the South Ming vermilion fire he controlled would definitely lose control. He recalled the battle deduction just now, but that sword he controlled is still fighting the blood demon at this time. The South Ming vermilion fire on the sword body is still resplendent, completely without the appearance of losing control. That corpse is not Shen Tian's. At this time, Black Yuan realized, divine firmament Saint Sun, he is not dead. Meanwhile, Shen Tian had already appeared behind him and praised, "Not bad, you are quite smart too." As soon as the voice fell, thorny vines suddenly pierced out from the underground, tightly binding Black Yuan's body so he could not move. There was also a huge vine inserting directly into his mouth. Shen Tian stood aside and threatened, "Dare to move, it will suck you dry immediately." Not only Black Yuan but all his subordinates also encountered the same situation. Although his mouth was blocked by the vine, he still could not help wondering, why was this prince clearly hiding in the dark and even used a treasure to restrain aura, yet was still discovered by you so quickly? It is reported that the evil spirit cult has lurked in the 5 regions for 10,000 years. Major sacred grounds have been besieging them but could never exterminate them. This breath-concealing secret technique, a hiding method, its effect is immeasurable, known as an immortal Dao unique skill. Furthermore, Black Yuan and the 6 people bore heavy responsibilities this time. They also had particularly precious treasures on them. The black robes and masks could both increase the invisibility effect. Even if a nascent Soul Peak strong expert investigated, it would be hard to discover them, but Shen Tian found their hiding place in a moment and even deliberately acted out a play, instantly reversing the situation. He lined them up and questioned, nothing to say. Next, Shen Tian noticed the halos above their heads, thinking to himself, what concealment secret method? Just a decoration in front of this saint sun. Thought covering the body and aura was enough. Hide the luck too if you have the ability. Then noticed Black Yuan again, hiding in the dark, remotely controlling blood demons to besiege this saint sun. Ridiculous. Think I cannot see your halos, especially this guy. The golden light above his head flashes so much it blinds the eyes. Recalling detecting Black Yuan and the others standing on high ground scorning during the battle with the blood demon. If not for worrying about some life-saving treasures on these guys, afraid of alerting the enemy, this saint sun would have rushed directly at this guy long ago. However, he crossed his arms and began to calculate. After all, shoot the horse before shooting the person. Curse the, no, capture the ringleader before capturing the thieves. After pondering for a long time, Shen Tian opened his mouth to order. Game over, be sensible and make these few blood demons stop. Watching them obediently, not saying a word, he was somewhat curious. The master controlling the blood demons is caught. Can these blood demons still make any waves? Black Yuan was burning with rage at this time, feeling incomparably aggrieved in his heart. On the Foundation Establishment stage battlefield, this prince has 5 nascent soul stage blood demons, yet still suffered a crushing defeat in front of Shen Tian. I am unwilling. At this time his right hand still tightly gripped a piece of red jade, asking back and questioning him. Do you think catching me can save your junior brothers? As soon as the voice fell, the jade in his hand shattered instantly. Black Yuan exploded with power like a madman, shouting, falling into your hands, this prince did not plan to live, let us perish together. Subsequently, those blood demons also had a violent reaction, red light in their eyes flourishing greatly. They seemed to be enhanced with power, charging toward them full of murderous aura. Several junior brothers immediately screamed in panic that it was bad. These blood demons' auras became stronger and more ferocious. Seeing the blood demons he controlled attacking those disciples, Black Yuan provoked, Shen Tian, this prince wants to see what you do now. Just watch helplessly as fellow disciples get torn to shreds. Just about to be smug, suddenly he froze and cried out. It turned out his body was pierced by vines, making Black Yuan vomit blood. Shen Tian announced flatly at this time, since it is so, this saint son will not be polite either. Not only Black Yuan but those people following him were also pierced by vines. They immediately wailed in pain. You dare what? Dantian pierced. Subsequently he suspended them in the air, displaying his move, lend me your spiritual power to use. Jin Yu here was already exhausted, resigning to fate, ending soon, forget it. Although I still have to die in the hands of this filthy monster, at least it is a death in battle. Did not lose my golden-winged great Peng Race's face, only getting stepped to death by it feels a bit shameful. Watching the ferocious huge blood demon in front, he fell into deep thought. Shen Tian saved my life before. Now I fight side by side with him, counting as repaying the life-saving grace. If the cultivation world really has reincarnation in the next life, I definitely must become the strongest heavenly Peng. Sooner or later I will step this pretty boy flat. Then Jin Yu secretly mocked fate in his heart, feeling refreshed just thinking about it, but after a while found he was fine. He squinted to ask himself, why am I not dead yet after so long? It turned out Shen Tian had already rushed to support Jin Yu. During this period he still remembered the IOU. Little chick, you still owe this saint son over 50 million spirit stones, you cannot die. Seeing this, he immediately shouted for Shen Tian. He was wearing majestic armor at this time, holding that strange purple hammer just now, questioning loudly. Have you guys seen me in my prime? It should be known that in the 5 Thunders Orthodox Heaven Arts 5 Elements lightning armor, Black Tortoise governs defense, Azure Dragon governs recovery, White Tiger governs slaughter, Qilin governs purification, while the Vermilion Bird lightning armor makes the caster's power increase violently, capable of endowing humans with speed like a divine bird. Shen Tian gathered all power at this time to charge at the blood demon, shouting with disgust, take your stinky foot away. When the hammer smashed across the blood demon's body, he shouted, get lost for me. Black Yuan was tormented by the vines until sweating profusely at this time. Seeing him fight, he felt fear. He actually still held back. The divine firmament Saint Sun's combat power is simply too terrifying. He was like a Rakshasa on the battlefield at this time, staring at the blood demon with bloodshot eyes accompanied by raging flames burning behind him. Subsequently, a pair of fiery red golden wings appeared behind Shen Tian, known as Feathered Immortal Gold. Shen Tian flapped his wings and flew up like a fire phoenix, raising the hammer high and rushing toward those huge monsters without hesitation, shocking them. Eat my hammer, go to die. His superb performance made the 2 female disciples outside mesmerized. Golden divine wings, red flame battle method. Senior Brother Shen's appearance is simply too handsome. From now on I am Senior Brother Shen's person in life, and Senior Brother Shen's ghost in death. The female disciple with a hair bun accepted the word shyly. I will not marry anyone but Senior Brother Shen Tian. Two male disciples were equally excited. The curly-haired youth's eyes shone as he said, "Senior Brother Shen's power is too great," while the youth with a hairbun was already streaming with tears. "Men living in the world, great heroes should be like Senior Brother Shen." Kong Meng seemed captivated by Shen Tian's figure. After obtaining the feathered immortal gold, Brother Shen became stronger again, she winked playfully, saying shyly, "As expected of the strong expert, I acknowledge. Looks like I also have to continue working hard on cultivation." At this time, Black Yuan collapsed on the ground, disappointed in his heart. Why is the gap so big despite both being core figures of sacred ground forces? His current appearance looks incomparably miserable with such a person existing. Does the sacred cult really have a day of making a comeback? Why does this prince feel the sacred cult seems to have no future? Meanwhile, Shen Tian was thinking about the method to eliminate the giant monster, activating one essence heavy water, South Ming vermilion fire and feathered immortal gold simultaneously, although it is my peak combat state. But the consumption is too great. He waved his hand and thorny vines appeared immediately. Cannot drag on anymore. Following Shen Tian's movement, those vines also rushed toward them. Must attack these three monsters' weak points directly to work. On the other side, Black Yuan managed to despise, if the bone armor and heart are not breached, Blood Demon cannot be killed. He observed the process intently. The devouring immortal vine pierced into the Blood Demon's body, suddenly turned a corner inside the Blood Demon's body, the vine quickly finding the target, directly piercing the Blood Demon's heart. Watching the monster's body explode, he was overjoyed. Great, it really works, Shen Tian calculated secretly in his heart. The Blood Demon can condense a defensive bone armor at its core position at any time, and after the bone armor shatters it can immediately condense a new one, so it is very difficult to shatter the bone armor and the heart simultaneously. Directly using the devouring immortal vine to pierce into the Blood Demon's body, then turn a corner to stab into the heart, this move was indeed effective. The devouring immortal vine coordinated with the one essence heavy water is simply an invincible force. He continued to manipulate the devouring immortal vine to kill more Blood Demons. There were still two left. Jinyu watched the monsters explode one by one, involuntarily stunned. Too fantasy-like. Foundation establishment slaying nascent soul. This is actually possible. Is this guy still human? No wonder those old monsters living for hundreds of years cannot withstand this kind of attack. He lay on the ground with a mourning face, regretting. Damn it, managed to fight side by side with this guy Shen Tian with great difficulty, counting as barely repaying the life-saving grace, but in a twist got saved by Shen Tian again. How should this eagle repay him in the future? He thought aggrievedly of the plan to chase and capture Shen Tian in his mind. Originally planned that after repaying the life-saving grace and leaving the ancient battlefield where power is no longer suppressed, I would bully the small with the big, relying on cultivation base to beat Shen Tian black and blue to vent anger. Two lines of tears flowed down like rushing water. Jinyu gnashed his teeth in anger, fists clenching tightly. This guy chops these Blood Demons like chopping vegetables. Even if we really leave the ancient battlefield, can this eagle beat this pervert? Why does it feel a bit suspenseful? Better to value harmony. Returning to the battle, Shen Tian continued to rush toward the last one. The speed of the process made Zhang San and the two disciples dumbfounded with shock. He was completely unharmed all over, notifying indifferently, "Done everyone, all dangers have been eliminated." Jinyu froze in place, behaving so obediently he did not dare make a sound. He even squatted down to hand it Nirvana Holy Liquid with concern. This is the Nirvana Holy Liquid transformed from the devouring immortal vine undergoing tribulation. It can heal Dao injuries and replenish life origin. Here is 5 caddies, enough for you to heal your injuries. Jinyu's eyes shone with light, incomparably moved. When did this guy become so kind-hearted? Move for not long. Shen Tian's words made the atmosphere cool down instantly. If you die, who will the Saint Sun ask to collect the debt? Also, that golden warblade was also made to have a rolled edge by you. The golden battle armor is also worn a bit. You have to compensate for these. He froze in place for a few seconds after hearing this. Not finished yet. Shen Tian even happily held that shiny ring to quote a price in passing. Returning this ring to you, converted to 2 million spirit stones, you still need to compensate this Saint Sun 52 million spirit stones. No need to rush to pay back. It is fine to pay back after gathering enough. Interest must be added. Throughout the whole process, Jinyu did not say a word, only able to be dissatisfied in his heart. What kind of operation is this? Returning the golden battle armor and golden warblade to me, plus the ring converted to 2 million spirit stones. Just this golden warblade, even if the edge is rolled, is worth more than this price, let alone the golden battle armor, which is a top-grade spiritual artifact. 2 million spirit stones cannot even buy a single hair. He sized up the ring, thinking calmly. Wait, is this guy giving this eagle a way out? Is this wanting to sue for peace? Subsequently, he directly drank the Nirvana Holy Liquid Shen Tian gave. Count yourself sensible. For the sake of you being quite sensible, this eagle will give you face and will not make things difficult for you in the future. Just like that, his essence, energy and spirit rose continuously. Jinyu's state immediately became inspired and bright, energy recovered. In the next second he pointed at Shen Tian valiantly. Shen Tian, do not look down on people too much. 52 million spirit stones, that is all. I will not renege on the debt. Within 3 months I will definitely gather the spirit stones and send them to the divine firmament sacred ground for you. He did not give up easily, continuing to issue a challenge. Fighting in the battlefield this time wasn't satisfying. If there is an opportunity in the future, when you succeed in cultivation, we will fight another match, Shen Tian agreed immediately. Okay, when you form the Golden Corps, I'll go to the peacock race and look for you in passing. Jin Yu instantly panicked but still spoke toughly. Then it is a deal. At that time, if you lose, I'll spare your life. His face changed drastically, both terrified and worried. I said this to give this silly kid a way out. Why did he agree? Foundation establishment stage can exterminate nascent soul. When you reach the Golden Core stage, how can I beat you? Too lazy to talk more nonsense with Jin Yu, Shen Tian turned and left. Fine, if you lose, this saint son will also spare your life. In his heart, however, he thought, this guy who cares about face to death really dares to say it. Wait for this saint son to succeed in cultivation to challenge you. Are you afraid I'll run or what? Although saying so, Shen Tian did not feel the problem was big. Anyway, this kind of person who loves face is easiest to hoodwink. Going straight from beginning to end, simply having no conspiracies or schemes. The best way to deal with this kind of person is to be more arrogant than him, this time. Shen Tian raised his hand and immediately released a huge coffin. Jin Yu slowly stroked the coffin, listening attentively to his explanation. This is the remains of your golden-winged great Peng race senior. Heard from Fairy Kong Meng that he died fighting extraterrestrial evil spirits. In that immemorial campaign he was a true hero and should not be exposed in the wilderness. You take him back to the golden-winged great Peng race for a heavy burial. Watching his luck rise, Shen Tian also felt satisfied. Since I want to turn this guy into a leek to harvest daily, this saint son should also treat him a bit better. Jin Yu was moved, cupping his hands in salute. My clan owes you this debt of gratitude. Shen Tian maintained an attitude neither humble nor overbearing but was incomparably proud in his heart. Human is silly. Money is plentiful and still a bird. Gained another guy this saint son can mooch luck from. Shen Tian looked at the group of people lying on the ground, saying seriously, next it is time to deal with you guys. He simply took off Black Yuan's mask and the ring on his hand, sizing up the just confiscated items, incomparable satisfied. Black robes and masks are all secret treasures for concealing aura, rejoicing secretly in his heart. Tisk tisk, the treasures in the storage ring are really rich. Indeed, murder and arson earn golden belts. This saying makes sense. Wear the storage ring first, organize later. After putting away the items, he sat down to interrogate the just awakened Black Yuan. You guys are people of the evil spirit cult, right? Sneaking into the ancient battlefield this time, what is the conspiracy? The other party was still tough-mouthed. Do you think this prince is a person greedy for life and afraid of death? Kill me and you all have to die, Shen Tian stated coldly. Already a prisoner and still so arrogant. Think it is very interesting? Hearing this, Black Yuan no longer threw a tantrum. Living evil spirit cult members are always more valuable than dead ones. Because although there are many fanatical believers in the evil spirit cult, there are more people greedy for life and afraid of death. A captured evil cultist is very likely to become a breakthrough point, helping the sacred ground follow the vine to get the melon and find more evil cultists. Therefore, Shen Tian crippled their dantians to prevent them from committing suicide. Shen Tian turned to look at Jin Yu, Zhang San and the others to propose, fellow brothers of various sects on the battlefield, is there anyone willing to end the trial early? To escort these 6 people back for interrogation, Black Yuan went crazy with anger. Hateful, Shen Tian's plan is too thorough. Now, while the news of the 6 people being captured has not spread yet, is the most suitable time for the sacred ground to interrogate, investigate and cleanse the evil cult. If waiting until the trial completely ends to send the 6 for interrogation, fear that the evil cult strongholds these 6 people know would have long withdrawn. The disciples participating in the trial all looked troubled. For ordinary disciples, the ancient battlefield trial is absolutely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Here, once able to find a precious ancient spiritual medicine, it is enough to let them struggle a few years less or even decades less. Even in the sacred ground, cultivation resources for most disciples are also very tight. Because the higher their requirements for themselves, the more advanced the resources needed naturally. Just as he expected, if giving up halfway and leaving the ancient battlefield this time, it will be hard to have such an opportunity next time. Sure enough, no one was willing to give up the experience opportunity. Seems still have to. At this time, Zhang San suddenly spoke up. Senior brother Saint Sun, I am willing to escort them back. These evil spirit cultists actually dared to barge into the ancient battlefield to destroy the joint trial. Simply audacious. He expressed gratitude to Shen Tian. This time, if not for senior brother Saint Sun turning the tide, fear that this battlefield would flow with rivers of blood, brewing a great disaster, the consequences unimaginable. Now, although these 6 people were caught, who knows if there are other evil spirit cult disciples lying in ambush in the dark? He even patted his chest to guarantee. Although Zhang San's cultivation is low, I recite senior brother Saint Sun's famous quotes day and night. The sacred ground is my home. Success depends on everyone, for the safety of other junior brothers on the battlefield. Zhang San is willing to give up the battlefield opportunity and end the trial early. Hope senior brother approves. Shen Tian felt this attitude was very familiar, involuntarily stroking his chin. Why do I see the shadow of other people on him? Just feel the maturity is still lacking a bit, but it does not matter. As long as someone is willing to escort these 6 guys back, otherwise it is really troublesome. He immediately conjured the dragon blood grass, explaining unhurriedly, Junior brother Zhang is righteous. Senior brother I also cannot be stingy. This is dragon blood grass that can only grow in places where the dragon race fell. It has the efficacy of changing tendons and washing marrow, improving root bones. Now gifting it to junior brother Zhang counted as compensation for junior brother. Wonder what junior brother thinks. The female disciple opened her mouth wide in shock like a fish lacking water. Dragon blood grass, heavens, really is dragon blood grass one of the recognized most precious spiritual medicines in the ancient battlefield? It is said that if one can refine this kind of spirit grass, one can even condense a wisp of dragon god power. Zhang San held Shen Tian's hand gratefully. Many thanks, senior brother Saint Sun. The two male disciples behind were incomparably excited. Is this someone else's Saint Sun? Eldest senior brother, we run errands for him. Why is he reluctant to give? Another male disciple chimed in. Yeah, not only your eldest senior brother, our eldest senior brother is the same. Not only does not take care of junior brothers, but also especially likes bullying junior brothers. The female disciple beside seemed to have already fallen for Shen Tian. Just escorting 6 crippled evil spirit cultists back could get this kind of reward. The divine firmament Saint Sun is simply too forthright. Watching him happily accept Zhang San's heart, the surrounding people cheered ceaselessly, envying that the divine firmament sacred grounds disciples were too happy. Heard that in their trial this time, everyone was distributed nirvana holy liquid gifted by senior brother Saint Sun just to keep them safe. Did not see that this time divine firmament disciples were caught by evil spirit cult blood demons. The divine firmament Saint Sun personally risked death to come save them, disciples flattered repeatedly. Slaying 5 nascent soul stage blood demons with foundation establishment stage peak cultivation and caring about junior brothers so much? What kind of immortal senior brother is this? If I knew early on the divine firmament Saint Sun was so perfect, I would have joined the divine firmament sacred ground even if I died back then. Regretting to death, their emotions quickly shifted from adoration to fanatical worship. Love it, love it. Going back, I'll let my little sister cultivate hard to join the divine firmament sacred ground in the future. Shen Tian felt helpless listening, better not. At this time, Zhang San quickly held the token to cast a spell, saying goodbye, carrying the tied-up Black Yuan group. Senior brother Saint Sun, Zhang San bids farewell. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang San's group gradually disappeared in the dazzling golden light. Shen Tian turned to look at the remaining disciples, exhorting earnestly. Everyone, what junior brother Zhang said just now is not unreasonable. Although those 6 evil spirit cultists have been caught, who knows if there are other evil spirit cultists on the battlefield? He weighed in his heart. Although these immortal sect disciples mostly had opportunity images displayed above their heads, this Saint Sun could not possibly collect them all. Before confirming whether there are still evil spirit cultists on the battlefield, cannot joke with these people's lives. He held the token and announced loudly. So safety first. Shen suggests everyone best use the tokens to remind your noble sect's disciples. Must be careful when training. If not confident in preserving life, best to stop while ahead. Conscience clear. This Saint Sun suggests being careful based on conscience. If not confident, best to withdraw early. After all, this Saint Sun also cannot protect everyone on the battlefield. The female disciple spoke after deep deliberation. Senior brother Shen is right. Although the evil spirit cult 6 were caught, who knows if there are other evil spirit cultists hiding in the dark? The curly-haired male disciple worried. This time it was the evil spirit cultists who underestimated senior brother Shen's strength, wanting to lure senior brother Shen into the trap. So they deliberately leaked the spiritual sense sound transmission. But next time, only until now did she begin to consider the severity of the problem. If the evil spirit cultists do not act against divine firmament disciples, or directly completely block spiritual sense when acting, banning and exterminating everyone, at that time would not we die wrongfully? He responded immediately. That is right. Moreover, we also do not have senior brother Shen's defying strength of foundation establishment contending with nascent soul-level blood demons, the female disciple regretted endlessly. If I knew earlier, when senior brother Shen asked who was willing to escort the evil spirit cultist just now, I should have agreed. The male disciple with a hair bun behind responded, yeah, leaving that place of right and wrong at that time, and could also get dragon blood grass, earning big however you calculate. The curly-haired male disciple felt he was simply a fool. Now recalling that Zhang San was really clever and cunning, Kong Meng remained silent for a long time before finally opening her mouth. Brother Shen Taoist, do you not plan to leave the battlefield? He answered without hesitation. It is not time to leave yet. Shen Tian shared his thoughts without concealment. I sense that in the depths of the battlefield there is a voice calling me. It seemed some opportunity was summoning him. He smiled confidently. You might not believe it if I say it, but Shen's intuition is very accurate and has never been wrong. Shen Tian looked at the two with interest, arms crossed. So, are you two interested in accompanying Shen on an adventure? Jin Yu gritted his teeth, seeming in disbelief. Actually inviting me and Kong Meng to train together, and even telling us such a big secret, even she is surprised. The grievances between the human race and monster race have existed for a long time, only barely resolved by that great catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Without waiting for the two to answer, Shan Tian flew away rapidly. We are setting off, Jin Yu hurriedly followed, leaving behind the still hesitating Kong Meng. Wait for me. Jin Yu wavered slightly in his heart. In the eyes of this divine firmament Saint Sun, is there really no difference between the human race and monster race? Can they really become trustworthy partners? Amidst the rugged rocks, a bug buzzed leisurely through the viscous air. It flew just like that toward three people wrapped up tight who were meditating, intending to receive information from the bug. One person shouted in panic, "Not good." The young lord was captured by the divine firmament Saint Sun. Immediately after, another spoke up. "How is this possible?" The Hall Master bestowed 6 Saint Blood pills upon the young lord, enough for him to subdue 6 nascent soul stage blood demons. In this ancient battlefield, the young lord should be an invincible existence. Realizing the situation was urgent, they left quickly. Those evil spirit cultists said anxiously while moving, "Unless those sacred grounds had already received news and set a trap in advance, hurry to report to the Hall Master. No matter what, there must be no mishaps regarding this matter." Above a shrine towering into the clouds surrounded by majestic rugged rocks, Saint Sun Peak. This was the place where divine void Saint Sun Wang Shenshu was in seclusion. Guests rarely came here usually. The internal architecture was built extremely exquisitely, isolated from the outside world. Because all Eastern Wilderness Heaven's Chosen knew that the Supreme Void Saint Sun always disliked interacting with people. But there were rumors that this peerless Heaven's Chosen, ranked 4th on the Eastern Wilderness Golden Core list, had unfathomable strength. Beside a long table, Shenshu was tasting tea with 4 junior sisters, Mei, Lan, Zhu and Ju. The reason he did not enter the top 3 of the Golden Core list was merely that the Supreme Void Saint Sun was quite low-key, rarely fighting or competing with others. He possessed the Void Divine Physique, one of the strongest legendary divine physiques, but it was also a cursed constitution. Legend has it that Heaven's Chosen possessing this physique, although possessing extreme power to control the void, have to pay the price with their lifespan. If one observed Shenshu's face carefully, one would find dark circles under his eyes and a face full of exhaustion. Every time Wang Shenshu used the Void Divine Physique to display the marvelous techniques of the Supreme Void Imperial Sutra, it would consume his own lifespan. It was simply trading life. He gazed at that face, increasingly lacking vitality reflected in the tea. Even if not fighting with others, the lifespan of someone with the Void Divine Physique was much shorter than ordinary cultivators of the same rank. It was completely a short-lived destiny. Therefore Wang Shenshu always lived in seclusion, his battle record not brilliant enough, ranking after Qi Shaoxuan, Ku Duo and Fang Chang. Shenshu often imagined Qi Shaoxuan's majestic battle scenes, but many believed that if they really fought with full strength, Wang Shenshu might not necessarily be weaker than Qi Shaoxuan. After all, 10,000 years ago, that Void Great Emperor burned his life when facing extraterrestrial evil spirits, displaying power that was truly terrifying. Qi Shaoxuan relied on high-level martial arts to bombard everywhere. Time is king, space is supreme. The power of void laws is unquestionable, if not out of absolute necessity. No one dared to provoke the supreme void sacred ground which had possessed the void divine physique for several generations. He rubbed the teacup in his hand in boredom. After all, they usually looked modest and honest, but if really provoked to risk their lives, it was completely a posture of perishing together. After all, the barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Trading my few hundred years of life to fight to the death against your few thousand years of life. No matter how you calculate, it is your loss. Junior sister Ju reported with dissatisfaction. Senior brother, recently that Qi Shaoxuan has been challenging everywhere, being too arrogant, challenging all Heaven's Chosen of the younger generation, including the nascent soul stage. He really thinks he is the uncrowned king. Hearing this, Lan also agreed enthusiastically. That is right. If not for our senior brother being physically weak, the title of number 1 on this Eastern Wilderness Golden Core list would not fall to that guy at all. Mei was angry and determined not to retreat. Senior brother Shenshu, drink more 5 treasures tea later to nourish your spirit. If this guy dares to challenge our sacred ground, kill him. Facing their fierce and warlike attitudes, Shenshu drank a mouthful of tea silently. Why are these junior sisters' tempers so irritable, even using the Supreme Void Imperial Sutra to kill him? In the end, it is not your lifespans being lost. He put down the teacup, soothing them calmly. 4 junior sisters, do not get excited. Peace is most precious, peace is most precious. In the next second, Ju said quietly with annoyance. Senior brother, cannot you be a bit tougher? People are almost riding on our heads. If we do not kill him, are we waiting to be suppressed by him? Shenshu was speechless in his heart. The parents of these 4 junior sisters were really something, raising such a group of good daughters. Even so, he still answered calmly, 4 junior sisters Mei, Lan, Zhu and Ju, has not Qi Shaoxuan not challenged me yet? Suddenly a disciple ran in to report hurriedly. Senior brother Saint Sun, Purple Mansion Saint Sun, Qi Shaoxuan has sent you a letter of challenge. Truly speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives, Lan declared valiantly. Dare to challenge? Is his Purple Mansion sacred ground so swollen now? Senior brother, kill him quickly. Daring to bully senior brother for being physically weak? Do they think senior brother is a person greedy for life and afraid of death? She continued to urge Shenshu. Senior brother, kill Qi Shaoxuan. At worst, we will support you. The prestige of our supreme void sacred ground absolutely cannot be slighted. We must join the battle. Hearing these words, he could not help feeling exhausted in his heart. With these 4 junior sisters adding fuel to the fire like this every day, even if this Saint Sun does not die at the hands of enemies, I will be annoyed to death sooner or later. Although enduring on the surface, Shenchu was actually about to explode inside. Why do these eastern wilderness heavens chosen like fighting and killing so much? Is not living peacefully good, and killing Qi Shaoxuan at worst supporting me? I am only in my 20s, have not even formed a Dao companion. Support my foot. All are goods that pit their senior brother. Finally, he left reluctantly amidst the cheers of the 4 junior sisters. Go, senior brother, but Shenchu had other plans in his heart. Forget it, better to think of a way to slip away, bring some health-preserving tea and 5 treasures tea. Dodging for 2 years counts as 2 years. Returning to the ancient battlefield, Shen Tian's group stood contemplating in the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, just as the outside world. Surging with wind and clouds, Shen Tian and the others were still tempering themselves amidst trials and dangers. Looking down from the towering rocks, it was a dense field of skeletons. At this time, everyone had already penetrated 900 miles into the ancient battlefield. This place was full of golden core stage bone demons, blood demons, and fiend demons. Everyone quickly displayed martial arts together, but in front of Shen Tian's enhanced team, the resistance ability of these undead was really too weak. After the tests and upgrades of the Nirvana Holy Liquid, Dragon Blood Grass, and Sword Heartfruit, the strength of everyone around Shen Tian had improved by leaps and bounds. Shen Ao fought 2 undead alone. Even Shen Ao, who was the weakest, had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage in cultivation at this time, his foundation incomparably stable. After all, the benefits given by 13th brother were too many. There were also Song Fugi, Zhen Zhujia, and others. Their strength at this time was also quite tough, almost able to behead a golden core stage undead with just 2 or 3 people coordinating. On the other side, Kong Meng easily eliminated a high-level undead. Occasionally encountering dozens of undead above the Golden Core stage, Kong Meng and Shen Tian would take action. After Kong Meng obtained the origin of the Peacock Race Senior from 10,000 years ago, the power of the 5-colored divine light increased greatly, even though her cultivation was suppressed to the foundation establishment stage in the ancient battlefield. Facing Golden Core stage undead, a sweep of the 5-colored divine light could annihilate them directly. And after Shen Tian tried to combine the 5 elements divine light art with his own heavenly sword divine physique, glaring at those undead would shoot out Zhang Metal divine light sword chi or Li Fire lightning cauldron divine light sword chi, although the lethality was not yet particularly formidable. If there was enough time in the future, Shen Tian would definitely be able to create a sword technique of his own. Whoever he stared at would die. Shen Tian looked at the mountain peak hidden in the misty clouds. Spirituality was guiding him, feeling that opportunity becoming increasingly strong. If he did not guess wrong, it should be in the mountain range ahead. Shen Tian looked at her, thinking secretly in his heart, Kong Meng is indeed a person with a purple-gold halo. Others only have 1 opportunity above their heads, but 2 opportunities appeared above hers. Previously it was the 5-colored mountain. The group quickly arrived in front of the God of War tower. Kong Meng recognized it and spoke up. It is actually this tower. Previously it was the 5-colored mountain. Yundi asked worriedly, is there anything noteworthy about this tower? Yundi tried hard to explain to everyone. 1,000 feet high, purple, the tower body covered in cracks. It is said that this tower fell from the sky at the end of the immemorial Great War. When this tower appeared, its whole body was already covered in cracks, seemingly likely to collapse at any time. Did not expect that after 10,000 years it still has not collapsed. Shen Ao pointed at that tower, asking back, did no one try to collect it? Yundi opened his mouth to recount. Back then, a true immortal descended from the upper realm, wanting to forcibly collect this tower. But the result was being directly taken into the interior by this tower and refined, shaking the 5 regions. Since then, no one dared to forcibly collect this tower again. Although unable to collect this tower, this God of War tower was still one of the most precious opportunities on the ancient battlefield. He said to Shen Tian with great interest, Senior brother is indeed a child of providence, actually able to find it. Looks like senior brother is fated with this tower. Perhaps senior brother can try collecting it. The surrounding people thought secretly upon hearing this. 10,000 years ago, a true immortal descended wanting to collect this tower but was crushed to death. You want senior brother Shen to collect it? Fugi beside them also could not help pondering. But senior brother Shen sensed the summons of this tower 500 miles away. Moreover, for so long wherever he went, things happened. Although encountering unlucky events, he could pass through safely and even obtain opportunities. Zhujia stood beside Shen Tian expressing agreement. With senior brother Shen's destiny of heavenly mandate luck, maybe he can really suppress this divine tower. Kong Meng shook her head like a rattledrum. Heard that this God of War tower was also a supreme divine object in the immortal world. Wanting to forcibly collect it will not work even for a true immortal. Only by obtaining its recognition is there a chance to make it acknowledge a master. In the next second, Jin Yu responded to her. How to obtain recognition? He thought for a while. This is a supreme treasure that once crushed a true immortal. If I can obtain this tower's recognition, would not I be immediately invincible in the 5 regions? At that time, would this eagle still need to fear this kid Shen Tian? Instantly make him kneel and sing conquest. Immediately following, Kong Meng spoke to explain. It is said that all cultivators below the Mahayana stage can enter this tower for trials. Each floor of the tower will condense a strong expert of the same level as the intruder to fight against them. If winning, one can obtain precious rewards. Rewards include spiritual artifacts, immortal artifacts, rare treasures, or possibly true artifacts. Spells of the immortal world and even possibly obtaining existence like heaven and earth wonders. As a senior researcher, she added, if defeated in battle, one will be teleported out, and every cultivator can only enter this tower to test once, cannot enter again. But these are all what I read in the ancient records of the peacock race. Whether it is true or false specifically cannot be confirmed either. At this time Shen Tian spoke to everyone, whether true or false will not we know if we go in and see. Kong Meng talked for a long time, did not expect him to still be determined to go in, instantly opening her mouth wide. Even knowing this tower once crushed a true immortal, he still rushed into the tower for the trial without hesitation. Everyone praised in surprise. This courage is enough to make people admire, as expected of senior brother Saint Sun. Helpless, Kong Meng had to compromise, walking to his side saying, you are right, we'll know if it is true or false after going in. At the same time, the gate of the God of War tower opened, subsequently erupting with huge light. Everyone was startled by this light, raising hands one after another to block it. Immediately following, the gate sucked the people in front inside. Fugi was surprised. This went in just like this, Jinyu responded after observing. Looks very comfortable. Yundi walking behind doubted. Really no problem, risking it. Jinyu stood in front of the gate saying, wait for me, this eagle is determined to collect this broken tower. Broken tower, quickly guide this eagle inside. After speaking, he stood arrogantly at the doorway, waiting to be sucked in, but was knocked flying by a beam of light hitting the distant rocks. Seeing this, Yundi walked over and said to him, this idiot actually dares to be rude to the God of War tower. That is a supreme great vessel. Fugi stood behind and also spoke up, senior brother Yundi, how about letting this old one try? After speaking, he cupped his hands respectfully. Respected divine tower, this old one is a believer of that handsome man just now. Wonder if I can participate in the trial? Wushuang stood aside puzzled. This is a supreme divine artifact from 10,000 years ago. How could it give face to immortal Shen Tian? The others were also speechless. This old man was too whimsical. Suddenly, Fugi disappeared with the tower's 7-colored light, making this group of people drop their jaws. Holy crap, what the hell? The remaining people said in surprise. This move seems to really work, Zhezha thought secretly in his heart, as expected of senior brother Saint Sun, did not expect even the divine tower to give face. He and the remaining people learned from Fugi and said to the divine tower, we are also believers of senior brother Saint Sun, can we participate in the trial? This made He Wushuang and the others surprised again. Holy crap, it actually worked. Yun Di and Zhao Hao quickly followed suit. I am senior brother Shen's junior brother. I earnestly implore the divine tower to receive me for the trial. Zhao is the Saint Sun's junior brother. Hope the divine tower gives some face. Next, Shen Ao, Uncle Gui and Qin Gao also followed suit. I am 13th brother's older brother. I earnestly implore the divine tower to receive me for the trial. We are His Highness's servants. Earnestly implore the divine tower to receive us. Little Spirit and Lianer spoke quickly in unison. I am Shen Tian brother's Dao companion. Earnestly implore the God of War tower. As the two spoke, they realized the other said the same thing, and glared at each other angrily, sparks flying with lightning. Dao companion, Dao companion. But everyone entered the interior of the God of War tower, leaving only Wushuang's group. These 3 people were dumbfounded. All went in. Is this God of War tower so easy to enter? The man wrapped up tight, standing beside Bai Ling and Wushuang spoke helplessly at this time. It is obvious now, this human race Saint Sun is indeed a person with great luck bearing the mandate of heaven. To enter the tower and gain a harvest, one must mooch off his opportunity, Bai Ling responded. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Wushuang stood aside expressing displeasure. You guys want to go? Are you going to give up the White Crane race's pride and dignity for this bit of opportunity? The two did not answer, reciting sincerely in unison, Divine Tower, we are all people who admire the divine firmament Saint Sun Kunwi. Soon they also cupped their hands and said respectfully to the God of War Tower, Respected Divine Tower, I am also an admirer of the divine firmament Saint Sun, please. After a while, Jinyu limped to the entrance of the God of War Tower. Is this the supreme divine artifact that can even suppress true immortals, can enter just by saying Shen Tian's name? Surely this tower is not rigged right. Pointed at the tower, shouting like issuing an order, Broken Tower, I am the divine firmament Saint Sun's nemesis. Quickly send me in to have a fair duel with him. Immediately after, he was knocked flying by the tower again. Jinyu screamed in pain, trembling as he said angrily, Broken Tower, I did not express clearly last time. Shen Tian and I became friends after a fight. We are mutually recognized opponents, do not misunderstand. Just finished speaking, he was knocked flying a second time. Jinyu rushed up continuously, getting knocked flying over 10 times. What exactly do you want? What lousy tower is this? Fine, this eagle is that kid Shen Tian's admirer, suitor, die-hard fan. This should be fine now, right? Why still hitting me? At this time, Shen Tian walked into the interior of the God of War Tower, walking to a tree. Under the shade of the tree, a man was sitting there tasting tea. He asked himself in his heart, who is this? Shen Tian stood still, pondering while chanting, wrong, how is this different from the script? Clearly, this person wasn't in Zhao Hao and Kong Meng's opportunity images. In the next second, he woke up with a start. Could it be a butterfly effect occurred? Cannot even this Saint Sun's pale blue-red cloud halo suppress this opportunity? Shen Tian stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian pays respects to Senior. May I know how to address Senior? After speaking he thought secretly, since I am here I might as well stay. Better to see what this person wants to do. Qin Kang spoke slowly. Young generation appearance is dignified. Temperament can also be considered transcendent and refined. Has a few points of this old man's romantic charm back in the day. He handed Shen Tian a cup of tea. Come, taste this enlightenment tea from the immortal world. Looking at the tea before him, he was somewhat vigilant. This old man would not be poisoning me, right? Should be unlikely. After all, this god of war tower can even crush true immortals to death. To deal with this Saint Sun should not require poisoning. Thinking too much, Shen Tian still slowly raised the cup to drink. He clicked his tongue in praise. As expected of tea imported from the immortal world, truly fragrant. Drinking a cup of tea he felt comfortable all over. His spiritual sense seemed to blend with heaven and earth, sublimating to the extreme. Those originally obscure and difficult to understand parts of the cultivation methods also became suddenly enlightened. Experiencing this realm for the first time made Shen Tian somewhat surprised, calculating secretly in his heart. Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra, True Dragon Imperial Sutra, Peacock Imperial Sutra. The cultivation methods, spells, and combat skills in the three Imperial Sutras were being comprehended rapidly. Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra, True Dragon Imperial Sutra, Peacock Imperial Sutra seemed to have already touched the truth of the Tao. In just an instant, Shen Tian's comprehension raised to an unprecedented degree. He quickly condensed a light ball. With the deepening understanding of the cultivation methods, the Tao Foundation at the Dantian was also gradually expanding, cultivation constantly improving. He looked at Qin Kang's calm attitude in surprise. Qin Kang opened his mouth to say to him, 1 cup of enlightenment tea, sudden enlightenment for 9 days and 9 nights. Rare. Shen Tian was greatly shocked. What, I felt like I just zoned out for a while. 9 days and 9 nights have actually passed. Shen Tian quickly knelt down to respond to Qin Kang. Many thanks for Senior's gift. Wonder why Senior treats Shen so generously, and where are those friends of Shen at this time? Qin Kang smiled faintly, stroking his beard slowly. Those friends of yours are all undergoing trials right now, Shen Tian asked back after hearing trials. Why does the junior not need a trial, and can come directly to the highest floor to see Senior? Facing his question, Qin Kang answered calmly, you guess. Shen Tian was somewhat annoyed in his heart. I guess, your big-head ghost. Where did this old man learn to keep people in suspense? Do not you know those authors who like keeping people in suspense, all like receiving razor blades? The fist in his hand clenched, trembling with anger. Still letting this Saint Sun guess. Believe it or not, this Saint Sun has the heaven executing sword from 10,000 years ago, hidden in the dungeon, sending you to the west with one sword. On the surface, Shen Tian still said calmly, Senior's bearing is extraordinary, must be a true immortal who attained the Tao. Shen indeed cannot guess Senior's thoughts. Could it be because Shen looks as handsome as Senior when you were young? Qin Kang's calm answer made him freeze. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Apart from this, what other reason could there be? Shen Tian was speechless. Petrified on the spot, do not even need concrete. No way, Senior, are big shots like you all so willful? Others work hard to pass the assessment to obtain opportunities, while I, just because of looking handsome and dashing. You send me directly to the highest floor? Senior, you are breaking the hidden rules like this. After speaking, he seemed to remember something. Not humorous at all, so you are still a fledgling. Hearing these words, Shen Tian roared frantically in his heart. Dead old man, chatting gossip is fine, but personal attacks are going too far. What's wrong with being a fledgling? This Saint Sun is only 16 and has not married yet. Is not this very normal? And what relationship does being humorous or not have to do with being a fledgling? Can you not switch concepts? But he still gritted his teeth and asked seriously, Senior, who exactly are you? Qin Kang then introduced himself. This seat is Yi Qingking, the #1 handsome man in the immortal world back then. Because of being too handsome and having matchless natural talent, invincible vertically and horizontally, was chased and flattered by 10,000 people in the immortal world. Also, just because of being too handsome, it led to unbelievable consequences. There were countless fairies in the immortal world having deep affection for this seat, leading many jealous people to join hands to besiege this seat. In helplessness, this seat could only rely on self-destructing the divine body to kill most of the strong enemies. Then brought the god of war tower to descend to the mortal world, recalling those extraordinary years back then. Thinking about it makes one nostalgic. The river of time and space is distant. Shen is no longer romantic. This life is too melodramatic. Shen Tian was speechless, thinking secretly in his heart, putting on an air of an attained immortal, speaking thick-skinned words. A peerless expert is just this? Shen Tian snickered while thinking. However, this Saint Sun feels that the strong experts encountered, except for Master, seem to be not quite normal. Putting away his thoughts, he opened his mouth to say, Senior brought the junior to the top of the tower. Are there any instructions? Although not turning his face, Qin Kang still answered quickly, Silly child, in 10,000 years this seat has only seen you, this one handsome man. And you even cultivated the Tinder Sutra, simultaneously refining 4 heaven and earth wonders. Natural talent and luck are both unparalleled in the world. He pointed at Shen Tian's face. If this seat did not guess wrong, you are the cultivation wizard this seat has waited 10,000 years for, possessing the potential to dominate the immortal world. Then he stroked his beard and laughed smugly. How about it? Do you like this god of war tower? As long as you open your mouth, this tower is yours. Shen Tian said in surprise. Did not they say every floor of this tower will condense a strong expert of the same level as the intruder to fight against? Only by defeating all heaven's chosen can one obtain the God of War Tower's recognition, thereby making the God of War Tower acknowledge a master. Seeing his doubt, Qing Kang explained, "That is right, the God of War Tower has a total of 7 floors representing geniuses of 7 levels. If one can defeat the heavens chosen of 7 floors even in the immortal world, one is a peerless heavens chosen. Such a heavens chosen naturally is qualified to obtain this seat's recognition, thereby inheriting this seat's invincible under heaven legacy." Shen Tian answered helplessly to the extreme, "But the junior has not started the assessment yet." Qing Kang winked at him. "No need to care, that is an assessment for outsiders. Who are you? You are the only person in 10,000 years whose looks can rival this seat. Maybe you are this seat's descendant," he pointed and said. "The God of War Tower is mine. If this seat lets you inherit it, then you take it. If letting you fight up from the first floor, those heavens chosen projections would not dare to make a move on you either." His eloquent rapid-fire speech made Shen Tian even more confused. "Since it is just going through the motions, then do not waste time. Directly designated you internally. How can mortals of the lower realms' 5 regions defeat the 7-star heavens chosen of the immortal world?" Shen Tian thought secretly after listening. How does this person speak of internal designation so naturally? He had a black face, bad ideas constantly popping up in his brain, and pulling connections is just pulling connections. What do you mean this saint son might be your descendant? Are not you taking advantage of this saint son like this? Go to die, if not for the sake of you giving me benefits now. The saint son would definitely curse you in my heart. Even so, he still opened his mouth to ask, if they cannot defeat the 7-star heavens chosen of the 7th floor, why did senior still let them come for the assessment? Hearing this, Qing Kang scolded, "Silly child, wasted such a handsome face, of course it is for popularity. If no one passes the assessment who will promote this seat, how can this seat bring glory to our lineage, and how to find a true successor like you?" He looked at the golden armor and crackling flames. The junior heard that if one passes the assessment of every floor, one can obtain opportunity rewards. Someone even obtained peerless immortal sutras and matchless saint artifacts. Another explanation specifically targeting Shen Tian. Rewards naturally exist, but there are no saint artifacts or immortal artifacts. The rewards in the God of War Tower are only various precious cultivation methods, combat skills, divine powers, and secret arts that can be copied infinitely. Clearing the level is not without cost either. The clearers must take out corresponding treasures for exchange to be able to fight with the heavens chosen projection of every floor. Fair and just, speaking of this, he even emphasized specially. The so-called heavens chosen of the world, the vast majority cannot even pass the first floor. People who can go up to the second floor are also very few. Basically, they all take the treasures they worked hard to find in the ancient battlefield to enter the tower for exchange. If luck is good, indeed can win back 1 or 2 peerless inheritances, returning gloriously. But the vast majority of people lose at the first floor, then leave dejectedly, holding the inheritance as a consolation prize. In the next second, Qing Kang said with a face full of banter, "As for talk of what immortal artifacts and saint artifacts as God of War Tower rewards, estimated as these guys caring about face to death deceiving people outside. After all, in these 10,000 years, this seat relied on exchanging inheritances to earn quite a few good things. Haha, otherwise the cracks in the God of War Tower would not have lasted so long." Shen Tian suddenly realized, in the final analysis, he is still a charlatan stick. He scratched his head awkwardly. In other words, anyone just has to arrive at the God of War Tower to be sucked in. He smiled insidiously to answer, "This is of course. They use various treasures to exchange for inheritances. This seat welcomes them too late." Then he added, making Shen Tian somewhat speechless, "Anyway, what's given are all some simple cultivation methods. Only hairy brats who have not seen the world would treat them as treasures." Recalling past events, he recounted slowly, "Full of talent, 1,000 years ago, those 2 kids from the divine firmament sacred ground were indeed rare geniuses. This seat only then showed myself personally, giving them 2 inheritances." Shen Tian heard this like thunder piercing the ears, responding in surprise, "This sect seniors?" Qing Kang slowly recounted the situation 1,000 years ago. He said to a man, "I remember seems one was called Zhang Longyuan, appearing serious on the outside, actually insidious inside. This kid went up to the 4th floor, considered a rare heavens chosen in the immortal world too. He thought about finding the divine firmament imperial sutra as taboo chapter every day. This seat then gave him a patching heaven Tao sutra, letting him go patch it himself. Then he talked about the second person he met. The other one was called Chu Long. This kid suited this seat's appetite quite well, accompanied this seat in the tower for a long time, and he was indeed a peerless genius of godfiend body tempering. So this seat passed him a profound body tempering art." His voice became lower. Qing Kang continuing with some regret, "If these 2 people did not die young, they would probably already be peak strong experts of your world now." Shen Tian was greatly shocked after listening, thinking secretly in his heart, "Once guided master and heavenly venerable Bai Lian, this old man is capable." At this time, Qing Kang looked at the water mirror outside the tower. "By the way, is that idiot outside the tower also your follower?" The water mirror displayed the scene of Jin Yu roaring in anger outside the door. "This eagle has already said it thousands of times, I am hanging out with that Shen Tian. Can you, this broken tower, not understand?" This eagle's admiration for Shen Tian is like the surging endless river, continuous and unceasing, and like the yellow river overflowing out of control. On what basis do you doubt this eagle's utter sincerity? Do not pull this stunt with this bird. Jin Yu did not expect you to be this kind of bird. Playing Sunere in front of this Saint Sun, yet behind this Saint Sun's back you can actually say such shameless words. Where is the dignity of the great Peng race? Your golden wings, where did they all go? Asked the old man with some confusion. Senior, why can everyone else enter to train, but only he is blocked outside? Qin Kang clenched his fists upon hearing this, answering indignantly, originally, as long as one finds the god of war tower, they are a fated person. But this silly eagle keeps calling it a broken tower, a rotten tower. It is too rude, too presumptuous. What kind of propriety is this? Then, looking at the screen broadcasting Jin Yu live, he roared angrily, if this were back when this seat was young, I would have pierced him with one stick and turned him into a roasted bird. Tianer, explain clearly to this seat, is this silly eagle your follower or not? If not, this seat will suppress him right now just for some peace and quiet. Seeing that appearance, Shen Tian could only scratch his head awkwardly. Senior, Jin Yu is a friend of the junior, and furthermore he owes the junior a huge sum of money. Only then did Qin Kang's anger subside, responding, oh, forget about the friend part, the main point is owing a huge sum. Indeed cannot kill him. Fine, I'll let him in. Outside, Jin Yu was finally granted permission to enter the God of War tower. He was moved to tears, his heart filled with ecstasy as if his wife had given birth to a big fat boy. This eagle can finally enter to train. Oh heavens and earth, for a whole 9 days and 9 nights this eagle waited until the flowers withered. Jin Yu placed his hands on the gate and pushed hard. The gate opened wide, revealing sacred 7-colored light behind it. Standing in a strange purple space, he asked himself, where is this? Suddenly, a golden-haired young girl appeared in front of him, greeting him with a radiant smile. Young Golden Eagle, welcome to the God of War Tower, are you ready? Her sudden appearance gave him a fright, instinctively gripping his weapon, but his mind also reacted. Is it the Tower Spirit? The Tower Spirit waved her hand, summoning a purple light list. The names on the ancient steel: 1. Huangshi, God of War Tower, 6th floor, 6-star Heavens Chosen. 2. Bei Chenchuan, God of War Tower, 5th floor, 5-star Heavens Chosen. 3. Yao Yuxi, God of War Tower, 5th floor, 5-star Heavens Chosen. 4. Chu Long, God of War Tower, 5th floor, 5-star Heavens Chosen. He stared wide-eyed. What does the list on this ancient steel represent? She explained. This represents the Heavens Chosen who have entered this tower to challenge the levels and ranked in the top 100 over the last 10,000 years. It is absolutely fair and just. Jin Yu read for a while, pointing at the list and saying, 2. Bei Chenchuan, 3. Yao Yuxi, 4. Chu Long, he said angrily. Damn it, that fellow heavenly venerable Bai Lian Chu Long is actually ranked 4th. Jin Yu turned his head to ask a question, making the Tower Spirit sweat coldly. Tower Spirit, why is only Fairy Kong Meng in the top 100? Can it be that the divine firmament Saint Sun's strength cannot even enter the top 100? She hurriedly explained. His assessment has not started yet. This list is updated in real time, absolutely accurate. 12. Kong Meng, God of War Tower, 5th floor, 5-star Heavens Chosen. He stroked his chin. Oh, the list changed. Fairy Kong Meng actually ranks 12th. A beautiful future emerged in his mind, and Jin Yu could not help but reveal a wicked smile. This is the standard list evaluated by an immortal artifact, representing absolute authority and fairness. If one can leave their name on the God of War steel, will not the Heavens Chosen entering this tower in the future all have to admire this eagle? Fairy Kong Meng's strength is indeed stronger than this eagle. But she can rank 12th. It should not be difficult for this eagle to rank 13th, right? Summoning 3 technique manuals, the Tower Spirit seemed to be inducing him. Young Golden Eagle, as long as you can defeat the Heavens Chosen within the God of War Tower, you can obtain cultivation methods, combat skills, profound inheritances, and other rewards. Glancing at one of the cultivation methods, Jin Yu asked, Tower Spirit, is this inheritance of the heavenly Peng dragon wrestling art real? Just one look, and he was almost blinded by the light emitting from it. The heavenly Peng dragon wrestling art was a long-lost inheritance of the golden-winged great Peng race. It is one of the Peng race's most powerful combat skills. Cultivated to a profound depth, one can even compete with a true dragon. At this time, the Tower Spirit was introducing the rewards, while Jin Yu stared at it with burning eyes. Heavenly Peng Dragon Wrestling Art 3-star Inheritance. Challenge a 3-star Heavens Chosen. Successfully challenge a 3-star Heavens Chosen to obtain this inheritance. He pointed at the requirement confidently. Tower Spirit, release a 3-star Heavens Chosen for me. This eagle will teach him how to behave today. Jin Yu thought optimistically, grinning from ear to ear. Fairy Kong Meng could even defeat a 4-star Heavens Chosen. Climbing to the 5th floor. Even if that guy is incompetent, beating a 3-star Heavens Chosen should not be a problem, right? She introduced the rules fluently. Challenging a 3-star Heavens Chosen requires a deposit of 1,000 God of War points for exchange. Spirit stones and magical treasures can be used for exchange. Additionally, God of War points can be used to redeem privileges inside the tower, such as life-saving, guidance, healing, etc. It is detected that you have no God of War points. Do you wish to exchange? Jin Yu took out a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring, his face full of disdain. A mere bit of spirit stones is not a problem. Calculate how many God of War points this 1,000,000 spirit stones can exchange for. Is it enough to challenge? Holding 3 bags of spirit stones in his hand, he laughed until his mouth could not close. Challenging Heavens Chosen in the tower actually consumes God of War points. But fortunately, Shen Tian returned this eagle's family property, otherwise would not this be a wasted trip? At this time the tower spirit put her palms together and notified, 1 million spirit stones can exchange for 100 God of War points. If you wish to challenge a 3-star Heaven's Chosen, you are still short 900 God of War points, and offered a suggestion. Please gather enough God of War points before challenging. If you win the battle, the God of War points will be fully refunded. If you lose, the corresponding God of War points will be deducted. Reverse exchange is not allowed. Jinyu felt struck by lightning, feeling like he was going to beg for food. 1 million spirit stones only exchanged for 100 God of War points. In other words, challenging a 3-star Heaven's Chosen once required a deposit of at least 10 million spirit stones. This stake was too big. The tower spirit took out the sacred cultivation method again to tempt him. Could it be that these 10 million spirit stones can buy back the golden-winged great Peng race's long-lost heavenly Peng dragon wrestling art? Of course not. Since that is the case, exchanging 10 million spirit stones for the heavenly Peng dragon wrestling art, why is not it worth it? Jinyu compared the two sides, falling into a dilemma. Either lose 10 million spirit stones or win back the dragon wrestling art. The probability was 50-50. This eagle's confidence in retrieving the inheritance for the clansman was still relatively high, no problem. Having calculated seemingly thoroughly, he threw out a pile of spirit stone bags. The tower spirit smiled like a flower. Congratulations, you have successfully gathered 1,000 God of War points, obtaining a chance to randomly challenge a 3-star Heaven's Chosen. Jinyu took out a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid gifted by Shen Tian and drank it in one breath. The tower spirit beside him asked, "Do you wish to start the battle now?" After drinking, energy exploded. He felt like he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan and began to act. The door opposite opened and a tall figure stood there, inviting him onto the stage. Walking out was a burly man with a bald head and a full beard. He introduced himself. Arrow God Yan Shi, asking fellow Taoist for instruction. Gripping his sword and looking at the enemy, Jinyu felt despair facing an opponent almost twice his height. Not good, I feel I cannot beat this guy. The momentum he emits is very strong, not inferior to me in the slightest. A terrible picture emerged in his mind. Most importantly, the opponent is an archer, while I am just a bird, and this eagle belongs to the golden-winged great Peng race. Metal Fate, this guy is obviously Fire Fate. Fire conquers metal, extreme counter. Letting him be scared out of his wits, the tower spirit outside announced incomparably excitedly, "The match begins." Yan Shi nocks an arrow, gathers power, full of confidence. One move is enough. Dense arrows shot out, piercing straight into his body. Jinyu was unable to withstand it. My mother, in less than a few minutes his butt was covered in arrows, crying while shouting, "Stop, stop, stop, I admit defeat." Seeing this, the tower spirit waved her hand to encourage. "Young golden eagle, please do not abandon your fighting well, continue to fight. Your strength is not worse than Yan Shi is, it is just that your race and attributes were countered." She was just like inducing an honest person onto the path of gambling. "Try one more time, perhaps the next Heaven's Chosen projection will be a wood attribute Heaven's Chosen. At that time you can easily win, and the heavenly Peng dragon wrestling art is close at hand. Do you really want to give up this excellent opportunity? Come on, you absolutely cannot be discouraged. To express encouragement to you, this tower is giving you healing delicacies worth 50 God of War points for free." Jinyu was truly tempted. Being fed this bowl of poisonous chicken soup, he was filled with determination. The golden-winged great Peng race's pride would absolutely not disappear because of one failure. Jinyu looked at the young girl in spirit form in the air, blushing slightly. Is the gentle Miss Tower Spirit sincerely encouraging this eagle, and even giving this eagle healing delicacies for free? It indeed moves this eagle. Could it be that the God of War Tower Spirit also views me in a different light? Then he sincerely took off his battle armor, shouting, "Exchange this top-grade spiritual artifact into God of War points for me. This eagle must get the heavenly Peng dragon wrestling art." The tower spirit beamed with joy, acting cute. "Exchange complete, currently randomly matching a new opponent. Good, this time I will definitely succeed." Jinyu became even more smug upon seeing this, giving a thumbs up in response. She opened a spatial channel, extending her hand to say, "Match successful, wishing you a happy battle." At this time, Jinyu was teleported to another space. Before his eyes was exactly a 3-star Phoenix race Heaven's Chosen. He got a fright. Phoenix race, this thing still counters the great Peng. The space was filled with spiritual energy, constantly blowing the tree crowns on this side. Qing Kang looked proudly at the pile of things just collected, smiling wretchedly. "The harvest is bountiful." Shen Tian looked at him with disgust. Is this old man a money grubber crossed over from modern times? He wiped his sweat with a black face, relying on the God of War Tower trading for these 10,000 years. Estimated to have scammed quite a few of these pay-to-win Heaven's Chosen, right? Qing Kang sensed his gaze, saying in a deep voice, "Do not look at me with those strange eyes. These things are all used to repair the God of War Tower." Shen Tian was extremely speechless toward him, but he continued nonchalantly. When falling from the immortal world, the God of War Tower had long cracked open. To maintain the God of War Tower from collapsing over these 10,000 years, a massive amount of resources has been consumed. Shen Tian spread his hands and shrugged, asking, "Is this arena opponent matching really random?" He laughed loudly after listening. Teachable. But Shen Tian had a black face, roasting secretly in his heart. Hey, what is the meaning of that look regarding me as a fellow traveler? This saint's son is an honest person, not that bad, okay? Teachable my foot. This old man looks like an attained expert, but not a single serious word comes out of his mouth. In reality, Shen Tian looked at Qing Kang and continued to ask, Senior, you said before that as long as the junior opens his mouth, this god of war tower is the junior's. Are there any conditions? How can there be no conditions? He stroked his beard, looking at Shen Tian with smiling eyes. Indeed, there are no conditions. It is just that the god of war tower was severely damaged in the immortal world. The tower body is covered in cracks and needs to consume spiritual energy to repair. So if you really want to take over the god of war tower, you need to charge it with a little bit of spiritual energy every once in a while. He extended his hand to tempt. Not too much, just enough to maintain the tower body from collapsing. But Shen Tian did not believe this old man's words at all. Thinking that he might be sucked dry, he said angrily, this thing can crush a true immortal to death. The consumed spiritual energy is definitely not a little bit, it might be billions. Then he thought of his intrinsic sword. Even the quasi-immortal artifact Heaven Executing Sword would be sucked into his body after acknowledging a master. If this Saint Sun collects the god of war tower, will it also run into my body? But at the same time he felt afraid. If I do not give it spiritual energy, then it will crack open. Would not this Saint Sun explode on the spot? At this time Qing Kang suddenly glanced at him. What? Do you think this seat is coveting your spirit stones by letting the god of war tower acknowledge you as master? The next second he hurriedly reached out to explain. You should know that the god of war tower, even in the immortal world, is a supreme treasure countless people dream of. Its value is simply unimaginable. Shen Tian smiled apologetically upon hearing this. Senior says this tower is a supreme treasure. Wonder what functions it has. In his heart, however, he was making various calculations. He felt this old man was a bit humiliated into anger. If I do not take over and provoke him, I am afraid I'll be robbed clean. Qing Kang continued to smile here, his expression authoritative. This tower was refined by the first palace master of the god of war palace, drawing upon grand primordium purple chi. It can suppress and refine all alien energies in the world. Although the god of war tower is about to collapse at this time, the spiritual energy absorbed over 10,000 years has allowed it to recover a little energy. Now the god of war tower can still launch 3 attacks. Even a true immortal can be annihilated. Shen Tian was very surprised after hearing this. Only by cultivating the immortal Tao to the Mahayana stage and successfully crossing the 12 thunder tribulations, transforming the physical body into an immortal, is one qualified to be called a true immortal. After becoming a true immortal, one will be repelled by the cultivation world and can only stay for 3,000 years at most. Within these 3,000 years, one must ascend to the immortal world. Otherwise they would be rejected by the heavenly Tao of this world. Immediately he exclaimed in horror, even true immortals can be annihilated. Gradually deducing the truth in his heart, looking across the 5 regions, it was hard to say if any true immortals still remained today. If one possessed this tower, it would absolutely be the strongest trump card for saving one's life. Just as he was frowning in thought, Yi Qingking lifted his teacup at this moment and spoke slowly, giving Shen Tian a fright. You have already compared them, too unpromising. What does a mere true immortal count as? In the god of war tower's prime, a mere snap of the fingers could shake a large swath of them to death. Recalling the glory of the Golden Age, he recounted proudly, the greatest function of the god of war tower for my sect is that it can imprint the combat power of every trial taker entering the tower and preserve it within the tower. He waved his hand to display everyone's projections. Within this god of war tower, you can exchange blows and spar with peerless heavens chosen from throughout the ages, while simultaneously familiarizing yourself with the killing moves of various races. Only by surviving 100 battles can one be a general. Only by surviving 1,000 battles can one be a king. For true heavens chosen, the level of cultivation is merely secondary, casting a supreme Tao foundation. Being invincible among the same rank is the most important. Yi Qingking pointed at Shen Tian's face, instructing passionately. Fighting constantly with various heavens chosen is the fastest and most direct path to casting a supreme Tao foundation. He paused on the projection screen of Kong Meng, adding, you can take a look. In these 9 days and 9 nights of sleepless fighting, those friends of yours have all made obvious progress, which cannot be obtained outside the god of war tower. After all, how could heavens chosen of other forces and races be willing to spar with you again and again? He asked in confusion. Senior said before this was an exchange. But if we encounter a heavens chosen like Fairy Kong Meng who wins consecutively all the way, would not it be a loss? Yi Qingking drank another mouthful of tea and answered, every trial taker facing heavens chosen of the same rank, no matter how many times they win, can at most choose 2 4-star inheritances to take away. Moreover, every inheritance has restrictions placed on it. One can only cultivate it oneself and cannot pass it on. To obtain more and higher ranked inheritances, one can only challenge stronger heavens chosen. Thinking of Kong Meng's sweeping momentum, he continued to sigh with emotion. In short, they might make a small profit, but this seat never loses. He asked in surprise and worry, since it is so, Fairy Kong Meng is currently fighting constantly with 4-star heavens chosen. Which enemy is it again? Hearing this, he nodded and evaluated. This lass has fought in the tower for 9 days and 9 nights. Her 5-colored divine light has made no small breakthrough, only lacking a little bit to reach 5-star heavens chosen. Now she is probably estimating that after winning against these 4-star heavens chosen, she prepares to gain insights into the 5-colored divine light to seek a breakthrough, then continue to challenge. Shen Tian's face turned black, thinking fearfully, is this fighting monsters and bosses getting addicted to playing? However, if the condition of paying money for exchange was removed, the God of War Tower trial was indeed full of temptation. Shen Tian looked at the clear Kong Meng in the projection, his words constantly echoing in his ears. Fighting is always the fastest way to progress. Only in real life restricted by reputation and status. The more of a genius one is, the less one can lower one's status. But in the God of War Tower, everyone meets with honesty, sparring with strong enemies to discover one's own weaknesses. Pausing for a moment, he observed the constantly pondering Shen Tian, then the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. At this time Yi Qingqing proposed. How about it, want to go on the arena and fight a match to try? He pointed at himself in surprise and asked back. Me, in that case there is a high probability Shen Tian will participate in the battle. Shen Tian looked at Yi Qingqing and questioned, you want to make me addicted, then unable to leave the God of War Tower, only able to take it over, right? He coughed lightly, covering his mouth. How could I be like that? Do you not even have this bit of mental stability? Speaking of this, he clapped his hands and stood up to conclude. Since it is so, then Shen will also go on stage to compete and try. He turned to leave, but still had a doubt, so asked. Need to exchange for God of War points? He waved his hand and answered. Why be so formal? You are a person recognized by this seat. What spirit stones do you need to fight a few matches on the God of War arena? His foot had already stepped out the door. Before leaving, he looked back and thought secretly, showing solicitude for no reason, either a traitor or a thief. This old man definitely harbors no good intentions. Just as he walked out, he saw 2 women standing there waiting. The woman beside the spirit tower spoke first. Banished immortal vine race Xin Qingyi, asking Taoist brother for instruction. Banished immortal vine race Xin Qingyi, 4-star heavens chosen. Qingyi rushed up, the long whip in her hand dancing constantly in the air. Shen Tian quickly flipped to dodge, leaping backward with extremely fast reaction, thinking vigilantly. As expected of a 4-star heavens chosen, strength is indeed not bad. Shen Tian landed lightly to the side, but suddenly vines entangled his legs, causing Shen Tian a burst of panic, sneak attack. She had extended a long vine underground at some point. Qingyi continued to rush up, waving the whip to strike down. Shen Tian dodged nimbly, evaluating secretly. Combat experience is quite seasoned. In this aspect, this Saint Sun cannot compare. Originally planned to use the devouring immortal vine to have a fair duel with this heavens chosen, but absolutely no chance to counterattack, directly controlled to death by the opponent. As if making up his mind, he formed seals with both hands. Could only go full firepower. His whole body was quickly covered with a set of vermilion bird lightning armor. Seeing this scene, Qingyi released even more vines to surround him. These vines wove into a large net, pouncing straight over. Shen Tian looked at it with high fighting spirit. This bit of vine simply wasn't enough to look at in front of this Saint Sun. With just one slash, he broke open this attack and injured Qingyi in the process. Just at this moment, a familiar voice shouted, "Oh my, pretty impressive." Yi Qingqing behind him sighed with emotion. Originally wanted to see whether you bound her or she bound you. Did not expect you kid to actually be ruthless to the delicate flower. This vine race heavens chosen's experience in controlling vines to attack is much stronger than yours. I was afraid you could not bind her. Shen Tian looked at him helplessly. This old man wasn't serious at all. Do you like watching bondage play that much? His heart also confirmed because of this sentence. It seems 4-star heavens chosen are simply not opponents. A golden door manifested. Yi Qingqing changed the person, waving his hand. Leveling you up 1 level, let you spar with a 5-star heavens chosen. Divine firmament, sacred ground. Zhang Longyuan, 5-star heavens chosen. This name gave Shen Tian a fright, full of shock. Zhang Longyuan stood majestically, ready to face the battle. He looked at the person above in panic, then turned to look at Yi Qingqing. Moss Master, roaring in his heart, this dead old man wants to cause trouble. Longyuan took out a book and said to him, reading is good, read well. Read good books, reading makes one wise. Brother should read more. Yi Qingqing in the back nodded. You excel in lightning techniques. This kid also excels in lightning techniques. You have the heavenly sword divine physique on you. This kid's swordsmanship just happens to be very good too. Is not it just right to spar? Sparring with heavens chosen of the same type helps in mutual learning. This seat is taking care of you. Shen Tian burned with anger, cursing secretly, taking care my ass. That is the projection of this Saint Sun's master. If I beat him down, what if you record it later? I have recorded it all. Oh. This dead old man is truly bad, definitely wants to use this to threaten me. Think this Saint Sun will fall for it? Here Zhang Longyuan held the book scroll and chanted, Heaven and Earth profound sect, root of 10,000 chi. Light balls began to emerge around him, cultivating extensively for billions of kalpas, proving my divine power. Shen Tian fished out a cyan photographic stone, muttering to himself seriously, as expected of master, so powerful even when young. Today, disciple will experience master's brilliant moves rather than letting that dead old man record fragments to threaten me. Better that I record it myself as proof. Zhang Longyuan then commanded the surrounding flying swords to rush over. This scene made Shen Tian stare blankly, standing there praising. Seeing the approach, he hurriedly dodged. Master's swordsmanship is superb. Disciple is ashamed of being inferior. Subsequently, Shen Tian took out his own hammer and announced, but disciple will absolutely not admit defeat easily. He squatted down, beginning to gather power. Master, please take the move. The hammer enlarged. Shen Tian was surrounded by flames rushing up aggressively but reminding himself in his heart, slower, cannot use full strength. The hammer smashed onto Zhang Longyuan's defensive barrier, making him slightly surprised. Who would have thought that Zhang Longyuan actually did not block this move, directly getting knocked flying? Shen Tian looked at the weapon in his hand in terror. Should not be, did not Master say before that when he was young in the Foundation establishment stage he was even stronger than this saint's son? Shen Tian froze on the spot. I just used a simple purple gold hammer exploding chi and exploding lightning. Have not even added one essence heavy water to increase weight yet. How come he could not block it? Damn it, it must be this dead old man Yi Qingqing who secretly lowered Master's combat power. Hateful, this saint's son absolutely will not give you the chance to record video to threaten me. Zhang Longyuan walked closer angrily at this time, chanting in a low voice. 10,000 gods pay homage, employing thunder and lightning. Ghosts and demons tremble in fear. Spirits and monsters lose their form. The power on his body seemed to be accumulating. Zhang Longyuan raised his sword and shouted, Divine sword, heavenly might, guide it with the sword. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, I alone am supreme. Scaring Shen Tian into weak legs for a moment, stiffening in place. Zhang Longyuan waved his hand fiercely. Shen Tian opposite screamed in fear, Master's combat power is actually so high. This power is enough to crush the vast majority of Golden Core cultivators. He took out a turtle shell shield and shouted, Disciple admires. Before the move even touched the turtle shell shattered violently. Shen Tian exclaimed, Cannot block it. Subsequently, Shen Tian knelt down. This move, heavenly sword controlling lightning, is really great, as expected of Master. He gave a thumbs up to express really great, saying with a face full of worship, Disciple sighs at being inferior. Disciple lost this round, will definitely cultivate hard in the future, striving to stand side by side with Master soon. Yi Qingqing saw this scene, could not help spraying out all the tea. This works too. He looked at the battle scene just now, roasting helplessly. What, sighing at being inferior? At least make your face a bit pale. I saw you did not even pant once. Giving up just like that? Then he stroked his chin to think, cultivating the Tinder Sutra and still being so cautious is indeed rare. Looks like there is no more suitable heir for the God of War Tower than him. Kong Meng was watching the projection screen to evaluate at this time. I only ranked 12th on the God of War steel. In these 10,000 years, just among the people who have entered the God of War Tower, there are quite a few stronger than me at the same rank. Then she figured it out. Sure enough, still far from being invincible among peers in the southern border. There are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Kong Meng looked at the displayed system list with some curiosity. Wonder why after so many days Brother Shen still has not started fighting. Clearly we entered the God of War Tower together. When seeing the original 12th place became 13th and it was Brother Shen Taoist, she smiled pleasantly with surprise. Besides him, no one among the companions is qualified to squeeze in front of me. Then she fell into deep thought again. Wonder what place he can rank. 12 no, 11 no, 10 no, still no. Suddenly a line of large words jumped out on the screen, making her scream in surprise. Wow, Shen Tian 5-star Heavens Chosen directly became the top of the list among 5-star Heavens Chosen, only second to Huang Shi, this unique 6-star Heavens Chosen throughout the ages. This made Kong Meng admire even more, could not help praising, as expected of Saint Sun Shen Tian. As expected of the man I, Kong Meng, acknowledge. With such aptitude and talent, the elders in the clan should not have opinions anymore. She turned to the spirit body behind her and said, Spirit Tower, continue arranging 5-star Heavens Chosen for me. Just finished speaking, Kong Meng found the system display changed again, so said, The list changed again? After reading, she stared wide-eyed, crying out in horror. 7-star Heavens Chosen? Instantly Kong Meng was wild with joy. Shen Tian actually surpassed Huang Shi. That was the only 6-star Heavens Chosen evaluated by the God of War Tower in 8,000 years. Not to mention Huang Shi himself, even his disciples and grand disciples are already titans of a region. Kong Meng looked at the list and smiled. Shen Tian has the potential to become the second Huang Shi, or even surpass Huang Shi. If the people of the world knew Shen Tian once suppressed Huang Shi in the God of War Tower, Shen Tian would definitely become the focus of all 5 regions, his mighty name spreading throughout the world. Then she stroked her chin and laughed out loud. Shen Tian indeed worthy of being you. On the other side, sword chi exploded constantly in the air. Little Spirit was fighting intensely with an opponent. She reached out to start releasing moves, defeating that person with Lotus growing every step. Little Spirit looked at the leaderboard and sighed with emotion. Fought for 9 days and 9 nights, finally can defeat a 3-star Heavens Chosen, can clearly feel myself becoming stronger in battle, indeed addictive. Suddenly she saw the notification display, making Little Spirit open her mouth wide in surprise. Ah, Shen Tian brother is actually a 7-star Heavens Chosen? She quickly clenched her fist to cheer herself on. I am still too weak, must become stronger to be qualified to stand side by side with Shen Tian brother. Uncle Gui here saw the notification and wept with joy. As expected of your highness, actually able to come out on top among all Heavens Chosen in 10,000 years. Your highness is so promising. If Lady Concubine Lan knew in the netherworld, she would surely smile in the 9 springs. Shen Ao opened his mouth wide, staring at the display screen in surprise. 13th brother actually ranks first. Why are we both Shen family members, yet the gap is so big? Jinyu here also jumped up. That guy Shen Tian is actually a 7-star Heaven's Chosen. Is he still letting this eagle live? Shen Tian had already returned to sit beside Yi Qingking, asking in confusion, Senior, what is your meaning by this? I lost. I was beaten by Master with no power to fight back. I could not even beat Master, a Heaven's Chosen of this level from 1,000 years ago. How can you directly rate me as a 7-star Heaven's Chosen? His face was black as a pot bottom. I defeated 4-star Heaven's Chosen Xin Qingyi. It would be fine if you directly rated me a 5-star Heaven's Chosen. After all, this Saint Son killed with one sword strike, worthy of being overestimated a little. Soon, Shen Tian thought of the future with horror. Even great Emperor Huangshi was suppressed by me. Do you know how awesome this Huangshi is now? If his disciples and grand disciples find out about this and come to find fault and beat me up, will I have any peaceful days left? At this time he pointed at the system panel to appease. Do not rush, look here. Following Qing Kang's finger it wrote, this list is based on comprehensive evaluation. The final right of interpretation belongs to the God of War Tower. He was full of suspicion. Senior, from where did you see that the junior's natural talent is worthy of the title 7-star Heaven's Chosen? Qing Kang retorted. You look almost exactly the same as this seat when young. How could the natural talent not be strong? Hearing this, Shen Tian raised his hand to protest. Does this God of War list have no objective comparison? Is it all decided by your one sentence? He answered. This seat is a guest from the immortal world. Do I not have persuasive power? Still not giving up, he shouted. Relying solely on this list, will anyone really believe it? He crossed his arms and denied. Whether they believe it or not, do not you know in your heart? These words made Shen Tian completely speechless. Qing Kang said softly to him, you do not need to worry either. Has not it already been said below this God of War steel? The final right of interpretation belongs to the God of War Tower. Then he grinned and explained, in other words, as long as you make the God of War Tower acknowledge a master and become its owner, will not the list be up to you? At that time you can rank yourself wherever you want or even not rank yourself at all. This way you will not have to worry. He listened quietly to the old man talking incessantly. Certain in his heart, this bad old man obviously dug a pit to force this Saint Son to jump. I say, you are a dignified immortal artifact after all. Is it necessary to be so impatient? But he still cupped his hands and said, must Senior make the junior accept this tower as master? Qing Kang responded, if you really are unwilling then there is no need to force it. Saying this, he extended his hand, stroking his beard while saying to him, however, the luck on you is immense. If you are willing to take over this God of War Tower, it is naturally excellent. It only consumes a tiny bit of spiritual energy. How can young people progress without pressure? Compared to this benefit, paying that tiny bit counts as nothing. Shen Tian listened to him finish and was silent for a while. He pondered, a tiny bit of spiritual energy. Are you sure it is not a billion bits of spiritual energy? As expected of someone from the immortal world, the tone is really big. Shen Tian responded, fine, the junior can take over this God of War Tower, but there are some things the junior must ask clearly first. Qing Kang sighed slowly. You are truly cautious. Ask away. Shen Tian opened his mouth to ask, exactly how much is a tiny bit of spiritual energy? Cannot this God of War Tower be completely repaired? He explained calmly. Before you become an immortal, basically do not need to consider the matter of completely repairing this God of War Tower. As for the consumption, it is not much either. Qing Kang's sentence gave him a big fright. It just consumes 10 million spirit stones a year. Shen Tian calculated immediately after hearing. Consuming 10 million spirit stones a year just to maintain the tower body from collapsing, and this is called not much? Are you teasing me? Qing Kang felt a bit guilty as he spoke. Less is also fine, but at least must absorb 8 million spirit stones. Really cannot be less, otherwise it will crack. Seeing him guilty, Shen Tian thought fearfully, 8 million is also a lot, but still continued to raise his hand to question. If the junior takes ownership of the God of War Tower, can I let people enter the tower to challenge levels freely in the future? Qing Kang answered quickly, good brat, calculating quite well. Want to use this God of War Tower to earn back the spirit stones for the God of War Tower to eat? He smiled and said to the old man, otherwise where would the junior get so many spirit stones? 8 million spirit stones. How about you sell me and see if I am worth that much money? Qing Kang nodded and praised, not bad indeed. People who look handsome are also extremely smart. Qing Kang extended his hand and the God of War Tower fell into his hand. Fine, as long as you can stably provide spiritual energy to the God of War Tower in the future. The God of War Arena is yours to use. He did not forget to exhort Shen Tian. However, I want a 50% cut of the God of War points exchanged from treasures by people entering the tower to use for repairing the God of War Tower. He took the God of War Tower from the old man's hand and decided, fine, but the pricing power of the God of War Arena belongs to the junior. For Divine Firmament Sacred Ground disciples and the junior's friends entering the tower, I have the right to give a discount. Qing Kang gave a thumbs up to praise. Good lad, quite loyal. You have the demeanor of this seat back in the day. How about this? This seat will take a loss and accept you as a god grandson. How about it? I am very sincere. Shen Tian was stiff as if petrified after hearing this. Accepting this Saint Son as a god grandson, what the hell is this? Does this kind of operation exist? After petrifying, he thought again. And are not we discussing business right now, old man? Can you be a bit more serious? but he still questioned ceaselessly. Senior, you seem to have said before that this god of war tower was refined from grand primordium purple chi and can refine all alien energies in the world, Qing Kang also answered happily. That is right. You should know that our god of war palace takes the Tinder god of war sutra as the core inheritance. The god of war tower was also refined using the Tinder god of war sutra. He also emphasized specially, the Tinder sutra you cultivate is just the most mass-produced basic version. At most cultivate to the golden body stage and there is no follow-up. He let out a few surprised exclamations unexpectedly. Qing Kang continued slowly, and my sect's god of war sutra, even among all Tinder sutra inheritances, is the strongest lineage. Next you switch to cultivating the Tinder god of war sutra, then refine the god of war tower, under the enhancement of both. Always standing in an invincible position. How about it? Does listening to it make your blood boil? Shen Tian was silent, pondering. Holding the god of war tower to fight people, always standing in an invincible position, fear that if not careful the tower explodes, dragging the enemy to die without a burial place together. Then he scratched his head awkwardly. Senior, the junior bought this Tinder sutra for 5 taels of silver, unless you know its true origin. Qing Kang slowly picked up the teacup. You just need to know that the Tinder sutra does not lose to any cultivation method in the world. As for other matters, wait until you pass the 36 heavenly tribulations. Knowing too much now does you no good. Hearing this, his face turned black, cursing secretly. Passing 36 heavenly tribulations, would not I become a great emperor? If this dead old man will not say, then do not say. What are you tempting for? Shen Tian rested his chin on his hand, thinking silently. Could it be that this Tinder sutra is really a super mysterious inheritance from the immortal world? Because it was cursed by some supreme existence, people who cultivate it become increasingly unlucky. His doubts were more than 100,000 wise. Since the god of war tower can absorb any kind of alien energy, then it should be able to absorb profound yin qi too, right? Mentioning this, he answered seriously. Profound yin qi, the moon essence within the sun and moon essences, is a great tonic in the eyes of many demons. That is top-grade energy, much better than ordinary spiritual energy. Do you know where there is some? Shen Tian recalled while speaking. When training in the ancient battlefield, the junior passed by a special plane. It was full of profound yin qi everywhere, very strange. The junior suspects that in the central area of that plane some ancient ominous thing might be sealed, so I did not dare to approach. He asked the old man, Senior, can you handle it? If you can handle it, the junior can take you to have a look. We split the spoils 50-50. Qing Kang stroked his beard and answered slowly, among the lonely souls and wild ghosts on this battlefield, there are few that can make this seat afraid. We leave now. After speaking, Qing Kang stood up slowly. Suddenly Qing Kang extended his hand toward him. Shen Tian asked in surprise. Senior, he said to him quickly, start the blood drop for ownership recognition now. Shen Tian's blood flew toward the god of war tower. In an instant the ground shook violently. He asked Qing Kang unexpectedly, why is it shaking so severely here? He grabbed Shen Tian's shoulder and answered, go, let us go out first. The two left there quickly. Qing Kang brought Shen Tian in front of the god of war tower. He raised his hand to transport true qi into the tower. Shen Tian shouted in surprise, wait, Senior, Fairy Kong Meng Liener, Fairy Little Spirit and Uncle Gui are still inside the tower. Just as Shen Tian's voice fell, Qing Kang had already shrunk the tower rapidly. He controlled the god of war tower, driving it into Shen Tian's body. Shen Tian cried out, truly unable to believe such a thing. Qing Kang appeased, rest assured they cannot come out now and will not break your belly either. Quickly take this seat to find the profound yin qi, that is good stuff, also called the essence of grand yin. Qing Kang associated some dark things while speaking. Quickly take this seat to find the profound yin qi, that is good stuff, also called the essence of grand yin. At that time you can keep a little. Whether raising female ghosts or raising female demons, it can make them very happy. Shen Tian was terrified and shocked the whole audience. This old man actually has such a special fetish, he pondered. However, indeed can consider collecting a bit of profound yin qi for Jor. After all, having teased this lass for so long should give her some benefits. Deep in the ancient battlefield, those bone demons, blood demons and fiend demons walked on this land, all emitting powerful imposing manners. At this time, Shen Tian was spreading his wings, soaring in the sky, recognizing while flying, these evil cultists actually dare to come to such a deep part of the battlefield to cause trouble, really risking their lives. According to the scene in Black Yuan's opportunity image, this should be a plain shrouded in profound yin qi. There is a huge altar in the core area of the plain. Black Yuan captured many sect disciples just to sacrifice them on the altar. Through the sacrifice he successfully resurrected an extraterrestrial evil spirit sealed 10,000 years ago, and successfully signed a contract with this evil spirit, greatly increasing his strength. Shen Tian flew to a mountain and confirmed softly, it should be there, in the center of the altar. A stranger was muttering to himself. Samsara sacred leader, so what if you used the 6 paths Samsara disc to seal this seat for 10,000 years? The evil lord said smugly. In the end, wasn't it this seat's disciples and grand disciples who discovered this seat first? The eternal array you sacrificed your life to set up was also in vain. Just wait. A few more days will be the day of heavenly demon clashing with 7 fiends, which occurs once every 3,000 years. The power of your Samsara disc will drop to the lowest. He danced with joy and shouted, that will be the time for this seat to escape. The profound yin qi you refine from this seat's body. This seat will suck it all back, he chattered with full confidence. 10,000 years have passed. The gate to the immortal world has long been closed, and there are no more true immortals in this world. When this seat recovers vitality, I will definitely find your samsara sacred ground and let your successors. Suddenly he found something wrong, roaring angrily. Someone broke into the plane, the evil lord muttered to himself. This plane is usually sealed by a special array. Undead fundamentally cannot break in, he roared in anger. Not good. A profound yin chi on the plane is becoming thin at extreme speed. Someone is stealing my profound yin chi. 10,000 years ago, the sole evil lord broke into the cultivation world from outside the region. Relying on quasi-immortal level cultivation, he rampaged through the 5 regions, blood sacrificing the common people. Even the saints who died at his hands were countless. He was called a peerless, fierce man. Finally, it was the old sacred leader of the samsara sacred ground who fought with his life, using the quasi-immortal artifact 6 Paths Samsara Disc to suppress him. For 10,000 years, the 6 Paths Samsara Disc constantly refined the soul evil lord's origin, purifying it into origin profound yin chi in the small 6 paths. Therefore this plane rich in profound yin chi was formed in the depths of the ancient battlefield. Originally these profound yin chi would dissipate directly, but 3,000 years ago, the evil spirit cult discovered this place and set up an array to gather the profound yin chi again, just for the day of heavenly demon clashing with 7 fiends once every 3,000 years. To use a special secret method to rescue the sole evil lord and simultaneously recover vitality at the fastest speed, the evil lord roared in anger. This is my lifeblood. I waited for 3,000 years. Seeing that I am about to escape and reclaim all the refined profound yin chi, yet I encountered a shameless thief. He released darkness aura continuously in anger, standing in the center of the altar roaring, "Shameless little thief, this seat will fight you to the death." Shen Tian saw ghosts flying everywhere, turning his head to ask Qing Kang, "This ghost thing is too strong. Senior, can you handle it?" He answered quickly. "Calm down, this thing is suppressed by the array and fundamentally cannot unleash soul-leaving attacks. These ghosts just look imposing. Actually they are just disguised by pure profound yin chi having no attack power at all." In the next second he began to cast spells, conjuring a huge whale. So much profound yin chi is enough for the god of war tower to digest for a long time. The spellcasting Qing Kang exerted all his strength, shouting loudly, "Suck for me." Instantly those flying ghosts were swallowed by the whale. Qing Kang and Shen Tian stood on the whale's back. He sighed and lamented, only having a remnant soul left. Displaying divine powers is indeed much less powerful, but sucking this bit of profound yin chi is enough. The evil lord inside screamed in anger, "Hateful, let this seat out if you have the guts, so I can have a fair fight with you. What kind of hero steals this seat's essence while I am suppressed?" Qing Kang immediately reached out and cast a spell, sucking the evil lord's essence completely dry. "A little brat of the evil spirit cult dares to be so rampant, suck it for me." The evil lord screamed aggrievedly, "Gone, not a drop left," he muttered to himself while locked inside. "Where are those disciples and grand disciples of this seat? They promised to sacrifice blood food and top-quality physical bodies to this seat. What's happening? They have not come but instead attracted this killing god?" The sole evil lord was unaware that his disciples and grand disciples had already been defeated. The sole evil lord exited the stage temporarily. Shen Tian looked at the array around him and said in surprise, "This is..." Qing Kang looked at his reaction and smiled, replying, "Do you want it?" Qing Kang stood up to explain, "This should be a replica of the 6 Paths Samsara Disc. Although the refiner's cultivation was too weak, it was refined using the Samsara pure earth after all. It has some power and can be considered a decent treasure." Shen Tian was pleasantly surprised. Samsara pure earth, the supreme earth, ranked 3rd on the earth list of heaven and earth wonders. Known as the soil of the origin of all spirits of the heavens, he rejoiced secretly in his heart. Only in the unreachable place of reincarnation can this kind of soil be born. It can return all things to their most primitive, pure and original state. He began to associate, heard that possessing the samsara pure earth allows one to ignore all curses and poison attacks. Even karmic fire can be cleansed. Even Tao injuries and incomplete foundations can be patched up again using the samsara pure earth. After all, in front of samsara everything can start over. The 6 Paths disc was still rotating constantly at this time, attracting Shen Tian to look at the array, pondering deeply. The 6 Paths Samsara disc refined using samsara pure earth is indeed extraordinarily powerful, actually able to forcibly suppress a quasi-immortal level existence for 10,000 years. Even if discovered by the evil spirit cult, they could not rescue this evil spirit. They still had to wait for the day of heavenly demon clashing with 7 fiends once every 3,000 years. It can be seen that even among quasi-immortal artifacts, this 6 Paths Samsara disc is absolutely a top-tier existence. Qing Kang turned his head to ask, "Do you want it? Tell me if you want it. If you do not say, how do I know you want it?" Subsequently he laughed loudly. "This thing is not that easy to subdue." He stood aside thinking to himself, "Is this old man really an attained true immortal of the immortal world?" Shen Tian walked toward the 6 Paths Samsara disc, standing there asking himself, "Why do I feel this 6 Paths Samsara disc is extremely intimate to me, seemingly able to obtain recognition easily?" Just as he prepared to touch the 6 Paths Samsara disc, Qing Kang stopped him quickly. "Kid, stop. That is a quasi-immortal artifact without the God of War Tower's suppression. You cannot subdue it." Shen Tian calculated in his heart, "Is it because I already have 4 great wonders in my body? Why do I feel the immortal metal, devouring immortal vine, 1 essence heavy water, and South Ming vermilion fire inside my body are unusually restless? seemingly all inviting the samsara pure earth to join them. He quickly dripped essence blood into the Six Paths disc. In an instant the entire Six Paths samsara disc turned from red to gold, erupting with extremely dazzling light. A voice rang out, "This seat is finally free." The evil spirit foul energy quickly sought a chance to flee. "You guys wait, when this seat recovers vitality, I will definitely find you to snatch back my profound yin chi." Qing Kang quickly made a move to capture it. "A mere small evil spirit also dares to speak madly in front of this seat. If I let you run, what face would this seat have to mix in society later?" The spirit-catching net shot out. The evil lord discovered the approach but was too late to react, only able to scream in terror. "No, do not come over." The evil lord struggled and shouted, "Hateful, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated." He struggled, saying, "This seat is a dignified saint lord of a generation. How can I suffer this extraordinary shame and humiliation?" He roared repeatedly, flustered and exasperated. "Let me go, let me go." Qing Kang turned a deaf ear, shrinking him rapidly. He grabbed his hair and said impatiently, "So noisy." The evil lord screamed miserably, having his hair pulled. "Ah, so painful." Qing Kang threatened, making him afraid. "Cannot stand the humiliation. I'll send you to reincarnation. Be quiet for this seat if you do not want to die." At this time Shen Tian sat down to collect the Six Paths disc. After completion he opened his mouth to say, "I finally gathered 5 types of heaven and earth wonders." Holding 5 types of heaven and earth wonders, Shen Tian was so excited his eyes filled with hot tears. Wood births fire, fire births earth, earth births metal, metal births water, water births wood. The 5 elements generate each other without omission. The power of the mixed primordial divine physique has also sublimated to the extreme. I feel the power of lightning techniques and combat skills are all skyrocketing, Qing Kang praised with interest. Interesting, gathering 5 types of heaven and earth wonders at the transcendent stage. What's more rare is being able to refine these 5 types of heaven and earth wonders, he thought to himself. Even in the immortal world, this seat has never heard of such a strange matter. Exactly what physique does this kid have? He stood in front to transmit power to him. "Kid, this seat will personally protect you. Let me see exactly how strong the golden body condensed by these 5 types of heaven and earth wonders is." Godfiend body tempering. Forging body, shaping marrow, then connecting to transcendent. Afterwards use the power of chi and blood to temper the 5 viscera to condense the golden body. Forging body stage, tempering and forging muscles, bones and chi and blood, thereby condensing towering power of chi and blood. Transcendent stage. Ordinary Godfiend body tempering cultivators use the power of chi and blood to temper the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, tempering them to be as strong as the physique. Golden body stage, extracting the corresponding 5 elements power from the 5 viscera and 6 bowels and fusing them into one, forming Godfiend power, far exceeding ordinary chi and blood power. And Shen Tian uses the power of the 5 elements heaven and earth wonders to temper the 5 viscera, the degree far exceeding ordinary body temperers. The effect of using Godfiend power to temper the whole body far exceeds chi and blood power, can condense a Godfiend golden body. The quality of the Godfiend golden body is equivalent to the golden core, also divided into 1 to 9 turns. Refining the Godfiend golden body allows one to hard shake the magical artifact attacks of same rank golden core chi practitioners. The physical body is refined like a weapon. Time flew. In the blink of an eye it was 10 days later. Everyone was released from the God of War Tower. Zhao Hao exclaimed in admiration, his whole body shrouded in golden light. "This is the manifestation of the golden body stage. Senior brother's golden body can actually emit 100 zhong of divine light," Yun Di also said happily. "If Elda's senior brother saw this scene, estimate he would doubt life, right?" Kong Ming stood behind, blushing shyly. "The physical body is too strong. Evolving to the extreme is enough to be invincible barehanded." After absorbing the energy, Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes at this time, looking forward to the journey ahead with a face full of expectation. Uncle Gui exclaimed in surprise. The God of War Tower became smaller. Could it be? He reasoned a bit. "Acknowledged Your Highness as Master makes sense. Your Highness is the only 7-star heavens chosen recognized by the God of War Tower throughout the ages, unique and unmatched. The God of War Tower acknowledging a master is also reasonable and fair." Uncle Gui wept with joy, saying gratifiedly, "Lady, if you knew, you would surely smile in the 9 springs." Jinyu felt his skull aching. "Why was my God of War Tower trial forcibly exited before it finished?" He roared in anger. "In these 10 days this eagle was arranged against opponents who countered me every time, got beaten up every time I paid. Finally managed to match with a wood attribute heavens chosen, seeing that I was about to turn the tables, ended up being forcibly kicked out by the broken tower." A voice came from inside the tower. "Young Golden Eagle, really sorry, because this tower has already recognized Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian as master, so everyone's trial is temporarily interrupted." Person inside the tower continued. "This tower will pay for everyone's challenge fees this time. All God of War points you paid during the challenge, this seat will refund to you double." Jinyu said with satisfaction, "God of War points consumed in the challenge refunded to this eagle double. Count you this broken tower as having sincerity. Did not scam this eagle." But just as the voice fell he suddenly reacted, pointing at the God of War Tower angrily. "Wait, what did you just say?" "The God of War Tower has recognized Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian as master. In other words, if this eagle wants to enter the God of War Tower for trials in the future, I have to ask this kid Shen Tian first. He even secretly imagined the scene of himself begging Shen Tian, "Beg you to let me train, did not get beaten enough today. Maybe another day. I, a dignified golden-winged great Peng race heaven's chosen, have to go beg him?" Jin Yu's face was covered in tears. "God of War Tower, why did you recognize Shen Tian as master in just 10 short days? Do you have some unspeakable secret?" Subsequently, he looked silently at Shen Tian, who was cultivating, pondering deeply. However, with the combat power Shen Tian displayed before, he is indeed stronger than Fairy Kong Meng. Looking at Shen Tian's posture of emitting golden light all over now, obviously he has already begun to condense the golden body. Jin Yu scratched his head in confusion. "I even asked him to fight another match after breaking through to the golden core or golden body stage. Is it still in time to run away now?" Finally Shen Tian finished cultivating. He opened his eyes amidst everyone's surprise. Shen Ao looked at Shen Tian in surprise, feeling somewhat jealous in his heart. Born of the same royal father, why does 13th brother become more handsome the more he grows? Crushed by him in both natural talent and looks, but he also comforted himself with secret satisfaction. But it does not matter. As long as I hug 13th brother's thigh tightly, I can basically walk sideways in the cultivation world. The future is boundless. This time in the immemorial battlefield trial, in just over 20 days I harvested precious opportunities extremely hard to see, like dragon blood grass and sword heartfruit. Shen Ao thought of that arduous training. Compared to Changhe Sword Venerable's devil training, it is still cooler following 13th brother, here after finishing cultivation. Suddenly Shen Tian stood up holding 5 stones in his hand. He deduced secretly, "Is this Godfiend power?" Shen Tian absorbed the 5 stones. "I have already fused the power of 5 types of heaven and earth wonders, so the quality of this Godfiend power is supreme. Perhaps it should be called mixed primordial Godfiend power." At this time Kong Meng said with pleasant surprise, "Brother Shen Taoist became stronger again. This physical body is too powerful," she thought secretly in her heart. "This time I not only retrieved the 5-colored divine light fan and inherited the ancestors' legacy, but even more found the target I must follow." She weighed options with a smile. If not for needing to return to the peacock race to put the ancestors' remains into the coffin for burial, and announcing the matter of walking the human world to parents and elders, I would want to follow Shen Tian directly. Kong Meng thought of Shen Tian, involuntarily blushing. After all, training with Brother Shen Taoist is not only easy to encounter opportunities, but also that feeling he brings me. Most importantly, Brother Shen Taoist looks too pleasing to the eye. Shen Tian took out a mirror, shocked into speechlessness, looking at himself in the mirror. Before entering the immemorial battlefield, the halo was pure azure with a bit of red light. He recalled previous events. Later helped Qin Gao find dragon blood grass, helped Kong Meng find the 5-colored divine light fan and origin 5-colored divine light, helped Zhao Hao and Kong Meng find the God of War Tower again, and helped Jin Yu find the golden-winged great Peng race ancestors' remains. Their luck all increased quite a bit, and the halo above my head also upgraded to the degree of being mostly red. The more Shen Tian thought, the more panicked he was. But now the Tinder Sutra broke through again. The red light on the halo above the head disappeared again. My luck also dropped. According to the previous setting that bad luck comes when luck disappears, I cannot stay in the battlefield for long. Turning his head to observe the crowd, but huge opportunities still exist above the heads of these remaining people. Although not big, mosquito meat is still meat. Benefits are secondary. What's important is being able to continue increasing my luck. Thinking back and forth, he gritted his teeth secretly. Risk it, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Heavenly Secret Palace. 10,000 years ago, in order to select a suitable successor, a certain heavenly secret quasi-saint of the eastern wilderness specially expended heart's blood to refine this heavenly secret palace in the immemorial battlefield. Although this heavenly secret quasi-saint's own combat power could not be counted as outstanding, he was proficient in art of weapon refining, especially skilled in refining powerful battle puppets to face enemies. Legend has it that in his peak period, the heavenly secret quasi-saint once controlled 18 silver dragon soul transformation stage puppets to tear a saint apart alive. Only a pity that on the immemorial battlefield even a saint cannot guarantee immortality. The heavenly secret quasi-saint eventually died from an enemy's sneak attack, leaving only this inheritance place prepared long ago. Shen Tian and the crowd walked out. He slowly pushed the door to take the lead. Turning his head to look at Yun Di and Uncle Gui with golden light circling above their heads, he rejoiced secretly in his heart. 5 days' time finally finished harvesting everyone's opportunities, especially the heavenly secret palace and Qin Yun Di's opportunity image. It is even more of a great opportunity. The heavenly secret palace was Qin Yun Di's opportunity. Originally he would need to spend a very long time to barely pass the assessment and obtain the first 2 volumes of the 4 volumes of the Heavenly Secret Saint Classic. But because Shen Tian had read the script in Qin Yun Di's opportunity image, plus his powerful strength, so he easily obtained the complete inheritance, becoming the successor recognized by the Heavenly Secret Quasi-Saint. Yun Di stood aside looking at Shen Tian, his mind worshipping to the extreme from beginning to end. Senior brother Saint Sun is not only peerless in weapon refining and body tempering, but actually even so proficient in puppet arts, indeed omniscient, worthy of being my, Qin Yun Di's guiding lamp, the idol of all junior brothers. At this time he decided to take out an item and called out, Yundi, your natural spiritual sense is stronger than ordinary people. You can easily control these dozens of yin-yang demon-breaking spears. P. The main cultivation content of this Heavenly Secret Saint Classic M involves dividing one's mind to control multiple spells, which is very suitable for you, junior brother. You can study it more in the future. Yundi took the Heavenly Secret Saint Classic M, his hands trembling with emotion. While handing the Heavenly Secret Saint Classic M to Yundi, Shen Tian explained, "The core cultivation content of this Heavenly Secret Saint Classic M lies in the control method of multitasking, which is very suitable for you, junior brother. You can study it more in the future." Yundi could not hide the joy of receiving such a gift from his senior brother on his face and hurriedly spoke to thank him. "Many thanks, senior brother Saint Sun, for bestowing such a supreme treasure upon Yundi. Yundi will definitely study it carefully and will never let down senior brother's expectations." Just as Yundi finished speaking, Shen Tian cast a spell to demonstrate it personally for Yundi. The reason he could do this was that the Heavenly Secret Palace had already recognized Shen Tian as its master, and Shen Tian could mobilize all the mechanisms inside the Heavenly Secret Palace at any time. Its value was almost comparable to a saint artifact. Shen Tian controlled the Heavenly Secret Saint Classic M with flowing ease. Whether enlarging or shrinking it, he did so as he pleased. Shen Tian pointed at the group of puppets and explained in detail. "Yundi, these 18 silver wolf puppets, each one possesses the strength of the golden core stage. If you can completely control them, it is enough to contend with the heavens chosen on the Eastern Wilderness golden core list. Among us, only you, junior brother, have the spiritual sense strength most suitable for controlling these silver wolves. Today I give them to you, hoping junior brother will not disgrace the senior's illustrious reputation." Hearing this, Yundi was ecstatic, cheering excitedly. "Many thanks, senior brother. Yundi will definitely do his utmost." Although these 18 silver wolf puppets were only at the golden core stage, the materials used to refine them were invaluable. He seemed to have already imagined that scene. Moreover, if controlled properly, laying out the silver wolf god-hunting array, even an ordinary nascent soul stage strong expert would find it hard to escape death under the tacit cooperation of 18 silver wolves. Not only that, Shen Tian also wanted to remind him of an important matter. "In addition, Yundi, I do not hope you stop moving forward. You are very interested in researching thunder-exploding talismans and improving yin-yang demon-breaking spears, and you are equally interested in researching these puppets, but these do not conflict." Yundi could not wait to hear his senior brother's teachings. "Senior brother, please give me guidance." Whenever Shen Tian mentioned any characteristic of puppets, his eyes would light up. If you are interested, you can try installing weapons like yin-yang demon-breaking spears on these puppets to enhance their power. When coordinated at that time, perhaps it can produce unexpected effects. Yundi felt an unbearable itch in his heart after listening. "Really want to start experimenting immediately." Senior brother means letting the art of explosion bloom new flowers on the puppets. While Yundi's trio was ecstatic, constantly cheering "Long live senior brother," Shen Tian hid to the side, not forgetting to take out a mirror to check the cultivation halo above his head. He thought secretly in his heart, "Sure enough, it has become much redder this time, and my cultivation has also broken through. Although my luck has dropped somewhat, I have not encountered any bad luck." This kind of self-improvement moved him to the point of wanting to cry. Could it be because this saint's son was cautious enough, no matter what, not encountering danger as a great fortune? Just at this moment his jade token also flew out. Not only Shen Tian but others also sensed it. This scene made him understand. The teleportation jade token lit up. It seems the special period of the ancient battlefield is about to end. This meant that after the special period ended, the overlords in the depths of the ancient battlefield would return immediately. The battlefield that originally only had undead below the nascent soul stage will no longer be safe. Before leading the others to leave, Shen Tian smiled and waved to bid farewell to Kong Meng. "We are going back. If everyone has the chance in the future, you are welcome to visit the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground as guests." Opposite him, Kong Meng also responded with warm hospitality. "We also welcome Brother Taoist to visit my clan at any time. We will definitely sweep the couch to welcome you." Only Jin Yu did not want to welcome Shen Tian at all. Remembering those few heart-wrenchingly painful punches, he prayed secretly in his heart, "If you come to my clan to train, then it is best we do not meet again." After the farewells were completed, everyone had to step into the spatial light ring and leave the battlefield. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shen Tian's mouth. Everything was finally over. As light and vibrations spread to the surroundings, it marked their formal departure. In another place, shrouded in pitch blackness, a subordinate of the evil spirit cult was reporting to Bloodkill. "Hallmaster, it has been confirmed that the young Hallmaster is imprisoned in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground station at the entrance of the ancient battlefield. The young Hallmaster holds the array flag that can help Lord Saint Spirit escape. There must absolutely not be any mishaps." As soon as the voice fell, he heard the person opposite reprimanding with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean the young Hallmaster has the array flag, so there must be no mishaps? Could it be that if the young Hallmaster did not have the array flag, we could just let him be persecuted by those sacred grounds?" The subordinate hurriedly corrected himself. "Subordinate did not mean that. Subordinate meant that the young hallmaster has already been imprisoned for more than 10 days and we must act as soon as possible. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed so. Tomorrow night is the day of heavenly demon clashing with 7 fiends. Time is running out for us. Their clamor was quickly interrupted by Bloodkill. The old man sat high above and shouted loudly, "Quiet all of you." Black Yuan was ineffective in handling matters and was captured by the divine firmament's sacred ground. It is this seat who failed to teach his son properly. After rescuing him, this seat will definitely punish him heavily. But the top priority is the heavenly demon. 7 fiends are a flag in Black Yuan's hands. Regarding the rescue of Lord Saint Spirit, he already had his own plan. This hall has planned for thousands of years. Once Lord Saint Spirit is rescued and this hall obtains the Lord's recognition, my status in the cult will soar. Everyone present will receive rewards from Lord Saint Spirit at that time. Smooth sailing on the immortal path is just a small matter. Since Bloodkill said so, they naturally obeyed with one heart. Everything follows the orders of Lord Hallmaster. Subordinates are willing to give our lives for the prosperity of the sacred cult. The 3 people's momentum was like a rainbow shouting loudly, "Loyal to the sacred hall, loyal to the hallmaster, sleep on the floor today, become an immortal elder tomorrow. Strive hard to overthrow the grotto heavens and sacred grounds. The sacred cult holds its head high." Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened wide abruptly, filled with astonishment, and his brows locked tight. This fluctuation was also sensed by the black-robed men below. Someone is coming through the void. Enemy attack. Everyone's expressions instantly became panic-stricken. Who is responsible for the aura-concealing array? Why were we exposed? Bloodkill judged. This place is less than 100 miles from the stations of the 2 great sacred grounds, 6 great grotto heavens and 12 blessed lands. It will be troublesome if they really discover our tracks. As soon as the voice fell, the spatial light ring Shen Tian just used was seen appearing. Immediately after, a pair of feet stepped out from inside. The owner of these feet was none other than Shen Tian. Shen Tian himself also looked blankly at this strange place. What the? Is this the station at the entrance of the ancient battlefield? His gaze stopped on that group of people in front, guessing secretly. The black robes these people are wearing look so much like Black Yuan's. Could it be the evil spirit cult? There are actually over a dozen evil spirit cultists, and the lowest cultivation base is also at the nascent soul stage. He noticed Bloodkill in particular. There is also a soul transformation stage, heavenly venerable level strong expert. The person wearing a red robe sitting on the high seat in the center had unfathomable strength, impossible to see through. After sensing the other party's cultivation, Shen Tian was even more scared out of his wits. Sure enough, nothing good happens when luck drops. An awkward atmosphere instantly enveloped the room. Miscalculation, huge miscalculation. The situation is bad. Slip away, slip away. Shen Tian hurriedly lowered his head to greet them. I was just passing by, heard nothing. Farewell. Unexpectedly, before he could act just by saying a sentence, he heard Bloodkill roar angrily, "Since you have come," followed by ordering his subordinates kill, scaring Shen Tian into running for his life with his tail between his legs. Holy crap, as expected of an evil cult, killing without a word, scaring this baby to death. While trying hard to get rid of the pursuers behind him, he attempted to transmit a message back to the sect, but regrettably, damn it, why cannot the Saint Sun token transmit? People from the evil spirit cult blocked his way, laughing coldly. An array has already been set up around this valley. Distress signals cannot be sent out. Finishing speaking without giving him any chance to react, they attacked directly. Such a handsome little brother, better to throw him to this slave family for good training. Little brother, this slave family has a great joy, ultimate bliss, sutra here. Let us dual cultivate together, forcing Shen Tian to roll helplessly in midair. If not for his quick reaction to dodge in time, he probably would have lost his life. Not good, gang beating is too dangerous. Meanwhile, in the void on the other side, void gates appeared one after another. Qin Yundi, Shen Ao, Little Spirit, Zhao Hao, Li Lianer, Song Fugi and others all walked out from their respective void gates. Everyone's aura was much stronger. As soon as other disciples saw them passing by, they could tell that the strength of this group had increased greatly after training in the ancient battlefield. Song Fugi and other members all had excited expressions, shouting with high morale, "Everyone, we are people following Senior Brother Saint Sun. We must display vigorous vitality, and not lose Senior Brother Saint Sun's prestige," Zhen Zhuzha announced confidently. "Who said bootlicking Senior Brother Saint Sun cannot make one stronger? Did not you see that our group has been reborn by following Senior Brother Saint Sun?" Qin Gao was still unsatisfied. He had greater ambitions. But compared to Senior Brother Saint Sun, our little harvest counts as nothing. Even the legendary Supreme Immortal Artifact was taken into the bag by Senior Brother Saint Sun. Hearing him mention Shen Tian, Zhao Hao realized they seemed to be missing one person. By the way, where is Senior Brother Saint Sun? Did not he transport back in the same batch as us? Yundi thought simply. Senior Brother probably had a deviation in teleportation. This situation happens occasionally, but usually it will not deviate too far. I'll use the transmission token to contact Senior Brother. Unexpectedly, there was absolutely no response. Looking at the transmission token that lost signal, the group could only stand there in a daze. Only after a moment did they recover, screaming in panic. Finished, cannot contact Senior Brother. According to Yundi's deduction, there was only one possibility. The place Senior Brother is in now might have isolated spiritual sense sound transmission, he said anxiously to the others. Quickly notify Martial Ant by Lien. Yun Di soon contacted Bai Lian. After reporting, she and Heavenly Venerable Dan Wu on that side appeared incomparably anxious. What? Tian'er is missing again, there might be danger. This seat is going to find him. Dan Wu hurriedly turned her head to order Ziyang P. Junior brother Ziyang, you stay here to preside over the overall situation. The rest of the venerables above the nascent soul stage immediately conduct a carpet search of the surrounding 500 miles, must find Shen Tian. Order received. Regarding Heavenly Venerable Dan Wu's order, none of the sect elders had objections. Apart from Heavenly Venerable Dan Wu having reached the peak of the soul transformation stage and possessing a thick thigh as a backer, her words naturally carried heavy weight, even more so because behind her was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was one of the top sacred grounds in the Eastern Wilderness. The foundation within was no small matter. More importantly, peerless fairies were as common as clouds in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Unknown how many Heaven's Chosen took pride in marrying a female disciple of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Over thousands of years, the network of relationships accumulated by Jade Lake Sacred Ground's married-out disciples was absolutely the strongest among all Eastern Wilderness sacred grounds. Here, Bai Lian contacted Long Yuan via the transmission token. Junior sister, what is the matter? Seeing him, she said hurriedly, senior brother, martial nephew Shen Tian is missing. After learning of this, Long Yuan was not only not worried but snickered in his heart instead. Tian'er went missing again. Good. Looks like another great opportunity is waiting for him. Contrary to his calmness, Bai Lian appeared extremely anxious. Reporting to senior brother, according to reports from Yun Di and other disciples, martial nephew Shen Tian went missing due to a teleportation deviation when activating the teleportation token to return to the ancient battlefield entrance. Speaking of this, tears could not help but well up in the corners of her eyes. Yun Di sent a spiritual sense transmission to martial nephew Shen Tian, but found it could not be delivered. Afraid he is in some sealed space. It is junior sister who did not take good care of martial nephew Shen Tian. Please punish me, senior brother. Long Yuan comforted softly. Junior sister need not blame yourself. Tian'er is a child of providence. He weighed his words carefully to avoid making her overthink. Since it is just a teleportation deviation, presumably there will be absolutely no danger. He might even find a blessing in disguise and encounter some great opportunity. Although he said so, Bai Lian still could not completely set her mind at ease, answering with sobs, yes. Then she asked hurriedly, then does senior brother mean we do not need to go look for him? Long Yuan shook his head slightly, answering with a face full of ruddy radiance. Of course not. If Tian'er went missing and we did not even go look for him, how sad would he be? He ordered unhurriedly. From that side, not only must we search, but we must also appear as anxious and panicked as possible. We must let Tian'er feel warm care. Saying this, he slowly stood up from the chair. This seat will now have Yun Feng immediately go to the countries surrounding the ancient battlefield to search for Tian'er's tracks. This seat's intention is to let Tian'er feel that this sect is an incomparably warm big family. Hearing Long Yuan's arrangement, Bai Lian also felt much more relieved, clicking her tongue in praise. As expected of senior brother, considerations are indeed thorough. Long Yuan cut off the communication hastily for some reason. If there is nothing else, let us leave it at that. It turned out that if he said a few more sentences, he would not be able to hold back his laughter. Following Long Yuan's instructions, Bai Lian conveyed to everyone. All Divine Firmament disciples go out to search for Tian'er, but in her heart she still brooded over the matter just now. Just now I seem to hear senior brother's hee-hee laughter. Strange, Tian'er is missing, so why is senior brother laughing? At this moment, within the area where Shen Tian was trapped, Shen Tian's cheeks turned crimson due to the rich and alluring scent surrounding him, making him feel as if he were frozen in place. Heavens, what the hell is this? That profound aura wrapped around his body just like that. Facing that woman, Shen Tian could not help but feel a bit nervous, thinking to himself that although the South Ming Vermilion Fire and Six Paths Samsara disc inside his body had already cleared all illusions, Shen Tian had intended to formulate a plan to sneak away later. I must first paralyze these evil spirit cult experts. With my current cultivation, even if I am caught and taken back, they would only send someone random to guard me. At that time, this saint son will escape when they least expect it. While his thoughts were running wild, suddenly a hand reached out from who knows where, gently cupping his chin, startling Shen Tian slightly. That Jade Lake female disciple looked at him with greedy eyes, revealing a perverted smile. What a peerless handsome man! Only such a peerless handsome man is the most perfect cauldron. This slave cannot bear to suck him dry in one breath. She leaned in to kiss Shen Tian. I want to nourish him with the best medicinal ingredients, then take good care of him and enjoy him to the fullest. I can hardly hold back. Shen Tian's face turned ashen as he listened, and he hurriedly dodged. Just before she attempted to take his boyish body, Shen Tian struck in time. The One Essence heavy fist erupted instantly, forcing her to tremble all over even as she tried to receive the move. What, he actually wasn't bewitched by the ultimate bliss smoke? That Jade Lake female disciple's azure long spear was instantly snapped by him, watching her beloved treasure being destroyed in front of her. She roared angrily, "Damn guy, you dare destroy this slave's baby!" She charged frantically at Shen Tian in retaliatory attack. "This slave wants to suck you dry 100 times. but before she could catch up she was scolded bloody by Shen Tian's angry shout, "Slave, slave my ass!" He directly exposed her true appearance. "Take that pumpkin face full of whiskers away, this saint son finds it disgusting to look at." At this stage Shen Tian felt there was no need to pretend anymore. "Originally I wanted to pretend to be weak to observe the changes. If luck was good, maybe I could even extract some secrets." A charged strike hit hard, wanting to teach her a lesson and let her know the consequences of deceiving people with beauty. But this pumpkin face with a beard actually calls himself this slave and wants to kiss this saint's son. Is there really anyone willing to dual cultivate with this appearance? He once again displayed the move from just now, the one essence heavy fist. "Get down for me." The opponent showed no weakness, sacrificing a demonic energy fan to block. Just like that, two diametrically opposite forces collided violently. Ultimately her strength was still a large cut below Shen Tian's. Soon the defensive fan was shattered by Shen Tian. How is this possible? In the next second, Shen Tian punched straight out without mercy, beating her until blood sprayed from her nose and mouth. Watching him beat a woman so calmly, the group of evil spirit cult men were all stunned with surprise. Blood Kill, sitting on the chair, also had to look at Shen Tian with new eyes at this time. "Good kid, this seat underestimated you. You called yourself Saint Sun just now. Nowadays on this ancient battlefield there are only the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is all female disciples, so you must be the Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian, right?" He laughed loudly while clapping in praise. Heard that the Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian not only has peerless natural talent and surpassing courage but also possesses a handsome face that can make saintesses and fairies fall for him. He walked closer step by step to negotiate with Shen Tian. "This seat did not believe it originally, but seeing you now, this seat believes it." He even narcissistically anointed himself. "Shen Tian, your looks do not lose to this seat when I was young." Blood Kill's self-proclamation made the atmosphere at the scene instantly become incomparably awkward. Even he himself felt a bit embarrassed. Blood Kill gave a dry cough and cut directly to the chase. "Do not think about escaping, you do not have any chance. Shen Tian, how about we make a deal?" Shen Tian frowned upon hearing this and asked back, "Deal? What deal?" Saw the old man reveal a friendly expression, proposing, "This seat hopes you can join this cult. If you agree, this seat will personally accept you as a disciple." To recruit Shen Tian he did not hesitate to throw out a series of tempting conditions. "With your natural aptitude, luck and looks, plus this seat's guidance, it will not be hard to become the supreme saint son of this cult in the future. That power is much greater than a sacred ground saint son." Being recruited by the evil spirit cult out of nowhere really made him start doubting his own character. What? The evil spirit cult wants to rope the saint son into the gang. Does this saint son look very much like that kind of outlaw? Shen Tian instantly transformed, turning into the shape of a majestic general, answering impassionedly, "Many thanks for the Hallmaster's deep love, but Shen fears I have no fortune to enjoy it." After speaking, he directly rode a rainbow to leave. "Shen still has clothes I have not collected. I'll return to the ancient battlefield entrance station first. Farewell." Bloodkill seemed to have no intention of letting him go, so he said, "Pity. Whether you join or not is not up to you to decide." He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Such a good seedling, if we can get him into the cult it will be of great benefit to the cult's development of believers in the future. Black Tian, Black Zon, keep the Divine Firmament Saint Sun here. This seat wants to have a heart-to-heart with him later, must persuade him to join the sacred cult." Instantly the three people immediately chased Shen Tian at full speed, and launched attacks jointly from the rear. "Little doll, stay here for this seat." Their actions made Shen Tian very dissatisfied. He frowned and shouted, "Why must you force me?" Shen Tian's expression became hideous. He decisively flashed the token printed with the words Saint Sun to them, shouting loudly, "Why must you force me to kill you?" At this stage, although reluctant, Shen Tian could only use this extremely precious weapon. "Damn it, this is one of the 3 life-saving straws given by Master. Using one means one less." Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, the moment he threw out that special straw, a pressure enveloped the evil spirit cult crowd as if Long Yuan had arrived at the battlefield in person. Divine Firmament Heavenly Might guided with the sword, scaring them into fleeing in panic in less than 3 seconds. "Hallmaster, save me!" Bloodkill finally had to take action personally. Only a cultivation of his level had a glimmer of hope to block this move. Zhang Longyuan is truly not stingy. Following his loud roar, the white bone blood palm print, a huge palm appeared as if to crush everything. Just like that, a sword and a palm collided directly. Bloodkill announced confidently to Shen Tian, "Since you insist on forcing this seat to take action, then do not blame this seat for blowing things up. But do not think that just by alerting the sect elders they can come to save you and get you out." He had even imagined the scene of dragging Shen Tian away like a gunny sack. "Before they arrive, this seat will have long since subdued you obediently and taken you away." He had not smiled for 3 seconds before turning his head to become horrified. Because not even Shen Tian's shadow could be seen in front, this kid indeed gave him a big surprise. "Did not expect you to actually know such profound earth escape art." In order not to let him run away, the old man put his palms together and slammed a heavy blow onto the ground to sense. "Only a pity that this seat has already locked onto your aura. Even if you hide deep underground, this seat can pull you out." Who knew this move was also useless. The aura disappeared. How could this kid escape this seat's lock? Being played repeatedly, Bloodkill became even more angry. Hateful brat, do you think that by mastering a secret technique to conceal aura you can escape this seat's palm? This time, to catch Shen Tian, he decided to set out personally. The monk can run but the temple cannot. Now this seat will go to the ancient battlefield entrance station and kill all your fellow disciples. I do not believe you will not come out. Accompanying him naturally were other subordinates of the evil spirit cult. Kill everyone, retake the array flag and rescue Lord Saint Spirit. At that time, even if your master comes, it will be to no avail. Ahead, a great hall had already appeared before their eyes. That was exactly the place where Bloodkill and the evil spirit cult wanted to kill everyone to the last one, forcing Shen Tian to show himself. Originally this seat did not want to be this brazen. This was all forced by you. They all died because of you. Because Long Yuan wasn't there, he was even more unscrupulous. Do not delusionally think of contacting the saint for rescue. This place is far from your sacred ground. Even if Zhang Longyuan receives the news and rushes over immediately, it will take at least a quarter of an hour, enough for this seat to kill you bunch of ants. Bloodkill still wanted to give Shen Tian a last chance, shouting to negotiate. How about it? Willing to go with this seat or not? As long as you join the sacred cult, this seat will let your fellow disciples go. His words had just fallen when a huge explosion rang out. Behind the thick white smoke, a figure subsequently appeared. It was none other than Shen Tian and his pair of wings that created this earthquake. I say, is not living well good enough? Why must you force this saint son to destroy you? Bloodkill provoked without showing weakness. This seat wants to see how you destroy me. This made Shen Tian unable to tolerate anymore. Since you want to die so much, then this saint son will fulfill you. But before he could take action, a voice full of majesty suddenly rang out. Presumptuous, what demonic evil spawn dares to hurt my martial nephew Shen Tian? As soon as that person appeared, the old man sensed it. Is it the Jade Lake Sacred Ground Saint artifact, the Jade Lake Mirror? In the next second he saw Dan Wu and Lien Feng blocking in front of Shen Tian. Dan Wu looked at Bloodkill and shouted angrily, Evil Spirit Cult Bloodkill Hallmaster, you actually dare to intrude into the ancient battlefield? Although the other side had many people, it did not make him feel panicked. Seems the mouth is quite tough, did not expect you to come so fast, only a pity. Your cultivation is really too weak, simply not this seat's opponent. The huge palm was summoned again. The white bone world descended, naturally grabbing toward the three of them including Shen Tian. Since Lien Feng and Dan Wu came to protect him, naturally they would not let Shen Tian take action. The two sacrificed the pure world White Lotus and the brilliance of the bright moon respectively, building a defensive shield. Relying on his own cultivation, the old man was very confident. Even alone he could defeat them, shouting arrogantly, Sacred ground is indeed sacred ground, truly spending money like water. Even soul transformation stage cultivators can have a saint artifact in hand, really makes one jealous. Only a pity that after today, these two saint artifacts will belong to this seat. 7 kill beads. Upon seeing this move, Lien Feng's face instantly became incomparably nervous. It is the 7 kill beads, the Bloodkill Hall's Town Hall evil artifact. This guy has this murderous weapon in hand. We are not his opponents. Senior sister Dan Wu, you take Tian'er and go quickly. She herself was also struggling to support. Damn it. Seeing the two in such a sorry state, Bloodkill became even more smug. Always heard that Heavenly Venerable Bai Lian's alchemy attainments are known as #1 in the Eastern Wilderness. Why must you oppose this seat in front of this seat no matter how you struggle? It is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this time, he wanted to use the last move to end this group of people. Forget it, this seat is not playing anymore, all go to die. Seeing this, Shen Tian originally wanted to call Qing Kang beside him to help. Elder Yi, prepare to act. Although activating the God of War Tower to face the enemy once consumes extremely terrifying resources, I cannot just watch martial arts encounter danger. Contrary to his anxiety, the old man appeared incomparably calm instead, answering calmly, no need to rush, it is not yet time for this old man to take action. Facing the critical juncture, Lien Feng made a bold decision. Looks like I can only self-destruct the saint artifact to keep Tian'er's life. Just as her thought fell, an earth-shattering loud noise rang out. Just as Lien Feng could not support it and fell down exhausted, footsteps came. The old Taoist finally arrived to support them. It was that old Taoist who could not lift his blade. You bunch of rats are too rampant recently. With this old Taoist here, their counterattacking power has also increased quite a bit. Have not looked for trouble with you bunch of rats for a few hundred years. Now you actually dare to move hands and feet against this old Taoist people? Instantly, Bloodkill's huge arrow crashed onto the shield set up by the old Taoist. The huge strength gap between the two sides caused the arrow to shatter rapidly. Bloodkill's face began to show a look of horror because he recognized Heavenly Venerable Bai Lian and Dan Wu standing behind. Dan Wu watched him quietly, thinking with a blush, did senior brother Chu he just say I am his person? Already so old, why still say such words that make one shy? And in front of this group of children, do not you feel embarrassed? While she was still immersed in happiness, Lien Feng here could not help cheering excitedly. Eldest senior brother came really timely. Do not let this evil cult devil go. The old Taoist turned his head to look at the two, revealing a reliable smile to answer. Relax, this kid Bloodkill actually dared to lay a hand on this old Taoist martial nephew. How could this old Taoist let him off? Before the battle, he did not forget to exhort Shen Tian, Tian'er, you and the two martial aunts retreat to the side. Watch how this old Taoist vents anger for you. Shen Tian also accepted the order immediately. Thank you, martial uncle. If he did not look, it would be fine, but every time he saw Shen Tian it would make the old Taoist feel surprised. This kid went for a trip to the ancient battlefield and actually obtained a huge opportunity. Now behind him he had even obtained the feathered immortal gold ranked 8th on the immortal medal list, and it could be felt that the 5 elements qi in his body now was endless and recycling, the foundation incomparably solid. Once detecting this point he quickly began to calculate the gains and losses. This kid definitely fished huge benefits in the ancient battlefield. The old Taoist was determined to get a piece of the pie, taking this opportunity to get closer to this kid and solidify his position as a prospective master. But before that, Jinyu had to deal with this Bloodkill first, that huge palm shaped like a giant wave crashing on the shore prepared to strike. Bloodkill kid, go to die. The old man opposite showed no weakness either, wanting to see whose hand strength was greater. Bastard, this seat is a dignified saint, how could I be defeated by you, an ant who has not even entered the saint realm? Huge arrows were shot out again. Go to die. Seeing this, Jinyu hurriedly gathered power in both palms, attempting to block this blow. It actually initially pierced through his shield, forcing Jinyu to explode with power to resist. Such strong spear technique, the old Taoist underestimated you. At this stage, even if he had to risk it all, he would fight to the bitter end with this guy. Vile spawn, even if this old Taoist dies and my Tao dissipates today, I will absolutely not let you hurt a single hair on Tian'er. The spear light was also gradually shattered. Jinyu blasted a punch carrying violent thunder, striking directly at the opponent's body. This blow made Bloodkill fall heavily to the ground with no power to fight back, but this was not enough to completely defeat him because at this time that blood-colored shield had not shattered. This instead made him even more smug, revealing a sarcastic mocking smile. Chu Long, your era has passed. The current you is no longer that peerless soul transformation cultivator who reverse-slashed saints. Bloodkill still had a grander wish, that is to have the realization. Today this seat wants to destroy you to avenge master. As long as I carry your head back to the sacred cult, master will definitely grant a heavy reward. Since he said so, Jinyu feared no one. Come on, let us fight. Dan Wu was incomparably moved seeing him risk his life so much for her. To save me, senior brother is bathing in blood with a saint again. It is all me implicating senior brother. She could not help wanting to defend against the enemy as a united husband and wife. Senior brother, junior sister is coming to help you. Shen Tian was also shocked by his hot-blooded loyalty. Is this still that eldest martial uncle I know who slacks off all day? Qing Kang could not help laughing out loud, saying softly, this brat has not changed in 10,000 years, still so thick-skinned. You kid, do not be hoodwinked by this guy, his schemes are deep. These words caused Shen Tian to have doubts. What does being hoodwinked by this guy mean? The old man did not explain, only answering simply, you'll understand in a while. Returning to the battle, Bloodkill exhausted his efforts to replenish evil qi to attack. Those who block the way die. Jinyu, however, took the opportunity to perform in front of Dan Wu, using this chance to get touchy-feely, hugging Dan Wu to dodge this blow. Fairy, be careful. Bloodkill fought more bravely as the battle went on, laughing loudly. Chu Long, your era has passed, hurry up and die. But just a few seconds later, Jinyu suddenly disappeared, making his smile freeze instantly. Bloodkill's expression instantly became stiff. Before he could figure out the situation, he saw Jinyu appear in front of him. This time it is the old Taoist's turn to counterattack. Take this move. A precise heavy punch smashed onto Bloodkill's shield and fragments flew accordingly. Looking at that gap, Bloodkill became even more anxious. Shattered. The outer defensive shield could not block this move. Damn it, this guy took this seat spearhead unintentionally. Not only taking a blow from Jinyu but now adding Dan Wu's attack. This was truly husband and wife united, their sharpness cutting metal. Vile spawn, actually daring to hurt my senior brother. Seeing him motionless after fighting, she ran over anxiously to show concern. Senior brother, are you alright? Do not scare junior sister, crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain before anything even happened. It is all Dan Wu's fault. If not to save me, senior brother would not have been injured. Senior brother, you must hold on. If anything happens to you, Dan Wu does not want to live either. These disguised confessions made Jinyu embarrassed to death, hurriedly pushing Dan Wu away and avoiding her gaze to answer. Fairy has misunderstood. He pushed the old Taoist away. Taking action this time was mainly to save Tian'er. Saving you was just incidental. Hope Fairy respects herself and does not get sentimental. His indifference made Dan Wu really want to throw a tantrum on the spot. Yet he walked calmly in front of Shen Tian to show off. Tian'er, did you see? This is called the old Taoist communicating with gods to strike tribulation. Is not it majestic? Jinyu put his arm around Shen Tian's shoulder, trying his best to sell it. This is the combat power of us Tinder suitor body temperers. Fighting above one's level is like a common meal. How about it, want to learn? If you beg me, this old Taoist might reluctantly teach you. Seeing this, Dan Wu cried and made a scene. Senior brother is ignoring me, Shen Tian reminded with a face full of horror. Martial uncle, quickly drink this holy liquid. Jinyu, however, was somewhat decadent. It is useless, do not waste the nirvana holy liquid. The old Taoist's 5 viscera and 6 bowels have already been shattered by that vile spawn's spear light. I will not live much longer. Unless there is more than 500 caddies of this kind of nirvana holy liquid, only then is there a glimmer of hope to cure the old Taoist. But this is too unworthy. He even hung his head dejectedly to act pitiful. Tian'er, not hiding it from you. The old Taoist likes you very much. Back then when seeing you for the first time I wanted to accept you as a disciple. It is just that second junior brother beat me to it, and his cultivation is also higher than mine. Speaking of this, Jin Yu hesitated to speak. The injury is heavier. Looks like the old Taoist cannot hold on for much longer. Tian'er, do not waste your effort. Before dying the old Taoist has one last wish. Tian'er, can you agree to it? But Shen Tian spoke forthrightly, making Jin Yu's eyes shine with light. Martial uncle, you are injured so heavily, so do not speak. Save your last breath. Is not it just 500 caddies of nirvana? You were injured to save me. This 500 caddies of nirvana holy liquid should naturally be paid by me. Jin Yu was blooming with joy in his heart, yet on the surface pretended to be sensible. How can this be done? You only have a total of 1,000 to 1,500 caddies of nirvana holy liquid, all found by risking your life. As an elder, how can I brazenly covet your things? He looked at Shen Tian with eyes glowing gold. If you really feel apologetic, how about worshipping the old Taoist as master before I die, inheriting the mantle of my body tempering art? After speaking, Jin Yu pretended to be weak again. In this case, even if the old Taoist dies this time, my spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Shen Tian was however very surprised. Since you can be saved, why does martial uncle Bai Lian insist on seeking death? Although 500 caddies of nirvana holy liquid is not a small amount, it cannot be counted as too much either. The trapped Bloodkill angrily broke through the restriction, finally really breaking it open. Break for me. Bloodkill charged toward Jin Yu, fuming with anger. Chu Long, have you reached your limit? Then the old man launched an attack directly. Since it is so, then go to die. Shen Tian was panicked to the extreme. Elder Yi, if you still do not take action, we will all die here. Qing King appeased. Do not rush, you kid are good at everything, just lack life experience. You cannot see through some people's true colors. Shen Tian decided to rely on himself. This old man is truly unreliable. Looks like I can only use the Saint Sun token and heaven executing sword to fight to the death. But behind him, Jin Yu was already burning with anger. He pulled Shen Tian to the side. Bloodkill, are you a brainless fool? Wasn't it good to be obediently sealed there? Why did not you flee directly after breaking the seal? Jin Yu stared at Bloodkill angrily, insisting on coming to ruin this father's good thing. Are you in such a rush to meet your dead ghost master? Bloodkill was instantly confused after listening. Nani, what is the situation? Wasn't this Bai Lian dying just now? How did his momentum recover? Could it be terminal lucidity? The old man comforted himself. Yes, must be terminal lucidity wanting to scare me. He continued to charge. Do you think you can deceive me? Hit by this seat's 2-7 kill blood spears. The inevitable killing power eroding the whole body. How could you possibly survive? But Jin Yu was disdainful. Whether this seat is dead or alive is not important. You are in big trouble. Subsequently, the two fought again. Look at boss's divine firmament dog beating stick. Seeing these agile movements, Bloodkill froze. Is this really terminal lucidity? Bloodkill was beaten until he cursed secretly. Damn it, where is their terminal lucidity this fierce? Bloodkill was sweating profusely but still tough-mouthed. Bastard thing, this seat is a saint, you dare? Before finishing speaking, he took a solid punch. Jin Yu cursed while beating. Saint, your head, weak chicken saint. Bloodkill was beaten black and blue, unrecognizable as human. Dan Wu started acting love-struck again, seeing this scene as expected of senior brother Chu Long, still so tough after many years of separation. Dan Wu will definitely try hard to follow senior brother's steps. Lian Feng commented on the battle situation seriously, suppressing a Saint Golden Core Chi practitioner with Godfiend body tempering without suspense. Senior brother hid too deeply usually. Bloodkill finally popped his head up. Bastard Chu Long, this seat remembers today's shame. The old man has been completely forced into a dead end. In the future, when this seat succeeds in cultivation, I will definitely come back to find you to avenge today's enmity. Jin Yu did not have time to react to the old man's move. Hateful, actually did not hesitate to self-destruct a saint artifact like the 7 kill beads. Bloodkill did not forget to release ruthless words before leaving. Divine firmament, sacred ground, this seat will definitely return. Jin Yu pretended to clutch his chest and lament. Hateful, the old Taoist exhausted the last bit of vitality, yet still let this vile spawn run away. He began to pretend to be weak again to win sympathy. Tian'er, the old Taoist is really dying this time. The matter we discussed before, worshipping the old Taoist as master before I die, how have you considered it? Bloodkill had not run far yet, and could sense this guy's aura weakening again. Old fox, being deceived by you, this old boy, once is enough. Still want to use this trick to deceive a second time? Really think this seat has no brain? Shen Tian here also found something wrong. You also said dying just now. Jin Yu was also guilty. Just now that was terminal lucidity. This time heavily injured by the vile spawn's self-destructing saint artifact, the old man really cannot live much longer. But Shen Tian did not let him have his way. Martial uncle, rest assured you were heavily injured to save me. If anything happens to you, Tian'er will definitely give you a heavy burial. Every 1st and 15th of the month, double 9th and Qingming, I will personally go to sweep your grave. Shen Tian even angered him. Now can you have terminal lucidity one more time? Otherwise that guy is going to escape into the ancient battlefield. Jin Yu was angry to the point of gnashing his teeth. Looks like this obedient disciple and ATM is a no-go. He vented his anger on the old man. Bloodkill, why must you seek death? Bloodkill was almost flying to the ancient battlefield at this time, thinking secretly in his heart. Soon, as long as I escape into the ancient battlefield relying on my control over evil spirits even if suppressed to the Foundation establishment stage, I can survive in the battlefield. That old Taoist does not have this ability. But the phenomenon ahead attracted his attention. Dark clouds covered densely, and a calm and majestic voice rang out, "Vile spawn actually dare to hurt this seat's beloved disciple," Bloodkill thought in panic. Is it Bai Lian again? Looking at that erupting powerful aura, Bloodkill initially thought it was Bai Lian. A beam of golden spiritual energy shot toward him, instantly wrapping around his body and lifting him into midair, making Bloodkill scream wah wah in panic. And the person who reduced him to this state was none other than Long Yuan. He came personally to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Looks like it is time to sweep the evil spirit cult of the eastern wilderness clean. Bloodkill sat up with difficulty. The moment he saw him, his whole face froze. Zhang Long Yuan, you. How could you arrive so fast? How arrogant he was before was how terrified he was now, because he was very clear. This is the end. Zhang Longyuan's lightning techniques counter me, and his cultivation is also far above mine. Longyuan understood his thoughts, speaking first. Are you very curious? Why, clearly you had already sealed the surroundings, yet this seat could still arrive immediately. He did not mind letting him become a ghost who understood. The reason is very simple, because the moment this seat learned Tian'er was missing, I immediately rushed here at full speed. Looking at him rushing over tirelessly, Bloodkill could not help asking, just because a disciple went missing it makes you, a saint leader, come personally to find him? What kind of joke is this? Which family's saint leader is so idle? It was just a transmission error, not news of death. Is this guy trying to provoke him with words? Is your divine firmament sacred ground so willful? The saint leader goes to war just because he says so? Pity this move actually pitted himself. Bloodkill touched the wrong person by touching Shen Tian today. How can the master-disciple friendship between this seat and Tian'er be understood by you heartless evil cultivators? Actually daring to use evil arts to interfere with Tian'er's teleportation, thereby plotting to force Tian'er, threatening this seat and the sacred ground, you vile spawn, obediently surrender. Bloodkill heard this kind of plot for the first time. This is too unbelievable. What the hell? Using evil arts to interfere with his teleportation, plotting to force him, threatening the saint leader and divine firmament sacred ground? We were clearly having a meeting properly. It was your family's saint son who broke into the venue himself, actually turning black into white, slandering our evil path at will. But he knew he could not beat Longyuan. Bloodkill planned to slip away. Surname Zhang, you bully people too much. Today, even if I die, this seat will escape your grasp. I will definitely come back to settle the score with you in the future. Watch this spiritual artifact. He threw out several spiritual energy halos. The old fellow actually confidently thought he could really escape, although these spiritual artifacts could not compare to the 7 kill beads. If they all self-destructed, even Zhang Longyuan would be blocked for a moment. As long as the green hills remain, there need be no fear of a shortage of firewood. As long as he could escape, everything could be discussed. Bloodkill's actions would only make Longyuan angrier. He only needed to detonate at once, enough to make the spiritual artifacts the old fellow relied on for survival vanish into ashes and smoke. To be able to stand there safely and accuse him after doing all this, he really wasted a body of saint cultivation. His foundation was commonplace. He wanted to let this old fellow know what true saint cultivation was. Do you deserve to oppose my divine firmament sacred ground? Speaking of which, he struck out with an extremely strong bolt of lightning. Stay here, Bloodkill. He was instantly suppressed to death by this move. Unable to move, hateful Zhang Longyuan, release me quickly. Before dealing the killing blow, Longyuan also made him understand one thing. Sacrificing you to the flag today, notifying the 5 regions. Those who offend my divine firmament will be killed without pardon. At the same time, Heavenly Venerable Bai Lian, Heavenly Venerable Bai Lian, Heavenly Venerable Dan Wu and Shen Tian were rushing over at extreme speed. Shen Tian shouted happily upon seeing him, "Master!" Lian Feng admired him even more after this event. Originally thought only eldest senior brother would come. Did not expect even senior brother saint leader to travel from afar. Sure enough, the saint leader still cared about junior sister and martial nephew Shen Tian in his heart. Only Jin Yu was unhappy about this. With Longyuan here, naturally, it would be difficult for him to perform in front of Dan Wu. This old boy came really fast, however. He still did not forget to calculate the detailed bill with him, slowly going up to ask for the debt. Second junior brother, to save Tian'er this time. Senior brother, I fought heroically. Senior brother, I fought a decisive battle with this vile spawn above my level. Heavily injured and dying, should not this appearance fee be settled? In his beautiful fantasy, Longyuan would obediently offer a large bag of money. Just thinking about it made him delighted. This time I must slaughter you for a big sum. Who knew? Longyuan ignored him completely, turning his head to speak to Shen Tian. Tian'er, how are the injuries? Master, disciple is fine, angering him to the point of blowing his beard and staring, ignored me again. Subsequently, Longyuan was also startled by his current strength. His expectations for Shen Tian were very high. Have not seen him for just a month, yet Tian'er actually found a new heaven and earth wonder again. This seat indeed guessed correctly. Tian'er is indeed a child of providence. With Tian'er here, the sacred ground will definitely flourish day by day. In passing, he also wanted to ask, Tian'er, how did it feel training in the battlefield this time? Opposite him, Shen Tian answered respectfully, reporting to Master, disciple had a slight harvest in the ancient battlefield, hope not to let down Master's high hopes. Hearing this, Long Yuan could not help being curious. Good, tell me about it. When he finished telling everything, the four people were all shocked endlessly. Blood dragon blood grass transformed from the essence blood of the North Sea black dragon race's eldest princess 10,000 years ago. What? Sword heart fruit transformed from a quasi-immortal artifact, the heavenly Pung god race's supreme treasure. Feathered immortal gold from 10,000 years ago, the quasi-immortal artifact heaven executing sword left from 10,000 years ago, shocked until their mouths could not close. Immeasurable, heavenly venerable, there was also all the inheritance left by the heavenly secret quasi-saint from 10,000 years ago, the six-paths samsara disc that sealed the sole evil lord for 10,000 years and even walked the human world together with the black dragon race and peacock race. Jin Yu was even more jealous of Shen Tian after listening. On what basis? Both cultivate the Tinder Sutra. Why is this old Taoist so unlucky? Yet this kid's luck is good, like he is cheating, picking up treasures wherever he goes. Long Yuan looked at him, his eyes full of emotion, adding with satisfaction, Tianer, you did very well. Not only harvested countless treasures but also took the initiative to befriend heaven's chosen of various forces. This is very rare, however. Since you collected the six paths samsara disc, where is the sealed soul evil lord at this moment? Bloodkill interrupted again. You actually believe this kid's ghost talk? Although Lord Saint Monarch was imprisoned by the six paths samsara disc, he can still display saint-level combat power on the battlefield, enough to sweep the battlefield. The Lord is so incomparably great. Do you think this Foundation establishment stage kid can escape? Truly laughable. Actually daring to insult Tianer. Have not you thought about being punished by Long Yuan, directly rewarding him with a dose of electrotherapy? What about you? Your current situation is nothing more than a prisoner in front of this seat. Bloodkill was bent on praising the evil lord on the ancient battlefield, Saint Invincible, only waiting for the day of heavenly demon clashing with seven fiends. The Lord will definitely break the seal and come out. At that time, the entire eastern wilderness will have to prostrate under the Saint Monarch's divine might. Be sensible and release this seat, otherwise I definitely will not spare your divine firmament sacred ground lightly. After speaking, he glared fiercely at Shen Tian. A mere Foundation establishment stage wants to subdue the six paths samsara disc too. Lord Saint Monarch was sealed by you. Who would believe this kid's bragging? He originally did not like talking much, just silently released the evil lord and said, Saint Monarch, are you referring to this guy? This made Bloodkill stare wide-eyed. Full of doubts, this purple doll exuding the aura was exactly Lord Saint Spirit. Heavens, you are the extraterrestrial Saint Spirit blood sacrificed a region 10,000 years ago, fierce might suppressing the world. How did you become this cute cheese stick doll appearance? Long Yuan looked at the thing in his hand, hesitating. This is. Jin Yu beside him took the conversation directly. God of War Tower. The two looked at Qing Kang in doll form, greeting. Have not seen you for 1,000 years. Long Yuan pays respects to Senior Yi. Godfather, why did you come out of the battlefield? As soon as he appeared, he scolded Jin Yu. Have not seen you for 1,000 years. Compared to when young, you kid are becoming more and more shameless, even deceiving children. Saying until he could only avoid the gaze, finding a random excuse. Godfather, you misunderstood, I really was injured. Long Yuan questioned him. Senior Yi, why did you suddenly come out of the battlefield? Qing Kang remained the same, not forgetting to tease him. Cannot you guess why again? You brat are still so duplicitous. Talking back and forth, he did not forget to praise them. Although you two brats are disappointing, the successor cultivated is quite not bad. He seemed to start being narcissistic like Bloodkill just now again. This line is a bit familiar. Not only matchless natural talent but more importantly, the appearance is transcendent and refined, reminding this old man of myself when young. In front of all the backbones, he announced loudly. So this old man decided to choose him as the new master of the God of War Tower. From now on, the God of War Tower belongs to this kid. Qing Kang's sentence made the four people drop their jaws in shock again. What? From now on, the God of War Tower belongs to Shen Tian? The supreme treasure God of War Tower recognized a master. One must know that for 10,000 years, countless heavens chosen stepped into the God of War Tower. No matter how magnificent and matchless in natural talent, no one could enter the God of War Tower's Yi Qingkang's Dharma Eye. All were ruthlessly left aside by him. But even so, no one could deny that the God of War Tower is still one of the top supreme treasures in the eastern wilderness. The legend spread like this. For 10,000 years, more than one heaven's chosen obtained top inheritances of the upper realm from the God of War Tower, becoming famous throughout the world from then on, dominating the 5 regions. Long Yuan was exactly the first person to obtain this trust. The Divine Firmament Saint Leader's Patching Heaven Tao Sutra was the inheritance obtained in the God of War Tower, and his combat power received a huge improvement from it. If not for the God of War Tower, Long Yuan would not have today either. If not for this, even if Zhang Long Yuan had exceptional natural talent, wanting to take the title of #1 in lightning techniques in the eastern wilderness for the last 5,000 years would absolutely not be an easy task, and today, Shen Tian became the successor. Just transmitting a few cultivation methods can create countless heavens chosen. Now that the God of War Tower recognizes Shen Tian as master, directly taken away by him in a package, would not the cultivation methods in the God of War Tower be available to learn at will? This made Long Yuan even more full of hope. Why worry that Shen Tian's combat power and cultivation in the future cannot awe the 5 regions? Why worry the divine firmament's sacred ground cannot dominate the 5 regions? If it is really so, he would have no regrets in this life. Ancestors of the sacred ground, this sect has hope to rise. Watching Shen Tian and the god of War Tower standing together, Long Yuan was grateful in his heart. The most correct choice this seat made in this life was accepting Tian'er as a disciple. Sure enough, reading more good books is the right path, a satisfied smile blossomed unconsciously. Although a true disciple, Qing Kang did not forget to calculate money with him. Since the god of War Tower has recognized Shen Tian as master in the future, wherever Shen Tian the kid is, the tower is there. If Shen Tian agrees, your sacred grounds disciples can also go in to train casually, but still have to pay. He also gave them a discount. For the sake of Tian'er's face, your sacred ground disciples, including you 2 brats, can enter to train unlimited times. Final fixed price for betting battles on the God of War arena, this old man can give you a 30% discount. Not only that, taking this opportunity, he also mentioned Shen Tian's suggestion. In addition, Tian'er mentioned to this old man before, hoping to open the God of War Tower to the whole eastern wilderness or even the 5 regions. Qing Kang had no objection to this. This is not impossible, but this old man has a condition, that is, outsiders entering the tower for trials must pay the full bet. He did not swallow this money alone either. Conversely, half of the earnings need to be exchanged for spirit stones, used to repair and restore the God of War Tower. Qing Kang completely did not intend to take away a single cent. The remaining half all belongs to Shen Tian. As for how to distribute with the sacred ground, you discuss it yourselves. Long Yuan completely agreed with his arrangement. Since the God of War Tower recognizes Tian'er as master, it is Tian'er's treasure. Senior is willing to give a 30% discount to let this sect's disciples train. It is already a great care for this sect. How can this sect have the cheek to share benefits again? He also proposed a suggestion for the other party to hear. If Senior does not mind, the God of War Tower can be placed in my divine firmament small world. This move implies this seat, in the name of the divine firmament sacred ground, widely invites the world's heavens chosen to come to divine firmament to enter the God of War Tower for trials. Long Yuan's following statement was what really made Jin Yu and Shen Tian burn with fever. The treasures obtained by various heavens chosen betting in the God of War Tower all belonged to Senior and Tian'er. Jin Yu listened and thought, did second junior brother get water in his brain? Needless to say, if the God of War Tower appears in the divine firmament sacred ground, it will inevitably attract heavens chosen of major sacred grounds to compete in breaking through levels. The bets those heavens chosen place on the God of War arena will definitely be a huge sum. Qing Kang also did not expect him to have this intention. After today, he also had a new view of Long Yuan. Did this kid cultivate the Patching Heaven Tao Sutra to what realm, that he does not even like money anymore? Jin Yu only then truly comprehended Long Yuan's words that day. Back then, if this old Taoist accepted this kid as a disciple, I would be qualified to share dividends now. So regretful. Lian Feng admired Long Yuan even more for those righteous words just now. As expected of Saint Leader Senior Brother, character is indeed noble. Love it so much? Shen Tian was silent for a long while, refusing with embarrassment. Master, troubling the sacred ground to promote the God of War Tower, yet not sharing a bit of profit with the sacred ground, this is not too good, right? He understood Shen Tian's thoughts, hurriedly speaking to enlighten. Silly child, do you think the benefits produced by the God of War Tower only lie in the bets of heavens chosen entering the tower for training? It turned out the reason behind his decision was exactly deep foresight. You are wrong. If the God of War Tower is really placed in this sect, the profits are definitely not limited to this. Long Yuan began to analyze deeply to make Shen Tian understand. First, the God of War Tower is an item of the immortal world itself, being one of the most precious supreme treasures in these 5 regions, having extreme ornamental value. Once placed in this sect for external display, solely the cultivators coming attracted by the name to visit the God of War Tower will not be a small number, he added. These people might not be heaven's chosen nor have the qualification to enter the tower for trials. But this is not important. Visitors are guests. This sect can build a God of War Tower scenic spot and simultaneously organize a specialized reception team. Through this, the divine firmament sacred ground will profit abundantly. The ticket fees for these scenic spots will be a huge income, including accommodation, art appreciation, and photography fees. Every person coming is a sum of money entering the account. This was indeed extremely brilliant business acumen. Taking a photo with the tower, 5 spirit stones a time. Spending a few spirit stones can let divine firmament disciples activate photographic stones, recording their beautiful memories with the immortal artifact. In addition, this method can also bring a steady stream of material, compiling some legendary experiences of the God of War Tower, creating strong experts, compiling them into books for sale. Presumably the vast majority of cultivators will buy. Listening to his high discourse, Shen Tian was also dumbfounded. He even suspected whether Master was also a transmigrator. He indeed had not thought of this point. Others think of using immortal artifacts to fawn on the vulgar or guard the sect. You actually plan to use the immortal artifact to develop into a place of historic interest and scenic beauty? Speaking of this, Long Yuan smiled faintly. Next, if the God of War Tower is placed in this sect, then the comprehensive strength of this sect's disciples will be incomparably powerful. Just thinking about it makes one surprised, especially the true inheritance disciples. Through constant tempering and fighting, their combat experience will far exceed that of disciples from other sects. Long Yuan is indeed farsighted. In the future, when disciples go out for experience, this can also avoid casualties. This is something other treasures cannot compare with. After listening to his analysis, Lian Feng's eyes were full of worship. Saint Leader Senior Brother is indeed a person of great mercy and compassion, regarding the safety of the sacred ground's disciples as his own responsibility. Love it so much. Immediately after, Long Yuan also analyzed, for Heaven's Chosen, fighting with evenly matched opponents is the fastest way to progress. Disciples of this sect entering the God of War Tower for trials can get a 30% discount. This is a huge temptation for anyone. With the God of War Tower, this sacred ground's attractiveness to the geniuses of the 5 regions will increase significantly. As long as excellent disciples come continuously, why worry about the day this sect rises? Hearing this, Dan Wu could not help pondering deeply. I chose to join the Jade Lake Sacred Ground back then because I considered that Jade Lake had arrays suitable for women's cultivation. She was really a bit shaken. If the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had a supreme treasure like the God of War Tower back then, she would have chosen the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground no matter what. At the same time, she also greatly appreciated this Saint Leader. The Divine Firmament Saint Leader is worthy of being the supreme figure of this era. His vision is actually so long-term. Long Yuan placed the precious tower in Shen Tian's hand. For true Heaven's Chosen, a treasure like the God of War Tower indeed has an extremely strong attraction. He also exhorted. In addition, the inheritances obtained from the God of War Tower have restrictions placed on them, allowing only oneself to cultivate. Long Yuan not only had long-term vision but was also very insightful regarding the human heart. Therefore, if a certain Heaven's Chosen discovers a unique skill long lost by their own sect in the God of War Tower, they will definitely try every means to retrieve it. At that time, they will be fat sheep waiting for us to slaughter. At this time, the Sacred Ground will step forward to negotiate with that person on behalf of the God of War Tower, and the Sacred Ground will not take a single cent of the profits obtained from the negotiation. What the Sacred Ground wants is merely the favor of retrieving inheritances for those sacred grounds and grotto heavens. Long Yuan clenched his fist. These favors will play a huge role in the Sacred Ground's future development. Qing Kang, who had been sitting aside listening, could also feel it. Only 1,000 years have passed, yet this kid has actually become so deeply calculating. He stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "It seems reasonable that the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's eldest senior brother did not become the Saint Leader. The difference in intelligence is too great." He smiled and agreed to Long Yuan's proposal. "Rare for you, kid, to think of so many profit-making methods. Fine, since it is so, then it is a deal." But he still added, "The money bet by Heaven's Chosen will be split equally between this old man and Tian'er. Other profits all belong to your Sacred Ground." Long Yuan turned to instruct everyone. They seemed not to understand his meaning, each looking blank. "But there is one thing I hope everyone pays attention to, which is that unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to spread the news that Tian'er is the owner of the God of War Tower." Jin Yu scratched his head like a dumb chicken and asked in confusion, "Why?" Long Yuan then explained lightly, "The reason is very simple. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Tian'er's current strength is not strong enough. He was doing this entirely out of consideration for Shen Tian's safety. If others know that the God of War Tower belongs to Tian'er, I am afraid there will be strong experts coveting the God of War Tower, laying murderous hands on Tian'er to kill him and seize the treasure. Not only that, we must also guard against other forces. Moreover, undercurrents surge between sacred ground-level forces, full of deceit and schemes. Not everyone is happy to see this sect rise." He could not help speaking bluntly. "The God of War Tower is this sect's grand God of War treasure. If others know it belongs to Tian'er, they will probably take the risk directly to assassinate Tian'er. After all, only Long Yuan understood that if anything untoward happened to Tian'er, there was a high probability the God of War Tower would leave directly and vanish without a trace." Jin Yu slapped his hands, indicating he understood. "Oh, in other words, if others know the God of War Tower is this kid's, he is very likely to be killed. And you still want to use this opportunity to profit. Since it is so, second junior brother, how much hush money do you intend to give me?" Long Yuan burned with anger, frowning as he said, "This seat thinks killing to silence the witness is more cost-effective." Jin Yu hurriedly denied, "Junior brother, do not misunderstand, I was just cracking a joke to liven up the atmosphere." He was very uneasy inside, but on the surface had to pretend to be calm. "I was born in Divine Firmament, grew up in Divine Firmament, absolutely loyal until death. How could I do something like betraying the sect? This old Taoist still wants face." Long Yuan seemed not to trust him much, taking out a pill, leaving Jin Yu dumbfounded. For safety's sake, senior brother should eat a memory-eliminating pill. Jin Yu was panic-stricken, jumping up entirely. "Eating again? Do you take senior brother for a medicine jar?" Jin Yu was in misery. But who knew? Long Yuan then said to those two big shots, also ask the two junior sisters to keep the secret for this seat. This broke Jin Yu's heart. Why do only I have to eat the memory-eliminating pill? Long Yuan instructed carefully, especially junior sister Bai Lian, absolutely do not let Yun Feng and Lianer detect anything. Lian Feng answered obediently, please rest assured, senior brother, this seat will definitely be tight-lipped. Finally, Long Yuan also mentioned blood kill. As for him, a dying man, it does not matter if he knows the truth. Long Yuan said no more. He cast a spell to avoid alerting the enemy. Temporarily do not spread the matter of Hallmaster Bloodkill either. This seat will take these evil cult leaders back to the sacred ground for strict interrogation. After speaking, he did not forget to remind. Still have to trouble the two junior sisters to handle the wrap-up work of this trial. He frowned specifically to instruct. The eastern wilderness has been quiet for too long. It is time to clean up these rats. Lian Feng did not hesitate, reminding Tianer, let us go back together. Do not let everyone wait anxiously. Shen Tian answered obediently. Yes, Marshal Ant. The crowd had been waiting for a long time, welcoming his return. Your Highness, you finally returned. This old slave was worried to death. Shen Tian, brother, are you all right? Brother Shen Zhao knew you definitely have heaven on your side. Pugi smiled and congratulated him. Saint Sun senior brother had a teleportation deviation this time, must have encountered some great opportunity again, right? This old one congratulates Saint Sun senior brother. Shen Tian finally opened his mouth to say, making everyone worry for Shen is truly apologetic. Dan Wu also appeased calmly, it does not matter, just a teleportation deviation. The sect elders are tallying each disciple's battle record. The final results of this trial will be announced in another hour. Marshal nephew Shen Tian, just hand over the data of the undead creatures you killed and you can go rest first. The trial assembly held once every 5 years is actually also a hunting assembly. Various sects hunt undead creatures. The bones, blood essence and baleful energy of these undead creatures can actually be used by immortal cultivators after transformation. After listening, Shen Tian hurriedly answered, yes, Marshal Ant. He handed out the storage ring in his hand. The precious bones, blood essence and herbs obtained by disciples of various sects entering the battlefield for trials will be purchased by the sect from the disciples at normal market prices and even given certain rewards. Dan Wu was also extremely shocked looking at this quantity and quality. Bone demon bones, blood demon essence beads, fiend demon baleful essence. They are actually all golden core level and the quantity is so large. This is the ancient battlefield. The cultivation of all outsiders is suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Just thinking about it, she also understood Shen Tian's strength. Under these circumstances, being able to kill golden core level undead creatures across levels is already very strong. Yet Marshal nephew Shen Tian killed hundreds and thousands. Seeing the subsequent items, she was even more surprised. 5 nascent soul level blood demon essence beads, with foundation establishment stage cultivation. Killing 5 great nascent souls across 2 levels. This little Marshal nephew is the true peerless monster. Finally finishing handing over the treasures, Lian Feng reminded Shen Tian, Tianer, you did very well. Having trialed for so many days you are also tired. Go back to the station to rest for a while. Lian Feng recalled Long Yuan's words. Even the eldest senior brother and second senior brother, hailed as the divine firmament sacred ground's golden generation twin stars 1,000 years ago, did not have such exaggerated battle records when entering the ancient battlefield with foundation establishment cultivation. Looks like Saint Leader senior brother was right. Shen Tian is indeed a lucky star bestowed by heaven, divine firmament sacred ground. When he grows up completely, why worry about the sacred ground not flourishing? So Lian Feng also notified. 1 hour later, various immortal gates will ring bells to announce the final results. At that time you dress a bit decently. After all, as my divine firmament sacred ground Saint Sun, logically speaking, you should take first place in this trial. She frowned, falling into deep thought. Although Little Spirit is one of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground Saintess candidates and has matchless natural talent, compared to Shen Tian even the innate spirit body appears dim. Moreover, Shen Tian destroyed the evil spirit cult's conspiracy this time, letting the Sacred Ground directly capture Hallmaster Bloodkill and a large number of evil spirit cult high-level members. This merit is unmatched by anyone. Shen Tian finally returned to the station. A figure emerged from the darkness. You are back, Shen Tian also responded. I am back. Another Shen Tian actually appeared and praised. Your harvest is very rich. Mutual boasting on both sides is all because you controlled well remotely. The two continued to converse. Having fused the feathered immortal gold and samsara pure earth, he became handsomer. Where? This is all because your genes are good or you are handsomer. Shen Tian began to cast a spell. Trial over, return. Walking into this Saint Sun's body fusing into one. The process was very crisp and neat, that Shen Tian had already been retrieved. Shen Tian could feel that after this battlefield experience the mixed primordial 5 elements power was even more surging. Qing Kang suddenly appeared, asking, finally return to the main body? He even teased. You kid are truly cowardly, actually using a clone to enter the ancient battlefield for trials. Shen Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Is not this safety first? Letting senior laugh, Qing Kang raised his eyebrows and said bluntly, this old man knows. Why do you think this old man directly chose you as the God of War Tower's master? Hearing these words, Shen Tian asked in surprise, what does senior mean? Qing Kang crossed his arms saying in a deep voice, Long before your clone entered the God of War Tower, this old man saw that he wasn't the main body. That body was a clone you controlled remotely, having only a few tenths of your strength. Speaking of this, he recalled the Spirit Tower adjusting the list system. First place, Shen Tian, 7-star Heavens Chosen. It is precisely because of this that this old man directly rated you as a 7-star Heavens Chosen. Where is there any black curtain? Shen Tian frowned and doubted. Then why did not you expose me directly, only telling me now? Hearing this, he could not help accusing angrily. If I directly exposed you with that cowardly character of yours, would you still dare to let the God of War Tower recognize a master and bring it to find your main body? He stared wide-eyed, stammering, You, what do you mean? A dazzling purple tower suddenly floated in Qing Kang's palm, associating with the energy in his body, simultaneously refining 5 elements wonders. Subsequently laughing excitedly, throwing it toward Shen Tian. From today on, your body is this old man's. Shen Tian hurriedly swung his sword to slash out a strike to block. Holy crap, this dead old man is actually a villain? But in that instant he stared wide-eyed in surprise. Seeing the opponent catch his spiritual energy with just 2 fingers, Qing Kang held the sword energy with one hand, holding the treasure in the other, to mock. Is this your full strength? No good, still too weak. Since this is your full power, then this old man will accept this body. Shen Tian waved his sword. Spiritual power erupted like a tsunami, sweeping the battlefield, fusing with the 5 elements. Old ghost, this saint's son is fighting you to the end. Qing Kang raised his hand rapidly. An invisible barrier manifested instantly, blocking the attack like a copper wall and iron rampart. A bit better than just now, but still not enough to look at. Shen Tian and the sword were bounced off by the shield. The old ghost from the immortal world was indeed too strong. He rolled a few times in the air, landing in a sorry state. Even if I use all my strength, I cannot resist, no choice. Shen Tian gritted his teeth and took out the Saint Leader token. Looks like I can only invite Master. But when he activated the token, the entire space remained dead silent. What the hell, why is there no reaction from the Saint Leader token? Could it be shielded by this old man? While Shen Tian was still panic-stricken because the token could not be displayed, Qing Kang suddenly flashed, giving him a fright. When did you appear behind me? Too fast. A violent knuckle rap knocked directly onto his head. Qing Kang looked at the big bump on Shen Tian's head, swollen like a steamed bun, and reminded, in the lower realm, your strength can be counted as a top-tier Heavens Chosen. Even rating a 7-star is not excessive. But compared to this old man when young, it is still too weak. Just now this old man only used Golden Core stage cultivation to fight with you. Hope you do not aim for ordinary people, but take this seat as a role model. He left calmly with hands behind his back, but did not forget to add a sentence. This inspection ends here. Next time when this seat is free, I will still conduct random checks. Shen Tian pointed at himself in surprise, stammering, Inspection? Inspect what? Did not you want to possess my body? Qing Kang frowned, looking at him with a face full of disdain and accusing. You kid can act so well, even acting when training with your own master's projection. If I did not say that, would you use full strength against this old man, still hiding a clone without telling this old man your god-grandfather dominated the immortal world? What have not I seen? This time was just to scare you. See if you still dare to play tricks in the future. Shen Tian opened his mouth wide, his brain crashing on the spot. In other words, you did not plan to possess my body? He thought to himself. You dead old man, is possession something to joke about? A dignified immortal world big shot. Teasing a handsome young man like me when he has nothing better to do. Anger rushed straight to his forehead. He clenched his fists, his eyes looking as if he wanted to pull out Yi Qingkang's oxygen tube. What kind of prank is this? If this were the 21st century, he would definitely pull the oxygen tube. Yi Qingkang turned his head and evaluated. You have read too many melodramatic stories. Possessing your body? Do you really think something like possession can be successfully matched so casually? With that weird physique of yours, which can even refine 5 elements wonders, pointing at Shen Tian and teasing, if this old man's primordial spirit really ran into your body, who knows who would refine whom? Just put your heart back in your belly. Hearing this, he burned with anger. You did not go cultivate, but came to scare me instead? Yi Qingkang laughed loudly. This old man is teaching you that the human heart is sinister, otherwise next time you'll be deceived by that kid surnamed Chu again. Shen Tian was still in shock, hurriedly confirming, Did you really only use Foundation Establishment stage cultivation to fight me just now? He nodded, his eyes calm. Otherwise what, with this old man's heaven-defying natural talent, is not using Golden Core stage cultivation to beat you enough? Shen Tian frowned, raising his hand and muttering calculations. Early stage, Golden Core or late stage, 1 turn or 2 turns. Seeing him calculating like an accountant checking accounts, Yi Qingkang's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, saying in a deep voice, This is not important. You only need to remember, the current you is still far from being invincible among the same rank, and still need to continue working hard. Then, Yi Qingkang brought up the cultivation method that conjured the purple tower just now. By the way, that move-shattering Azure Origin hand this old man displayed just now is specifically displayed in coordination with Heaven and Earth wonders. How about it? Want to learn? Shen Tian crossed his arms, shaking his head to refuse. Seeing he did not need it, Yi Qingkang was surprised. Nani? This kid actually refused this old man, unable to hide the doubt in his heart. Yi Qingkang asked seriously, How could you not be interested? That is this old man's bottom-of-the-box supreme learning. Shen Tian reached out with disdain. So what? Impossible. Yi Qingking recalled the scene where someone once knelt to beg him but was ignored by him. "Godfather, just teach me." Now being poured a basin of cold water by Shen Tian, he was indignant. You are humiliating this old man, humiliating this old man's unique skill. You should know that kid Chu Long 1,000 years ago. Calling me godfather one after another and begging this old man for half a month, yet this old man did not teach it to him." Shen Tian piled up smiles, acting as if he did not care at all. "Oh, so what?" But his heart was blooming with joy. "See if I do not anger you to death." Shen Tian found it very interesting watching Yi Qingking's blood pressure soar, a trace of slyness flashing in his eyes. What shattering azure origin hand? So what if the power is strong, even pretending to possess to scare this saint son and saying something about letting this saint son know the human heart is sinister? At this time at the immemorial battlefield station, everyone was gathering in front of the radiant treasures, bustling with noise and excitement. Lian Feng stood in front of everyone, announcing loudly, "This immemorial battlefield trial has concluded successfully. In this trial, everyone's performance was very outstanding, arguably stronger than previous sessions. Next, the elders of various sects will award rewards to the trial disciples." Subsequently, she held the list and announced, "The first place in this trial will obtain the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's top-grade spiritual artifact, Violet Firmament Heaven's Startling Hammer." To create suspense, she paused, then waved her hand to release Shen Tian's enlarged image, shouting, "Divine Firmament Saint Sun, Shen Tian." The crowd below cheered in unison. "Flying on swords, peak of immortality, proud in the world, cultivating diligently every day with this, following senior brother to become immortal." Flying swords formed into characters, and everyone said in unison, "Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's heaven-favored disciples congratulate senior brother Saint Sun." Shen Tian spread his glittering golden wings and flew forward, attracting the envy of many junior sisters. Truly heroic and dashing, they looked at his back view, commenting excitedly. "Love it so much," another woman interjected. "Senior brother Shen is too handsome." Lian Feng handed the reward to him approvingly. "You did not let down senior brother Saint Leader's expectations. You did very well. This Violet Firmament Heaven's Startling Hammer is yours." Shen Tian looked at the weapon before him, unable to hide the joy in his heart. "Extremely big, extremely strong, extremely domineering. I like it." Shen Tian gripped the Violet Firmament Heaven's Startling Hammer tightly, patting his chest with full momentum. "Many thanks, Martial Ant. Disciple will definitely use this hammer to guard Divine Firmament." After speaking, he extremely dashingly held up 2 fingers to cast a spell. Golden spiritual power poured into the weapon and he took a deep breath. Momentum undiminished, Shen Tian held the giant hammer high and continued to shout, "Ah!" One hammer smashed down and the space shattered like a mirror. The 2 people behind, witnessing all this, opened their mouths wide, almost falling backward. "Heavens hammering through the void," the person beside chimed in. "Is this Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian's true strength?" They recalled the scene of him giving the Sun Divine Disc to Shen Ao, saying in unison excitedly, "Both handsome and powerful, and heard he is extremely generous to fellow disciples. Love it so much." Dan Wu walked forward lifting the reward. "The second place in this trial can obtain the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's high-grade spiritual artifact Mystic Spirit Bead." She glanced, extending her hand to point at Yun Di. "The second place is Qin Yun Di, Divine Firmament Sacred Ground True Inheritance Disciple." The reason his ranking was high was that apart from Shen Tian, Qin Yun Di had the most advantage in the immemorial battlefield. After all, with dozens of yin-yang demon-breaking spears hovering around him, any fierce spirit would be instantly insta-killed. His battle record being extremely impressive, he quickly flew forward, putting his palms together gratefully. "Many thanks, Martial Ant." Dan Wu. Taking the reward, he used it immediately. After injecting mana, the Mystic Spirit Bead could form a defensive barrier, which could greatly make up for Qin Yun Di's defensive shortcomings. So for Qin Yun Di, this reward is extremely useful. She clapped her hands and enlarged the next person's image. The third place in this trial can obtain the Danding Grotto Heaven's low-grade spiritual artifact, Amber Scarlet Silk. The third place is Jade Lake Sacred Ground True Inheritance Disciple Little Spirit. The air replayed the scene of her fighting monsters. She jumped around excitedly. Coming on stage was the representative of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground for this term. Little Spirit possessed the innate spirit body, her strength not weak. To become stronger quickly, she killed quite a few undead in the trial, her battle record prominent. Plus, for the sake of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's face, there will also be some favor points when assessing the battle record. So the third place in this trial naturally belongs to Little Spirit. She looked at the glittering treasure above excitedly. Although the Amber Scarlet Silk's value wasn't too high, it was a spiritual artifact after all, and worth quite a lot of money. Little Spirit did not dislike it either. After all, compared to the fourth place, the third place's reward was truly too perfect. Ziyang walked forward with the reward, pondering constantly in his heart. Shen Ao, that good-for-nothing disciple, how exactly did he get so many undead bones? Even more than Jade Lake Sacred Ground's Little Spirit, he thought while looking at Shen Ao. Clearly before entering the immemorial battlefield, this kid had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage. In just a short month he actually reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. And his foundation is extremely stable. This speed is fast to the point of making one unable to believe. Could it be the effect of Senior Brother's special training appearing? Thinking no more, he raised his hand to project the next person's image. Shen Ao, the 4th place in this trial, can go to the Grand White Grotto Heaven following Changhua Sword Venerable to learn Peerless Sword Dao for 3 months. The 4th place is Grand White Grotto Heaven True Inheritance Disciple, Shen Ao, hearing himself mentioned. His jaw almost dropped from surprise. What the hell, why would this prince become 4th place? I only killed a tiny bit of undead. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground crowd traveling with me almost all have more than me. Is it a mistake? Can I not accept this 4th place reward? Tai Yi tilted his head, calculating. Thought we counted most of our battle records to Shen Ao to help him rise in rank, maybe ranking 2nd or 3rd. Ji Jia felt puzzled. Yeah. How did it drop to 4th place? And the 4th place reward is a bit. Song Fugi sighed, silently covering his face to weep. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Thought Shen Ao was senior brother Saint Sun's biological older brother. Wanted to build a good relationship. Did not expect this result. Sinful. After the awards ended, everyone was happy. There were a total of 20 heavens chosen in this immemorial battlefield trial. Each obtained extraordinary rewards, faces overflowing with smiles except for a certain youth from the Great Yan country. Shen Ao scratched his head and spoke, giving Shen Tian and Yun Di a jump. 13th brother, can I go to your Divine Firmament Sacred Ground for exchange and study for a period of time? He waited awkwardly for a reply, but his heart was surging. Although this kind of mooching off his younger brother was indeed a bit shameful, he could not stop wanting to bask in the light. Clearly he could follow 13th brother to mooch opportunities and be free and unfettered. Why go back to accept that old man Changhua Sword Venerable's special training? This prince is not a masochist. Shen Tian turned and cupped his hands, responding heroically. However, his words made Shen Ao's face change greatly. 6th brother is willing to come to Divine Firmament Sacred Ground as a guest. I naturally welcome it. However, 6th brother obtained the reward of Changhua Sword Venerable's guidance for 3 months. This is a great opportunity. How about waiting until the 3 months of study are over, then coming to Divine Firmament Sacred Ground as a guest? He stroked his chin, recalling Changhua, wondering. Grand White Grotto Heaven's Changhua Sword Venerable is the #1 person in Sword Dao in the Eastern Wilderness for 3,000 years. I also want to learn Peerless Sword Dao from him. Why is 6th brother so unwilling? Subsequently, he took out a sword heartfruit and handed it to Shen Ao. 6th brother ate a sword heartfruit before. Sword Dao talent increased greatly. Now that so many days have passed, the sword heartfruit's medicinal power should have been absorbed almost completely. Can use another one. With the enhancement of 2 sword heartfruits, presumably 6th brother will definitely be able to obtain Changhua Sword Venerable's appreciation, becoming a Peerless Sword Dao Heaven's chosen. He gave a thumbs up to encourage. 6th brother, believe in yourself, you can do it. After all, you were once our Great Yan country Shen family's strongest genius. Shen Ao took the item he handed over, his heart incomparably dejected. Strongest genius? For these few months I have been living in 13th brother's shadow. This title of strongest genius is more like a satire to me. Then he looked up at Shen Tian. But 13th brother's expression now is incomparably sincere, without half a bit of ridicule. In 13th brother's eyes I have always been his close older brother, moved by the true feelings before him. Shen Ao was moved to the point of tears and mucus flowing. Heavens, clearly joking, why reveal this kind of expression? But thinking of that hellish training, he still made up his mind. Today, even if a great Luo immortal comes, this Sikh must find a way to escape this 3 months of special training. Shen Ao hurriedly patted Shen Tian's back to speak his heartfelt thoughts. 13th brother, I do not want to go for special training. Changhua Sword Venerable's training has simply no effect, and is dry and boring, too bitter. Brother, you are now the Divine Firmament Saint Sun. Can you think of a way to take brother to Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to take refuge for 3 months? Hearing Shen Tian being so earnest, he could only agree helplessly. Fine, I'll try. Subsequently, the two walked toward Zi Yang together. He cupped his hands to bow. Shen Tian pays respects to martial uncle Zi Yang. Zi Yang turned his head to look at his rich spiritual energy, sighing ceaselessly. This kid was clearly still a wet behind the ears brat at the Great Yan country's Weiyang Palace last time. Did not expect that in just 2 short months he actually became a powerful golden body stage body tempering strong expert. And the aura emitting from his body is enough to threaten this old man. Is this a true peerless heaven's chosen? Really makes one despair. He closed his eyes to return the greeting. Saint Sun is polite, calling poor Taoist Zi Yang is sufficient. Zi Yang, seeing him being respectful to himself yet declining, was because in the cultivation world the strong were always revered. With divine firmament, Saint Sun Shen Tian's current status and strength, calling venerable Zi Yang martial uncle was indeed a bit polite. Shen Tian smiled and stuffed a jade box into his hand. Not hiding it from martial uncle, the reason the junior came to trouble martial uncle is that I have a request. Zi Yang opened it to look, shocked to the point of eyes staring round. 10,000-year dragon bloodgrass, this is a big gift. Seeing the treasure before him, how could there be reason not to accept it? Hurriedly, he changed his face instantly, overflowing with enthusiasm. Saint Sun is not treating me as an outsider. My grand white grotto heaven has always followed the divine firmament sacred ground's lead. If the Saint Sun has instructions, just instructing Zi Yang is fine. Shen Tian opened his mouth respectfully. Since Young I and sixth brother Shen Ao have had very good feelings, so Shen hopes to be able to invite sixth brother to divine firmament sacred ground as a guest for a period of time. Wonder if martial uncle Ziyang can accommodate. Ziyang closed his eyes, saying in a deep voice, but according to reason, after our returns to the mountain gate, he must follow senior brother Changhe to cultivate for 3 months. He thought of Changhe getting angry at Shen Ao, so persuaded, this is a rare opportunity to learn the sword with senior brother. If Ao does not return, provoking senior brother Changhe's dissatisfaction, afraid he will not give pointers to Ao again in the future. Shen Ao rushed forward, patting his chest to speak, making him very unhappy. Master, although cultivating with martial uncle is a rare opportunity compared to cultivating immortality and asking the Tao, disciple values brotherhood more. You just let disciple go to divine firmament sacred ground to accompany 13th brother. He appeared regretful on the surface, but inside was wagging his tail, begging for pity, wild with joy. Will not give me pointers anymore, then would not that be great? Ziyang frowned, recalling the scene of also being hellishly specially trained back then. Stinking brat, you are still pretending in front of Master. Does Master not know that little scheme in your heart? It is not like Master wasn't drilled by senior brother Changhe back then. He was anxious to no end in his heart. If you do not go back this time, senior brother will feel he was stood up. What if he gets angry and uses me for practice? Subsequently, he sighed and took out the dragon blood grass. Saint son, if it were other matters, poor Taoist would absolutely not decline, but this matter concerns the reward promise made by senior brother Changhe. Poor Taoist truly can do nothing to help. Although it is regrettable, life is more important. I can only return it to Shen Tian. This dragon blood grass is still. Before he could finish speaking, Lianer ran over from the distance carrying a flower vase. Martial uncle Ziyang, no need to worry about father being unhappy. She excitedly fished a letter out from her bosom. Not only is junior brother Shen Ao going to the divine firmament sacred ground as a guest, but Lianer is also preparing to go to second uncle's home to find my cousin to play. She handed it to Ziyang and instructed, you just say junior brother Shen Ao went with me. The letter explains it very clearly. Father definitely will not be angry. Associating this with the mental image of being killed, he petrified on the spot if he did as told. What plan to go to second uncle's house to find cousin Li Yongfeng to play? Do you think senior brother's brain is damaged that he would believe your ghost talk? If I really let Li Lianer go, I will definitely be scolded to death by senior brother. That is the eastern wilderness's most terrifying daughter-slave. To prevent this from happening, Ziyang conjured a large hand to lift Lianer up. Saint son, take our and leave. As for senior brother's side, poor Taoist will explain for the saint son, sweating profusely while calculating. Whether Shen Ao leaves now is not important. Being able to persuade Li Lianer to return is the key to everything being fine. I can even claim credit with senior brother, saying I used Shen Ao to exchange for Li Lianer back. Presumably senior brother absolutely will not be unhappy because of this. After speaking, Ziyang left, carrying Lianer, ignoring her shouting, martial uncle, let me go, otherwise I'll run away from home as soon as I get back. Lianer wants to go to the divine firmament sacred ground to find cousin to play. Why do not you agree? Too excessive. Shen Tian placed his hand on Shen Ao's shoulder. Let us go, sixth brother, get on the divine firmament flying boat together. Preparing for the return journey. The sacred ground disciples were also already meditating on the flying boat. The flying boat returned through the air, at this time inside a room on the divine firmament flying boat. Shen Tian was constantly circulating golden spiritual energy to refine various divine items. He closed his eyes to focus in meditation, memorizing the cultivation methods in the book. The Tinder God of War Sutra Yi Qingking gave to Shen Tian was a profound and strengthened inheritance, far superior to the Tinder Sutra Shen Tian cultivated before. The latter volume was bought by Shen Tian for 5 taels of silver. It was the basic version widely circulated in the 5 regions, cultivating to the golden body stage at most. The former volume was the inheritance of the God of War Palace in the upper realm, allowing Shen Tian to cultivate directly to transcending tribulation and becoming a saint. The scroll filled with spiritual energy unfolded before Shen Tian's eyes. The Tinder God of War Sutra also recorded many powerful ancient combat skills, capable of unleashing the physical body's combat power to the extreme. Among them, 2 inheritances were particularly suitable for Shen Tian, simply made to measure. Regarding the mighty skills, one had to mention the spiritual energy big hand conjured by Jin Yu to pinch the bird. Following that were sword techniques and Qing Kang. The first technique was called the Shattering Azure Origin Hand, an extremely strong freestyle move where one force breaks 10,000 methods. Heavenly Venerable Bai Lian grabbing the golden-winged Great Peng Race Elder and Yi Qingking catching the Heaven Executing Sword had both displayed this freestyle move. Shen Tian looked at the adjacent part in surprise. The second technique was called God of War Transformation. It was the core secret method of the immortal world's God of War Palace, focusing on using heaven and earth wonders or ancient divine beast bloodlines as the core to amplify one's own power. Shen Tian possessed heaven and earth wonders. When displaying the God of War transformation, he could perfectly accommodate the power of heaven and earth wonders within his body, doubling his strength. Shen Tian was currently attempting to cultivate the God of War transformation, perfectly fusing the one essence heavy water while simultaneously constantly accumulating energy to avoid unnecessary wear and tear. True Godfiend body tempering experts, on the contrary, would not break down at the slightest touch because they could already completely control the energy within their bodies, achieving the marvelous effect of returning to simplicity and truth. He closed his eyes to concentrate, golden light spiritual energy surging, and opened his eyes to sense the body's energy. Looking at the item in his hand in deep thought, cultivating the God of War transformation for the first time could only practice to this step. Let us test the power. This golden bone was the skeleton of a golden core stage bone demon from the immemorial battlefield, harder than any magical treasure. He held it in his hand and instantly crushed it. This made Shen Tian feel slightly shaken. The destructive power is too strong. Is this the correct usage of one essence heavy water? Qing Kang's phantom appeared and spoke. One essence heavy water is known as the water of extreme weight. It counts as a treasure in the immortal world too. Having this kind of power is not it very normal? You fundamentally do not understand the true profundity of the 5 types of heaven and earth wonders on your body. Rather than blindly searching for opportunities, better to spend some effort to thoroughly digest the existing opportunities, he suggested he go practice. When returning to the divine firmament sacred ground, this old man advises you to enter seclusion in the God of War Tower for a few months. Beat all the heavens chosen in the God of War Tower easily once. At that time, looking at both the immortal and mortal worlds, you can count as a top-tier heavens chosen. Shen Tian listened to Qing Kang's words, closing his eyes in deep thought. This old man speaks lightly. This saint's son is already worried about being feared and assassinated by hostile forces just by becoming the unique 7-star heavens chosen. If I defeat the 8-star heavens chosen projection Yi Qingking hid inside again, would not it shake the entire 5 regions? Shen Tian calculated while practicing. No, I must make this old man delete this saint's son's ranking on the God of War steel. Through heavens chosen should be extremely low profile. What's the use of fighting for these empty names? On the deck of the divine firmament flying boat, cultivators beat the war drums. He woke up with a start and turned his head. This was the flying boat's bell, arrived at the sacred ground. Qing Kang clicked his tongue and spoke. Yo, luck is not bad, huh? Just arrived at the divine firmament sacred ground and you guys encountered a little girl transcending tribulation to become a saint. Does not your kid's golden core chi refining system major in lightning techniques? Take the chance to mooch some lightning strikes. He looked at Shen Tian to remind. Heavenly tribulation divine lightning is good stuff. The effect of tempering the golden body is excellent. Do not miss this opportunity, otherwise you will regret it. Before the voice fell suddenly, Shen Tian trembled slightly, sensing the surrounding phenomenon. An invisible large hand grasped the towel on his shoulder tightly. A doubt flashed in his eyes. Someone in the divine firmament sacred ground is transcending tribulation. Wonder which elder it is. A golden lotus suspended in midair, one hand holding a lotus, one hand holding a sword wrapped in vigorous light, rotating into a huge ring. Yun Di looked up at the sky, saying in a deep voice, "It is Martial Ant Jin Lian about to transcend the Saint Tribulation." Shen Tian appeased from the side. Rest assured, I believe Martial Ant Jin Lian will be fine. At this time in the sky, purple lightning cleaved toward the high mountain like swords of heavenly punishment. 3 people fell into meditative absorption. Yun Shi had a tiger god protecting her body, lightning wrapping around like iron chains. Yun Di had a green dragon coiling around. Fang Chong and 2 spirit beasts emitted energy to escort. Shen Tian was full of interest, spreading his flaming wings and laughing loudly. These 3 also planned to mooch the lightning tribulation. After speaking, he soared into the sky, leaving burning golden feathers drifting down like extinguished meteors. Yun Shi sensed someone approaching, hurriedly opening her eyes. Seeing the familiar figure, she said in surprise, "Junior brother, everyone finally returned." Fang Chong crossed his arms with a bad smile to tease, startling Yun Di beside him. "Junior brother, you finally returned. Junior sister Yun Shi missed you to death this month." Before he could finish speaking, she immediately discharged electricity, scorching him black. He smoked, astounded. "No way, junior sister. Senior brother was speaking on your behalf. This also gets electrocuted?" She clapped her hands, her sharp gaze sweeping over his back. In this battlefield trial, junior brother indeed had a bountiful harvest, if Yun Shi did not see wrongly. The golden divine wings on your back should be the feathered immortal gold ranked 8th on the immortal medal list, right? Shen Tian scratched his head, closing one eye with a shy smile. "That is right, obtained accidentally on the battlefield. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Yun Di and Fang Chong listened with thunder rolling in their hearts. Feathered immortal gold is not worth mentioning. Then what else is worth mentioning? Is this guy intentionally provoking us? Yun Di proposed. "Junior brother, today Martial Ant Jin Lian is transcending tribulation to become a saint. It is exactly the best time for us to cultivate body transforming into tribulation." He mentioned his body. "You have the mixed primordial divine lightning origin in your body. Hurry up and find a place. Prepare to refine the power of the heavenly tribulation." Shen Tian nodded, immediately changing equipment, saying respectfully, "Many thanks for senior brother Yun Di's reminder. Cultivating body transforming into tribulation is best done in the peripheral area covered by the tribulation lightning. The lightning tribulation power in that area will not be too strong, just some residual might, and the heavenly tribulation will not judge it as interfering with the person transcending tribulation either. If in the center area of the tribulation cloud, it is very easy to be struck by the strongest divine lightning. Moreover, if selected by the heavenly tribulation, we will find it hard to run. Then it will strike until you submit." Above Jin Lian's head, the heavenly Tao ring rotated, rolling, the pressure appearing as if to crush all things. She put her palms together, looking at the sky respectfully. Divine Firmament disciple Jin Lian wishes to transcend tribulation to become a saint, hoping the heavenly Tao takes pity. A clap of thunder and azure lightning tore through the sky, striking down. Amidst the lightning light, 3 thunder dragons roared and appeared. Ja Mu Green Dragon Divine Lightning. Jin Lian calmly raised her hand to summon a glittering golden tiger tally. The spirit tiger roared and rushed into the sky, biting one dragon with one mouth. Without stopping, it continued to bite the second one. Below, Yun Di opened his mouth wide, only short of kneeling to sigh with emotion. Qing Kang observed Shen Tian. Not bad, your physique is very suitable for the Tinder Sutra. Absorb a bit more. This kind of free opportunity bestowed by the heavenly Tao, lightning tribulation, do not waste it. His face was black as a pot bottom. The words had no fault, but this Yi Qingkang's appearance of being an old improper man was very speechless. Above, Jin Lian was excited, light dispersing the thunder light. Becoming a saint was a process of being reborn and exchanging bones. It will definitely make this seat become beautiful and moving, and suddenly a majestic figure appeared in the tribulation cloud. This time it was Wu Tu Kalin Divine Lightning. Jin Lian was fearless, eyes determined, thinking secretly, Yi Lan Yi, I will definitely be prettier than you. Without hesitation, she exploded with full power, charging straight at the opponent. This saint position this seat is determined to take. Shen Tian cupped his hands with deep eyes, involuntarily associating with sixth brother in his heart. This heavenly Tao is truly unfair. Back then, when the devouring immortal vine transcended tribulation, the first bolt, Jing Jin White Tiger Divine Lightning, obviously countered the devouring immortal vine's wood attribute. The second bolt, Li Huo Vermilion Bird Divine Lightning, still countered the devouring immortal vine. Shen Tian looked up and down, thinking secretly in his heart, yet when heavenly venerable Jin Lian transcends tribulation, she has a Jing Jin physique, but the result is the first bolt was Ja Mu Green Dragon Divine Lightning, countered by Jing Jin. Shen Tian sighed, shaking his head to lament. No wonder the demon race says the human race is a race fed by the old master of the heavens. Even the heavens chosen of the dragon race and peacock race have to find human race heavens chosen to sign contracts. In terms of cultivation, the human race seems to really be favored by the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is truly unfair, really makes one like it. Then he circulated energy to mobilize spiritual power. Under the constant tempering of thunder, my physical body is gradually transforming. In this process, the 5 lightning sealed Tao foundation in the Dantian also absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation, developing toward perfection, feeling that as long as I am slightly careless I will break through, promoting to the golden core stage. Subsequently he muttered firmly to himself, hold it in, must hold it in. Now heavenly venerable Jin Lian is transcending tribulation. She is the protagonist. If I, a martial nephew mooching lightning strikes, break through at this kind of critical moment, would not that be stealing the host's spotlight? Making martial Aunt Jin Lian unhappy is secondary. In case I attract the heavenly tribulation's attention and it casually rewards me with a bolt of justice from heaven, is not that seeking death? Both feet stepped heavily on the cold ground. Jin Lian gasped for breath, her whole body trembling due to exhaustion. Not good, his seat already has no strength to fight anymore. She took out a bottle of holy liquid, looking at the liquid inside with flickering eyes. The Jing Jin White Tiger Divine Lightning hesitated for a moment. She sighed, thinking of Shen Tian, and threw her head back to drink it dry. Did not expect to still owe that kid a favor. In an instant, golden energy exploded, surging in the meridians like a tiger released from a cage. Jing Jin White Tiger, break for me. Jin Lian rushed up aggressively, engaging in battle with the golden tiger in the air. She raised her claw, the other hand exploding with spiritual power, quickly blasting toward the giant beast. Jing Jin White Tiger, break for me. After the fierce battle, Jin Lian panted, clenching her fist, eyes determined, finally ended. Subsequently, standing high in the sky with a majestic posture, her voice resounded through the sacred domain. The seat has just entered the saint domain and needs to enter seclusion for several days to comprehend profound methods. For these few days, all affairs big and small on Jin Lian Peak are handed over to Qin Yun Di to be responsible for. If there are no important matters, no one may disturb this seat. Below, all disciples bowed in unison, shouting loudly in unison. Qing Kang looked at Shen Tian with regret and dissatisfaction. Too wasteful. The heavenly Tao consciousness has already dissipated. These divine lightning origin powers are all unowned items. This prodigal woman actually did not absorb them. If she were a disciple of my god of war palace, this old man would definitely bit her to death. Tianer, you must remember, absolutely cannot learn from this prodigal woman. Waste is shameful. He was just shaking his head to lament when suddenly Shen Tian's chest bloomed with dazzling purple light. Since this woman does not want it, then let us collect these divine lightning origins. The 3 Yun Shi siblings were stunned, looking at the spreading intense light with eyes full of surprise. What is this? Just at that moment a purple ancient tower manifested in midair, rich spiritual energy scattering violently. A majestic imposing manner pressed heavily toward the earth. Divine Firmament Small World, St. Leader Hall. Long Yuan sat on the chair resting his chin in wild joy. Tianer returned, did not expect that just after returning the God of War Tower would manifest on its own, originally planned to find a suitable time to officially announce it. At this time everyone surrounded it in exclamation. What is this thing? This divine tower is too domineering. Is it senior brother Saint Sun's treasure? They cheered excitedly. Looking at this divine tower's shape and the emitted pressure, estimating it must be an immortal artifact, the people beside praised endlessly. Heaven's immortal artifact. As expected of senior brother Saint Sun, truly handsome, the god of war tower suddenly erupted, generating immense suction force like a black hole, sucking all residual heavenly tribulation lightning into the tower. Fang Chong stood with arms akimbo, sighing with emotion. Holy crap, where did this broken tower come from, so domineering, sucking all my lightning power dry the moment it arrived? The crowd had not reacted yet when Zhang Longyuan suddenly appeared in mid-air, causing a commotion. Saint Leader, it is the Saint Leader. He stood in the void, divine light swirling around him, raising his hands high to announce solemnly. Today our sacred ground has a double blessing. The first joy, Elder Jin Lian has successfully transcended the tribulation, becoming a saintess-level elder of this sect, able to guard this sect and suppress all directions. Subsequently, he waved his hand to appeal. Everyone, please congratulate the saint. The crowd responded in unison immediately, congratulating the saint. Subsequently, Longyuan coughed lightly, his momentum rising again. The second joy is that this sect's disciples achieved excellent results in the immemorial battlefield trial. Longyuan mentioned him with pride. This sect's Saint Sun Shen Tian not only seized the top spot in the battlefield trial but also obtained the recognition of the God of War Tower, the supreme divine artifact. Then he pointed at the God of War Tower and announced loudly. The Saint Sun made a great contribution but did not hide it for himself, handing this tower over to the sacred ground. From today on, this sect's disciples can all enter the God of War Tower for trials. All sect disciples entering the tower for trials can enjoy a 20% discount, and members of the Heaven's favored organization enjoy a 30% discount. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, instantly erupting into an uproar like a pot exploding. Heavens, the God of War Tower? Is it that God of War Tower that fell from the immortal world to the immemorial battlefield? Legend had it that the tower contained projections of countless immortal world heavens chosen and massive immortal world inheritances. Countless heavens chosen once obtained opportunities within the God of War Tower, starting legendary lives from then on. They were wild with joy. No one could conceal the excitement in their hearts. Now that this God of War Tower recognizes this sect's disciple and is situated in our sacred ground, we can enter the tower to train at any time in the future, and even get a 20% discount. Heaven's favored organization members even get 30% off. Longyuan's body glowed with intense red light, his voice like a great bell. Everyone, please congratulate the Saint Sun. Hearing the order, the crowd below raised their hands in unison, congratulating the Saint Sun. Fang Chong also shouted with full momentum, congratulating the Saint Sun. Thinking of being able to devote himself to battle, the hot blood in his body boiled with excitement. Usually it is hard to find so many heavens chosen of the same rank to spar with. Only Buddha-san Kuduo is willing to practice with me, but having fought since childhood, we have long been familiar with each other's fighting styles. The more we fight, the more boring it gets. Now with the God of War Tower, am I still afraid of not finding same rank heavens chosen to play with? Fang Chong cracked his knuckles. Thinking of Kuduo who was suffering, he could not help laughing with schadenfreude. Future days will definitely be extremely exciting. I'll go try it in a while. If it is fun, I'll use spiritual sense to notify that guy Kuduo. Estimate he is still being punished by copying scriptures truly makes one envious. At this time, Longyuan spoke slowly. From now on, the God of War Tower will be situated here, guarded by sect elders. If everyone is curious, you can enter to trial now. The Spirit Tower will inform everyone of the specific rules. He turned and stepped straight into the teleportation gate, saying without looking back, Tianer, follow this seat. Shen Tian lowered his head and answered crisply, yes master, with a flash of light. The figures of the two gradually disappeared, leaving behind only the bewildered crowd and the towering God of War Tower. How do we enter this? Just walk straight in? Really want to go in and trial now, so nervous, wonder if I should try. Yun Di smiled to appease. Everyone need not be nervous, this tower's trial is extremely safe. Fugi nodded in agreement. Correct, the few of us have all entered the tower to train. Zhao Hao beside them guided. Just stand in front of the tower and request the Spirit Tower for reception to enter. Fang Chong stepped out, pressure erupting like a giant wave. God of War Tower, receive Fang inside. I am a 9 turns golden core, having reached the limit, counting as a peerless heavens chosen. He clenched his fist tight, holding his head high to provoke. Fang wants to see exactly how strong these so-called immortal world geniuses are. Can they block the Scarlet Flame Dragon Spear in Fang's hand? Just as the voice fell, the God of War Tower's gate opened abruptly. Dazzling light swept over Fang Chang's body, immediately sweeping him inside. In an instant his figure vanished. Yun Ting exclaimed in surprise, received inside just like that, so simple. Without hesitation he quickly seized the opportunity, bowing to salute. Divine Firmament Disciple Zhang Yun Ting desires to experience the elegance of immortal world heavens chosen. Please God Tower receive me. Immediately after, Yun Shi also pressed her hand to her chest to report. Divine Firmament Disciple Zhang Yun Shi desires to experience the elegance of immortal world heavens chosen. Please God Tower receive me. Just as the voice fell, the God of War Tower's gate opened again. Purple intense light erupted, enveloping the two. A steady voice echoed in Yun's ears as if coming from ancient times. Young maiden, welcome to the God of War arena. Here you can enjoy sparring with heavens chosen to the fullest. If you can win, you will have the chance to obtain various precious inheritances of these heavens chosen. In midair, the spirit tower appeared. Even if defeated, it only consumes a few spirit stones, extremely cost-effective. Then she pointed to a giant stone stele covered in divine script. In addition, if your performance is excellent enough, there is also a chance to carve your name on the God of War stele, leaving a name for 100 generations. Yunzai's gaze swept over the names one by one, a trace of doubt rising in her heart. Spirit Tower, why is junior brother Shen Tian's name not on this God of War stele? Is his qualification not enough to be listed? The Spirit Tower shook gently, seemingly recalling matters regarding him. Maiden, are you feeling unfair for Shen Tian? No need at all. Shen Tian has already passed this tower's assessment. He is the unique 7-star Heaven's Chosen of this world. He did not leave his name on the God of War stele, it was his own decision. The God of War Tower respects the choice of Heaven's Chosen. Even if successfully breaking into the top 100, one can also choose to hide their true name, only needing to pay 10,000 spirit stones to remain invisible outside the ranking list. Yunxi stood with arms akimbo, face full of unfairness. Just to hide one's name requires paying 10,000 spirit stones. This God of War Tower's fees are too expensive. After speaking, she turned her head to ask seriously, Spirit Tower, please introduce the arena rules in detail. The Spirit Tower smiled faintly, speaking softly. The God of War Arena is the core area of the God of War Tower, preserving the projections of countless Heavens Chosen from both the immortal and mortal worlds. On this arena, you can spar with Heavens Chosen of various styles from throughout the ages, greatly enriching actual combat experience. She explained calmly, challenging a 1-star Heavens Chosen if victorious, receive a 1-star combat skill cultivation method inheritance. If defeated, deduct 10 God of War points. Challenging a 2-star Heavens Chosen if victorious, receive a 2-star combat skill cultivation method inheritance. If defeated, deduct 30 God of War points. Challenging a 7-star Heavens Chosen if victorious, receive a 7-star combat skill cultivation method inheritance. If defeated, deduct 1,000 God of War points. Then the Spirit Tower opened the shop to introduce, you can use spirit stones, magical treasures, pills, and other assets to exchange for God of War points, basically. The exchange rate is 1 God of War point equals 1 spirit crystal, equals 10,000 spirit stones. Yunxi frowned slightly, and after confirming carefully said, I once browsed ancient records. The records stated that challenging a God of War Tower 1-star Heavens Chosen, the pricing in the immortal ancient period should not be 100 God of War points. The Spirit Tower answered happily, this is the result after Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian discussed with this tower. To give back to the 5 regions Heavens Chosen, this tower is open to Heavens Chosen outside the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Within 100 years, all challenge bets are uniformly 90% off. Furthermore, as the Divine Firmament Saintess, you can even enjoy a supreme discount on top of the discount. All challenges are 50% off on top of the discount. The Spirit Tower tempted with all its might. Opportunity must not be lost. 100 years of time passes in a flash, young maiden. What are you waiting for? Yunxi rested her chin on her hand, saying shyly, so this is the discount junior brother Shen Dian fought for me? Realizing this, fighting spirit burned ragingly in her heart. Yunxi understands. Many thanks to Spirit Tower for resolving doubts. Let us begin. At this time in another space within the tower, Yunting touched his chin, full of doubts. Spirit Tower, is combat the only choice within this God of War Tower? She nodded happily. Correct, young youth. Do you have a question? He muttered, associating with paupers who lost their family fortunes and people who won big and left with secret manuals, saying, Yun Ting thinks that if it is solely fighting, it is disadvantageous for retaining guests and long-term stability. If they go bankrupt after consecutive losses, those Heavens Chosen might leave directly, and if they win consecutively many times, unable to choose again after obtaining 2 inheritances, they will also leave. Hearing this, she was also somewhat curious. Then in your opinion, how should it be solved? He began to offer a plan. Very simple. Besides combat, why not add a daily sparring arena? This kind of arena only requires a low price to directly designate a projection of a certain style for targeted sparring. Then he analyzed the pros and cons for her. This way, if the Heavens Chosen wins, the God of War Tower will not lose all capital. If the Heavens Chosen loses, they will not be hurt to the bone and leave directly. Yun Ting excitedly associated with those rash cultivators who only knew how to rush. Over time, many young Heavens Chosen lacking actual combat experience will regard this place as a holy land for training. This has huge benefits for long-term stable operation, far superior to draining the pond to get all the fish. Yi Qingqing sat cross-legged aside, his demeanor leisurely. Lazy gaze watching the projection on the screen. He drank a mouthful of tea slowly, his tone full of interested exclamations. Did not expect Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to be full of talents. The screen image changed, Fang Chang's figure appearing clearly. He muttered to himself, however, this seat still prefers this kind of guy who looks silly. At this time, Fang Chang was solemnly counting on his fingers, calculating carefully. Challenging a 5-star Heavens Chosen requires 1,000 God of War points. Challenging a 6-star or 7-star Heavens Chosen is also 1,000 points. In other words, 5, 6, and 7-star Heavens Chosen are all the same price. His face gradually revealed a look of excitement, clenching his fists and saying agitatedly, Spending the price of a 5-star to fight a 7-star Heaven's Chosen earned big time. Subsequently, he touched his chin, asking curiously, Spirit Tower, if I lose challenging a 7-star Heaven's Chosen, I will not die, right? The Spirit Tower shook her head gently. You will not. The God of War Tower provides comprehensive protection for trial Heaven's Chosen. Accidents will absolutely not occur. Hearing this, he nodded excitedly. Very good, help me exchange. Fang wants to see exactly how strong the Immortal World 7-star Heaven's Chosen are. On the other side, Yi Qingking still sat leisurely observing. He revealed a treacherous smile. Sure enough, fool's money is still the easiest to earn. The Spirit Tower waved her hand. Purple light flashed, and a God of War phantom emerged in midair. Successfully exchanged 1,000 God of War points, activating 7-star Heaven's Chosen projection. Please prepare for battle. Fang Chong clasped his hands together, condensing a scorching fireball and shouting loudly. Fang has long been ready. 7-star Heaven's Chosen, take the move. However, just 3 seconds later, with a sweeping strike, he flew out like a kite with a broken string. She looked at Fang Chong lying on his back and announced, challenge against 7-star Heaven's Chosen failed. Fang Chang's face was swollen like a pig's head, eyes staring round full of grievance. Only 3 seconds, how come so fast? Fang has never been this fast. It ended before I even felt the fun of battle. The Spirit Tower placed her hand on Fang Chang's shoulder, tears welling up full of sympathy. Young Heaven's Chosen, please do not lose heart. 7-star Heaven's Chosen are incomparably noble existences even in the immortal world. Without the nourishment of immortal chi, the mortal world finds it hard to contend with them. Looking at his swollen face, she blinked one eye gently, holding up 3 fingers as if praising. You were able to last 3 seconds under the 7-star Heaven's Chosen's crazy energy release. This is already rare in the world. Hard to meet a match in this world. Subsequently, she waved her arm lightly, releasing a stream of green gas wrapping his whole body. The wounds healed rapidly. To show encouragement, the God of War Tower treats you once for free, healing all your injuries. She looked at him, who had recovered health, and asked, May I ask, do you still want to continue breaking through levels? Fang Chong was incredibly moved. The God of War Tower actually treated my injuries for free. Is this to let me regain the courage to fight? He clenched his fist tight, spiritual power burning ragingly. Fine, the immortal world 7-star Heaven's Chosen is indeed too strong. But less than 5 seconds later he sighed, frowning and muttering to himself, wanting to defeat him. Relying on Fang's power, I am afraid I cannot do it yet. Only if a Heaven's Chosen like junior brother Shen Tian takes action can one contend with him. Speaking, he took out a glittering item to exchange for challenge qualification again, then touched his chin to calculate. This time Fang will challenge a 6-star Heaven's Chosen. The Spirit Tower immediately cheered. Youth, sure enough your fighting spirit is boiling. Truly makes this Spirit Tower touched to the extreme. To commend your fearless spirit, you can choose the scope of this round's opponent. These words made him feel puzzled. Choose the scope of this round's opponent? What does this mean? The Spirit Tower waved her hand. The screen in front changed instantly. Countless figures of Heaven's Chosen floating on the God of War arena. Everyone's power and fighting style have been preserved, thereby forming a projection. She walked closer, voice slow but full of temptation. Therefore on the God of War arena, not only are there projections of Heaven's Chosen from the immortal world but also projections of Heaven's Chosen from this world. Subsequently, she used a killer move, making his eyes shine with light. This tower can make an exception, letting you choose to continue challenging immortal world Heaven's Chosen or Heaven's Chosen of this world. Fang Chang's blood boiled again. Since that is the case, this Fang will challenge a 6-star Heaven's Chosen of this world. Bring it on, he calculated smugly. The immortal world Heaven's Chosen are indeed too strong, but if it is a Heaven's Chosen of this world, this Fang has already refined a 9 turns golden core. Could I possibly fear him? The Spirit Tower confirmed the transaction happily. Successfully exchanged 1,000 God of War points, activating 6-star Heaven's Chosen projection of this world. Please prepare for battle. A purple blurred figure gradually emerged. A small boy holding a glittering magical treasure appeared, making Fang Chong astounded, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, petrified on the spot. What the hell is this thing? He choked out stiffly. Spirit Tower, what is going on with this little brat? His heart was as messy as a stirred bowl of noodles. What the hell? This Fang is a dignified 8-foot-tall man after all. Can you give some face and not arrange a hairless little brat as my opponent? Fang Chong narrowed his eyes to observe and tried to gesture the size. The gap is too big. If I press on this brat's head, his hands will not even reach this Fang's knees. Just as he was still deliberating how to address the opponent, the other party had already charged over murderously. Actually a humanoid enemy. You are dead meat. Before the thought even settled, Fang Chong leaned back abruptly. Too fast, looks like I underestimated this brat. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's figure had already darted behind him. Fang Chong only had time to turn his head instinctively but was unable to counterattack, taking the opponent's punch solidly. Before he could fight back, fists rained down on his face like raindrops, beating him until he vomited blood and felt dizzy. Holy crap, exactly where did this brat come from? Too strong, right? His face was beaten into an authentic pig's head. His body fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, the Spirit Tower announced the challenge against the 6-star Heaven's Chosen failed. Fang Chong said sorrowfully, the brat is too ferocious. Who exactly is this guy? He wept, secretly in decadence. He lasted 3 minutes this time, but it wasn't 3 minutes of fierce fighting but 3 minutes of being unilaterally beaten by that brat. The Spirit Tower prompted, young youth, why do not you look at the ancient steel on the right yourself? He dragged his scarred body to look. The rankings from top to bottom: 1. Huang Shi, 6-star Heavens Chosen. 2. Bo Chenchuan, 5-star Heavens Chosen. 3rd place, Yao Yuxi, 5-star Heavens Chosen. 4th place, Chu Long, 5-star Heavens Chosen. 5th place, Zhang Longyuan, 5-star Heavens Chosen. His gaze stopped at the top of the list, his eyeballs staring until they almost fell out. 1st place, Huang Shi, 6-star Heavens Chosen. That brat just now was Great Emperor Huang Shi when he was a child. He was desperate enough to want to crawl into a crack in the ground just a moment ago, but now he felt as if he had picked up a treasure bestowed by heaven. This Fang actually had the honor to exchange moves and compare combat skills with the young Great Emperor Huang Shi, and even persisted for 3 minutes. If this gets out, how many Heavens Chosen would be envious? Really worth it. Even losing 1,000 God of War points is worth it. Legend has it that in the distant past, Great Emperor Huang Shi was born more than 8,000 years ago. Exactly when the world was in chaos and awaiting reconstruction, evil spirits were retreating from the 5 regions, and the 8 desolations and 5 regions were destitute. It is said that Great Emperor Huang Shi was born in an ordinary tribe in the great wilderness. His mother gave birth to a stone womb. The stone womb shattered, revealing an infant with a bronze ancient seal hanging around his neck. Being a stone womb and accompanied by a companion treasure, such an existence was destined to be extraordinary and unique. From a young age, Huang Shi revealed matchless divine strength, able to carry giant rocks at 1-year-old, walking as fast as flying. But what shocked the world most was that the emperor was not yet weaned at 3 years old. Because his mother had no milk, he ran deep into the mountains, forcibly beating mother tigers and leopards into submission to drink tiger and leopard milk, in this process relying on imitating the breathing and exhalation methods of the myriad beasts in the mountain forest. Huang Shi began to cultivate playing and walking among the beast herds. Just like that, while playing in the beast herds, he embarked on his heaven-defying path. Time flew. The energy within Huang Shi's body surged constantly. He traveled the 8 desolations and 5 regions at 15 and transcended the supreme 9 heavenly tribulation to become a saint at the age of 100. Breaking the 5 regions record, his reputation resounded in all directions. No one did not know him, coming to pay respects one after another. Later he established the Great Desolation Immortal Dynasty and Jisha Academy in the central province. 10,000 directions came to pay court, becoming the uncrowned king of the 5 regions. On those peaks towering into the clouds amidst layers of white clouds, Jisha Academy was the holy land in the hearts of the 5 regions Heavens Chosen. Returning to reality, Fang Chong took a deep breath, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Spirit Tower, can I fight another match with Great Emperor Huang Shi? The Spirit Tower tilted her head in confusion. Why was he clenching his fists firm as steel? Because Great Emperor Huang Shi is the guiding lamp in this Fang's heart, a role model on the immortal path. Fang Chong savored the battle just now while speaking. This Fang hopes to fight another battle with the young Great Emperor Huang Shi, to admire the senior's heroic demeanor. Hearing this, the Spirit Tower was suddenly silent for a moment, suppressing laughter. A treacherous thought flashed in her heart. So he is that kid's fan, wanting intimate contact with his idol? Of course it is possible, but that requires adding money. The Spirit Tower held up 2 fingers smugly, tone full of the scent of a profiteer. Wanting to match with Great Emperor Huang Shi one more time is not impossible, but it requires 2,000 God of War points. Fang Chong was shocked to the point his scalp went numb. 2,000 God of War points? Why does this Fang challenging Great Emperor Huang Shi require double the price? The Spirit Tower explained. The God of War Tower has its own rules. This Spirit Tower already strove for the opportunity for you just now. It already consumed a large amount of origin, so I cannot make an exception for you again. She continued to finalize the order quickly. If you want to continue challenging Huang Shi, you can only choose the double price. As long as you successfully defeat Huang Shi, these 2,000 God of War points will also be refunded to you. Fang Chong stood dumbfounded on the spot, his heart churning like a violent storm. Only by defeating Great Emperor Huang Shi can I earn back the God of War points, but I cannot beat him. He hung his head dejectedly, eyes slightly red as he recalled the tragic defeat just now. Too shameful. Thought I successfully condensed a 9 turns golden core. No matter what, I count as a top-tier Heavens Chosen. Did not expect to not even be able to beat the 5 or 6-year-old Great Emperor Huang Shi. But reality was cruel enough to make him doubt life. With tears in his eyes, this Fang better challenge a 5-star Heavens Chosen to practice first. Ching Kang on this side was still observing intently through the screen, eyes cold and heartless. He gritted his teeth and frowned, face full of anger. Actually did not take the bait, unwilling to spend money for an idol. What kind of fan are you? Just a fake fan. The anger in his heart rose. Ching Kang could not sit still. Challenging a 5-star Heavens Chosen, right? This seat will arrange enough for you right now. Immediately after, the Spirit Tower raised her hand to summon a burst of cyan light, forming a light screen in front. She smiled happily, tone sweet. Okay, matching a 5-star Heavens Chosen for you now. Bai Lian's figure gradually became clear, becoming lifelike as if appearing alive before his eyes. The Spirit Tower cheered. Match successful, battle start. Fang Chong froze on the spot, face as black as if struck by lightning. Is it Martial Uncle Bai Lian's projection from when young? He froze for a moment, then was wild with joy. A thought flashed past. Luck is not bad. If I can beat Martial Uncle into flowing water and fallen flowers on the arena, record it and send it to Master to see. Master will definitely be very happy. Snickering in his heart, clenching fists tight. Maybe he will not punish me copying sect rules and commandments in the future. but just as he thought of this, Fang Chong suddenly felt a strange aura coming from Chu Long. But why is there cyan divine lightning lingering on this martial uncle's body in front of me, and the aura is so familiar? Is not he only knowledgeable in taijutsu? Not understanding lightning techniques, he held a long sword and shouted loudly, "Heaven did not birth me, Chu Long. The staff Tao is like a long night through the ages, tremble and moan under this heaven's chosen's long staff." As soon as the voice fell, he charged over, waving the sword like a storm. "Watch the move, my Ruyotion suppressing stick, destroying enemy den." Fang Chong raised his hands in panic to block hurriedly. His hair stood on end, face pale, sweating like rain. Oh my god, the young martial uncle is actually so strong, not giving Fang Chong a chance to counterattack. Long turned around, fast as lightning, striking out a series of powerful moves. Ruyotion suppressing stick, sky propping pillar, Ruyotion suppressing stick, overturning seas and rivers, without stopping, waving the staff to smash Fang Chong violently. Ruyotion suppressing stick, sweeping thousand armies, Ruyotion suppressing stick, poking for a day and night. Finally, he quietly looked down at Fang Chong, who was black and blue, lying on the ground with his butt sticking toward the sky, crying. He was in pain, unable to believe the fact. Tears streaming down his face still could not beat him. At this time in the divine firmament myriad tribulation valley, 10,000 bolts of lightning fell like torrential rain, booming incessantly. This was the most magical area of the divine firmament sacred ground, and also the central area of this valley. Thunder fell all year round, although mostly ordinary thunder. But if luck was good, one could also encounter rare alien divine lightning, even the legendary 5 elements divine lightning, mixed primordial divine lightning. Long Yuan stood in the void filled with lightning, absorbing the abundant energy contained in those thunderbolts. When he was still a true inheritance disciple, Zhang Longyuan had obtained a mixed primordial divine lightning origin in this place. From then on, refining the small 5 elements mixed primordial lightning god physique. Returning to reality, 2 figures wearing red and yellow Taoist robes suspended in midair amidst the fierce wind. Long Yuan turned his head, gaze scrutinizing Shen Tian, face full of curiosity. "Tianer, how did you feel about this battlefield trial?" He put his palms together to bow. "Many thanks for Master's concern, this trial went smoothly." He nodded slightly, yet maintained majesty. "Heard you were the person who discovered the evil spirit cultists earliest and destroyed their plan to resurrect the evil spirit. Is it convenient to tell Master how you saw through their plan?" Seeing him silent, Long Yuan answered softly, full of understanding. "If inconvenience, you can also hide it without saying. Master understands, young people always have some little secrets in their hearts." Shen Tian did not rush to answer, just silently recalled and began to narrate. Actually, discovering the evil spirit cultists this time was not disciples' credit, but junior brother Zhang San and others encountering the evil spirit cult and being captured during experience. He continued to narrate the detailed process. Before they were caught, they sent a spiritual sense transmission to junior brother Yun Di, only then contacting disciple to take action for the rescue. Long Yuan stood with hands behind his back, eyes revealing a look of satisfaction. "You did very well. Looking at the current situation, the purpose of those evil spirit cultists infiltrating the immemorial battlefield was to resurrect that evil spirit inside the battlefield back then." He frowned, thinking of that demon. That was a quasi-immortal level powerful evil spirit. If released, the entire eastern wilderness would be plunged into misery and suffering because of this. Long Yuan was incomparably grateful to him. "Fortunately, it was discovered by you in time, sparing the eastern wilderness a catastrophe of flowing blood." He still had a few sentences he wanted to say to Shen Tian. Just casually participating in a trial, yet able to expose such a huge conspiracy of the evil spirit cult. Long Yuan looked at him enviously. "Tianer is indeed the child of providence bestowed by the heavens upon this sacred ground. Master is very gratified to be able to praise you like this." Shen Tian was not arrogant, answering, "Master overpraises. This is all due to Master's proper teaching." Seeing him so polite, Long Yuan exhorted, "In front of Master, no need to be humble." Thinking of that group of people, his eyes were somewhat dangerous. Those captured evil spirit cultists have all been interrogated by junior sister Bai Lian and heavenly venerable Dan Wu. Only that every evil spirit cultist brain has a special memory-restricted zone. Once touching the true core secrets, it will cause spiritual sense self-destruction. Speaking of this, he explained. Therefore our interrogation harvest was not much, only confirming a dozen or so small-scale evil spirit cult strongholds, one of which is in the Great Yan country. He looked at Shen Tian, gaze solemn. "Those strongholds in your Great Yan country are already being monitored by disciples of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Jade Lake Sacred Ground. If not for worrying about startling the snake, the 2 great sacred grounds could encircle and suppress them at any time." Understanding Long Yuan's meaning, Shen Tian answered, "Master is wise, combating evil cults is everyone's responsibility. What can disciple do?" Long Yuan saw his appearance of upholding justice and praised, "Rare that you have the heart to eliminate demons and defend the Tao, but your cultivation is still weak. The evil spirit cult does not talk about fair duels or the dignity of the strong. Their world is only survival of the fittest." But he was somewhat worried, continuing to say, "Now your reputation resounds in the eastern wilderness. If you are remembered by the evil spirit cult, it is very likely there will be saints taking action to suppress you. So Tian'er, you must be extremely careful, absolutely cannot place yourself in danger. Best to hide one's clumsiness, hide your talent, do not appear too outstanding. Recalling himself back then, he exhorted. Master was able to grow up back then exactly because of hiding clumsiness. Otherwise, afraid I would have also suffered sneak attacks from those saints. After listening, Shen Tian felt enlightened. Directly asking a saint to come suppress me, so shameless? Just imagining that kind of ending, he worried for his little life. This saint's son's current cultivation is only at the golden body stage. Asking a saint to take action is not that using a cannon to hit a mosquito? He frowned, imagining, if it is a soul transformation stage, heavenly venerable, hitting this saint's son, I can still run. Maybe encounter opportunities during the escape and execute a counterkill. Shen Tian suddenly thought of a matter. Back then, if not for Hallmaster Bloodkill being bent on brainwashing this saint son to pull me into the gang but attacking with full force directly, this saint son would not even have had time to earth escape and would have kicked the bucket long ago. Sure enough, this saint son is not strong enough yet, must be more cautious. Shen Tian agreed seriously, obeying Long Yuan's intention. Disciple will definitely engrave Master's teachings into my heart. Long Yuan patted his shoulder affectionately and exhorted, of course, for ordinary heavens chosen, hiding one's clumsiness is indeed a relatively safe practice, but Tian'er, you are a child of providence favored by the heavenly Tao, therefore if you do not like to hide your sharpness, you can also roam freely in all directions. There is no need to worry about those enemies in the dark. A light of trust flowed in his eyes as he continued. Teacher firmly believes that as long as your luck is strong enough, no matter what dangerous situation you fall into, it will be fine. Teacher also believes incomparably that destiny will protect you with this. Destiny will protect you. But Shen Tian's face turned black after listening. Master, how many times does this saint's son have to say it? I really am not a child of providence, forget it, better to be as cautious as possible when going out in the future. Otherwise, if I get slapped to death by some saint in passing, that would be too miserable. But he still had a doubt. Did Master call me over specially just for this matter? Hearing this, Long Yuan said seriously, of course not, Tian'er. This seat hopes to understand the specific process of you finding the sole evil lord, he asked Shen Tian curiously. This might be of great help to this seat in interrogating Hallmaster Bloodkill and others. Wonder if it is convenient for you to disclose. Hearing this, Shen Tian recalled the course of events. The specific process of finding the sole evil lord is not that the process of me obtaining the 6 paths samsara disc. This question is not easy to explain. After pondering for a moment, he decided to speak. Not hiding it from Master, Disciple has a special ability to vaguely sense surrounding treasures. This sensing ability is a bit like intuition. Although the probability of appearing is not high, the accuracy rate is extremely high. Brought up the process of finding treasures again. Disciple found the one essence heavy water, nirvana holy liquid, and feathered immortal gold, previously entirely relying on this special sensing ability. Shen Tian also told him. On the battlefield, Disciple exactly vaguely sensed there were treasures on the phantom sound plane, so I went to check. But the profound yin qi on the periphery of the plane was dense, so Disciple did not dare to barge in at will. The following words made Long Yuan stare wide-eyed in shock. Subsequently, Disciple obtained the God of War Tower's recognition, and only went there again after possessing sufficient strength. As a result, I found the sole evil lord seal in the center of the plane. Long Yuan was indeed very confused. Special ability to sense surrounding treasures, Tian'er actually has such transcendent and refined natural talent, he thought seriously. Most children of Providence have their own special abilities, usually absolutely never telling others. Tian'er's special ability is obviously stronger than those children of Providence actually able to sense surrounding treasures. That is why he could gather 5 elements wonders in just a few short months. Placing this kind of ability on him with only this bit of cultivation is indeed very dangerous. So Long Yuan continued to ask, apart from this seat, who else knows of this ability of yours? Shen Tian shook his head to deny. No one else. Long Yuan was moved endlessly upon hearing this. Did not even tell royal father and older brother, yet told this seat. What kind of trust is this? It turns out that in Tian'er's heart, this seat is actually such a trustworthy master. Too moved. Suddenly he patted Shen Tian's shoulder, making Shen Tian somewhat awkward. This matter is of great importance, absolutely cannot tell anyone, even if you become Tao companions with Yun Shi in the future. It is best not to say either, Shen Tian answered obediently. Yes, master. Disciple will absolutely not tell a third person. The two were still inside the myriad tribulation valley. Long Yuan cast spells while saying to him, very good, next you follow this seat to meet those evil cultists. In another 100 years, this seat will pass down the position of saint leader. This seat hopes you can grow up as soon as possible. He did not forget to exhort, not only in terms of cultivation but also methods of management, layout, and maneuvering through various paths. Today is also an extremely good learning opportunity for you. Speaking, the two walked into the interior. What entered Shen Tian's eyes was the bound old man Bloodkill. As soon as Bloodkill saw Long Yuan, he shouted frantically, this seat's loyalty to the sacred cult can be learned by heaven and earth. Even if you whip this seat 3,000 times, this seat will absolutely not confess. Use whatever cruel punishments you have on this seat. Lightning fell at light speed. Bloodkill screamed in pain after being hit. Seeing this scene, Shen Tian thought with a dull look in his eyes, as expected of a saint enjoying supreme VIP private suite treatment, a series of binding play, sealing play, and electroshock play services. He was somewhat bewildered. Just what kind of evil technique is this, feeling that being electrocuted is not only not painful but seems quite pleasurable instead? A place like the Penglai Fairyland, that was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground Saint Leader Hall. A woman sat on a chair, her face covered by a layer of thin gauze. That was the Jade Lake Saint Leader. Shu Yu, she asked the person who just entered indifferently. You say Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian has already passed the God of War Tower's trial? Dan Wu reported seriously. Exactly, and according to reliable news, Shen Tian has already handed the God of War Tower over to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, beginning to open it to the 5 regions. Hearing this, Chu Yu smiled faintly. Zhang Longyuan really picked up a treasure. In just a few short months this kid has had almost constant fortuitous encounters. Even compared to that kid surnamed Qi from the Purple Mansion's Sacred Ground, he does not yield much. Chu Yu sighed helplessly. Having such a disciple really makes one envious. Dan Wu mentioned another matter again. This immemorial battlefield trial had a conspiracy of evil spirits mixing in. Heard it was to revive that quasi-immortal level evil spirit venerable sealed by the Samsara Saint Leader 10,000 years ago, but it was destroyed by the Divine Firmament Saint Sun, associating with recent events. She continued to say, what's more coincidental is that when the Divine Firmament Saint Sun teleported back to the sect station, the teleportation talisman malfunctioned. He was teleported to the valley where the evil spirit cult's bloodkill was lurking, causing the other party to be exposed. If not for this, with an evil spirit cult saint's concealment methods, it would definitely be hard to be discovered. Chu Yu became more interested in Shen Tian. Sure enough, a strange person. Could it be the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground really is going to be revived because of him? Speak frankly, this seat is very interested in this youth. She raised her eyebrows and continued. Since the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground obtained a supreme treasure as a neighbor sacred ground, this seat naturally has to go congratulate. To broaden horizons, Chu Yu stood up, lifting the thin gauze before her eyes. She instructed, Junior Sister Dan Wu called Junior Sister Shui Wu and Ling Wu to go to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground together to join in the fun. Back Mountain, Grand White Grotto Heaven, the air incomparably fresh. Konglin stood aside scolding several people. Faster, faster again. His sword practitioners' so-called sword techniques are all empty appearances. Only faster, stronger, and sharper is the kingly way. He frowned and continued. That kid Shen Ao actually missed this venerable's guidance because he wanted to accompany his younger brother. Truly rotten wood that cannot be carved. You slowly cannot learn from him. One must know sword Tao is like sailing against the current, must persevere unremittingly. Ziyang thought while cultivating with all his might. Clearly I already caught Li Lianer back, but this girl insisted on clamoring to find Shen Tian in front of senior brother. He felt somewhat of a headache. As a result, senior brother in a fit of anger punished Li Lianer to face the wall and reflect, and I was angered by senior brother too, grabbed to be a sparring partner. My disciple Shen Ao is bitter in his heart too. He forcibly endured the fear of Kanglin's monstrous momentum, senior brother. Poor Taoist heard the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground brought back the God of War Tower from the immemorial battlefield in this trial. Now the God of War Tower is in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, open to the 5 regions. Inside the tower are projections of countless heavens chosen from the 2 realms of immortal and mortal. He tentatively proposed a suggestion, making Kanglin's eyes shine with light. With senior brother's heaven-reaching sword Tao aptitude, if entering the God of War Tower, you will definitely be able to sweep all directions, becoming famous in one battle. Senior brother, do you really not consider going to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to take a look? Just these few words were enough to ignite Kanglin's high fighting spirit and desire for victory. Sweeping all directions, becoming famous in one battle. If it is really so, why worry? No one will come to find this venerable to learn the sword in the future. But on the surface he still had to pretend to be deep. Superficial, what famous or not famous? Does my generation of sword cultivators need to consider these? He began to bring out those philosophies of life again. My generation of sword cultivators only needs the 3-foot green blade in hand to slash all obstacles, marching forward courageously. If fettered by fame and fortune, do not think about having a place in the sword Tao in this life. Ziyang was actually completely convinced by his reasoning. Senior brother's words are reasonable. Ziyang knows his mistake, but Konglin changed his face immediately, even finding an excuse to cover up, however. Inside the God of War Tower are countless projections of heavens chosen. It is indeed a good place to temper sword technique, sword Tao, sword heart, and sword intent. He immediately ordered, Ziyang Chang, you have accepted this venerable's training for a long time. Now is exactly the time to temper with real heavens chosen. He even reminded the 2 loudly. This time you follow this venerable to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, to see exactly how this treasure descended from the immortal world is. Lianer listened for a long time, hiding in the dark. Finally could not help asking in a low voice, Dad, you are going to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Can you bring Lianer along? After listening, the sword inside his body unsheathed instantly. The scene changed. At this time on Shen Tian's side he was still looking at the scene before him intently. Long Yuan questioned the person before him. Bloodkill, do you really think this seat can do nothing to you? Bloodkill spoke wildly and bluntly. Use whatever methods you have. This Hallmaster is the sacred cult's person in life and the sacred cult's ghost in death. Even if you beat this Hallmaster 10 million times more, this Hallmaster will absolutely not betray the sacred cult. Long Yuan looked at him with a frown. This seat knows the special cultivation method you practice is to increase strength by constantly suffering attacks. To you, these whippings are not painful at all, and can even be converted into pleasure through your physique. Bloodkill remained stubborn and persistent. So what if you know, use whatever punishments you have. He immediately changed his tone, making Bloodkill begin to panic and fear. Since you are not afraid of pain, this seat naturally will not waste time. He even took the initiative to propose a bet. How about it? Within a moment this seat will make you spit everything out. Bloodkill pretended to be calm on the surface. Do you think this Hallmaster will be afraid? But inside he was very panicked. Why do I suddenly feel my chrysanthemum tighten? Long Yuan opened another scene, turning his head to ask, does Hallmaster Bloodkill recognize these demon apes? Seeing this group of guys, Bloodkill recognized them immediately. Scarlet Flame Joyous Apes. John. Long Yuan, what do you want to do? Scarlet Flame Joyous Apes, lewd by nature, extremely fond of harassing and violating humans, regardless of gender. Long Yuan teased, Taoist Bloodkill, do not panic. These Scarlet Flame Joyous Apes are only first-rank demon beasts, they cannot hurt you. He threw Bloodkill directly in. Since fellow Taoist insists on not saying anything, then this seat will not force it. Have to let you keep senior brother by Lian's Scarlet Flame Joyous Apes company. Look, these Scarlet Flame Joyous Apes are extremely enthusiastic. Presumably Taoist Bloodkill will like them very much. Bloodkill's eyes were terrified. Before he could even scream miserably, he was thrown in. Those apes also looked at him in confusion. Bloodkill thought secretly, a dignified divine firmament saint leader actually able to come up with such a perverted punishment truly makes one shudder without cold. If this matter spreads out, this Hallmaster will die with everlasting regret. Seeing him, every ape's face turned completely red, instantly rushing toward him like hungry tigers pouncing on food, scaring Bloodkill out of his wits. Let me go back, I am afraid, I am afraid. His shouting received a response, finally escaping that place. Bloodkill was still in shock. Before he could recover, he cursed Long Yuan angrily. Devil, you are a devil, how could you come up with such a perverted method? Long Yuan denied calmly, this wasn't thought up by this seat. This was an interrogation method senior brother Bai Lian learned when he accidentally destroyed a Joyous Hall branch of the evil spirit cult back then. He continued to say, heard the Joyous Hall once used this method to deal with many immortal gate disciples. The effect was excellent. This seat then also used it to entertain fellow Taoists to fulfill the duties of a host. After listening, Bloodkill spat and cursed. That bunch of sluts from the Joyous Hall. He finally was willing to speak. This time this seat admits defeat. What do you want to know? There is a restriction in this seat's memory. I cannot reveal secrets regarding the headquarters. Long Yuan also opened his mouth to ask. What this seat wants to know is not important. On the contrary, fellow Taoist, are not you curious why you were discovered? Black Yuan went to the immemorial battlefield to release the evil spirit and was captured by Tian'er. Clearly you hid in the inner layer of the valley, and even arranged arrays to cover up, yet were still discovered by this seat. He raised a doubt. Does not fellow Taoist feel all this is too coincidental? Bloodkill was a smart person, reacting immediately. You mean there is a spy among my subordinates? But Long Yuan denied immediately. Stupid, no wonder you ended up in such a state. Subsequently he pointed it out directly. Bloodkill, if you die, your subordinate branch halls will be leaderless. At that time, which branch hall will take over the evil spirit cult's forces? Who is the biggest beneficiary? If your plan successfully rescued that evil spirit venerable, your branch hall's status would rise significantly. In that case, which branch halls would be suppressed by you? Which one would be the first to suffer damage? Bloodkill heard this and began to deduce. Finding a way to rescue the sole evil lord was a plan the Bloodkill Hall prepared for 1,000 years, absolute top secret, yet was still destroyed by the divine firmament's sacred ground. This was indeed a bit fishy. He began to link various events. Black Yuan and that gang clearly had not started rescuing the sole evil lord yet. How could Shen Tian know the plan, and even capture the evil lord under the power of the phantom Yin Qi? It must be that the divine firmament's sacred ground knew we wanted to save the evil lord long ago, so they deliberately set up this big game. Bloodkill scrutinized everything carefully. Why did Shen Tian make a mistake transmitting back from the battlefield and happen to be teleported to our secret valley? How could it be so coincidental? He speculated for a long time, asserting with certainty. It must be other forces of the sacred cult colluding in the dark, wanting to drive the Bloodkill Hall to a dead end. In the next second he immediately guessed who that person was. It must be that old fellow 7-Kill plotting against me. Did not expect that dog thief 7-Kill to actually lay such a vicious hand on me. Shen Tian knew he was being completely led by the nose by Long Yuan, so he secretly gave a thumbs up to his master. As expected of master, even a mighty hero like this could not submit, yet was still played around in circles by you. Long Yuan spoke kindly. Can we talk about cooperation now, fellow Taoist Bloodkill? The old man frowned and asked, talk about cooperation? How to talk, Long Yuan said. Very simple. Use the 7-Kill Hall's intelligence to exchange for your life. How about it? In addition, this seat also needs your loyalty. But Bloodkill did not agree. This Hallmaster is a dignified saint. pledging loyalty to you. Are you worthy? Long Yuan immediately opened the Scarlet Flame Joyous Ape's domain. Since it is so, then forget it. Bloodkill instantly changed his tune. Calm down, loyalty is indeed a bit excessive. How about we talk about cooperation? Long Yuan was also very easy to talk to. Tell this seat all the intelligence of the 7 Kill Hall and promise this seat to be an undercover agent in the evil spirit cult. Only then can this seat agree to let you go. Otherwise you stay here to keep the Scarlet Flame Joyous Ape's company. The old man hesitated somewhat. This time I was captured by you. Quite a few people witnessed it with their own eyes. You asking me to return to the evil spirit cult as an undercover agent is not that wanting this hallmaster to go send himself to death. Subsequently he continued to find excuses. One must know the heavenly illusion Dharma King is skilled in illusions. I cannot resist his soul-confusing great art. Long Yuan had long anticipated this situation. As long as fellow Taoist promises this seat naturally has a way to help you. To deceive others, first one must deceive oneself. And listen well, this seat says in the myriad tribulation valley. The atmosphere here was gloomy and oppressive. Long Yuan exhorted, Tian'er, today this seat brought you to interrogate Bloodkill, to tell you that even for the righteous path sometimes one also needs to do extraordinary things, he taught. The methods of the world are not divided into righteous and evil. Used for righteousness it is righteous, used for evil it is evil. One only needs to stick to one's original heart. Speaking of this, the tone was somewhat direct. Do you understand? Shen Tian had a sudden realization as if obtaining a supreme treasure. Master means to deal with shameless people one must use methods even more shameless than them. Is that the meaning? Long Yuan was helpless but could only admit that was the meaning. But this is just shown for you to see, Tian'er. In the future, if forced to a point where you cannot help yourself, you can follow suit, he continued to say. But if you have an open and above-board path, it is best not to do this kind of underhanded thing. After all, Tian'er, you are a child of providence. Image is very important. At this time, Shen Tian affirmed seriously, disciple understands if wanting to use this kind of shameful method, one only needs to see if it is worth it, right? He declared impassionedly. For an identity like ours, usually we must be upright. Long Yuan held his forehead helplessly. He also felt helpless regarding Shen Tian's way of thinking. Tian'er's perception is high and he is also very filial, but his speech is too direct, what is called a shameful method, still too young. The art of speaking still needs more tempering. Relying on 5-element spells, these disciples built a small city within half a day. This city was used to receive other Immortal Gate disciples coming to visit, trial and fight in the God of War Tower. In these few days the news of the God of War Tower descending upon the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had already spread everywhere. The small dependent sects around the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground also sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts one after another. Regarding such sensible affiliated sects, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground immediately expressed that elders and disciples of all sects could enter the God of War Tower for trials without any restrictions. Of course, whether one wins or loses, earns or loses in the God of War Tower has nothing to do with the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Yi Qingqing launched a daily sparring mode. Compared to the betting mode, often wagering millions or tens of millions, the sparring mode obviously had lower risk. If choosing this kind of sparring mode, ordinary Immortal Gate disciples only needed to spend a small amount of spirit stones to be able to spar with opponents to their heart's content. Although simple, there were still many Heavens Chosen who chose the betting mode like before, fighting same-rank battles with Immortal World Heavens Chosen. Only a pity that they were aggressive when going in but dejected when coming out. Those ordinary Heavens Chosen who thought their natural talent was matchless, discovered painfully after entering the God of War Tower that their little savings were simply insufficient to support 3 or 4 star level battles. Subsequently, they discovered sorrowfully that they did not need to worry about having no money to challenge 3 or 4 star Heavens Chosen at all because they could not even beat 1 star Heavens Chosen. Within a few short days, countless Immortal Gate youths who originally had eyes higher than the top suffered a beatdown from society. Those with firm wills knew shame and became brave, beginning to cultivate assiduously. Those with fragile wills held their heads and cried bitterly, blaming heaven and others. The God of War Tower's reputation rose to great fame. Among the disciple groups of various sects, almost everyone was discussing who from which sect passed which level of the God of War Tower. Yi Qingqing also produced a God of War rookie stele. This ancient stele recorded the results of Heavens Chosen under 100 years old breaking through the God of War Tower levels. Once exceeding 100 years old, the name would disappear from the stele, replaced by later generations. In other words, this was a ranking of the natural talent of pure Heavens Chosen. If one could leave a name on this rookie stele, it was enough to prove that one's aptitude within 100 years was sufficient to rank in the top 100. For the vast majority of Immortal Gate disciples, this was a supreme glory. The crowd gathered curiously around the God of War Tower, whispering, discussing exactly those few people, the people closest to the Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian. That is right, heard they can battle in the God of War Tower for half price. Daily sparring does not even cost money. They wipe tears secretly, really truly makes one jealous. At this time Zhang San was reporting to Fugi, Senior Brother Song, these few days Senior Brother Saint Sun has been in seclusion cultivating inside the God of War Tower. Logically speaking, he should be breaking through levels, but he was somewhat doubtful. But why is senior brother's name not on either the God of War General Steel or the Rookie Steel? Fugi said straightforwardly. Obviously, the Saint Son does not want to show off. We have known the Saint Son for a long time, knowing deeply that senior brother has always been low profile and humble, not liking to show his face. He imagined on his own 7,749 reasons why senior brother's name wasn't on the list. Actually, according to my deduction, firstly, although the Saint Son is humble as a peerless heaven's chosen, the arrogance in his bones will absolutely not disappear. His natural aptitude can be called shocking. Does a mere God of War Steel have the qualification to define him? He spoke impassionedly again. Even if the entire God of War Tower has been subdued by him, if the Saint Son's name goes on the list, it will inevitably attract others' criticism. Fugi's brows locked tight. With senior brother Saint Son's arrogance, P estimate he is also too lazy to explain, better to directly not go on the list to avoid trouble. Then he emphasized, as for the second reason, I am afraid it is because senior brother Saint Son does not want to strike a blow to other heavens chosen. Zhang San was puzzled. What does senior brother Song mean by this? He explained again. Little Zhang, you do not understand. Back then in the immemorial battlefield, Song saw with his own eyes senior brother's name ranked second, and subsequently deduced with joy that senior brother's rating at that time was second on the whole list, equivalent to the 6-star heavens chosen Huang Shi. But only after a short while it increased again. The ranking directly surpassed Huang Shi, becoming an unprecedented 7-star heavens chosen. The evidence he gave was extremely persuasive, making Zhang San shocked again and again. When senior brother Saint Son defeated a 5-star heavens chosen, he was rated by the God of War Tower as the strongest 5-star heavens chosen. Subsequently, he did not stop at all, directly challenging a 7-star heavens chosen and won within a short time. This means that a 7-star heavens chosen was also defeated in one move in front of senior brother. Fugi's performance at this moment was simply like Shen Tian's brainless fan. So Song thinks perhaps the God of War Steel is already insufficient to rate the Saint Son's natural talent. Or perhaps the Saint Son's natural talent has already surpassed 7-star, reaching the 8-star level. These words made Zhang San incomparably shocked. Fugi also said, because senior brother Saint Son considered the self-esteem and self-confidence of other ordinary geniuses, he could only conceal his own information. Otherwise, how many heavens chosen would despair because of this or even breed inner demons? This is exactly the Saint Son's kindness. Listening to these words, the belief of the Shen Tian brainless fan became somewhat firmer again. It turns out senior brother Saint Son is both powerful and so gentle. In this life I will follow senior brother Saint Son for sure. Uncle Gui summarized finally, these are just senior brother Song's guesses, everyone just listen, absolutely do not spread it out. Zhang San agreed immediately. Looking at the God of War Tower, Uncle Gui sighed with emotion. In just a few short months His Highness changed from an originally ill-fated ordinary prince to the divine firmament Saint Son, making the entire eastern wilderness dare not underestimate him. Even now there are people guessing he is an 8-star heavens chosen. In the future, he will definitely become an existence invincible in the 5 regions. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart. His Highness finally became a talent. If concubine Lan has a spirit in heaven, she can also smile in the underworld. At this time on the arena of the God of War Tower's 7th layer, the person being touted as an 8-star heavens chosen was exactly here. Shen Tian observed the opponent before him seriously. Standing in front of him was the immortal world's heavenly punishment race. The two engaged immediately. Shen Tian's 36 heavenly wilderness collided violently with the heavenly punishment race's shattered star roaming sky. The heavenly punishment race was instantly beaten until body and spirit were destroyed. Just one move and the 7-star heavens chosen went to see his ancestors. But Shen Tian was still not quite satisfied, did not expect the gap with 7-star heavens chosen to be this big. This guy's combat power is much stronger than before. He thought seriously. Although this Saint Son is covered in treasures, combat experience is far inferior to other heavens chosen. So I ran to the God of War Tower to play with these heavens chosen projections. That old man Yi Qingqing actually did not scheme against me, but guided me very patiently instead. Using his words, it is that I learn everything very fast, but it is too messy, so I must first digest the learned knowledge. Frowning to recall what happened just now, after Yi Qingqing's reminder I started practicing controlling energy to fight. Starting from 6-star heavens chosen first, using feathered immortal gold to compete in speed with the immortal world's medicine god race using the devouring immortal vine to compete in vine control arts with the immortal world's Juming race, he recalled. Using 1 essence heavy water to compete with the immortal world's sea god race, then using South Ming vermilion fire to compete with the immortal world's Zerang race, and then using mixed primordial divine lightning to compete with the thunder spirit race. Recalling it, Shen Tian discovered, in the process of competing with these heavens chosen, I specially sealed other powers, only using the skills the opponent was good at to fight, and tried to defeat them. Recalling that experience, Shen Tian was terrified to the point of getting goosebumps all over his body. The result was naturally P being beaten very miserably, feeling that the Golden Body Tao Foundation was almost trampled to crack, experienced unknown times of 9 deaths and 1 life. Even Tang monk retrieving scriptures with 81 tribulations wasn't as miserable as me. The image of Qing Kang floated in his mind, using that old fox Yi Qing Kang's words. This is called what does not kill you will only make you stronger. But I seriously suspect this old fox wanted to find an excuse to abuse me. Qing Kang also appeared at this time, tone carrying blame. Stinking brat, you shattered another one of this old man's 7-star heaven's chosen projections. Too violent. He withdrew the projection. Shen Tian was also grateful in his heart. But this fighting method also made my combat experience grow rapidly. Now the majority of 7-star heavens chosen in the tower are already not my opponents, Shen Tian asked in confusion. Cannot they be recovered infinitely? What are you distressed about? Looks like there are no stronger 7-star heavens chosen in the tower for this Saint Sun to break. Qing Kang spoke to drive him away. Enough, these few days you shattered dozens of 6 and 7-star heavens chosen. It is already enough. Be content. Go back and summarize properly. Digest these combat experiences. Do not be insatiably greedy. Biting off more than one can chew may not be a good thing, and it wastes spirit stones. Shen Tian turned to leave. Fine, I'll go out to rest and incidentally enter seclusion to complete the first turn golden body. A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of the God of War tower. The crowd had been waiting for a long time, applauding to welcome him. Senior brother Saint Sun. Several female cultivators saw Shen Tian, eyes revealing obvious infatuation. This is Divine Firmament Saint Sun. Senior brother Shen Tian finally saw him. Love it, love it. Always heard Divine Firmament Saint Sun's appearance is outstanding. Now I know that hearing about it is not as good as seeing it. These words were too exaggerated. Even Shen Tian felt speechless hearing them. Heavens, why let me meet the Divine Firmament Saint Sun? Meeting but not being able to possess, this is simply the world's greatest torture. Another woman also chimed in saying love words. I want to cancel the engagement with senior brother Qing Yun because I have already found my true love. A group of male cultivators also swarmed up to ask Shen Tian, Saint Sun, your highness, heard you entered the immemorial battlefield and brought out the God of War tower. Wonder if it is convenient to reveal the process? Saint Sun, your highness, heard only 7-star heavens chosen are qualified to make the God of War tower. Recognize a master and bring it out. But your name is not on the God of War stele. Do you have any explanation for this? Saint Sun, your highness, heard your close disciples entering the tower can enjoy a 30% discount. Is this somewhat unfair to people of other immortal gates? Being bombarded by a pile of questions, Shen Tian was in shock. Mommy, when did this group of paparazzi appear in the Divine Firmament sacred ground? Fugi and others hurriedly rushed over to resolve the siege for him, taking him to leave this place. Everyone make way. Senior brother Saint Sun just finished experiencing and needs to rest. Ji Jia also stepped forward to escort him away. Everyone just ask us if you have matters. Suddenly, Shen Tian felt something strange. Why did the sword intent in my body suddenly become excited? A sword Dao mighty figure descended, looking at the sky, seeing a shining star. No, a cloud. The crowd was very surprised. It is Changhe sword venerable. A look of incomparably enjoying this flattery appeared on Kanglin's face. The sword intent is so strong, worthy of being the #1 person in sword Dao in the eastern wilderness for 3,000 years. Others approached seeing this. Changhe sword venerable. 10 years since we parted, your sword intent has become even more refined. Sword Venerable, my dog son is obsessed with Sword Dao. Wonder if he has the fortune to learn from Sword Venerable. This seat is willing to prepare a heavy gift. But Kanglin ignored them. He observed the God of War tower solemnly. Kanglin looked at it and evaluated. This broken tower is the God of War tower. Back then, when this Venerable entered the immemorial battlefield for trials, did not encounter this tower, and even regarded it as a regret, did not expect there is actually a chance to fulfill this long-cherished wish today. Suddenly, he noticed another direction. Seeing Shen Tian, Kanglin probed. He is the Divine Firmament Saint Sun. Shen Tian, a handsome youth. After looking for a while, he recognized him, opening his mouth wide in surprise. Heavenly Sword Divine Physique. Physical body strength is only at the golden body stage, yet possesses the Heavenly Sword Divine Physique constitution. This kid is a unique seed of the Sword Dao. Truly a peerless sword embryo of the current age. If I can accept him as a disciple, I can definitely teach a peerless sword saint who looks down on the southern region. Thinking of this, he got even angrier. If I went to the Great Yan country personally a few months ago, perhaps I could have seen through Shen Tian's Heavenly Sword Divine Physique. If it were really so, even if this Venerable had to fight desperately with Bai Lian, I would accept Shen Tian as a disciple. When this seat returns, I must definitely train Zi Yang, that eyed but pearl-less fool, nonstop. Kanglin finally opened his mouth to ask, You are Shen Tian? Shen Tian answered respectfully. Shen Tian pays respects to Senior Li. I have long heard of your great name. Kanglin indeed had to look at him with new eyes, very polite. In the Myriad Spirit Garden, little brother Shen Tian once opened a 7 treasures immortal gourd worm, helping Li enter. Li owes you a favor. Li sees you are a sword practice wizard hard to meet in 1,000 years. If you are willing, Li can pass you the sword Dao. He added to persuade him, You and I have no master-disciple title. Wait until the day the sword Dao is accomplished. You can leave the Grand White Grotto Heaven on your own. How about it? Hearing this proposal, Shen Tian was somewhat surprised. What? Go to Grand White Grotto Heaven to learn the sword? This is teaching people sword practice at the slightest disagreement, but he thought about it and felt it inappropriate. This old man trains his own biological son so brutally. If this saint son goes to learn the sword, would not I be trained until my own mother does not recognize me? Moreover, if this saint son really wants to learn the sword, do I still need you to teach? The sword techniques in the God of War Tower are plentiful. This saint son can pick whatever I want to learn. Shen Tian refused tactfully. Junior appreciates Senior Li's good intentions, but Junior is the divine firmament saint son. Truly inconvenient to follow Senior to learn the sword at will. This made Kanglin turn around, huffing with anger. Kid who does not know what's good for him. He placed his attention on the God of War Tower again, saying loudly, Grand White Grotto Heavens Li Kanglin, requests to enter the tower for trial. A ray of light shot out immediately, enveloping Kanglin. Seeing this, the crowd whispered again. There is a show to watch. Wonder how many stars Changhe Sword Venerable can be rated as by the immortal world standards. On the God of War, General Steel, Divine Firmament Saint Leader Zhang Longyuan only ranks 6th. Changhe Sword Venerable is estimated to rank in the top 10, someone else speculated. Changhe Sword Venerable is the number 1 in Eastern Wilderness Sword Dao. Perhaps there is hope to rank in the top 5 or even top 3. Inside the God of War Tower, on the God of War Arena, Kanglin was facing the Spirit Tower. She greeted, Hello middle-aged swordsman, welcome to the God of War Arena. Subsequently began to introduce, On this arena you can spar with heavens chosen of both immortal and mortal realms to your heart's content. If able to defeat these heavens chosen, you can obtain various precious secret method inheritances. Then she reminded, in addition, if performance is outstanding, there is also a chance to carve your name on the God of War Steel, leaving a name for 100 generations. The God of War, General Steel, records the heavens chosen rank evaluation of those who pass the tower in this world. The God of War Rookie Steel records the rank evaluation of heavens chosen within 100 years old. Kanglin cupped his hands, asking bluntly, This venerable heard that only 7-star heavens chosen can make the God of War Tower recognize a master. Then why is the first place on the God of War General Steel not a 7-star heavens chosen? She answered immediately. Because that 7-star heavens chosen chose not to be listed. Hearing this, Kanglin had some interest. 7-star heavens chosen? This venerable is quite curious. Exactly how strong is the power of a 7-star heavens chosen? The Spirit Tower suggested to him. Want to challenge a 7-star heavens chosen? Challenge target is random. Both sides' cultivations are suppressed to the level of the weaker one. Kanglin decided rapidly. Also good. Then today this venerable will fight this so-called 7-star heavens chosen. The Spirit Tower also notified. Challenge confirmed. Matching opponent randomly. Match successful. Challenge start. Kanglin felt very interested at this time. Great. Did not expect to actually be matched with a peerless heavens chosen possessing the heavenly sword anomaly. Thrilling, thrilling, he was already prepared. This venerable wants to record this peak duel for Chang Lianer and Hour to look up to, letting them know what is called truly being supreme in the sword Dao. The heavens chosen appeared actually Shen Tian's projection. So coincidental, very good, just right for this venerable to teach you a lesson. The Spirit Tower appeared suddenly. Since your cultivation is too high to ensure fairness, I will suppress your cultivation to the same level as the opponent. Do you agree? Kanglin answered, Agree. Waving her hand, she announced, starting to suppress cultivation. At this time, Kanglin also discovered the special point. Did not expect this kid's chi refining cultivation is still at the foundation establishment stage, but Godfiend body tempering cultivation has promoted to the golden body stage. Sure enough, a genius cultivating Godfiend body tempering. He closed his eyes to enter meditation, preparing for battle, subsequently looking at Shen Tian incomparably confidently. Even suppressing cultivation, the battle experience this venerable accumulated over 1,000 years. How can a tiny projection compare? I have fought more battles than the rice you, Shen Tian, have eaten. He immediately displayed Long River returning to sea covering 10,000 streams to attack. Shen Tian's projection also counterattacked. Heaven and Earth mysterious sect, root of 10,000 chi, black tortoise in the north, true bodies meeting, the two engaged directly. Shen Tian's projection displayed another move, heavenly spirit mist. Kanglin was incomparably surprised. That move of the mist plane spirit, how did this kid learn it? Having the heavenly sword divine physique in vain, yet not learning the supreme sword Dao, actually learning these messy things. Putting the cart before the horse, he counterattacked, tone mixed with disdain. Watch this venerable supreme sword chi, breaking this insidious trick of yours. But this move hit the air, not seeing Shen Tian's trace. Kanglin was surprised. Where is the person? Yet saw vines attacking Kanglin rapidly. He was somewhat flustered seeing this. The vine's thorns are actually poisonous, such strong paralysis toxin. Despicable, Kanglin shouted angrily. Despicable, shameless, what ghost vine is this? Sword chi break this ghost thing completely, sweeping away demons and ghosts. The vines rushed directly toward his rear, truly shattering one's worldview. Kanglin was in pain and extremely flustered. Bastard animal, you actually dare to stab this venerable there. Only a few seconds later, Kanglin had been abused into slag. Finally he also woke up. Sitting still blankly, the Spirit Tower also flew over from the rear. Kanglin frowned solemnly but could hardly conceal the anger. He suddenly realized, this venerable did not die. Seeing Kanglin seemed very surprised, the Spirit Tower felt strange. To let Heaven's Chosen play more happily, this tower adopted Divine Firmament Saint Sun's suggestion, letting the challenger's original body projection spar with the guarding Heaven's Chosen projection. So during the battle process, even if disabled or dying, there is no need to worry. What is destroyed is only the projection. Your true body did not receive any harm. Is that so? Hearing this, Kanglin sighed secretly. Fortunately, it wasn't his own body just now, otherwise that bastard kid actually dared to insult this venerable like that. Simply unbearable. Kanglin asked her curiously, "Tower Spirit, is there a way to let me challenge Shen Tian one more time?" She answered immediately. Middle-aged Heaven's Chosen, the God of War Tower's rule is usually matching opponents randomly. Seeing the request rejected, he began to increase the price. This venerable is willing to pay 3 times the special price. Tower Spirit turned back to smile. Middle-aged Heaven's Chosen, please do not make it difficult for this tower. Things that cannot be solved with money can all be solved with a lot of money. Upholding this motto, Kanglin continued, 5 times the bet. The Spirit Tower indeed reconsidered. Your condition moved this tower, she finally agreed. Fine, middle-aged Heaven's Chosen, you are a peerless Heaven's Chosen, truly crazy for the sword. This tower can make an exception for you once. You can compete with Shen Tian's projection one more time, but must keep it secret. After all, this tower has rules. Making an exception for you is also very stressful, Kanglin answered respectfully. This venerable understands. Facing Shen Tian's projection again, this time Kanglin observed the opponent more carefully. Why is this guy dressed so strangely? Could it be his specialty is not using spirit mist to turn invisible, burrowing underground and then using devouring immortal vine to sneak attack? Shen Tian immediately made the first move, 36 Heavenly Wilderness Hammers, Shattered Star Hammer Duel. Shen Tian made a move again with 36 Heavenly Wilderness Hammers, Sky-Breaking Hammer. Seeing him make a move, Kanglin shouted angrily, "Bastard!" Clearly having the Heavenly Sword Divine Physique, actually went to practice the hammer. He could not help sacrificing a killing move. "You are a stain on the sword Dao, this venerable must teach you a lesson," Kanglin shouted. This venerable absolutely cannot lose a second time. Shen Tian's projection did not sit waiting for death either. God of War transformation, first transformation, 1 essence heavy water transformation. Kanglin could feel Shen Tian's abnormality. This guy's aura suddenly skyrocketed a lot. Even this venerable feels somewhat dangerous, but he had already thought of a way to counterattack. Although you are strong, this venerable is not afraid. This venerable must defeat you. Kanglin launched a move attacking Shen Tian. Yi Qingkang had been watching this battle. He sighed with emotion. Another good seedling, just that the mouth is too foul. Calling this tower a broken tower at first, now full of obscenities again, completely not as likable as those 2 kids. Speaking of this, he frowned. Wanting to challenge Tianer and still wanting Tianer to learn the sword from you, eat a hammer. Just at this time, Shen Tian's hammer also grew larger. He rushed toward Kanglin while he was still underestimating the enemy. Big is not necessarily good, 1 inch shorter is 1 inch riskier to block this blow. He also made a move. Break for me. Shen Tian's projection wasn't that easy to deal with either. He gave a loud shout, strength great as a mountain smashing him flat. Kanglin was beaten black and blue, parents unable to recognize. He sobbed painfully, perhaps never having suffered this kind of grievance. How is it possible that even my sword chi could be broken? The Spirit Tower hurriedly came to comfort. Middle-aged Heaven's Chosen, do not be discouraged. Believe in yourself, next time can definitely do better. He was completely unable to calm down, shouting, I was actually smashed. No way, this venerable still wants to add money. Again, outside the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, everything remained calm, diametrically opposite to inside the God of War Tower. Several elders conversed outside. Not bad this time. The Divine Firmament Saint Leader also prepared a welcome banquet for us. Others also asked curiously, speaking of which it is also strange, why has not Changhe Sword Venerable come out of the God of War Tower yet? With his strength he should be able to obtain the rank evaluation very quickly, right? Estimate he is charging for the highest level. Looking behind, they also realized. Jade Lake Saint Leader arrived. Jade Lake Saint Leader Chu Yu was approaching with the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds troops. Everyone greeted respectfully. Pays respects to Jade Lake Saint Leader. Pays respects to Jade Lake Saint Leader. Chu Yu walked down slowly. She spoke to remind everyone need not stand on ceremony. Long Yuan, however, wasn't too enthusiastic. He said coldly, did not know Jade Lake Saint Leader honored us with your presence, failing to welcome you from afar. Hope you beg pardon. Jin Yu even leaned close to tease. Ouch, is not this Springflower big sister? Not seen you for a few hundred years. Why also learn to act like others, doing these fairy-like tones? Chu Yu spoke coldly. First, this seat is not called Springflower big sister. Please call me Jade Lake Saint Leader or Fairy Chu Yu. She frowned, continuing. Second, what this seat cultivates is not acting, but the Jade Lake Emperor Sutra. Not allowing you, this hooligan, to insult. Speaking of this, her attitude also became intense, making Jin Yu sweat cold sweat instantly. Third, heartless man who let down junior sister Dan Wu's heart, do not get chummy with this seat. If not for the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds protection, this seat would definitely castrate you. Dan Wu looked at the trembling Jin Yu, secretly giving a thumbs up. As expected of the Jade Lake big sister, truly domineering, Dan Wu saw the atmosphere was full of the smell of gunpowder, immediately standing out to smooth things over. Senior sister, you misunderstood senior brother Long. Last time the evil cult sneak attacked, Dan Wu encountered danger. Fortunately, Senior Brother Long rushed there in time to save me. She was even unswerving, fighting spirit high. I believe Senior Brother Long still has me in his heart. As long as I continue to work hard, I can definitely move him. Looking at Jin Yu's hanging around appearance, Chu Yu would believe it when pigs fly. This rascal even went specially to save you, junior sister. Already a 1,000-year-old virgin, can you not be so naive? Chu Yu then turned her head to ask Long Yuan, where is that evil spirit cult vile spawn? He answered faintly. Hall Master Bloodkill has already been imprisoned by me in the Thunder Divine Prison. Absolutely no mistake, politely inviting her. Saint Leader Chu Yu rushed all the way here. This seat has already prepared immortal fruits and fine wine to wash the dust for everyone, please. Chu Yu smiled happily. Since it is so, then I'll have to trouble Taoist brother Long Yuan. This polite way of treating guests made Chu Yu very satisfied. Both were disciples of the same master and both were once peak heavens chosen. The previous generation saint leader ultimately chose the second disciple, Zhang Longyuan, to inherit the saint position. Indeed, his vision was far-sighted. Truly, one does not know until one compares. Once compared, it is a shock. Compared to that Chu Long, the current divine firmament saint leader is much stronger in all aspects, worthy of being the master of resurgence. Divine firmament saint leader. A moment later, Shen Tian also respectfully reported, Master, the banquet to wash away the dust is ready. Longyuan also invited the various big shots to enter the hall. I am very at ease with Tianer handling matters. Everyone please be seated. Chu Yu was surprised. Is this youth the divine firmament saint's son? Long Yuan introduced proudly. It is precisely Tianer. Exposing the evil spirit cult's conspiracy this time relied entirely on his credit. Looking at his appearance, she also praised, indeed a hero out of a youth, not only matchless in handsomeness but also surrounded by great providence. Long Yuan only responded faintly. Saint leader Chu Yu overpraises. Heard your noble sect also found a successor with the innate elemental spirit body recently. Truly worthy of congratulations. Mentioning this matter indeed poked Chu Yu's hidden worry. Linger's root bone was indeed excellent, but this girl's heart was entirely on his noble disciple. She feared the successor she taught with great care would eventually throw herself into the arms of this noble sect's heavens chosen. She frowned and sighed secretly. That would be fine too, after all. His noble disciple's appearance was indeed handsome, truly lovable. She only feared that the falling flowers are intentional, but the flowing water is unfeeling. Hope she does not learn from a certain bastard. Seeing this, Long Yuan persuaded, let the young people resolve young people's matters themselves. Although Yun Shi and Tianer have an engagement, this seat will not forcibly urge it. Let everything follow fate. Chu Yu also understood this reasoning. Saint leader Divine Firmament is very right. Let everything follow fate. Divine Firmament and Jade Lake were neighbors. In the future, if the Divine Firmament Saint's son was interested, he could often come to Jade Lake as a guest. No need to be restrained, she continued. The Jade Lake sacred ground only recruits female disciples and does not lack stunningly beautiful and talented women. A natural-born wizard like the Saint's son will definitely be extremely welcomed by them. Hearing these words, the several guests were also stunned. The Jade Lake Saint leader actually took the initiative to invite the Divine Firmament Saint's son to the Jade Lake sacred ground as a guest. People in the know immediately explained, one must know the Jade Lake sacred ground is publicly recognized as having clouds of beauties, which Eastern Wilderness Heavens Chosen does not want to pursue and marry a fairy from the Jade Lake sacred ground. This group of people was jealous to death. On what basis does only he have this special treatment, just because he is handsome? Finally, everyone entered the main hall. Long Yuan opened his mouth to remind Shen Tian, Tianer, you sit here. Everyone was already seated. Although Shen Tian sat down, he broke out in cold sweat all over. Top big shots eating. Is not it inappropriate for me, a weak chicken, to sit here? Other juniors are all standing. In case I am too much in the limelight and get hated by people, what if they put a sack over this saint's son's head in the future? Master, why do not you let disciple be a bit lower profile? Long Yuan spoke only at this time. Not hiding it, this seat using the God of War Tower to banquet everyone is not only for the matter of the God of War Tower. More importantly, this seat has already grasped the specific location of the evil spirit cult 7 Kill Hall. He clarified the plan. Tomorrow night is the day of heavenly demon clashing with 7 fiends, encountered once every 3,000 years. It is extremely suitable for evil cultists to refine evil spirit artifacts. This seat hopes to gather everyone's strength to surprise attack and destroy the 7 Kill Hall before the heavenly demon clashes with 7 fiends, he continued with a solemn expression. Otherwise, if the 7 Kill Hall's devils are allowed to scatter and create chaos, refining evil treasures, at that time, even if the various immortal gates combine forces and our strength far exceeds the evil cult, it will probably be too late. Subsequently, he turned to analyze the pros and cons. Of the gains from destroying the 7 Kill Hall this time, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is willing to yield 50% to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and various Grotto Heavens, and blessed lands for distribution. Everyone also knows the evil cult's foundation is deep and unfathomable. Destroying the 7 Kill Hall this time will definitely not let everyone suffer a loss. The several big shots also responded with full effort upon hearing this. Many thanks, Divine Firmament Saint Leader. We are willing to follow the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to attack the 7 Kill Hall. He was very satisfied hearing this. Good, then let us set the action timing, distribute manpower and set off tomorrow morning. Subsequently, he turned to say to Shen Tian, Tianer attacking the 7-kill hall this time is an excellent trial opportunity. You go along too. He trusted Shen Tian extremely. You are a child of providence favored by the heavens. With you here, this battle will definitely obtain complete victory. These words fell into the ears of the crowd below, causing whispering. Divine Firmament Saint Sun Shen Tian's luck is indeed extremely good, having retrieved the inheritance and God of War Tower for the Divine Firmament sacred ground. But treating Shen Tian as a sacred ground mascot and taking him along even to crusade against the evil spirit cult, is not it too trifling? They even discussed in low voices. Are not they afraid that an evil spirit cult strong expert's ultimate move might hit off target, then directly making him breathe his last? Listening to their discussion, Long Yuan laughed secretly in his heart. How could my disciple Shen Tian suffer a loss in a chaotic battle? At that time he will definitely obtain countless opportunities to grow. He could not help being proud, thinking, wars, trials, and chaotic battles are always the best places for children of Providence to temper themselves. This seat is creating opportunities for Tianer, letting him exert the destiny protagonist's luck to the extreme. Shen Tian answered respectfully upon hearing this. Disciple dares not disobey master's instructions, but his heart was already roaring. Only when having no way out does one need to risk one's life to gamble for resources. Looking for cultivation methods, this Saint Sun currently holds Yin-Yang Lightning Explosion talismans, the God of War Tower, and a pile of Emperor Sutras unpracticed. Running to exterminate the evil spirit called 7-kill hall at this time, brain must have gotten water. Long Yuan seemed to understand his thoughts, speaking immediately. Good, only by not fearing danger can one walk further on the immortal path. Give your Saint Sun token to me. Taking the token from Shen Tian's hand, Long Yuan cast spells while instructing. This seat has already replenished the 3 attacks inside the token. Tianer, if encountering attacks from heavenly venerable level or above evil cultists during the encirclement and suppression. Remember, you must protect yourself well. He feared Shen Tian would risk his life, adding, one must know safety first. Even 10 evil cult saints' lives are not as important as yours. Shen Tian answered obediently, please rest assured, master, disciple will take good care of himself. Shen Tian gripped the token tightly, confidence multiplying. With the Saint Sun token plus the God of War token Yi Qingking gave, this encirclement and suppression is steady. The God of War token allows me to contact Yi Qingking at any time if necessary, can even directly summon the God of War Tower to break through the void to come suppress all directions. Long Yuan only then turned to say to the various big shots, good, please return to your sects quickly to prepare. The several people left hurriedly, bidding farewell first. We will go back to reorganize troops and horses immediately. The Immortal Gate warboat finally set off. Standing at the bow were 3 familiar figures. Chu Yu praised in a low voice, constructing a void channel transporting the Divine Firmament flying boat so easily. Saint Leader Long Yuan, you are stronger than this seat imagined. Long Yuan only responded faintly. Saint Leader Chu Yu overpraises. The flying boat passed through the void channel. Long Yuan spoke out to call upon everyone. Everyone, we have arrived at the destination of this trip. This seat has already shielded the Divine Firmament flying boat's aura. Hope everyone also restrains their own auras. Looking at the scene before them, Long Yuan announced, according to reliable intelligence, the evil spirit cult 7-kill hall is located within the ruins of the immeasurable ancient kingdom. Mentioning the immeasurable kingdom, it was a kingdom of the eastern wilderness 10,000 years ago, originally one of the top powerful countries in the eastern wilderness, its strength not weaker than many blessed lands. Its royal family's strongest old ancestor had cultivation reaching the soul transformation stage. If placed in the list of eastern wilderness strong experts today, he could be titled heavenly venerable. Not know why, in the years of the evil spirit invasion 10,000 years ago, even saints fell one after another. The soul transformation stage fundamentally could not protect this country. In that war, an evil spirit skilled in poison laws displayed evil arts, directly covering the entire immeasurable kingdom. Although that evil spirit eventually died at the hands of an immortal world, true immortal, the immeasurable kingdom also degenerated into a dead domain. Because that evil spirit died here, the toxic corpse infected the entire kingdom. On these ruins, countless poisonous plants grew crazily, and countless poisonous insects and evil gus also bred accordingly. Gradually, even the eastern wilderness immortal gates chose to give up on this kingdom. The Divine Firmament flying boat passed through the void, arriving at the immeasurable kingdom. Assembling everyone, Long Yuan instructed, the miasma enveloping the immeasurable ancient kingdom contains intense poison. Everyone had best not inhale it into the body. Lian Feng took out several bottles of pills from her storage ring. This is the poison-repelling spirit pill which can protect everyone from being invaded by poison gas. Dan Wu, seeing Shen Tian silent, asked curiously, Saint Sun Shen Tian, are you not taking this poison-repelling spirit pill? No need to worry. Encircling the evil cult this time, you only need to accumulate experience. No need to risk. Fearing he would be anxious, she even encouraged, the Saint Leader, Senior Brother Long, Junior Sister Bai Lian and I will all protect you, will definitely not let you encounter any danger. Shen Tian responded with a smile, Thanks for Marshal Aunt Dan Wu's concern. Shen Tian understands. He took the pill calmly, thinking, although the six-path samsara disc in this Saint Sun's body allows me to ignore these toxic miasmas, it is still better to be low profile. In this kind of large-scale gang war, acting as cowardly as possible. Last hitting and snatching kills is the kingly way. The crowd was approaching the immeasurable kingdom. Long Yuan reminded again, the immeasurable ancient kingdom has countless poison grass and poison insects. Among them there are probably quite a few existences that have become spirits or demons. Everyone must be careful. If encountering danger, remember protecting yourself is the priority. The crowd dispersed to scout. Several male cultivators whispered, our spiritual sense probing is actually affected. Unable to clearly probe the enemy situation, if not breaking the array, we cannot sweep clear with spiritual sense. If breaking the array, it will alert the snake. What to do is good, one male cultivator pondered for a moment and judged. Exactly because of this place must be where the 7-kill hall is. He took out a talisman. Fortunately, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground prepared early, issuing everyone a cloud-piercing thunder talisman. Once activated, it can emit Divine Firmament thunder sound resounding for 10,000 miles. This is currently the most effective means to summon teammates. Shen Tian was just silent when he suddenly heard a call. Tianer joined Senior Marshal Uncle's team. Jin Yu's appearance at this moment was rather majestic. He verified with a crooked mouth, with Senior Marshal Uncle covering you, no one can hurt you. Shen Tian looked at this lineup and doubted. Marshal Uncle Bai Lian, why does your team only have nascent soul stage junior martial uncles, without even a golden core stage real man? Jin Yu was incomparably proud, showing off arrogantly. The old Taoist is invincible among the same rank, able to reverse/saints. How do golden core stage real men have the qualification to be in a team with the old Taoist? Looking at this annoying appearance, everyone was also ashamed to be in his company. Do you still want face? Clearly no golden core was willing to follow him. Jin Yu's teammates were not voluntary either. After all, encircling and suppressing the evil spirit cult is a life-risking matter. Who dares to team up with an unreliable person like Bai Lian? If not for his coercion and inducement plus consideration for fellow disciple sentiments, we would not follow him. Shen Tian was truly speechless toward this martial uncle. Martial Uncle Bai Lian definitely feels ordinary golden cores are useless. Bringing them is not only a hindrance, but they also have to share the loot. Better to organize a high-mobility assault team. Only then can more opportunities be obtained. He rolled his eyes, thinking, as expected of Martial Uncle Bai Lian, the abacus rings really loud, but looking at the halos above their heads. Shen Tian's face was so black he wanted to vomit. Only pity Martial Uncle Bai Lian's face is too black. The other junior martial uncles in the team with him are also infected by his bad luck, having no opportunities. Letting this saint's son follow you under these circumstances, what joke are you cracking? Shen Tian scratched his head to refuse tactfully. Better forget it. Disciple is only golden core first turn. Following Martial Uncle, I am afraid I will be a hindrance. Disciple better follow Martial Aunt Bai Lian. After all, there were many golden core stage senior sisters and junior sisters on Martial Aunt Bai Lian's side, treating poison, and as not skilled in fighting. So the Saint Leader and Jade Lake Saint Leader specifically arranged Heavenly Venerable Kai Lian and Heavenly Venerable Dan Wu to travel with them. Because the leader is a female cultivator, the members are also all female cultivators, everyone with exploding looks, skin white and beautiful with long legs. Whether eating soft rice or mooching opportunities, even if just looking at faces, it is the best choice. But being refused by Shen Tian, Jin Yu was sad like he had lost in love. The old Taoist seems to see a pile of opportunities running away, so sad, want to cry. Shen Tian walked toward this side, attracting several female cultivators to start speculating. Oh, does senior brother Shen Tian want to team up with us? That is great. Saint Sun's senior brother is the publicly recognized child of Providence. Her eyes flashed with light of deep affection. With Saint Sun's senior brother accompanying this journey, the originally boring danger sweeping seems to have become interesting. Several junior sisters also surrounded Shen Tian. Senior brother Shen Tian, junior sister has admired you for a long time. Heard senior brother is a natural-born child of Providence. Is this true? Several girls began to speculate, causing Shen Tian to retreat in panic. Heard you ranked first on the God of War list. Unprecedented 8-star heavens chosen, too amazing. Senior brother, do you have teammates now? Can you consider junior sister? Shen Tian had a stiff face, his whole person frozen on the spot, thinking the plan was all messed up. Thought joining Martial Aunt Bai Lian's team with many people, it would be easy to fish in troubled waters to facilitate solitary action. But this saint's son is a peerless, beautiful man. I am stared at wherever I go, with so many people staring. How to act secretly? Shen Tian began to act haughty. He sighed with a face full of self-satisfaction. Indeed, being too handsome is also a sin. Shen Tian thought for a moment and admonished seriously, Senior sisters and junior sisters, please be quiet. This is an operation to exterminate evil spirits, not a spring outing. Next, Shen Tian assumed the posture of a flower guardian, making the surrounding junior sisters' hearts flutter once again. Everyone, please raise your vigilance and do not take this lightly. Shen does not wish to see any senior sister or junior sister injured in this battle. The senior and junior sisters screamed again, as expected of the divine firmament Saint Sun, not only extraordinarily handsome but also so gentle, not only gentle but too domineering and so firm. Love it, completely fell in love. Behind this group of senior and junior sisters, Dan Wu and the other two had been observing for a long time. Lian Feng teased, did not expect Tian'er's prestige among the disciples to be so high. Heavenly Venerable Kai Lian frowned and spoke. She seemed to find Shen Tian somewhat pleasing to the eye, a bunch of lustful little girls. Kai Lian shouted to remind that group of senior and junior sisters, all of you cheer up for me. Look, is this a place for sightseeing? This attitude scared several girls to the point of almost crying. Within these ruins of the immeasurable ancient kingdom, who knows in which corner the evil cult cultivators are hiding? They could launch a sneak attack at any time. In your current state, encountering the evil cult leads only to a dead end. Kai Lian frowned, gritting her teeth. There are still people whispering, do not blame this seat for turning hostile and ruthless. Lian Feng spoke to ease the atmosphere. Senior sister Kai Lian has a hot temper, everyone do not take it to heart. In short, safety first. On the other side, 3 black-robed men knelt before a person. One of them said, Dharma King Wusheng, the people from the immortal gates have arrived. Should we take action? Wusheng answered calmly, no harm, the time has not yet arrived. But immediately after, Shen Tian and the others had already arrived. Kai Lian shouted loudly, break it for me, search for me. A disciple reported in a clear voice, reporting to Heavenly Venerable, no evil spirit cultist discovered. News came from another location as well. Reporting to Heavenly Venerable, discovered the alchemy room and evil spirit cult pill furnaces, but the spirit pills and herbs have all been transferred. Immediately after, they also received news. Reporting to Heavenly Venerable, discovered the artifact refining room and refining furnaces, but the magical artifacts have been transferred. Searching everywhere reveals no one. Reporting to Heavenly Venerable, discovered the evil spirit cult treasury. The main gate is wide open and it is empty inside. Dan Wu frowned. On this path of our surprise attack we broke through 7 or 8 formations at the mountain peak, yet did not see a single evil cultist. All the mountain gates are empty. Lian Feng raised her eyebrows and speculated. Cleaned up so cleanly, could it be the 7-kill evil cult received the news long ago and evacuated? Kai Lian also discussed, now we can only hope the evil cultists are still hiding in some corner of this vast ancient kingdom and have not completely evacuated. Otherwise would not this joint encirclement and suppression by the sacred grounds and immortal gates become a joke? Lian Feng turned to ask Shen Tian's opinion. Tian'er always listens to senior brother Saint Leader's words. You are a naturally gifted child of Providence. She brought up old matters. Previously, the exposure of the evil cult's blood kill hall was also discovered by you. Now that our team has found nothing, in which direction do you think we should search next? A junior sister immediately chimed in. Here it comes, the legendary Saint Sun's choice, she continued with a tone of worship. Everyone says the divine firmament Saint Sun is not only handsome but also favored by the heavenly Tao. No matter where he goes, he can encounter opportunities. Absolutely will not return empty-handed. Speaking of this, she was very excited. Today we can finally witness this miraculous natural talent. Truly makes one look forward to it. Shen Tian was also convinced by these few girls. This Saint Sun had wanted to point the way long ago but was afraid this hot-tempered martial aunt Kai Lian would sweep over with her big blade. Just thinking about it makes my spine chill. I dare not obstruct, fearing she cannot hold back the blade and splits me in passing. Shen Tian pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. That martial aunt, watching them snickering secretly. Fortunately, martial aunt Bai Lian did not ask me. Saint Sun also has a chance to show off the 6th sense. Looking at the halos above these girls' heads, Shen Tian clenched his fist. Martial aunts, senior sisters and junior sisters, I have grasped everyone's opportunities. They encountered a man-eating flower. That flower screamed, damn immortal cultivators, you are truly vicious. Mere 3 seconds later, it no longer had the chance to see the sun because Kai Lian had already severed it with one blade strike. Looking at this massive body size, everyone was very surprised. Kai Lian turned her head to speak to Lian Feng. This vile spawn is probably raised by the evil cultists. Fortunately, it has not become a climate yet. Otherwise, if it broke through a few more realms, the outcome might have been directly transforming into human form. At that time, coordinating with the evil spirit cult it would be quite tricky to deal with. Lian Feng put away the corpse, eyes shining. Finally killed them. This is a good treasure. She put it into a sealed box and instructed, Junior sister Dan Wu, senior sister Kai Lian, this poison grass is very useful to me, so I will accept it. Later I will convert it into items of equal value for the sacred ground. What does everyone think? Kai Lian said straightforwardly without thinking, this kind of plant is useless to this venerable. If junior sister wants it, just take it. Dan Wu also answered, same for me. Lian Feng also spoke politely to Shen Tian. Tian'er, for your share, martial aunt will refine it into pills for you later. Shen Tian answered respectfully, many thanks martial aunt. He felt excited for picking up a big bargain. Whether this Saint Sun gains anything is not important. What's important is mooching the luck of various martial aunts, senior sisters and junior sisters along the way. Simply extremely delightful, a sure profit without loss. Dan Wu also could not help praising him. Long heard Saint Sun Shen Tian has exceptional natural talent. Seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. Dan Wu continued speaking. Along this way everyone discovered poison grass and spirit herbs almost non-stop, harvesting bountifully. Shen Tian, however, was neither arrogant nor impetuous, answering neither humbly nor haughtily. Martial ant overpraises. It seems at this time the evil cultists probably already knew my sacred grounds plan, so they ran away in advance. He stated the feelings from this period seriously. Judging from the past alchemy rooms and magical artifact rooms, it seems most portable treasures have been taken away, leaving only these growing spirit grasses and poison grasses. Lian Feng collected the poison grass box into her hand. There is actually no absolute boundary between poison and divine medicine. Many divine medicines have extremely strong medicinal properties. If the constitution is not strong enough or the attributes clash, they will instantly turn into poison. But this poison dragon grass is a thing of extreme toxicity. Sometimes it can also combat poison with poison. Shen Tian indeed had to look at her with new eyes. Usually this martial ant Bai Lian appeared to have few desires, did not expect her to be so attentive to various spirit grasses and poison grasses. Shen Tian also realized. A martial ant who plays with poison cannot afford to offend. Kai Lian trusted him even more. Opening her mouth to ask, "Tianer, where should we go next?" Shen Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Disciple vaguely senses there might be a great opportunity in the west." Dan Wu immediately called upon everyone. "Good, we head west. Everyone strengthen alerts, absolutely cannot drop guard. Once unable to resist danger, remember to release the cloud thunder to notify everyone." Shen Tian secretly gave a thumbs up. "Having various martial ants covering me truly feels safe." The crowd marched west. This place was indeed a veritable desolate wilderness. Shen Tian carefully examined the stone stele in front of him, jumping in fright after seeing the words clearly. Little Netherworld. Shen Tian observed the surroundings, seeing a bridge with many corpses below. Looking at the plaque, could it be the Bridge of Helplessness? And another place he saw was the River of Forgetfulness. Discovering this point, Shen Tian was incomparably shocked. Bridge of Helplessness, River of Forgetfulness, Yellow Springs. He realized the situation was bad. "No, I am trapped in an expert's illusion." Shen Tian waved his hand to purify the illusionary qi. Realizing this situation, Shen Tian also had not expected it. Although he had seen this scene in Heavenly Venerable Kai Lian's opportunity image, he thought it was 90% certain, did not expect to suddenly fall in. He looked directly at the plaque in front of him again. Fortunately, there was the Six Paths Samsara disc in his body, able to purify all illusions. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Turning to observe the crowd, he found everyone's complexion was not good. Martial Ant Lien was trapped by the illusion for a day and a night before breaking it, observing the surroundings. And here over 100 people had their souls seized by the illusion, bodies and souls falling into the river of forgetfulness, reduced to nourishment. No longer hesitating, Shen Tian immediately purified the illusionary qi. From a certain angle, this was also saving these people. At this time, the several martial ants suddenly woke up with a start. Dan Wu realized, "We fell into an illusion array." Seeing Shen Tian's actions, Kai Lian appreciated him even more. It is Tianer, did not expect Tianer's mind to be so firm, completely not falling into the illusion array. Dan Wu was also very grateful. "Saint Sun Shen Tian, thanks to you today." The crowd of junior sisters leaned forward again to express admiration. "Saint Sun Shen Tian is indeed an 8-star god of war and supreme son of heaven. Little sister admires. The Saint Sun's life-saving grace cannot be repaid. Sister is willing to be a maid by senior brother's side." The junior sisters began to fight over Shen Tian again. "Growing so ugly, you are also worthy of serving senior brother Saint Sun. Senior brother Saint Sun, better choose me, I am much prettier than her." Shen Tian suddenly fell into an awkward situation. Is this kind of crisis moment suitable for discussing matters of maid serving? Suddenly he thought of Fugi's attitude again. Should not this matter wait until returning and then secretly coming to find this Saint Sun? You people really do not understand how things work. Suddenly Miss Shopkeeper sang a bit. Dan Wu observed the surroundings for a moment and deduced, "This place is probably the 7 Kill Hall's main forbidden area of the evil spirit cult. This venerable once learned a bit of spirit-seeking and vein-severing arts from Spirit Venerable Shen Shui." Speaking of which, he analyzed solemnly. The mountain range here originally had special terrain and was further modified by an expert, forming an extremely special and extremely weird Yin Sao Yellow Springs terrain. Saying this, she took out a spirit talisman from her bosom. Dan Wu began to cast spells, saying cautiously, "To ensure nothing goes wrong, perhaps we should notify the various saint leaders." Layers of thunder appeared in the sky, illuminating a patch of heaven and earth. Kai Lian frowned, reminding everyone vigilantly, "This place and the illusion array are indeed somewhat weird, but not enough to threaten this venerable. You stay here to wait for other teams to rescue. This venerable will cross the bridge to scout the path." Seeing this, Lian Feng asked softly, "Senior sister Kai Lian's temper is still this impatient." "Senior sister Dan Wu, do we wait or follow to provide support?" Shen Tian was completely different. He looked at her with worshipful eyes. "Martial Ant Kai Lian is too handsome." Dan Wu turned her head to remind them. "This venerable knows a bit about the layout here. Let me follow to support. Junior sister Bai Lian, you stay. The other sect real men without the protection of heavenly venerables might encounter danger if raided by the evil spirit cult." Lian Feng was completely persuaded. Senior Sister Dan Wu's words are reasonable. Everyone must be careful. In the next second she frowned and pondered. Senior Sister Kai Lian's safety is certainly important. But other disciples are also very important, especially Tian'er. Even if others are completely wiped out, the sacred ground would only hurt its vitality. She glanced at Shen Tian, thinking of the big picture. But if something happens to Tian'er, the divine firmament sacred ground will not only suffer heavy losses but even lose the chance to rise. But in Shen Tian's consciousness, Yi Qingking reminded, "Quick, Tian'er, you follow too." Shen Tian was surprised, asking back to confirm, "Will there be danger if I go ahead?" Qing Kang closed his eyes to provoke, "Afraid of what? You have your godfather covering you." "If there is really danger, I will move the God of War tower over to save the situation," then he urged immediately. "Rare, truly rare to actually encounter a treasure in this desolate wilderness. Kid, you must succeed, do not hesitate, seize the time." Shen Tian scrutinized all this seriously. What treasure could make the old man Yi Qingking so happy? "I have seen the opportunity scenes above the heads of all martial aunts, and it did not seem to reach the level of earth-shattering." Thinking of this, he became more interested in that thing. Since the old man guaranteed it was fine, let us try and see. This saint son has numerous trump cards in hand now. "Afraid of what?" Shen Tian finally spoke. "Disciple will also follow martial aunt Kai Lian. If encountering illusion arrays again, I can also provide support." But how could Lian Feng agree? She immediately retorted, "No, this place is too dangerous. In case something happens to you, even destroying the entire 7-kill hall cannot make up for our losses." Shen Tian knew it would be like this and began to persuade. "Moreover, disciple also has some confidence in my heart. As long as it is not an evil spirit cult sneak attack, they cannot do anything to disciple. Martial aunt by Lian, rest assured. The power master sealed is still inside this saint son's body. Nothing will happen." The junior sisters also agreed very much. As long as it is not a sneak attack, they simply cannot do anything to senior brother Shen Tian. Then they started being infatuated again. Too reliable, too domineering, his image also grew taller accordingly. A true hero is fearless, as expected of the divine firmament saint son at this time. Lian Feng had no choice but to follow his wish. Fine then, Tian'er, remember to follow behind senior sisters Kai Lian and Dan Wu, absolutely cannot take risks. She also appreciated this youth very much. According to senior brother Saint Leader's words, Tian'er is a child of providence. He should not encounter danger, and even said he would definitely protect the senior sisters. Recalling Shen Tian's actions, Lian Feng also believed he could do it. Previously, when everyone fell into the illusion array, it was Shen Tian who broke free earliest and woke us up. The scene changed. In a dilapidated corner, a black-robed man ran in hurriedly to report to Wusheng. "Dharma King Wusheng, heavenly venerable Bai Lian's group has already killed their way to the river of forgetfulness." But that Wusheng remained very composed. "No harm. The terrain in that mountain area is exceptionally complex. This seat has long laid down an illusion array sufficient to trap them for a day." That youth continued to speak. "The news is quite shocking, Dharma King. But they have already crossed the bridge." Hearing this, he then began to be greatly shocked, freezing on the spot. The scene shifted back to a road blooming with red flowers of the other shore. Dan Wu observed for a moment and muttered to herself, "Yellow Springs Road, flowers of the other shore. This person is indeed an expert. What exactly does he want to do?" Shen Tian looked around, holding the token tightly in his hand. "Once encountering danger I cannot resist. This saint's son will immediately deploy absolute defense. Then hide in the deepest part of the tunnel to find people. Martial Uncle Kai Lian and Martial Aunt Dan Wu are both supreme heavenly venerables. Joining hands, they can even contend with saints. I will only restrict their hands and feet by the side." Suddenly the bead string on his hand emitted light. Instantly Jor drilled out from the bead string, intoxicated. "Master, such pure yin energy," but seeing the scene before her eyes she was instantly stunned. "Ah, Yellow Springs Road, flowers of the other shore." She turned back to ask him in panic, "Master, could it be you are already dead?" Shen Tian also felt helpless regarding Jor. What is this stupid female ghost saying, not chanting scriptures and cultivating properly, running out to curse this saint's son? Shen Tian reiterated seriously, "I am still living well. This is a special area arranged by the evil spirit cult, likely used to raise ghosts and demons, so the yin energy is heavy." But after listening to these words, Jor's face became even uglier. She asked in terror, Evil spirit cult." Shen Tian turned to appease her. "Rest assured, the evil spirit cult and the sacred ground are irreconcilable enemies. I will avenge you." Shen Tian collected Jor back into the bead string. Jor was moved to tears of gratitude toward him. "Many thanks, master." Qing Kang saw Jor and leaned over to tease him. "Silly kid, still keeping a female ghost, you really know how to play." Shen Tian was helpless, having no choice but to explain. "Old Yi, you misunderstood. She is someone I saved previously." But Qing Kang deliberately pretended not to understand, continuing to banter. "No need to explain. Those who understand, understand. Young people who has not had some absurd affairs. Raising ghosts and falling in love is very normal." He even blinked and continued. "Your little lover looks quite good too. Later this old man will think of a way to give her a big opportunity as a meeting gift." After speaking, his figure disappeared, leaving only Shen Tian with a face full of helplessness. This old improper man does not go cultivate. Could it be people from the immortal world all know how to play like this? Recalling his words, he frowned and pondered. Even raising demons and ghosts, an unending romance between human and ghost, truly makes one envious. The three had already arrived at the karmic fire altar. Huge flames burned here, illuminating the road. Dan Wu, seeing this scene, could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, it is the terrifying power of karmic fire. Did not expect that Master actually utilized the energy of this place to crystallize hell karmic fire, creating this karmic fire altar, she continued to say. With this altar, the efficiency of the evil spirit cult manufacturing demons and evil ghosts has increased tenfold. Moreover, it is also very difficult for outsiders to pass through this karmic fire altar. Kai Lian listened and planned to destroy this place aggressively. Since it is so, then we must smash this altar. A force flew out, blasting the altar to pieces, but merely a few seconds later, the destroyed place recovered as before. Seeing this, Kai Lian was astonished. It recovered. Dan Wu explained calmly from the side, "Heavenly Venerable Kai Lian, you are too impulsive. This karmic fire altar is not an ordinary spiritual treasure or magical artifact, but formed by the entire Yellow Springs hell. Unless destroying this area, using conventional means simply cannot destroy the karmic fire altar." But Kai Lian had a face full of disdain. She condensed her will, preparing to continue destroying. "That is also unnecessary. Is not it just mere hell karmic fire?" A red lotus manifested on Kai Lian's forehead. Dan Wu, seeing this, also recognized it. "Almost forgot, back then senior brother Long took senior brothers and sisters to adventure on overseas islands and found a lotus pond. Inside was this kind of multi-stemmed immortal lotus." She looked at the red lotus before her eyes with joy. Senior sister Kai Lian chose the red lotus karmic fire, which is exactly the nemesis of karmic fire. It can grow rapidly by absorbing hell karmic fire. Subsequently frowning and saying, "Since it is so, we can actually collect quite a lot of karmic fire, at least making the karmic fire altar lose 1,000 years of vitality." But Shen Tian's action of turning and walking toward the altar stunned Dan Wu. The two spoke out simultaneously to stop him. "Tianer, what are you doing? Do not go up, come down quickly, you will undergo qi deviation." Inside Shen Tian's mind, Qing Kang said excitedly, "Correct, just like that, suck them all dry." Shen Tian could also sense the southern Ming vermilion fire in his body could actually fuse with the hell karmic fire, looking at the light before his eyes. He blurted out in surprise, "I am actually going to use this for a secondary breakthrough of the golden body." He walked closer to the karmic fire altar. Shen Tian sat cross-legged, closing eyes to transform. "All negative emotions in the karmic fire are purified by the 6 paths samsara, allowing me to absorb the karmic fire boldly and assuredly." The ground beneath him cracked open in merely a few seconds, making Shen Tian stumble. Eyes finding it hard to believe, looking at this mess on the ground, Shen Tian frowned. "How is it possible? Gone just like that? I have not eaten my fill yet. How is it gone? Not powerful enough." Looking at the red lotus before his eyes, his gaze sank one look and knew he harbored no good intentions. "Little red flower, how about letting me suck 2 mouthfuls? That red lotus was scared into crying for its parents. "Oh my god, this youth is too terrible. I choked just eating 1 or 2 mouthfuls." He sucked the altar's energy dry in one breath and is still not full now. It hurriedly fled toward Kai Lian. "Actually still want to suck me? You simply are not human, truly a dog. Lianer, save me." Seeing him safe and sound, Kai Lian and Dan Wu said softly, "Sure enough, it is the mixed primordial qi, naturally gifted, actually able to suck dry all hell karmic fire. Truly makes one find it hard to believe." Looking at the flame in his hand, Shen Tian smiled faintly. "Southern Ming vermilion fire is worthy of being a divine fire. Did not expect it could fuse so perfectly within my body." Shen Tian was even more confident about the future. "Feel not far from golden body, 3rd turn. But currently the massive energy in the body has already exceeded the degree of 3rd turn. Need self-control these few days to completely absorb it." Qing Kang praised from the side. "Beautifully done. Continue forward. There are still quite a few good things ahead." In a corner of the immeasurable ancient kingdom palace, a man in black rushed in to report. "Bad news, Dharma King Wusheng. Heavenly Venerable Kai Lian's group has already broken the karmic fire altar." This time Wusheng remained calm and composed. "No harm. Although Heavenly Venerable Kai Lian holds the red lotus karmic fire, she can only absorb a little bit of karmic fire after all. Moreover, it requires at least several hours to digest. By then, this seat's life-bound treasure will have long been successfully refined." The subsequent news made him unable to sit still anymore. "But Dharma King, the altar's karmic fire is all gone, even the altar shattered." He held his forehead feebly, heart burning with anger, but on the surface still had to pretend to be calm. No matter. At least the life-bound magic treasure has already been sealed by my spell casting. No one can unlock it." Shen Tian's group had already arrived in front of a door. Dan Wu observed the surroundings and judged. This palace is probably the center of this Yellow Springs hell. Inside the palace surely hides countless killing arrays, danger lurking on all sides. A formation attainment of the person laying this array has definitely reached the saint stage. This venerable is far inferior to him. Kai Lian also understood this point, saying cautiously, "We have already left marks along the way. Now we can only wait for the various saint leaders to rush here, then explore this palace together." Shen Tian walked closer to the main gate, seriously circulating energy to break the seal. His action made both Kai Lian and Dan Wu look dumbfounded. Dan Wu recalled Shen Tian's movements and saw the clue. The hand seals Saint Sun Shen Tian displayed are actually seals specialized for spirit vein masters, used to control earth vein arrays. Could it be he relies on the art of dragon seeking and vein severing to break this hell dharma array? This is simply inconceivable, but exactly which saint laid down this array Dao? The main gate actually really cracked open, and the barrier before eyes also shattered along with it. Dan Wu pondered in surprise. How is this possible? How did Saint Sun Shen Tian do it? Could it be his attainment in spirit veins can rival a saint? The barrier shattered. Shen Tian said with satisfaction, succeeded. A passage appeared before eyes. Shen Tian sacrificed a magic treasure flying toward the flower of the other shore to probe. Seeing this scene, they were also very surprised. That is the flower of the other shore. On the other side, Wusheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood for some reason. Legend has it the flower of the other shore is a flower capable of blooming in the depths of samsara, divided into two colors, red and white. Its differentiation is even more complex. Red is Manjusaka, white is Mandarava. Hard to find such high-grade immortal flowers even in the immortal world. This flower blooms between life and death, reality and void, yin and yang. If one can obtain it, one possesses the ability to control life and death, transform yin and yang, and change reality and void, even in the immortal world. This is a supreme treasure snatched by countless forces. Qin Kang appeared, explaining in a low voice, looks like this flower's intelligence has been sucked dry, leaving only basic functions. The person planting the flower probably did not intend to let it recognize a master but planned to possess and fuse, refining it into a life-bound magic treasure, he added. The so-called life-bound magic treasure is fusing into the body to upgrade together. To some extent, the one essence heavy water and feathered immortal gold in your body both belong to life-bound magic treasures, Shen Tian doubted. Then why does not this flower's owner possess it directly? Qin Kang explained. What level of treasure is the flower of the other shore? It only blooms in samsara, fusing it when blooming can obtain all abilities. Qin Kang knew the reason deeply. That person deliberately drew away the spiritual energy and specially left this Yellow Springs road. Fundamentally, he wanted to create an artificial samsara, using this to entice the flower of the other shore to bloom, then seize it for cultivation. Only a pity, although the flower lacks spiritual energy, it is still here. Seeing Shen Tian staring at this flower, Qin Kang continued, counting on this fake area to make it bloom is too hard, not as good as the attraction of your six-path samsara. He explained the action just now. The six-path samsara only needs to release a trace of aura to make the flower of the other shore throw itself into your arms automatically. Accompanied by Qin Kang's reminder, Shen Tian also took the initiative to attack. Tianer circulate the six-path samsara disc mana absorb the flower of the other shore. Shen Tian observed the flower of the other shore and the six-path samsara. The flower of the other shore was undergoing changes. Looking at the flower before eyes, Shen Tian said in surprise. The flower of the other shore finally opened. Suddenly, a ray of light separated from the flower of the other shore. A large hand manifested, voice somewhat piercing. Many thanks, brother. You can go die. Dan Wu immediately took action to block. Tianer, careful. Shen Tian, seeing this, shouted. Marshal Uncle Kai Lian also support Dan Wu. Sneak attack this villain. Loud noise exploded. Several figures gradually manifested from the teleportation portal. This group of people stared fixedly at Shen Tian and the others. At this time, Greedy Wolf opened his mouth to mock. 7 Kill, you cannot do it either. I cannot even deal with 2 delicate little girls. Hearing these words, 7 Kill flew into a rage out of humiliation, saying seriously, cut the sarcasm, these 2 dames hold saint artifacts and those damn old dogs of the sacred grounds are nearby. How could it be that easy to deal with? Greedy Wolf still teased with a frivolous face. So what if they have saint artifacts? Mirror, Flood Dragon, Tower, Bell, Kai Huang, Red Lotus, Karmic Fire. Just right, with these 3 saint artifacts we can join hands to kill them all, splitting the saint artifacts evenly. Dan Wu looked at the scene before her eyes and shouted immediately, this is a saint domain. They fused their powers, sealing the space. Before the voice fell, Kai Lian slashed fiercely toward that place, realizing the opponent's intention rapidly, shouting in panic, they want to trap us here. Seeing this, Greedy Wolf raised his eyebrows with disdain. Do not waste effort. This is the Killing Wolf saint domain formed by our fusion. Even if the Divine Firmament saint leader came, he could not break it. Just relying on you, a little girl still cultivating, better obediently surrender and let this seat capture you. He even had a face full of disdain. The Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Supreme Fairy is indeed a peerless product for a cultivation cauldron, worth possessing. I, Greedy Wolf, count as having good fortune today. These girls leave to me, he continued. That Mother Lion from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground leave to you guys, no problem, right? Kai Lian was furious upon hearing this. She was thunderously angry, eyes scarlet red. Mother Lion, you bastard actually dare to humiliate this venerable. Holding the weapon, she shouted loudly in anger. Watch the old lady smash you to death, subsequently charging alone, waving out a powerful attack. Greedy Wolf remained calm. A soul transformation stage, vainly hoping to break our fusion saint domain, truly overestimating yourself, but in the next second he looked up in surprise. How is this possible? A steady voice sounded. slaying demons and eliminating devils, upholding justice, searching bodies for treasure. No one snatched from the poor Taoist. 7 kill, and the others only then looked up, observing with bewildered faces. Shen Tian, Dan Wu and Kai Lian were also equally astonished. Jin Yu descended like a divine soldier from heaven, posture mighty, tone extremely arrogant. Tianer, junior sister Dan Wu, junior sister Kai Lian, the poor Taoist came to save you. Speaking, he attacked 7 kill and the others who were still blank. Greedy Wolf only then looked on in astonishment. Just in this second of being dazed, he was immediately attacked. Ruyi Ocean suppressing stick, sky propping pillar. Greedy Wolf was beaten into utter defeat. Jin Yu gave a loud shout, exerting the Ruyi Ocean suppressing stick to the extreme. He continued to attack. Ruyi Ocean suppressing stick, direct strike at Yellow Dragon. Jin Yu's posture was cool to the extreme. Ruyi Ocean suppressing stick, overturning seas and rivers. After this heavy strike, Greedy Wolf collapsed on the ground, paralyzed, smoke and dust filling the surroundings. He was beaten black and blue. Only at this time did he hurriedly call companions. 7 kill, broken army. What are you still standing there for? Come help me quickly. In the next second, Greedy Wolf was kicked flying like a ping-pong ball again, wailing painfully. This fellow Bai Lian is really a bit strong. Dan Wu became infatuated with Jin Yu again. With the body of a heavenly venerable contending against a saint and even able to hit Greedy Wolf. Sure enough, senior brother Long does not diminish the style of the eldest senior brother back then. At this moment, 7 kill rolled his eyes, cold sweat streaming down, and sighed weakly. Greedy Wolf, it is not that we do not want to help you. There were simply too many people besieging them. Several righteous path cultivators shouted loudly, fellow Taoists, form the array, kill all the evil spirit cult remnants. Form the array, form the array. 7 kill looked at this group of people, unable to believe it. Damn, this is called a famous righteous sect. Single duel me if you have the ability. On the other side, Greedy Wolf was still being beaten up by Jin Yu. The Ruyi Ocean suppressing stick smashed ruthlessly onto the dog's head, followed closely by a heavy strike smashing ruthlessly toward the ground, triggering a massive tremor and roar. At this time, Greedy Wolf had been beaten black and blue. Even his own parents might not recognize him if they came. While lingering on his last breath, he panted weakly. Yet his mouth knew no restraint and was still clamoring. Damn it, that stinking brat actually dared to deceive me. Today I will definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Truly stupid, yet pretending to be dangerous. Do you think I am afraid of you? Jin Yu provoked arrogantly. Come here, this old Taoist is standing right here waiting for you to tear me into 10,000 pieces. Just as he was getting carried away with success, a hand reached toward him from behind Jin Yu. Jin Yu spoke bluntly with displeasure. A 5-turn Saint Sovereign expert actually sneak attacking the old Taoist. Kill them all for me. At this time, a man in black appeared. His dressing style was half concealed and half revealed, exposing his armpits and navel. His face, which looked as if it had been disfigured by sulfuric acid thrown by an ex-girlfriend, looked like a monkey at first glance, like an ox upon careful inspection, and like a dog after looking for a long time. He revealed a mouthful of big white teeth and introduced himself. Poor monk Wusheng, his half-blind eye raised a brow as he continued. Greetings to fellow Taoists. Seeing this, everyone turned pale with fright. Dharma King Wusheng was one of the evil spirit cult's 4 great Dharma Kings. Why would he be here? Dharma King Wusheng was a heavens chosen from the same era as Emperor Huang Shi, originally a supreme heavens chosen of the Buddhist Holy Land, Lian Temple. When born, Buddha's light shone universally. He escaped into the empty gate since childhood and was directly selected as a disciple by the Lian sacred ground, possessing peerless cultivation natural talent. He learned Buddhist magical power cultivation methods as soon as he studied them, mastered them as soon as he practiced, and could even bring forth the new through the old. Whether it was Buddhist truth or magical power domains, Wusheng had mastered them to the peak level, even surpassing the Buddha Lord. It was exactly because his natural talent was too high, leading to overly fast progress, that he violated taboos and began to doubt the true meaning of Buddhism, even doubting whether the so-called Buddhist law was truly merciful. Because the so-called Buddha and demon are originally one body, that transcendent wisdom was also the source of the demonic thoughts in his heart. During a process of suppressing evil spirits, he was possessed by evil spirits, perhaps desiring new power, or perhaps those evil spirits happened to respond to the doubts in his heart. In that operation, Wusheng suddenly rebelled, directly slaughtering fellow disciples. Blood flowed like a river instantly. This caused the Lian sacred ground's vitality to be greatly damaged, and Wusheng also formally threw himself into the evil spirit cult, becoming a top expert among the 4 great Dharma Kings. One person beneath 10,000, Wusheng looked at everyone, eyes provocative. The poor monk has no intention of being enemies with everyone. Please do not misunderstand, it is just that this little friend plucked the master of the flower of the other shore planted by the poor monk without the poor monk's permission. This is truly unreasonable. Please return it to the poor monk. He spoke pleasantly, but his tone was full of threats. The poor monk guarantees absolutely not to retaliate and torture everyone. Try my best to give everyone a blissful death without pain. How about it? Shen Tian on this side had not realized the imminent danger yet. Long Yuan's voice rang out immediately. Senior Wusheng bullying this seat's disciple like this, is it reasonable? Scaring him out of his wits? Shen Tian had not figured out the situation yet. Staring at his own master like a silly goose, behind him was also Chu Yu. Long Yuan looked at the opposite side solemnly. Wusheng said in a deep voice, The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. A new generation of people replaces the old. Long heard that the current Divine Firmament Saint leader Zhang Longyuan obtained the Heavenly Book's supreme treasure, strongly leading the Divine Firmament sacred ground to grow. Seeing today indeed extraordinary, the two of you hid in the dark for so long yet showed yourselves for this kid. Looks like his weight in the hearts of you two is extremely heavy. Longyuan went straight to the point. Tian'er is this seat's disciple. Naturally he is extremely heavy in my eyes. Senior bullying the small with the big, taking action against this seat's disciple. Afraid today's matter cannot be settled kindly. Just as the voice fell, Longyuan attacked directly toward Wusheng. For this he fished out a large handful of lightning talismans and scattered them out. Wusheng continued to muck frivolously. The world is so beautiful, yet fellow Taoist is so irritable. This is not good, not good. But under Longyuan's move just now, he vanished instantly. Witnessing this magical scene, the crowd whispered, "Ran away, ran away." Jin Yu below was also bewildered. Subsequently seeing Longyuan's figure, Jin Yu flew into a thunderous rage to send a punitive expedition. Junior brother, were you watching senior brother get beaten from the side long ago? Why did not you take action to save me? Longyuan responded indifferently. This seat also just arrived. Did not I take action in time? Senior brother, do not misunderstand. I believe you, my ghost. You two junior brothers are both very bad. Longyuan only then explained seriously. If not for Dharma King Wusheng taking action against Tian'er, this seat and the Jade Lake Saint leader would also not be willing to show ourselves casually in this area. This place is extremely weird. We need to escape as soon as possible. At this time, 7 Kill and the others still had the strength to mock. Will not shed tears until seeing the coffin. Next is the big gift Dharma King Wusheng gives to everyone. Although Greedy Wolf was beaten half dead by Jin Yu, he still smiled playfully like a bootlicker. Enjoy it properly. Suddenly countless Buddha statues appeared in front of them. Longyuan and Shen Tian were also somewhat stunned, stepping forward curiously to check. Not only them, everyone felt something was wrong. This venerable too, completely unable to mobilize soul transformation stage cultivation. What exactly is going on? Another person roared angrily. Damn, why can this venerable's magically powerful fire phoenix only turn into a chick? Longyuan frowned in deep thought. He also felt something was bad. A chill rushed from his spine straight to his skull, making Longyuan feel uneasy. After counting on his fingers, he hurriedly announced, "Not good. This is the Buddhist forbidden art lost for 1,000 years. All beings equal domain. All beings equal domain. 10,000 years ago, a Buddhist peerless wizard created this domain. This domain's power is forcibly suppressing everyone's cultivation to be level with the lowest person, making every immortal cultivator's strength become the same." Chu Yu knelt on one knee at this time. She could feel the situation was bad. This domain gathered the 4 types of saint power of Yellow Springs and Mountain Rivers. It simply could not be broken. Hearing this, the crowd was panic-stricken, turning into a mess. Damn, this is wanting to catch us all in one net. Did not expect 7 Kill Hall dared to risk fighting the immortal gates directly this time. Too negligent. The operation was too negligent. Longyuan tried hard to stabilize the crowd. Everyone, do not be anxious. Impatience cannot solve problems. He turned his head to ask, Tian'er, were you injured just now? This made the crowd angry but afraid to speak. Please, what time is it now, Saint Leader? You are still so calm, even if caring about the disciple. Cannot you wait until after escaping to ask? Were somewhat dissatisfied in their hearts, holding back a bellyful of anger. You spend such precious time caring about the disciple. Do you really think the child of Providence can break the situation? At this time, Shen Tian answered respectfully, "Many thanks for Master's concern. Disciple is not injured, and cultivation seems not to have been suppressed either." These words made everyone's jaws drop. What? Divine Firmament Saint Sun wasn't suppressed? Unless this Saint Sun's body really has a divine anomaly able to resist the domain. Jin Yu exposed the truth from the side. Cultivation of course cannot be suppressed. He is only at the golden core stage, making him awkward enough to want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Everyone suddenly realized after listening. Thought there was an anomaly. Turns out it is just golden core stage. Yeah, our upper limits were all pressed to the golden core stage. All blame this kid. If this kid's cultivation was a bit higher, we could also be suppressed a bit less. Suddenly Chu Yu sensed something, hurriedly shouting to remind everyone, pay attention, something is coming. Before the voice fell, a skinny scorched black hand reached out from underground. Looking at the scene before eyes, one could also guess. These were all corpse demons manufactured by evil spirit cult cultivators. The crowd looked at this group of corpse demons, only then discovering there were too many here. At least 10,000 and all were golden core stage. We wrongly blamed the Saint Sun. These evil cultists suppressed our cultivation to be the same as the corpse demons. All beings equal 10,000 undying demonic creatures. This is simply a certain death situation. Seeing the situation was bad, Chu Yu immediately ordered, immediately form array to defend. Everyone attacked the corpse demons with full force. On this side, Dan Wu also appeased everyone. Everyone, do not panic. Although there are many corpse demons, only the ones in front will attack us. Longyuan also ordered rapidly. Divine Firmament disciples, draw lightning. Hearing the order, the Divine Firmament 4 people immediately cast spells. Jia Mu Green Dragon Divine Lightning, Bing Huo Vermilion Bird Divine Lightning, Ding Huo Flying Snake Divine Lightning, Zhang Jin White Tiger Divine Lightning, followed closely by a series of loud booming noises. Shen Tian also exerted effort. Small 5 elements mixed primordial divine lightning, mixed primordial palm lightning, flickering light obscured everything. Jin Yu curled his lip to mock. A bunch of golden core stages also dare to offend the old Taoist. He immediately joined the battle situation. Ocean-suppressing universe sticks overturning clouds and rain. After this strike broke the ground, Jin Yu walked out from the smoke and dust holding the long staff, majestic and awe-inspiring. That handsome posture made Dan Wu obsessed endlessly. As expected of senior brother Long, able to gallop freely even in the ghost army. But in the next second, evil qi surrounded Jin Yu, a feeling disgusting enough to give people goosebumps attacked. Jin Yu jumped with discomfort, spitting secretly. Damn, the evil qi is too heavy, completely blocking spiritual energy, making me unable to replenish spiritual energy. Jin Yu shouted angrily, the old Taoist sees you are pitiful, letting you have a way to live. Damn, said letting you off yet still hitting, let me go. He wanted to slip away but still had to act tough. The old Taoist is not in a good state now, we'll settle accounts with you guys after I replenish my state and come back. But that group of corpse demons chased relentlessly, angering Jin Yu to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Damn, at any rate you are golden core stage ghost creatures, can you want some face? How can you fight at the drop of a hat and even bite people? He shouted angrily. Sucking the old Taoist's essence is it for you to suck? Look at my mouth that eats from 8 directions, why is it like I ate shit? You cannot bite there. Damn, the old Taoist will fight it out with you hooligans. But still could not beat them, sending a distress signal to Long Yuan. Junior brother, save me, junior brother, I cannot hold on anymore. Just after shouting for help in the next second, a glittering golden attack descended from the sky, directly wanting to send Jin Yu to the west. Smoke and dust scattered, revealing the rag-wearing Jin Yu, thought it was some old beggar wandering into this place by mistake, but that group of corpse demons still stalked like leeches, scaring Jin Yu into panic. He immediately took to his heels and ran. The zombies followed closely behind. Jin Yu, my son, where are you going? At this time the 4 Thunder Elders also appeared to punish these corpse demons. Golden light collided with black light, producing aftershocks. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle. Explosions continued in the high altitude, as if setting off fireworks on New Year's Eve. Because of exhausting skill power and being old and physically weak, teeth all falling out, the Thunder Elder could not help spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He shouted in terror, these corpse demons attack uniformly, someone is controlling them below. The Dharma array cannot hold up anymore. Shen Tian looked at the worsening situation blankly. He could not help transforming. God of War transformation, heavy water transformation. Shen Tian took out a long sword and shouted, heaven executing sword, come out. Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, he rushed straight into the clouds. Everyone felt puzzled about the current situation. What sword is in Saint Sun Shen Tian's hand? Why does it make our swords tremble incessantly? Over there, Shen Tian was still charging and breaking enemy lines, killing decisively, like a golden light rushing into the darkness. This action made everyone panic. Divine Firmament Saint Sun is actually so adventurous. That is 10,000 golden core stage corpse demons. Is not this seeking death? On this side, the tragic-looking Jin Yu was also very worried. That kid the old Taoist tried just now, there is someone controlling behind that group of demonic creatures. Coordination is excellent, simply not something one person can break. Junior brother, call Tianer back, too risky. But Long Yuan trusted Shen Tian completely, remaining calm. No harm, Tianer is a child of Providence having destiny's protection. Absolutely no accidents will happen. Maybe the key to breaking the array lies with Tianer. On the other side, Shen Tian rushed into the corpse group to fight. Just watch for a child of Providence, there are no absolutely impossible difficulties. A figure flashed past, everyone recognized that was the evil spirit cult expert. At this time everyone was incomparably surprised. It was exactly him hiding and controlling these corpse demons. The Divine Firmament Saint Sun actually found his hiding place. That person being discovered hated to the point of gritting teeth. Arrogant kid, if not for being in the all beings equal domain, this seat could pinch an ant like you to death with one finger. After speaking he fled in a direction, flying past like a meteor with a whoosh. Shen Tian frowned and said coldly, wanting to run after cursing, jumping around like a toad. Shen Tian was dazzled by the swaying, angry to no end, pursuing rapidly. Still want to run? For someone as clever as Shen Tian, Jin Yu had a pile tied up at home. At that time not only did he catch up, but he also detoured to the front to block, kicking that person in passing. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Being ruthless is brilliance. That person could still run after taking a kick, but happened to run into Long Yuan's hands. He saw this scene and praised incomparably. Well done, Tianer, just like that, all were sucked into that book. It is finally over. The lurking person was whispering, actually able to find me among thousands of corpse demons. This kid is truly strange, absolutely cannot let him get close. Although he was heavily injured, his mouth was stubborn, wanting to kill this kid with full power. The corpse demons were controlled again, charging toward Shen Tian. Shen Tian looked at this group of things. He judged, although the quantity is large, it is a pity they are too weak, fundamentally unable to block this Saint Sun's footsteps. This Saint Sun is invincible in the world. Shen Tian noticed something, revealing a sinister smile. Found you guys. Shen Tian waved his sword to slash. The corpse demons instantly dispersed under Shen Tian's sharp sword. Chu Yu witnessed this scene, admitting the Divine Firmament sacred ground indeed protected their own. Why did the sacred ground establish the rule of not accepting male disciples before? If not relying on the relationship between Shen Tian and Linger, it should have been the Jade Lake sacred ground accepting Shen Tian first. She immediately thought of another method to avoid long nights and many dreams. No, Shen Tian is too talented, cannot choose wrong. Since Linger and Shen Tian have a close relationship, this seat will confer Linger as the Jade Lake Saintess upon returning and matchmake them when the time is ripe. If I cannot accept a disciple, I'll accept a son-in-law. This rebate, the Jade Lake sacred ground must eat. Shen Tian thought happily while beating corpse demons. This Saint Zun always sought stability because my level was low. But this time Dharma King Wusheng took the initiative to suppress everyone's cultivation to the Golden Core stage. Is not this giving me a chance to run rampant? This Saint Sun finally reached Golden Body third turn. Too happy, Qing Kang appeared to praise. Very good, cleared this group of rats so quickly. Shen Tian happily gave a thumbs up. Is not it due to old Yi's proper teaching? That is why I could handle it so fast, Qing Kang admitted his talent. Your combat ability already has 70% of mine back then. Continue to display it, Shen Tian answered readily. I will continue to work hard. This time the corpse demons howled miserably. They constantly searched for prey. To tell the truth, this group of things was truly ugly, simply hated by humans and ghosts alike, yet their mouths screamed randomly everywhere. Shen Tian frowned. Not good, the corpse demons are out of control. Shen Tian was puzzled. Old Yi, the evil spirit called Heavenly Venerable controlling the corpse demons, has already been cleared by me. Why are they still not stopping? Shen Tian frowned. He scrutinized the situation. There were too many. Even if slashing 10 with one sword, he would have to slash thousands of times. Moreover, this group of devils is not stupid. Can everyone avoid them? Qing Kang explained the reason. The 10,000 ghost banner was destroyed. They only lost control, not disappeared. Moreover, he said, in the Yellow Springs domain, these corpse demons seem to be undying. If not killed with one strike, no matter the injury, they can recover rapidly. Hearing this, Shen Tian's brows locked tight. Trouble was big, but Qing Kang said softly, however, eliminating them is actually very simple. He took the chance to tempt. Want to know? Tianer, as long as you call this seat Grandpa, I'll tell you. Want to know? Tianer, as long as you call this seat once, Grandpa will tell you. Shen Tian looked at him with complex eyes. Why does this old man want to be a grandfather so much? Only seen acknowledging goddaughters or even godmothers, never heard of acknowledging a god-grandfather. He fell into deep thought. Could it be relationships in the immortal world are this messy? Shen Tian thought for a while and called out reluctantly, Grandpa. Qing Kang laughed loudly. Obedient grandson, wanting to solve them is indeed not easy. You have the 6 paths samsara and the master of the flower of the other shore in your body. Both are treasures of the reincarnation domain. He stroked his beard, speaking unhurriedly. Although the person refining the Dharma artifact was a weak chicken, the method wasn't wrong. Once completed, it can establish reincarnation. Simply guiding a bit, as long as you activate the spells within the 6 paths samsara, you can create a simple reincarnation in the Yellow Springs domain. At that time, the grievances, young energy, toxins, and karmic fire on their bodies will all be cleansed by reincarnation, not only solving the evil ghosts but also enhancing the 6 paths samsara's power. After listening for a while, Shen Tian felt enlightened, very happy. This works too? As expected, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Old man, but he suddenly realized a point, scratching his head and speaking the truth, making Qing Kang speechless too. That old Yi, I do not know this spell, he said softly. No problem, you just inject energy into the 6 paths samsara, leave the rest to me. Shen Tian did as told, happily inputting energy. This is this Saint Sun's strong suit. He focused on releasing energy. The human Tao is indistinct, the immortal Tao is vast. The ghost Tao is joyous, regarded as the gate of life. Light flashed in his eyes. The 6 paths samsara manifested. The human Tao is indistinct, the immortal Tao is vast. The ghost Tao is joyous, regarded as the gate of life. The corpse demons also seemed to feel that was warm light. Everyone also recognized that was the light of the righteous path. The corpse demons roared frantically. That was reincarnation, a chance to be reborn. As long as they successfully entering the reincarnation disc could cleanse everything to be reborn. The corpse demons were very respectful to him, thanking Immortal Elder for converting. This lowly one is endlessly grateful. Others were the same. Thanking Immortal Elder for converting. This slave family is endlessly grateful. Thanking Immortal Elder for converting. This old one is endlessly grateful. Voices of gratitude rose one after another, thanking Immortal Elder brother for converting. This woman is willing to be a slave or maid by Immortal Elder's side to repay Immortal Elder brother. Shen Tian closed his eyes to sense everything. Qing Kang explained from the side. Sensed it, this is merit because the corpse demon's quantity and level far exceed yours. Merit is a mysterious thing, a reward from the heavenly Tao. Ordinary immortal cultivators converting souls can also obtain merit, but the quantity is too small and quality average. Basically invisible. He also said, Kid, you borrowed the reincarnation disc. Converting souls for the first time, you directly converted tens of thousands of corpse demons, and all are above Golden Core stage. The quality is too high. That luck, unknown if true or fake, is really good. Not only sending you the master of the flower of the other shore, but also sending merit. But Shen Tian was very puzzled. What use is merit? Qing Kang explained seriously. Merit has many uses. It can refine artifacts, refine pills, and also increase cultivation. But these all waste merit. It is best used to condense a merit halo, enhancing oneself. In addition, this can not only make your comprehension improve day by day, cultivating various techniques faster, but importantly the style is high. Walking out wearing a merit halo can bluff others. Shen Tian did not know what to say after listening. Very reasonable. This saint's son is also speechless after listening. Seeing this, the crowd began to discuss. What is going on? Truly, as the divine firmament saint leader said, the key to breaking the domain is the child of providence Shen Tian. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the evil spirit called Heavenly Venerable and tens of thousands of golden core corpse demons were all killed, just broken by a tiny golden core stage saint son like this? Converting so many corpse demons, would a venerable also take decades? Divine firmament saint son is actually so formidable. Golden core stage cultivation converting half in an hour. At this time Long Yuan reiterated calmly, just now Tianer also said it is probably not my sect's divine firmament salvation sutra. Lian Feng also answered from the side, but this conversion method is indeed better than ours. Long Yuan was incomparably proud, smiling. Tianer is a child of providence. Finding other conversion methods is also very normal. This is also our luck. Bringing Tianer to participate in this encirclement and suppression was indeed the correct choice. Although the child of providence joining was an accident, ultimately Tianer's intervention was sending charcoal in snowy weather. We are truly lucky to have Tianer. There is hope for rising. They looked at the constantly reshaping reincarnation disc. Long Yuan knew at a glance this was a tribulation immortal artifact, did not expect the six paths samsara to upgrade after converting corpse demons. The corner of his mouth rose, sneering. Actually daring to oppose the child of providence. Estimate you were also a big scourge when alive. Has not become an immortal artifact yet. Wanting to become an immortal artifact requires transcending tribulation. Under normal circumstances, transcending tribulation would choose a remote place to avoid implicating others. But this time Shen Tian and the others can break the all-beings equal domain arranged by Dharma King Wusheng. Once the all-beings equal great array is laid down, people and array fuse into one, unable to be broken at will. One can only wait for the time to end or use absolute power to break it. If the great array shatters, the consequences are terrible. The tribulation immortal artifact was moving violently, rotating constantly. Suddenly a dazzling lightning bolt struck straight from the thunder tribulation toward the six paths samsara. At this time, the stone Buddha's palm shattered into fragments, but in the next second the Buddha statue changed, manifesting very clearly. Simultaneously the lightning tribulation struck straight down. Instantly smoke and dust rose everywhere, heaven and earth seeming about to be swallowed. After continuously bombarding the ground, the lightning tribulation finally dissipated. Seeing this, everyone was very surprised. Tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud was actually beaten to disperse. Shen Tian looked up in surprise too. Actually beat the tribulation cloud to disperse? Last time that vine dared to wave vine strips at the tribulation cloud, the outcome was extremely miserable. There is a good show to watch this time. Above, the tribulation cloud continued to move, circling without dispersing. Suddenly a bolt of lightning tribulation launched violently, striking down. Did not expect it actually formed a set of dazzling armor, power extremely astonishing. Jin Yu, wearing the most fashionable beggar outfit, also looked up. It is actually a lightning general condensed from mixed primordial divine lightning, the nemesis of demons and heretical paths. Dharma King Wusheng is unlucky this time. On this side, the lightning general accumulated power in his palm, preparing to attack. The lightning tribulation struck straight from the lightning general's hand with violent power toward those few Buddha statues. In the blink of an eye, the few Buddha statues were hit and shattered instantly. Witnessing this explosive scene, everyone was very happy. The all-beings equal great array is broken. This old man's cultivation is back. At this time, fragments of the Buddha statues flew over, rushing straight at Dharma King Wusheng. His complexion was extremely poor. Amitabha, what happened? Why is the all-beings equal great array broken? He lay weakly on the ground, corpses of evil spirit cult disciples scattered beside him. At this time a light attracted Wusheng's attention. He looked up to see the lightning general in the air staring blankly at the thing in front. Tribulation cloud, immortal artifact tribulation. Wusheng roared like a madman. Hateful, hateful. The ending the poor monk spent decades preparing with great difficulty. All ruined by this kid. The lightning tribulation did not stop because of his shouting but continued to strike down instead, even aiming at Wusheng's group to strike. Successive thunder sounds were accompanied by miserable screams. This scene made Wusheng wail feebly. It is that kid's immortal artifact transcending tribulation. Why only strike us? At this time Long Yuan instructed, work softly. Junior sister Bai Lian, junior sister Kai Lian, this is the rare conate mixed primordial divine lightning. Later this seat will cast spells to take some origin energy for the two junior sisters to refine, he reminded again. Although conate mixed primordial divine lightning will automatically transform into postnatal mixed primordial divine lightning after being refined by cultivators, it is still extremely precious, preparing to cast spells. If the two junior sisters can absorb it completely, the certainty of transcending tribulation to become saints in the future can increase by 30%. The two responded obediently. Thanks, Saint Leader Senior Brother. The earth-shattering strike from the lightning tribulation just now directly sent the evil spirit cult disciples to the western heaven to eat roast chicken. Only Wusheng, due to ancestors accumulating virtue and green smoke rising from ancestral graves, kept a dog life, paralyzing on the ground staring at the surroundings. He looked up hating the world, face buried in the dirt. Truly invincible. What invincible? He wished he could put those torn pants on his head, too shameful. In the next second Wusheng lost rationality and roared, Shen Tian deserves death. Even if failing on the verge of success today, the poor monk will absolutely not let you feel better. The roar shook the sky. Wusheng still lay there like a vegetable, yet raised his hand to gather all magical power. Eyes completely red, shouting the move loudly, killing Asura slash. Immediately, he shot the move straight at Shen Tian. Shen Tian was cultivating seriously. Qing Kang reminded from the side, interesting. This kid is truly interesting. If born in the immortal world, this person would definitely be an overlord of a region. In the next second, Qing Kang immediately thought of a countermeasure. God of War Tower. Here, buzzing sounds resounded through the mountain forest with no answer, but the God of War Tower rose from the ground, like a fortune teller. Qing Kang sacrificed the God of War Tower in time to block that impotent Wusheng's killing Asura slash. Witnessing this magical scene, Lian Feng immediately recognized the God of War Tower, being instantly seen through. Wusheng shouted incomparably arrogantly. A broken tower also wants to block the poor monk. Speaking, he rushed straight at that tower, not expecting to encounter a rash fellow. Surprise, old hag! Wusheng had just rushed over when he was sucked in by the God of War Tower. Wusheng roared painfully, "No, impossible." Subsequently, he also disappeared, hopeless, stupid, yet pretending to be dangerous. Could only be the impotent Wusheng. One must be sensible when alive. Do not let blood courage exceed brains. 7 kill, and the others were terrified to the extreme. Heavens, how is it possible? The Dharma King he lost. 7 kills stared with wide pig eyes in panic, opening his mouth randomly, unable to speak. The dignified evil spirit called 4 great Dharma Kings, under the circumstance of burning cultivation to fight desperately, was actually suppressed by a broken tower. He still refused to believe it until now. How could he believe it? How could such a thing be possible? Is the divine firmament sacred ground actually this strong? Just as they were dazed like silly roe deer, hurried footsteps were swarming in. In less than 3 minutes the 7 kill hall crowd was surrounded. Capture them, absolutely cannot let them run. Greedy Wolf began to regret. Had he known earlier, he would not have agreed to ambush the sacred ground allied forces with the Dharma King even if beaten to death. 7 kill also admitted. Now it is great, even he got dragged in. At this time Yi Qingking approached that tower, sighing repeatedly. This little monk is truly a genius, actually comprehended the Buddhist 3 lives body great divine ability. If born in the immortal world, he would definitely be an outstanding figure. Speaking of this, he was quite regretful. Pity he did not check the almanac when going out and just happened to run into you. Shen Tian asked curiously, Elder Yi, what is the Buddhist 3 lives body great divine ability? He frowned in thought, also puzzled in his heart. What is called did not check the almanac and provoked me. This saint's son is originally just a frail golden core stage weak chicken, okay. Making it seem like I can curse a saint to death, Yi Qingking began to explain. It is a bit like the Blood God Sutra you cultivate, but not as casual as yours. Only high monks with profound Buddhist dharma can cultivate the Buddhist 3 lives body great divine ability. Cultivating this great divine ability, besides the present body, one can also condense a past body and a future body, both possessing immense power. In addition, the difference lies in that after your blood god clone is destroyed, a new one can be recondensed within a short time with minimal loss. But this little monk's past body has already been destroyed by this seat. Do not dream of recovering without cultivating bitterly for a few hundred years. At the same time, once the 3 lives body's clone is destroyed, the main body's cultivation will also suffer extreme damage. Hearing this, Shen Tian was incomparably curious, letting out an incredulous "Oh. Is Buddhist divine ability so weak?" Since Shen Tian wanted to know, Yi Qingking answered, the Buddhist 3 lives body great divine ability is a cultivation method. To learn this divine ability, one must cultivate the past law, present law, and future law, waiting until the necessary moment the 3 lives bodies completely merge into one. Origin, cultivation, and combat power will all be reborn. Also, if one can really achieve the 3 bodies unity, that luck is simply exploding, might even be able to fight a 20 tribulation quasi-emperor. After listening, Shen Tian broke out in cold sweat all over, face full of shock. Only a feeling of unease remained in his whole body. Elder Yi, you mean this is only a clone? Since you know and still ask, this old man will analyze it for you again. Correct? Otherwise, how could he be so weak, taken down instantly by this old man? If this little monk's main body appeared with this old man's current weak state, I really might not be able to solve him so easily. Hearing this, Shen Tian's heart was like a volcano about to erupt, roaring frantically. Just a clone could beat down the allied forces of 2 great sacred grounds, 6 great grotto heavens, and 12 blessed lands. If the main body appeared, exactly to what extent must that cultivation be heaven-defying? Looks like I accidentally provoked a super big boss. Roaring inside, but on the surface still had to pretend to be calm, his face black, sweating wildly, feeling a bit sour, he worried. Elder Yi, you say this Dharma King Wusheng's clone was destroyed. He will not hold a grudge against me, right? He answered very calmly. Rest assured, with this little monk's cultivation, how could he hold a grudge against you? At most he'll just find an opportunity to destroy you, that is all. Do not worry. Shen Tian heard Yi Qingking speak as easily as eating jelly beans, instantly getting goosebumps all over, hurriedly denying. The sacred ground allied forces weren't led by me. Why look for me? Do not look at this old man appearing cool like Hanoi in autumn. Actually, he just lacks a fan compared to Zhuge Liang, because Yi Qingking had almost figured out that guy's plan thoroughly. If this old man did not guess wrong, Wusheng originally planned to take advantage of the heavenly demon clashing with 7 fiends to lay down the all beings equal great array, then knock all the immortal gate allied forces into the array, using these people's fresh blood to provide nourishment for the flower of the other shore emperor, helping it bloom. Once it blooms, he can completely fuse with the flower of the other shore emperor, and his own cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Estimated. Yi Qingking lay under the bed last night to understand so clearly and tell him. Originally Wusheng's plan was quite reliable, everyone trapped in the netherworld Yellow Springs domain, except for Zhang Longyuan being unaffected. Actually everyone else's cultivation was completely suppressed. Pausing for about 5 seconds, Shen Tian discovered a huge blind spot, chasing to ask curiously, "Wait, what did you say? Master's cultivation wasn't affected?" Mentioning Longyuan, he said in passing, "Looks limited, means boundless. This master of yours is even more unfathomable than you imagine, hiding very deeply. This old man dares to guarantee the majority of variables in this sweeping operation were within his control. Fundamentally there was no danger. Surprise or not, unexpected or not, according to Yi Qingkang's words, only you silly rushed up to perform. What was the result? Leaving this all beings equal great array. People who can pinch you to death are plentiful. But learning the truth was really heart-wrenching, just like after the all beings equal great array was broken just now, if not for this old man blocking Wusheng's Asura saber for you." Shen Tian recalled that moment facing Wusheng's gate of hell, answering blankly, "Then at this moment my corpse would already be cold." Yi Qingking denied his words. "Not necessarily. Zhang Longyuan has been watching you all along. If you really encountered any danger he would not hide anymore. Do not look at Longyuan like that. Actually, when he speaks people listen, when he scares people get scared. And when he owes debt no one dares to collect." No longer talking nonsense, Yi Qingking made a final conclusion on this matter. "In short, although this person Zhang Longyuan's character is not great, you acknowledging him as master, you still have to learn more from him in this aspect." He turned around for a moment, gazing at the star named. Mentioning this question, Yi Qingking's voice sank, sighing, bored as a cockroach. "The tree that stands out in the forest, the wind will surely destroy it throughout the ages. Renowned heavens chosen who died because of showing off too much are simply too many. Why did not the divine firmament sacred ground decline 10,000 years ago? Why was that kid Chu Long besieged, even our god of war palace? Wretched development is the most correct path." Yi Qingking spoke until his throat was about to smoke. Only then did Shen Tian deduce Elder Yi's meaning was that being held a grudge by Dharma King Wusheng, "I am dead meat." After realizing this truth himself, he scared himself out of his wits, fear and panic reaching the extreme. Originally thought finding a sacred ground as a backer becoming the young generation's destiny, thought the black clouds overhead had dispersed so floated too high, this time kicked an iron plate. During this period this saint's sun indeed floated a bit. Result was provoking this big boss Dharma King Wusheng. Yi Qingking, seeing his flustered appearance like an ant on a hot pan, although comforted, the effect was minimal. "No need to worry. The 3 lives body is like a tripod standing on 3 legs. Once one body is destroyed, the main body will also be heavily injured, and treating injuries also needs a long time. Moreover, do not think an evil spirit cult saint can do whatever he wants. Wanting to launch an attack to deal with you is not that easy. Otherwise the 24 sacred grounds would have long had no heavens chosen. Is this considered comfort? Is this considered a reassurance pill?" Shen Tian still could not reduce the panic. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the just in case. What if Dharma King Wusheng does not take action personally but sends subordinates to sneak attack me? No, must be low profile when going back. Seclude in the sacred ground if nothing to do, wait until transcending tribulation to become a saint, then come out to wave. At this time the immortal gate crowd also began to clean the battlefield. Chu Yu smiled inexplicably. Fortunately divine firmament Saint Sun turned the tide, only thus did this sweeping operation have no losses. Truly a hero out of a youth. She even held up a token. "This is the Jade Lake Sacred Token. Holding this token one can freely enter and exit the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Enjoying the sacred ground's most noble treatment, please be sure to accept it." Then she ran over Windfire swiftly to grab Shen Tian's hand. "In the future if divine firmament Saint Sun has any needs and there happen to be my sect's disciples nearby, just show this token. As long as the Saint Sun's request is not excessive, seeing this token is like seeing this seat. Oh my, how does this plot feel like looking for a pilot? This invitation from Chu Yu is too explicit, right? If the Saint Sun is free in the future, you can often come to Jade Lake Sacred Ground as a guest. This sect scenery is beautiful, will definitely make the Saint Sun satisfied." Chu Yu did not mind, Shen Tian did not mind. What minded were those male cultivators standing and eating melons watching for half a day. Actually is the Jade Lake Sacred Token. Heard before the Lian Sacred Ground Buddha Lord entered seclusion, he announced, gifting Shen Tian the Lian Sacred Token. This was already envious enough. Now the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also gifts him the Jade Lake Sacred Token. Yeah, can freely enter and exit the Jade Lake Sacred Ground where beauties are like clouds, and can even dispatch Jade Lake Sacred Ground disciples to serve himself. Truly makes one envious to death. This time Shen Tian was the center of attention of 10,000 people again. Shen Tian was also very distressed. This kind of token that can let Jade Lake disciples solve needs, should not it be secretly stuffed to this saint's son? Stuffing it to me under the gaze of everyone truly makes one embarrassed. But no matter what, she is the Jade Lake Saint leader. After all, one of the most powerful women in the Eastern Wilderness. If not accepting it would be too disrespectful to the Jade Lake Saint leader. Just as he was floating along with the rhythm, suddenly everyone realized abruptly. Appeared extremely many and extremely strong auras. Footsteps were getting closer, every step light as a goose feather. Those two people appeared step by step, bodies even emitting strange auras. Thought who it was, turns out it is Beidou. But the protagonist at this time wasn't him, but that person standing in front wrapped in bandages covering his mouth. But Chu Yu recognized these two, greeting with unwelcoming eyes. Beidou Saint Leader, Purple Mansion Saint Leader, what is the meaning of you appearing suddenly? You are at the Yangtze River's head. I am at the Yangtze River's tail. The Purple Mansion crowd standing over there also spoke. Heard the evil spirit cult appeared at the immeasurable ancient kingdom ruins. This seat came specially to encircle and suppress. Long Yuan, although did not like to fight for victory, losing was absolutely not allowed, and with many people moreover. Specially came to encircle and suppress, just now when we were trapped in the all beings equal great array. Why did not we see your people? Now that the encirclement and suppression is over, time to divide spoils of war, you guys appeared. Truly shameless, correct. Do you still know shame? The good show just started. Chu Yu spoke directly and bluntly. The encirclement and suppression has already ended. Do not need to trouble the two saint leaders and various saints to worry. Purple Mansion was stubborn like concrete, insisting. The immeasurable ancient kingdom is located between the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Purple Mansion Sacred Ground. Divine Firmament Saint Leader and Jade Lake Saint Leader encircling the evil spirit cult. Should not you have notified me in advance? And during a moment winds are calm and waves are quiet. Taking a step back, the more one thinks the more angry one gets. Letting people ride on the head to shit, this made Long Yuan extremely unhappy. He also no longer remained silent, momentum exploding, tone extremely sarcastic. According to Purple Mansion Saint Leader's meaning, how should it be solved? He spoke frankly. Taoist brother misunderstood. This seat absolutely has no intention to make things difficult for everyone. It is just that great sacred grounds all have territories. Half of this immeasurable ancient kingdom is located within the range of my Purple Mansion's sacred grounds jurisdiction. So should not the harvest of encircling the evil spirit cult also be divided half to this sect? Jin Yu's eyes burned with anger. Could not find your people when fighting, now finished fighting, want to run out to share a slice of the pie. He pointed the weapon directly at that group of people. Believe it or not, the old Taoist will beat your dog head to explode. Purple Mansion was still twisting words and forcing logic. The crooked reasoning and heresy were simply unbearable to the ear. The majority of the immeasurable ancient kingdom is located in the Purple Mansion Sacred Grounds jurisdiction area. Everyone coming here to encircle the evil spirit cult logically should have notified this seat first. Moreover, the place everyone is standing now is obviously closer to my Purple Mansion Sacred Ground. This seat only requesting to divide half is already giving extreme face. Long Yuan still listened quietly to his nonsense. If Divine Firmament Saint Leader and Jade Lake Saint Leader really do not talk reason, today we might have to have a match. Speaking of this, Jin Yu sneered. This evil spirit cult is close to your sacred ground, so good things should belong to you. He spoke directly, not giving face. Then the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground is so close to my Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Should it be merged into the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground? For a shameless person like you, the old Taoist will beat you every time I see you. Chu Yu heard until her ears itched from the side, snorting coldly. She was also very annoyed. Although subduing that damn legion consumed quite a lot of this seat's mana, it does not affect this seat continuing to fight. Make your move. Reaching this stage, Purple Mansion was still pressing. Long Yuan, are you also going to be obstinate? Divine Firmament and Purple Mansion, two great sacred grounds, had been mutually eyesores for thousands of years, competing secretly. Because the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's Thunder Emperor often made mistakes on the taboo chapters, the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground had always been in a strong position. Until the previous generation, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground simultaneously birthed two Heavens Chosen, Zhang Longyuan and Chu Long, known as the Divine Firmament Twin Heroes, suppressing pure Heavens Chosen until they could almost not breathe. Chu Long relied on his own strength to sweep 18 Purple Mansion true inheritors. Zhang Longyuan, although low profile, was smarter and stronger. Moreover, most skilled in coming up with those insidious ideas that are impossible to guard against. The young Purple Mansion Saint Leader was clearly a genius hard to meet in a century in the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground. But under the halo of the two, he became incomparably mediocre. Not only easily suppressed by the Divine Firmament eldest senior brother, even the Divine Firmament second senior brother could pick him out to ravage, could be said to have suffered enough humiliation. Until later, Chu Long self-crippled his divine body. The Divine Firmament Saint Leader was unsupported alone, helpless repairing the Heavenly Tao Sutra, becoming low-profile day by day. Only then did the Purple Mansion Saint Leader's days gradually become better. Even so, the Purple Mansion Saint Leader's resentment toward these two had still not dissipated, brewing grievance for 1,000 years. At this time, Purple Mansion thought, so what if you are overflowing with talent? Only the person laughing to the last counts as the winner. This seat has long mastered the Purple Mansion Emperor Sutra's taboo chapters, and even obtained the Nirvana Indestructible Emperor Sutra. He was high in morale. This seat's disciple Qi Shaoxuan is a 10 turns golden core. Natural talent even exceeds the Chu Long of back then. Now whether it is this seat or this seat's disciple, we have already surpassed Zhang Longyuan and your disciple. The humiliation of the Saint Sun 1,000 years ago, this seat wants to return double. On this side, Zhou reported to Shen Tian in a low voice, Master, the resentment is so heavy. Even Longyuan had an opinion, asking back calmly, you really want to split half? He froze instantly, not knowing how to answer. On this side, the Purple Mansion Saint Leader continued to speak menacingly, if you do not agree, then compete with this seat once to decide high and low. If you win, this seat turns and leaves. If you lose, all harvest of this encirclement and suppression, Purple Mansion and Beidou must share half. Suddenly Longyuan said a few sentences. Reading many books, reading good books. Reading makes one civilized and polite. Reading grants one wisdom. These words made the Purple Mansion Saint Leader's face gloomy and blank, completely failing to understand. What do you mean? He still asked back, thick-skinned. Do you think you are very capable? The Purple Mansion Saint Leader jumped up like a wild cat whose tail was stepped on, roaring, Zhang Longyuan, do not be too arrogant. Times have changed. This seat has already mastered the taboo chapters of the Purple Mansion Emperor Sutra and even mastered the Nirvana Indestructible Emperor Sutra. If you have guts, fight a match with this seat. This seat will let you know what it means to look at someone with new eyes after a separation of 3 days. Could it be that I would fear you? Longyuan turned his head to ask Chu Yu calmly, the main purpose being to squeeze the Purple Mansion Saint Leader. What does the Jade Lake Saint Leader think? She cooperated very well, simply stealing the scene, speaking bluntly, giving extreme face. In this encirclement and suppression, if not for the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground turning the tide, the consequences would be unimaginable. Divine Firmament Saint Leader, please rest assured to fight the Purple Mansion Saint Leader. No matter the result, my Jade Lake Sacred Ground will absolutely not recognize it. Hearing these words, that group of male cultivators began to boil over. That is right, Divine Firmament Saint Leader, beat him, beat this shameless thing. No matter the result, we all support you. This was truly organized madness, trained impulsiveness, receiving enthusiastic support. Longyuan grinned with great interest. Fine, how do you want to fight? Seeing him accept the challenge, the Purple Mansion side's blood surged instantly. Regardless of the consequences, he cut directly to the main topic. You and I are both masters of a sect. To save you some face, this seat will fight you, entering the void turbulence. This was a bit too simple. Do not think it is spring just because flowers bloomed. Longyuan smiled treacherously. Since it is so, then many thanks. Finishing speaking, he waved the weapon in his hand, standing before the endless void teleportation portal, promising him, then this seat will wait for you in the void. Big head but no brain. The Beidou Saint Leader only realized at this time that without even sensing spatial fluctuations, the Divine Firmament Saint Leader had already successfully opened a void channel. He turned his head, burning with anxiety, to remind, does not Zhang Longyuan cultivate Divine Firmament lightning arts? Why does he have such powerful spatial control force? According to the current posture, the Purple Mansion Saint Leader fighting the Divine Firmament Saint Leader in the void turbulence would probably be beaten until he peed his pants. How can a spirited guy pee his pants? Ignoring those fly-like nonsense, Purple Mansion remained stubborn, or rather suffering to keep up appearances, asserting, it is merely a trifling void escape technique. Buddha does not save small matters, but attitude counts. Light flashed in Purple Mansion's eyes. Zhang Longyuan, watch me break your divine ability today. The scene changed to the outside. At this time, a group of melon-eating crowds was observing, fighting too intensely, do not know exactly who wins and who loses. Suddenly, the secret realm entrance shattered, and 2 rays of light flew out from it. Smoke and dust filled the air. Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded. Haha, Zhang Longyuan, worldly affairs are impermanent, so do not look down on people too much. 1,000 years have passed. A person proud like you probably did not expect to have today, right? Longyuan stood coolly behind the smoke and dust, ignoring him. That fellow wearing a mask asked in surprise, Taoist brother, you won? That person wrapped in bandages like toilet paper answered. This seat can do nothing to him, and he can do nothing to this seat. Whatever, fought very coolly today, fought heartily and dripping with sweat. Fine, this evil spirit cult branch hall will be yielded to them. Finishing speaking, he rushed directly into the sky, slipping away to escape disaster. That one wearing a mask was bewildered. What is going on? Did not we agree to dampen the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's prestige and snatch half the spoils of war? Why, clearly the two fought to an undetermined outcome. Did the Purple Mansion Saint Leader run directly, not even wanting the spoils of war? Feeling his butt chilly behind as if about to be stabbed, the masked man turned his head only to see Longyuan exploding with an aura like a Super Saiyan, speaking treacherously. Purple Mansion Saint Leader has gone. Does Beidou Saint Leader also want to give some advice? The masked man's butt was sweating. He patted his head and answered. The immeasurable ancient kingdom is located between the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, unrelated to my Beidou Sacred Ground. Since the Purple Mansion Saint leader no longer participates in this encirclement and suppression, this seat naturally respects the Purple Mansion Saint leader's choice, saying so with his mouth but thinking in his heart, this seat's cultivation and combat power are inferior to the Purple Mansion Saint leader, even he could only fight to a draw with the Divine Firmament Saint leader, this seat definitely cannot beat him. Finishing speaking, this guy also buried his head to run wildly. The protagonist watched bewildered. All ran. This contradiction was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Swords were drawn and bows bent just now, and now it fizzled out inexplicably. The scene changed to that pair's side. The one wearing a mask hurriedly caught up. Brother Z, wait, we clearly occupied absolute advantage. Why not take the opportunity to dampen the prestige of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Jade Lake Sacred Ground? That fellow with face wrapped in toilet paper answered. Although the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Purple Mansion Sacred Ground have always been discordant, we are both sacred grounds after all. They risked their lives to suppress and kill the evil spirit cult Saint and even Dharma King Wusheng. The harvest of encircling the evil spirit cult this time should logically belong entirely to them. This seat cannot do such a thing as fishing in troubled waters. Brother, when did you change your nature? Back then, wasn't it you who came to find me, asking me to help besiege the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground? Why now instead making it seem like this seat is sowing discord and even saying you cannot do things like fishing in troubled waters? Will not your conscience hurt saying these words? At this time that fellow wrapped in toilet paper untied the bandages, revealing a face beaten into a pig's head. The one wearing a mask directly sprayed a mouthful of water. Toilet paper clenched fists angrily. Zhang Longyuan, he bullies people too much. He used mixed primordial divine lightning to strike this seat 3,000 times. And every time struck on this seat's face. He was so excessive. Did not you fight back? I could not beat him. He chanted scriptures while fighting and all this seat's attacks were blocked. Then he directly condensed a Saint Dao law chain, hanging this seat up to beat. This seat has never suffered such extraordinary humiliation. Did not they say the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground lacks taboo chapters and later generations of disciples lack strength? Why is this fellow Zhang Longyuan stronger than before after becoming a saint? Originally thought this seat mastering the Purple Mansion Emperor Sutra and Nirvana Emperor Sutra could sit as equals with the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground no matter what, but this is completely different from what this seat anticipated. Did not expect Zhang Longyuan to be so low profile for several hundred years, cultivation actually deep and unfathomable. This seat was beaten by him like this, and you actually still praise him. This seat wants to break off friendship with you. Actually Brother Z need not be so grief-stricken and indignant. I have a good method to help you vent anger. Wonder if Brother Z is interested. Oh, what method? Quick, tell me. This is the so-called father's debt paid by the son. If Brother Z cannot beat the Divine Firmament Saint leader, might as well place hope on the next generation. But that brat of my family also cannot beat Zhang Yunting and cannot even beat Zhang Yunqi. It does not necessarily have to be blood descendants. Disciples also work. Nephew Xiao Xuan is a peerless heaven's chosen, a 10-turn golden core hard to meet in 1,000 years in the eastern wilderness, destined to be invincible among the same rank. Now nephew Xiao Xuan battles throughout the eastern wilderness, heavens chosen of various great sacred grounds beaten into flowing water and fallen flowers, prestige swept away. Why not let him go to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to challenge and show off prestige? Correct, although this seat cannot beat Zhang Longyuan, this seat's disciple has the capital of a great emperor. Just as the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. To this seat Xiao Xuan is as deep in affection and righteousness as a biological son. Now this seat suffered such humiliation from Zhang Longyuan must definitely let Xiao Xuan go to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to sweep the same generation. Finding back the scene, disciple, you must definitely uphold justice for master. The scene changed to the Beidou Sacred Ground's main peak. At this time a youth stepped down from a taxi, subsequently walking to the front of the door. Disciple pays respects to master. Wonder what instructions master has. Xiao Xuan, how is your cultivation adjustment recently? Reporting to master, recently disciple challenged 7 great sacred grounds successively. Saint Sons on the Golden Core list could not last 2 moves in disciple's hands. Void Saint Sun Wang Shenshu even went missing directly. Presumably hearing disciple achieved 10-turn Golden Core, scared into fleeing into the eastern wilderness. Haha, very good. Xiao Xuan, you have the capital of a great emperor. Even paying only 30% effort can look down on peers roaming invincible. But remember, your goal is not only to be invincible in the current age. Your goal is to ascend to the position of supreme sovereign. Assaulting the great emperor realm in the future absolutely cannot be complacent. Okay, disciple understands. Less nonsense. Heavens chosen in the world are like clouds, only oneself is the greatest enemy. That fellow wrapped in toilet paper stood up and walked over, patting the disciple's shoulder. Very good, since it is so, Xiao Xuan, go for a trip to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. In this era the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's luck is extraordinary. Previously there was 1 dragon, 1 tiger, 1 qilin. Now added another Shen Tian. This seat wants you to defeat these 4 people with the power of 1 person, thoroughly suppressing the Divine Firmament's luck, using this to cast your invincible momentum. Can you do it? Only a short sentence. The youth Aji gripped the long spear in hand and answered, hope the 4 of them joining hands can bring disciple a little fun. Otherwise invincibility is truly too lonely. The scene changed to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Saint Sun Mountain. At this time the protagonist was meditating and cultivating, thinking secretly in his heart, after the experience of this encirclement and suppression. My clearest realization is, compared to the battles of Saint Stage strong experts, I am too weak. The immortal cultivation world is ultimately a world of survival of the fittest. Really encountering evil cult experts, they fundamentally do not care what cultivation you are. Even if Golden Core Stage will also pinch to death casually. So becoming stronger is imminent. Fortunately, in this encirclement and suppression, I obtained a great opportunity like the flower of the Other Shore Emperor. Letting the Firewood Sutra devour the flower of the Other Shore Emperor to strengthen the devouring immortal vine. The flower of the Other Shore controls life and death, reverses yin and yang, transforms truth and illusion. These were originally the flower of the Other Shore Emperor's characteristics, now perfectly mastered by the devouring immortal vine. At this time the old man appeared, saying, "This constitution is simply against heaven's logic. If born in the immortal world, estimate even immortal kings would fight for it. This Sarira is the treasure Dharma King Wusheng used to refine the past body, left behind by the Liyan sacred ground's previous generation ancient Buddha, containing rolling divine power. Pity, in the battle of the immeasurable ancient kingdom, the past body was destroyed. This Sarira also suffered damage and shattered. Whatever, anyway, melting this Sarira cannot repair the god of War Tower either. Just fulfill you, kid." Finishing speaking, the old man smashed the Sarira directly toward the protagonist's head. After being smashed, the protagonist felt as good as a pangolin. Godfiend body tempering, golden body fourth turn, whole body emitting dazzling light. He hurriedly sat down to cultivate. The 5 great saint beasts array manifested. Golden core condensed, swallowing a golden core into the belly. My fate is determined by me, not the author. This is exactly the feeling of the Golden Core Stage, cool to absolute. After feeling cool for a while, the protagonist finally opened his eyes. A golden core appeared before his eyes. This can also be called a golden core. Whose family's golden core is this big? And what, swallowing a golden core into the belly? My fate is determined by me, not the author. Such a big thing, if swallowed raw, might die suddenly on the spot. Fortunately, the golden core can fuse directly with the dantian. The dantian was swollen and uncomfortable, as if the butt would explode if slightly careless. The old man spoke again. "Tianer, need not worry about your butt. Your butt is guarded by this old man. This kind of golden core belongs to variant golden cores. Although rare in the lower bounds, it is not rare in the immortal world. Is not it just the golden core being a bit bigger? The so-called great effort produces miracles. Men just need to be big. The bigger and longer, the more majestic. The Golden Core Stage's biggest characteristic is being able to utilize the Golden Core to condense a body protecting law domain, simultaneously enhancing magical art power. The pill veins on the Golden Core surface are just formal expressions, not the root. The degree of enhancement to combat power is the core. You try its power. Immediately, the protagonist formed seals at once. Golden Core law domain, open. I'll adjust the Mountain Protection Grand Array to level 2 and attack my domain to test power. Level 2 was equivalent to a nascent soul stage full force strike. Immediately, the Mountain Protection Grand Array manifested, shooting a large pile of lightning randomly toward the protagonist, yet was still blocked by the protagonist's domain. The old man stood aside, saying, "Looking at it now, the power of this golden core of yours is quite extraordinary. Law domain intensity is at least above 4th turn. Moreover, your law domain fused mixed primordial thunder, supreme yang, and supreme hardness. If encountering thunder cultivation or evil, ghost, and joyous cultivators, the restraining force will be stronger." The protagonist grinned from ear to ear upon hearing this, considered somewhat relieved. "Just offended the Dharma King to death. Looks like this Saint Sun cannot go out recently. First cultivate these great emperor inheritances once through before talking." Just as Shen Tian stayed in Saint Sun Mountain ignoring worldly affairs, the entire divine firmament sacred ground was not calm, because someone came to crash the scene. The comer was exactly the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground's Qi Shaoxuan, the man known as possessing the capital of a great emperor. The Purple Mansion Sacred Ground submitted a battle invitation to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, announcing Purple Mansion Saint Sun Qi Shaoxuan wanted to challenge the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's 4 great heavens chosen with the power of one person: Shen Tian, Zhang Yunxi, Zhang Yunting, and Fang Chong. In an instant, the entire eastern wilderness boiled over for this saint war. Countless betting games also opened accordingly. Some people firmly believed Qi Shaoxuan would continue his undefeated myth, accumulating more invincible momentum, shattering the perfect 10 turns golden core to form the nascent soul. However, more people believed that although Qi Shaoxuan roamed invincible, the Divine Firmament 3 heroes were all outstanding heavens chosen, ranked in the top 10 of the golden core list. If it were one-on-one, Qi Shaoxuan would naturally be assured of victory. But if it were 1 against 3, the outcome would be hard to predict. Moreover, besides the 1 dragon, 1 tiger, and 1 Qilin, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground still had that person who could suppress Fang Chong and Zhang Yunting to become the Saint Sun of the current age. That was Shen Tian. At this point, the author also announces that the first season of the main story has concluded. Thank you all for reading.